You know, you always hear those stories of people going through cancer, and you think, that's never going to happen to me. I can remember that night when I got that call. It's about as vivid as my son being born. That's when I'm told, your mom has leukemia. And I just drop. Didn't know what to think or feel. I just felt numb and dropped. Comic Crusaders presents Virtual Con 2, only on ComicCrusaders.com.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Comic Crusaders Virtual Con 2. Woo! Good evening, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in and beginning to watch. I know it's early for some of us, late for some of us, but it's going to be a good time for good deeds today. And if you see, I got an amazing team here, right here. You see the one and only, the random dude.
What's happening, guys?
You got the one and only speculator of CC and the retail boss over here, Mr. Lucas Bashina.
Hey, everybody.
Great friend.
Yeah, man.
And I got my great friend, EIC of Comic Crusaders, and Undercover Capes, the one and only Johnny the Machine Hughes. And then we have two folks here that have been supporting the hell out of this campaign since we decided to do it. Much love. That's why they're here. You know, my good friend from the multiverse. You finally get to see this man when you're going to see him later with an awesome presentation, Mr. Dion Wilson.
Hey.
And my man over here underneath Lucas. Apparently, Lucas says this is the next speculation king of comics. All right, he's gonna be all over the world, you know, blowing it up and making it very difficult for me to buy books. The one and only
that maybe
Maximus, right?
Ultra Maximus, everybody. How's it going?
Maximus, nice. So, gentlemen, thank you for your guys' support and help in putting this amazing event together. Josh, all your hard work in the background and actually connecting with the LLS when we're doing it for. Absolutely. Johnny as well, doing his shares and doing his part with a fantastic interview that he did with you that people see later on today. So please get a box of tissues on the side. You're going to be crying for that one.
You'll need it. Guaranteed you will need a tissue or two. You might as well have a shot or two while you're at it. Just
calm the nerves. But we have a fantastic show lined up today, folks. You know, we've been looking forward to this. Right? You know, we're just doing a little intro here, just introducing and thanking everybody again. Last night, Lucas and Maximus via the Drunken Chat Show collected almost over $500. Jeez, thank you guys.
Thank you.
And thank you to all your viewers for pitching in like that. Amazing. And I hope that all our viewers now could also do the same, because we're going to have some amazing prizes to give away, courtesy of Diamond Select Toys, Hero Collector, Eagle Moss. You know, we got Mr. Simeon. The first Lucas is still drunk, says Kid Rollingwood.
Isn't that always the case? Always the case.
The hangover does linger. The hangover does linger.
That is too funny. Hey, thanks for tuning in.
You can't still be drunk if you're still drinking, baby. That's all I'm saying.
He's not drinking the hair of the dog. He's drinking the whole dog.
All right. So just so you get a little more story on why we chose LLS, I want to give the floor to Josh real quick, and which particular initiative it is that we are trying to help here.
Yeah. So the reason why we're doing this for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, as you noticed from the ad, here we go. This is going to be a day for me. My mom, Lisa Einfalt, who this is in memory of, was diagnosed with AML, which is a form of leukemia. And so obviously when the idea came up of doing this for charity, the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society was my that was the go-to. After speaking with them, they had told me about their children's initiative, specifically what they're doing for these little crusaders. Currently, kids who go through leukemia and the leukemia treatment process go through the same medication, the same treatment process as adults. And if you know anything about chemotherapy and that radiation process, it is a bitch and a half. I don't want to sugarcoat it. And so what the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society is doing is they are researching new methods and treatment options specifically for kids. So that way they can still get the treatment they need, but it doesn't put their bodies through hell and back. A lot of the mortality rate, and you guys will hear this later. We have a wonderful guest. Her name is Miranda Zolotoy from the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. She'll be coming on and speaking with me about what the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society is doing. So make sure to stay tuned for that special interview. I'm really excited for that. But all this money is going directly to the Children's Initiative with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. So it is something that I know my mom would be proud of.
And I'm sure she is. She's looking down today on her birthday. She's looking down on you, you know, with a smile. And I'm sure very happy because we're very happy to honor her today, you know, specifically on her birthday. So it's a Dr. Pepper Day. So many things go on today, too. So you got another awesome podcast later today to celebrate Dr. Pepper, too.
Oh, yes. That'll be fun. Yeah, we'll have the Pepper Pack podcast on later today as well. I mean, this day in general is going to be such a fantastic day.
Hey, I didn't get that Dr. Pepper package in my mail.
Oh, man. It doesn't have liquor, Lucas, so I don't think
I'm just saying, if Dr. Pepper wanted to send me some Dr. Pepper,
there's a shortage.
There's a shortage. Low calorie.
Actually, you know, Ultra Maximus, you bring up a good point. There was an actual shortage because of the pandemic, because of the aluminum can shortage. Yeah, for a hot minute there, you could not get any of the new stuff like their new flavor, Dr. Pepper and cream soda. You couldn't get that in stores.
My wife was looking for Diet Dr. Pepper during the pandemic, and I had to break the news to her.
Just want to say you can get it in the UK.
Yeah. How do you think I feel being an official ambassador for Dr. Pepper's Pepper Pack?
Oh, wow.
And I couldn't even get it. I was like,
wow.
I have a feeling, though, that what Maximus did was buy it and hide it since he knew it was going to have value.
No.
Orders.
No. Spend money on toilet paper, man.
See, this is how old I am. I remember when Dr. Pepper used to come in the freaking glass bottles, right? And you could freaking take that down to the recycling center and freaking get like 25 cents back on each freaking bottle. So what you would do is you would take your little cases, and you would take the whole case, and then they would freaking give you new Dr. Pepper joints, and it would be actually cheaper that way, man. That's how old I am.
Now I was going to say, are you old enough to remember the period in the name of Dr. Pepper? Probably not, because that was in the 50s.
Name of Dr. Pepper.
No.
I'm old enough that I remember when they used to put actual Coke in freaking Coca-Cola. I don't remember that.
Are you sure you're not spiking your drinks with that Coca-Cola right now?
Man,
and this is the reason why my coffee cup is actually 3 in 1.
Oh, shit.
A woman Coke has just got a lot more serious.
You know? This is fantastic for us. Great energy. We're going to have great guests up. Right after this, we're going to have the Craig Hurd-McKenney from Headless Shakespeare Press, independent creator publisher, doing some pretty cool stuff out there. So we're going to check him out. And then we're going to get hit up with Bobo Mac with animated heroes on some toy stuff over here, collectibles. That stuff you got right up Lucas and Maximus Alley right there. Then we got, oh man, Johnny's going to kill it with the professor and Lucas at the No Prize Podcast live with special guest Tom
That's
DeFalco.
me, right? I'm the special guest.
Tom DeFalco. Woo!
Tom. Not that type of special. We're not talking about that type of special, man.
I'm out of here.
Well, go ahead and put that freaking mask back on, man. Freaking that you hype for everybody.
Yeah, man, that's what you should have been doing. Yeah, you got to stay in character. Machine. That's the machine mask.
You know, I've waited all so long to be able to say this. Now that he has it on, damn it, Barry Allen.
Damn it, Barry.
Don't hear you.
You're
He muted
can't
himself.
hear you,
He muted.
man. You're talking too fast. I can't freaking hear you.
I said, with all this corona stuff, someone said I had to wear a face mask. What came up with.
They did not specify.
Have I got the wrong end of the stick? Has it been lost in translation?
Well, I know this week it was Johnny's birthday, right? And then he pulls this mask out. I wonder what cosplay night at the Hughes house was like then this week.
Oh, geez. just a mask and fishnets, let's be honest.
There was some fishnets. I'm not gonna lie, there was some fishnets.
Yeah, Dion is like, fishnets, that is the machine's thing. All right.
Nice.
Right.
Nice.
I don't know whether he wears them or not, but that's something else.
All different podcasts.
Johnny After Dark.
Hey, we should do that. That'd be so cool.
It would be. Everybody
So
should do their
scary.
thing.
We'll do it on Halloween.
You know what? That'll be the first night that Lucas won't get drunk if he hangs out and watches you like that. He just stays sober the whole night, like no fucking.
Hey, that's enough. I'm done. Hey, you scared me straight. I'm good. Oh, man.
No more drunk inside. It's gonna be sober Crusaders for Lucas after that.
Hey, the devil is a liar. I mean,
Is he? Not according to Lucifer the show.
That's you know what, man. Freaking, you know what? On Drunken Chat, we were actually talking about comic book shows that are good and not. And you know what? We didn't even bring up that doggone show. And I know for a fact that my wife and all her little girlfriends, they love freaking talking about that show.
My wife loves that show. It's like, what? It's like,
there's a lot of things I dislike. I'll tell you that much. Ooh, look, I got coffee. Uh-oh. Now I'm going to get much more wired. It's going to be crazy. And ladies and gentlemen, he said, I threw him into the room early right now so you could hang out and chit-chat with us, and then we'll get into what he does over here right now at the bottom of the screen. Actually, you know what? Let me move my man up to where Josh was. Boom.
Bam.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
Introducing
Streaming magic there. Streaming magic.
Isn't it beautiful? Now introducing the man behind Headless, Shakespeare Press, the one and only Craig Hurd-McKenney. Woo!
Nice.
Thank you, sir, for having on.
Hey, Ultra, you see what happens, man, when you're the dude that's producing is not drunk? He can actually manipulate shit. I mean,
Yeah, you know.
Listen, you guys are not catching me drunk, because if that happens, the window would have just disappeared off screen somewhere. So you're looking at coffee in my life right now.
So you got to remember when Mel leaves the keys in the ignition with the car running still, left Lucas drive all the way for 8 hours into the morning. Well, you know.
I've noticed that I stepped out the car the other day and did that exact same shit. I left the car and I had little bags in my hand. I'm like, oh shit, the car's gone. What am I doing? Thank God I'm out of New York. That it would have been gone the moment I realized.
Yeah, Mel says he's on his way, man. Freaking, he was hurting because he left off at freaking 5. He was freaking hurting. I think he had like 2 bottles of freaking wine, man. He couldn't hang anymore.
Bottles.
So yeah.
I can see, this is what I'm saying. People think, but I'm afraid.
People think that drunken chat is just a phrase. No, nope. Son. No.
It actually has a basis to the name, and it's definitely Mel getting inebriated.
You better be drinking something, whether it be wine, moonshine, Everclear, or water. You better be drinking something, man. So that's just the way we're freaking roll, man.
Unless they get drunk on water. Come on, no.
Hey, it's possible. It's called.
It's
hydrogen.
All right.
Yeah, I have to drink water while Josh is around because I have a kind of Diet Coke around the corner. Can't drink it in front of Josh. It feels like I'm cheating.
I'm out.
But once again, freaking for those that are freaking watching, man, freaking I thank you for freaking jumping in with us freaking during this freaking podcast. I don't know if Josh or Al, if one of you guys could freaking pop that charity, the link to if they want to donate, they can pop it in there. And once again, for those that are donating, you will be put on the wheel of charity. We are rolling that over from Drunken Chat into the virtual con. So for those who freaking donate, you might win something. You might win something. And if I get drunk enough through this whole, you never know what might happen, man. Freaking, I might have to hit the fucking power hour. I'm not saying what time it is. It's going to happen, but I might have to freaking hit that up on y'all. Aaron Yee, what up? So freaking Aaron Yee, once again, fucking thank you to Aaron Yee, man, for he freaking stayed up with me for about 5 hours during the freaking drunken chat. When Mel couldn't, he stepped in freaking and helped me freaking talk it through. He is a great freaking customer through the poll box. And once again, if for those that aren't up on the poll box and would like to participate with Comic Crusaders, hit Al up. Al make a let him know, hey man, freaking. What's the email for you, Al? Is it al@comiccrusaders.com?
No, Alex at Comic. I try to be a little bit more formal.
Alexander.
Whatever.
I hated that goddamn song when it came out. I'm telling you, people would. My name is not Alejandro, it's Alexander.
Exactly, man. Because if your mom was trying to be fucking real. Excuse my language. Excuse my language.
The drunken chat.
I'm saved, but I haven't read through all the book yet. I haven't read the whole manual yet. But if Alma had really wanted to be real, she would have called him Alejandro. But no, she's Alexander. No,
it's to make it funnier because I was born in PR, right? They actually misspelled my name on my social security and they put it Alex and then Sander with an S after the X.
Your middle
birth certificate was right, so I was like, oh shit, I had to change. I had to go through a whole process for that because my fellow Puerto Ricans are not, because they can't even say Alex, for example. They say Ale. There's no X. Ale.
So we'll just start calling you Ali for now on.
How dare you?
I don't know. I think Sander's going to stick,
Sander. I always like that. I like that. Right? I'm Sander. Yeah, Sandman.
Oh man.
Oh boy.
Oh man. So what you guys been up to? What? Is there any news that we want to bring up front for everybody that's listening? Once again, this is the Comic Crusaders Virtual Con 2, right, man? This is the second one we've done. The first one was a freaking blast. This one we actually have a direction and a freaking mission. And I am just loving that we have everybody, and the guest list is off the hook, man. And in fact, we got more people coming just to drop by and say hello, man. Is there any freaking news that you guys read this morning that you're concerned about and you guys want to freaking talk about?
The dude himself, Jeff Bridges, announced a couple days ago, diagnosed with lymphoma.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Really? To bring to kill your buzz there, but to show just how real this stuff is.
Yeah.
I was going through and all of a sudden I see his tweet and I'm like, oh my gosh, literally like on the eve of this convention for this purpose. It just shows how much leukemia and lymphoma really kind of dominates the cancer world. Not to discredit other cancers because they're just as horrible, but it made it very real. So to Jeff Bridges, we're thinking about you, man. Pull strong because we need the dude.
Oh man.
You just depressed him, and he's on the emotions of the alcohol right now.
I mean, can think about it. That the cult classic, not just a cult classic movie, but he's a cult classic character of the dude. Launched the freaking clothing line of just the freaking sweater and that attitude. Giving you countless hours of just thinking about the way to be. Made me freaking drink White Russians. Just to think about that and the fact that hopefully it's not the ultimate phase 4 or whatever the baddest, and that there's a possibility because in the meantime also I know it's not comic book related, but Rush Limbaugh as well came out with the news that he had he was diagnosed with, and his is
terminal.
So
oh really? I didn't know. I didn't see the news. I've been too busy in the background. I did not bother to see news. I can't see news in the morning anyway. Too depressing.
Yeah. I mean, regardless of your politics, regardless of your perspective on life, just the fact that somebody is going through that, right? And Josh, I mean, randomly, you got your mom. I know I've got people, not just my mom and everything. I've got several people that have been hit by cancer of all types.
Yeah.
And then to understand and know what they've been going through, is on a whole type of different level of life and perspective on life, man. So that's why once again, freaking just got to understand that what we're trying to do here is big for me and big for all of us, and that we hope that if you would never do anything good in your freaking life, that you can freaking just help us out, or help us out with a freaking story or something that, or point us in the direction that we can help people.
Yeah,
that could be pretty big. Right.
So I want to ask Craig here while I have the opportunity, knowing that we're doing this for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, what does that mean to you? Like what runs through your head?
Well, I think as you guys just said, like cancer is still so prevalent, all types of cancer. I've had several instances in my family of different types of cancers. My brother is a testicular cancer, full recovery. He's a pathologist, so this is his daily life, researching and diagnosing this kind of stuff. And so for me, like, there is a direct impact. But even if there wasn't a direct impact, I think the strength and value of what you guys are doing, and when the comics community is at its best, is when it's doing the work like this to give back and make change. So I'm thrilled to be here, thrilled to be helping out in whatever way that I can to help get some donations for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society.
Okay.
Thank you.
And we definitely appreciate it. We'll be definitely excited to talk more with you here in about 7 minutes.
Yeah.
Because we got to keep to that schedule. I mean, the audio guy would get pissed if we go over.
The audio guy's a pain in the ass.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll allow Lucas to introduce our new guest.
Yeah. So in the freaking building, in the muffin building, is Mighty Mel V, the host of DrunkenChatSun.com. Thank you for blessing us with the presence. This is the guy that freaking has pulled me and Ultra Maximus and Brian Clay, if he should stop by, freaking together, and we have built a superpower of speculation and toys and all the stuff that people freaking love. Thank you for freaking stopping by. How's it going, baby? I know you freaking slept. You freaking was sleeping hard, man. Thank you for waking up.
My head hurts. I'm hungover. I'm never gonna forgive you for this shit.
Mel wanted to sign off at like 3:00. I made it until almost 3:40. Was like, I'm done. I'm quitting. And Mel continued to go until like 5-something. And now he's up.
I was wasted.
Mel, I've already had a massive cup of coffee.
I don't even want to plug in the machine right now. You want to know why we don't do it? Why I don't do a Saturday show? You should do a Saturday show. No, motherfuckers.
Because you sleep all day.
I'm sorry. I don't want to curse, but yeah, this is what Saturday looks like.
And notice for the Drunken Chat, some viewers that have come over, that Mighty Mel looks totally different than when he looks Friday night, because the sun doesn't come up.
Yeah, the sun is bald head is shining. I slept in my t-shirt. Let me change my shirt. I don't even know if the shirt is on backwards right now. I'm here, man. I am here. I don't know how long I'll be here, but I'm in. Almega, what's up, man? Random dude, Josh, how you doing? Johnny Hughes, Don Wilson.
Hey.
Ultra, Craig, how you doing, brother? Nice to meet you.
I'm good. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, so you guys have got to understand that I've been trying to get Al and Mighty Mel V together in a podcast for so freaking long, man, because these are two of the biggest personalities that I know that make me freaking laugh every time.
You know what? If we were able to like have power rings, and unite, we'd be Mighty Mega.
Mighty Podcast twins. Yeah. Hey, so I want to give a shout out to freaking some of the Drunken Chat Drunken Chat Sun freaking viewers that have transferred over to us. Thank you for coming over.
Yes,
Kid Rolling Wood, thank you for coming over. Aaron Yee, once again, thank you. And thank you for
Aaron, you still up?
Yeah, he got on a podcast with us, and this dude is still with us, man.
Yo, he was like, yo, I don't sleep. You know how people like, I don't sleep. Yeah, the motherfucker's still up. He's a vampire. Number one, he's a vampire.
Yeah. You know, yeah, exactly. There are a lot of people that say, I'm an insomniac, I don't freaking sleep, and then next you know, you find him passed out in the corner. No, that dude was freaking into it, freaking, you know, giving.
No, I said I was narcoleptic, man.
I just want to mention real quick. We have JDLA Voix Carly watching. Yes, I can see what you're writing. Einar Peterson says, we respect you for this. My mom is just now going through this since 2014. I hope you smash the goal.
Thank you.
All right. And then Aaron Yee says, I'm here.
Hi.
And Paul Diggs, good morning. Thanks for tuning in.
Paul Diggs is here? Jeez.
Yep. Yeah, he says, good morning, panel.
Ooh, panel.
The panel.
It's like we're being promoted.
Right? Those are actual ideas for the next virtual con.
Ooh.
Nice.
To do more panels, you know. But right now, the one-on-one, the intimacy of handles one-on-ones, you know, basically, you know, just the team and that one creator to really just focus on what they do, and then obviously talk about what we're trying to do and engage what you've experienced. So, you know, hopefully, again, we are able to smash that goal. People donate. Again, there are prize packages available. Again, when Lucas gets drunk, you never know what he's going to give away, you know?
I mean, last time he offered a whole bunch of toilet paper.
Yeah, exactly. A survival package.
Man, that stuff was the shit.
Yeah.
Now we need another one, though.
Yeah, you know what's crazy is that, you know, I actually had some masks and everything as well. You still can't get some of those masks for some known reason, which I don't understand. Right? You're gonna open up stuff. You know, you would think that everybody could get access.
Wrong mask.
Oh.
Face coverings, Johnny. Face coverings.
Somebody said that we look like that these type of panels reminds them of the Muppet Show.
Which one's Gonzo? Ask him. Which one's Gonzo?
I guess I'm one of the old men, you know, that's always making fun of the movies and shit. Awesome. All right. Guess what, folks? We're getting into it now. We're going to talk to this awesome creator that has some great products out there. He has this book series. It's like an anthology style series, Some Strange Disturbances. And that's how I've been familiar with his work. Check out his website. Check it out. Where can we check out your website? I know I put it here. Right here.
It's also in my.
I'm gonna hop backstage so I can work on stuff I need to do. I will see you guys later. Again, to everyone watching, please donate to the cause. Such a great thing. Let's help those little Crusaders. To the guys from the Drunken Chat, thank you guys so much for your support.
No problem.
Yeah, man. They run.
I'm gonna bow out before I bawl my eyes out again for the umpteenth time today.
Thank
God, I can do this now. Thank God. Brilliant.
Yes, you can enjoy your Diet Coke, Johnny. Woo! So I will catch you guys later.
I want my Diet Pepper.
Later.
Diet Pepper, man.
All right.
Awesome. All right, thanks for hanging out. We're here with the amazing creator, Craig. Now, Craig, you have been in the comic business for a minute, right? How long have you been creating comics?
Since 2000.
Since 2000. Wow. Okay, so you're already 20 years in. And what type of changes you've seen since you started? And what actually even made you start the process to get into comics and then go this way with the publishing route?
Yeah, so I was the kid that would make comics in high school about our teachers, and our teachers were like demons. And so like people just thought they were funny and fun, and you know, I've always loved comics, and so it just became a thing. And when I moved to Seattle, in 1999, and I was doing an internship at Fantagraphics on the Comics Journal. And So I was getting a real education in the comics business, and I was like, I should get into like self-publishing. I'm seeing all these people do it, and I should do this. And so I did a couple of anthologies to start, because I didn't really have any like of my own like content at the time, and so I got my feet wet that way, and learning all of the jobs. It's not just one job. You're the marketer, you're the printer, yes. You're the publisher, you're the editor, you are the spell checker. I mean, it's everything.
Do you put the staples in the books?
Yes,
that's a big job, right?
For some of them, yes, I did put the staples in. I do everything.
Right. So what's the newest project that you got coming out?
Yeah. So in the Some Strange Disturbances series, this is the first issue. It's a horror story, horror series set in Victorian England. The main book is illustrated by Gervasio and Carlos Ayón, two gentlemen out of Argentina, and it focuses on three characters who are from different backgrounds at that time, fighting. They come together in a spoilery way that I can't really get into, but it's a case of possession, and so they come together on this case of possession and start to find monsters and ghosts and other things in Victorian England. And so the newest book that we just successfully kickstarted is the anthology that Al was talking about. It's going to be set at Christmas time in 1895, and my characters are coming together in a frame story that will be illustrated by Peter Gross and Vince Locke, who did The Unwritten and the Dollhouse Family at DC.
Okay.
And then
yeah.
And then the individual ghost stories there are 6, possibly 7 ghost stories that will be told, and we've got let's see who all is in there. Michael W. Conrad, who has written Doom Patrol. His graphic novel Tremor Dose is on Comixology, and he and Becky Cloonan are going to be writing the upcoming Immortal Wonder Woman. Michael is like this amazing horror guy. He's doing like these minis that are amazing, and if you can get a hold of one, you should. We've got
So that last book, the Some Strange Disturbances, how do I get that? I got to go to the website?
You can go to the website, and it was available. This year has been.
Wait. It was available? That means it's sold out already? Don't tell me that, man.
No. You can still get it on my website. But what I'm saying is, like, it was released through Diamond, but this year has been a little wackadoodle. So I don't know if your stores have it.
So what I'm trying to get at is you might want to freaking get with Al, and then we can sell it through the Comic Crusaders website, through the Comic Crusaders pull box.
Sure.
Yeah. Giving me more work, Lucas. I love it.
I liked how Lucas was going. Like, how'd you get the book? I'm like, dude, have you heard of the internet? It's like this crazy thing.
Like, this is a trick question. It's 6 a.m. here. I haven't had coffee yet.
You must not met my alter ego, Johnny Hustle. I'm just trying to make
so he been hustling that pull box.
Oh yeah, he definitely do.
Yeah, man. Hey, freaking. So what we're saying is that at some point, some of the offerings by HSP Comics will be available on ComicCrusaders.com. We just got to freaking get that further business relationship set up. It sounds like, man, you got some heavy hitters when it comes to the freaking illustration, art, and all the other stuff. I'm definitely impressed by that stuff. So what's the next Kickstarter? Do you have another Kickstarter that's getting loaded up sometime down the line?
No, we just finished that one. It ran all of September, and so I usually do about a book a year. I have a day job as well. I'm a video game researcher, and it's tough.
Say what now? Say what now? You say you're right now.
You're living a life over there.
Lucas, wait, what's the question?
I don't even know Lucas knows what a sentence is. Never mind the question.
Craig is living a life. Video game in a day and write comics at night.
Yeah, that is it.
My goodness.
So yeah, I can generally do a book a year. It's a lot of work. I can safely say that in Some Strange Disturbances, I have about 8 scripts already finished and ready to go. So it's now just a matter of like which book to move on at that time. So the one that I'm working on right now is, well, we've got the 2nd issue coming out next month, which we kickstarted last year. And then the anthology will be out a year from now.
Okay. Gotcha. And I want to shout out to Paul Diggs Comics when he goes, "You had me at horror."
Yeah,
you have a new customer right there. For sure.
Sweet. Can I quickly run through the other contributors just so that we get a shout out to them?
Go for it.
I only said Michael, and I don't.
No, because if they want to get shout out, they should have showed up. No, I'm just
So I said Peter and Vince. I said Michael. We've got G. Romero Johnson. We've got Cameron White, Lauren Franklin, Melissa Jones, and Kenny Thomas. And they're all amazing artists at different spots in their comics careers. You're going to get a lot of very stylistic, easily recognizable artwork. It's going to be a really great book. So I hope people will check it out. Even if you're not into like Victorian era stuff, even if you're not into horror, it's a super diverse group of creators. And I'm very proud and very excited to be able to have them play in the Some Strange Disturbances world.
I think the era speaks for itself in the fact you've got Victorian times, you've got Penny Dreadful, the TV show, Gotham by Gaslight, all that sort of kind of huge media pull towards that. Back when horror was actually, you couldn't rely on, I guess you can now, I suppose, but it's like true horror. The shock has to come from within. It can't be sort of like external or, so that I think drives the best era for horror. Nowadays, it's like too much tech and it's too modern. I watch a modern day horror movie and I don't jump once. Because it's like so much. Right? It's like you can tell. Oh, look, there's a door. There's going to be someone hiding behind it. Of course, it's the way it works, right? But going back to like a previous period, it's still kind of fresh. You've got to think a little bit harder to kind of get the shock value. So that's a huge credit, definitely.
Yeah, and I would just add to that another piece is it makes it really easy to talk about the problems of today without hitting people over the head with it, because we have news inundation right now of just awful stuff going on. But taking it out of current times and putting it in Victorian England allows us to really dig into some of the class issues, some of the race issues, some of the gender issues in a way that maybe is a little bit more palatable, given that it's sort of.
I know what you said. Yeah, I know what you said. Yeah. If you did it in a modern day setting, somebody would kick up a stink about saying something. But if you're going
not even that, I think we're just getting so much of it right now that sometimes it can be overwhelming and not entertaining. And I hope that by taking it and putting it in a different era, that we can still be entertained by it and maybe also remind ourselves that this stuff is not new. It's been going on for hundreds of years. And
interesting. Yeah. That's a great perspective. So one of the books that I see that you have on HSP Comics is the Brontes. Does that fall along the Emily Brontes family and all that? Yeah. So can you tell me about that? Because I am interested in the Brontes family.
Yeah, so I taught high school for a year when I very first started work, fresh out of school, and it was an awful experience. And so that year, I used the time to, I found myself falling into writing that book as a way to get through it, to get through that awful year. And it is basically the story of the family also getting caught up in this fictional world that they created as children. A lot of people don't know that the 4 siblings created these 2 worlds, Gondal and Angria, as children. And they would make these little tiny, and they're about this big, tiny books that featured characters in those worlds. And so my story takes the approach that Angria and Gondel are real, and that there is a doorway to those worlds in their house in Haworth, England. And so they get caught up in the political intrigue and face the reality that sometimes reality is where you need to be and not in an alternate world that has just as many problems as the real one. You can't get away from it.
Man, it's interesting. So
Go ahead. Look at the screen. One of our viewers, JDLA, has a question. So basically, she's saying he's on a personal and conceptual level, according to him and all of you in the industry, do you think the rise of dark horror themes like ghost zombies we see in the media is a reflection of the society's state of mind, or do you think it is unrelated? And what attracts you on the personal level to these things?
I think it's definitely related. And for me, as someone whose identity falls across different communities, some privileged and some not privileged, I think that we can sometimes work these internal issues out in different genres. For me, it just happens to be that I find mine in horror. So I definitely think that when we have times of social upheaval or social unrest, that we do see a spike in horror films, or horror media in general. So I that's a great question. And yes, I think for me, it for sure is the times, and it's a way to sort of work some of these like internal anxieties out through the genre.
Yeah, let me tell you, horror though, that new one that they were touting, Bad Hair. Did you see that?
I haven't seen it yet, but I'm super excited about it. I love that. I love that there is now space at the table. There's space at the table for different types of creators to be making content, and that can only make horror, comics, etc. better.
Absolutely, I agree there. But you know, for me, it started okay, but it's just like, all right, I didn't like the direction. I'm like, damn it, it could have been better. Damn it.
Was it more comedic?
It had its comedic nature to it.
Okay.
For me, because you know, again, the ridiculousness of you know of what it is, the hair, and it's just funny. But although the statement I understand, but just if you look at it just as the horror concept, it's just really funny. You know, it's basically like, you know, Medusa's hair goes against her. You know, on those levels.
I think about this stuff as like sort of trailblazing, though, right? Like we have not had. I mean, we had Candyman, we had Tales from the Hood.
Yeah.
There has not been as large of a presence for Black creators in the horror genre, but now we've got like Victor Laval writing The Changeling. We've got Lovecraft Country, which is, I mean, it's a book written by a white guy, but the show is all Black led. It's amazing.
Well,
so,
sorry,
go ahead.
I mean, and you know why that is, right? Is because when there was a huge explosion of horror movies like back in the day, the only ones that Hollywood would let exist was the Black exploitation movies. So I'm talking about Blackula, Blackenstein, fucking the Black Mummy and crazy stuff like that, man. That's the only
Tales from the Hood.
That was great. I remember. Tales from the Hood was fantastic, and they need to do a proper follow up because I think they had some sequels, and let's just say keep them where they're at.
Jordan Peele, though, from Key,
Jordan Peele,
oh yeah,
he's like real big into the horror genre, and I know that his involvement with the new Twilight Zone and all that's kind of given him, you know, a nice little celebrity push. Like, here you go, man, make some more stuff.
Well, Jordan Peele has something to do with Lovecraft Country as well. I think it's executive producer. If you're not watching Lovecraft Country, I'm telling you, we were spoken about this last night. It's amazing.
Every episode.
So what it sounded like that the next book that HSP needs to put out is the next African American freaking horror story, man. Freaking, I might have to buy it.
Well, let me tell you, like in the list of creators that I just read off, at least half of them are African American. So we've got representation going on. To me, it's important that the creators that I work with look like the real world. I don't want it just to be all white dudes. And that's no offense to white dudes. I am one, but I think we get enough of that, and I want to see more from different people. And sometimes you got to make a seat at the table for people because nobody's going to just give a seat up, right? So to me, that's hugely important.
It's a great horror movie coming out November 3rd called The Presidential Election. I can't wait to see that.
I already know there's going to be
a zombie going out head to head.
I just hope that one doesn't turn into a bunch of TV specials to go along with it.
Oh, it's going to be crazy.
Well, we're talking horror for a moment, right? I think it's amusing. Again, you had Pio coming from comedy, right? Chris Rock, too, coming into doing a horror film. He wants to reboot the Saw franchise.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
And he's doing True Detective, too, right?
Yep.
Really?
So I have an issue with reboots. It's like, okay, the original, the first Saw movie is great. It kind of loses its way a little bit towards the end, but why do we need to reboot it? Just create something new.
Yes,
equally as scary.
Yeah, because it's kind of hard to get people to try new stuff, right? It's like when you're trying to get your kid to freaking try something new, but instead of saying, "Hey, here's the freaking pesto," no, you freaking, "Hey, here's the new type of freaking fry," and then they can decide whether they like it or not. Right?
When I was a kid. When my mum and dad got divorced, my mum on a Friday night, we'd always stay up late and watch the horror movies. Then there was like the black and white stuff, like Frankenstein, the original Dracula and stuff like that. That's how you get into horror, by going back, taking on kind of the aesthetic, the theme, the vibe of horror or a particular character, whether it be Dracula, one of the classic monsters, or something a little bit darker, and then working with that, create something new. There's
Yeah.
Can you imagine right now if Bird Box has only been 2 years, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
If imagine in 5 years' time someone says, "Hey, you know what? We're gonna reboot Bird Box."
They're gonna reboot it next year.
You'd be like, "What?"
Well, they have a sequel coming.
Yeah, I mean, exactly, right? Yeah. I want to have a prequel. I want to have a sequel, but I don't need a reboot unless there's something definitely wrong.
In the prequels, we actually find out which comes first, the bird or the egg. Is that how it works?
I can safely say, in my universe of horror, we track the characters from point A to point B in history, and so there is a definitive end. There's no revisiting. There's no prequels. There will not be. After that point, there are no sequels. It's like it's like real life. The characters.
A finite story. Oh my gosh.
I mean, it's a 30-year story, but it's still finite, right?
Right.
Yeah, at least that ends. Unlike those soap operas on TV, right?
But there's value to that too, right? That was the X-Men of the 90s. It was all soap opera. So I think soap operas get a bad rap. but
it depends. If you watch Telemundo soap operas, no.
Yo, we're banging, man.
Lucas, Dios mío.
Man. Yeah, man. Chichis, Valencia, Sangre.
Oh, man, here we go, man. He watches telenovelas. All right. The secret's out.
Yo. If you guys aren't watching Queen of the South, or we're watching Queen of the South, I don't know what to tell you. And then another great horror movie. It's not kind of horror, but it's a freaking great action movie that freaking is bloody as heck. Is Tax Collector, right? I know it sounds like a boring title. But brother.
Federal government
this ain't unless you ain't ready for that one.
So
I'm telling you, you're not ready. With George Lopez, right? George Lopez, that comedian, he's in that joint, man. Oh, you guys are not ready for that one.
I put Mel onto this movie, considering he was getting a little political. I said, you need to watch this movie called God Bless America. All right.
I don't remember you put me on to.
It's the one where it's basically a guy finds out that he's got a terminal disease, and he basically starts delivering justice to people. Like the kind of guy who pulls in front of you and takes up 2 parking spots and then gives you the finger.
What was that movie? Michael Douglas like that? What was that movie?
Falling Down. It's kind of like Falling Down, only it's a crazy guy with a lunatic little girl who likes to kill people too.
What's it called? I want to watch this. What's it called?
It's called God Bless America.
Got you. I'm gonna write it down because I'm semi sober, so I can remember shit.
No. He's getting cured with the conversation. Thank goodness. Johnny, you see on screen, there's a question for you.
Is there possible to create something entirely new, as you said, see so many reboots? Which narrative arcs would be susceptible to add anything to horror things? That's a really great question.
Yeah.
You've got to think, whilst you can have zombies, for example, The Walking Dead changes everything from that perspective, right? Or it's only till you're halfway through the season do you realize, in the big massive humans, do you realize that The Walking Dead in the title are the humans, not the zombies, because they've already been infected by the disease. That's when the horror element starts kicking in. It's stuff that starts playing with your brain rather than the scare. What's the movie with where they have the one day where they can go and kill everybody? What's that one? There's a film. It's everywhere tonight. Everyone lives it. There's no horror. There's no murder. There's no crime. And then
The Purge.
There you go, The Purge. What a great idea! What a great horror movie that first one is. All right, so it takes that kind of. I guess you need to look at what you perceive to be normal in your world, in our worlds, and then just twist it just a little bit.
Reminds me of Black Mirror.
Yeah, Black Mirror, and that's where you get your horror from. Can I give you ideas? Hell no, man! I review comics. I don't write the damn things. You know? But from my point of view, that's kind of it, where you can kind of twist a little bit. So we joked about the election, for example, and Ultra mentioned the God Bless America movie. You know, those are two great ways of trying to, get politics, the horror of the decisions that you have to make. You know, I used to. It's maybe not horror, but maybe tension. But the idea of two guys sitting in a bunker and they just don't know, is the message they've got to launch the missile real or is it not? Did he launch? Did he not launch? Right. Who's going to die? Who isn't going to die? That's, that's clever horror rather than shock horror. So I don't know. Exactly. I guess it's a perception thing, but it was a really great question. Thank you for asking. I hope I've answered it.
Yep. Can I add one thing?
Sure, go for it.
I would just add that, it's a comfort issue. In times of great social upheaval, people don't want anything new. They want things that make them feel comfortable. And so anytime you look back, anytime something's getting rebooted or restarted, it's always connected to a time where there's a lot of social upheaval and people want to be comforted right now and they don't know necessarily how to do it on their own. So let's go back to something that we know.
Is that why Fox making so many LMN movies? Jeez.
So I wanted to jump in really quick to give you guys a quick update because I got a couple of emails since you guys have been talking. Yep. I want to give a couple of shout outs to the Deadly Legend and the Professor for donating. One for an amount of $250 and one for $100. So we are just $40 short of $1,000 hitting that first big.
That's amazing.
Big mark. So thank you guys. Wow. I as soon as I saw it, I was like, fuck it, I'm jumping in. I don't care.
I'm glad you did. That's awesome.
So thank you guys. Keep it up. We've got a great day ahead of us. Keep the donations coming. Yeah.
Please, yes.
Random dude out.
Get it done.
Yeah. Oh shit.
I'm gonna.
Oh, I'm still here. What are you talking about?
I'm gonna hop.
This is how you manipulate shit.
Right. So random dude, man. Freaking when you get those emails, that stuff, and we're talking about like $100, $200 and every up. Send me those emails because I got a mystery box for those guys. I'm gonna hook them up with some shit.
So
how can I not? How can I not?
Donations are made, and there's the 3 digits in there. Lucas, I'll send those to you. Not a problem.
For those guys that donated that stuff, make sure you send Josh your addresses and all that stuff. We got.
So you can email. Email me, Josh at comiccrusaders.com. Super simple.
I gotta run. I gotta make some breakfast. You want to see a horror movie? I'll show you.
Hey, if you want to see Mel burn his house down, forget donate some money. Keep Mel alive.
Goddamn horribly.
Somebody's been killed in the kitchen.
Just make sure to turn off the camera before you get up.
The name of this movie is called Deviled Eggs.
No. Hey, here's what we do. Hey, go ahead, talk. Hey, Mel, go ahead, talk to Mama. Right? I want to see her reaction of you, or of her watching you cook. I want to see that. That Dominican Republic.
All right, she get the fuck out of the kitchen.
All right, guys.
That is a.
I'm gonna hop back on a little bit later on. Yo, see you guys. Nice to meet you.
Later, Mel.
We'll see you previews at 8 o'clock, right?
No, you won't. I see you later.
All right,
excellent, brother. All right. So, Dave, man, Jesus Christ, I'm over here confused, just having a good time. Craig, Dave, jeez. All right, Craig. So, this is the best place to see you right at hspcomics.com, correct? And,
correct.
Is there any place you
I was gonna say Headshake on Instagram and Headless Press on Twitter.
Excellent, man. I can't wait to see the new projects get released. And it was really fun to have you on. And thank you for doing something based in horror too, because the superhero stuff is getting tiresome, a lot. So it's great to see that we're getting that horror. We're getting, so many different aspects, slice of life stuff. You know what I mean? So thank you for being one of those, just stepping outside of the traditional and trying to do something different and new and fun and engaging with top talent. I mean, the names you dropped. I mean, wow, I was about to give you a broom. You know what I mean? You got some great names there.
I'm so grateful for the opportunity to be able to chat with you guys this morning and to be associated with an event that's raising funds for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. It's obviously a society that's doing hugely important work. We still need to get as much research money into this stuff, and we know what the science tells us, we know what we need to do, but that requires money. So I'm also just thankful for the donations that are coming in from folks who are watching. And I hope that I helped in some small way to get you guys to your goal, because I think this is super admirable, and you guys are gentlemen and scholars.
No, thank you for coming on. People definitely appreciated you coming on. So everybody that tuned in to listen to Craig, again, please visit his website, show some love to this amazing creator that took time. I know it's early morning for him over there, right?
Yeah, I'm not even caffeinated yet. This is crazy.
Poor guy.
I like the way you said that. I like the way he said that, and then Ultra just took a nice, slow, big sip. He's like, just rubbing it. He's like, yeah, really?
Move me over there.
I don't know how you do it without it, man. That stuff's like lifeblood for me after that cat.
If you cut me, I'd be bleeding Bustelo. You know what I mean?
Man, I need to get me a freaking nice little bottle or a cup of freaking Cuban coffee, man. Freaking.
Oh yeah, I love it. Yeah. I drink it black, no sugar, and people look at me like I'm crazy, but that's the way to do it.
They don't understand what Cuban coffee is. That's why. Because I know that if I drink that little cup of Cuban coffee, I know it's like me drinking 2 of my normal cups. Yep. So
yeah, man, I can do it with no cream, but not no sugar. No, I can't do it, man. Freaking, I mean, I'll be spinning up for like 3 days, man. Freaking, just doing
the way it went down is the way it'll come out. I hear you. So, all right, Craig, thank you for your time. We're gonna let the next guest in. But again, thank you, brother. You rock. Thank you for showing the love. You rule. Have a great day. Enjoy.
You too. Good luck, you guys.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
All right, folks. Coming up right now is the one and only Bobo Mac from Crisis Toyverse.
Whoa. So for all those drunken chat son people that always hear me talk about this dude, let it be known that I hate this motherfucker because he gets all the great freaking toys that I freaking want. And this is his job. He plays around with all the stuff that I want to, and he makes it look good. I can play around with it, but I'm just gonna look like a grown ass man freaking playing around with fucking toys. This dude makes it look professional, good. It makes me just want to buy stuff, right?
Man,
So
that's the one and only Bobo Mac, baby.
Bobo, good stuff.
Bobo!
Your mic, Bobo. Your mic.
See, he's cussing me out right now, but he's got enough common sense to freaking turn the mic off. That's what's actually happening right there.
He's self-muted, self-censored.
I self-censored myself. I'm sorry, everyone.
Oh, there you go.
What I was saying, as good as I am and as kind as those words are, our guest today, this morning at least, is just as good, if not better. So, this is very exciting. Let me figure out how to do the.
I got that right now. You ready to bring them in?
Oh, okay.
Boom!
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have the very talented, very charismatic, animated heroes. Bro, what's going on?
Yo, how y'all doing this morning?
Good.
Thanks for joining us, brother.
For sure. I just woke up. I'm gonna tell y'all right now.
that's a recurring thing.
We know, man. We feeling it.
Good. I wasn't even looking at the Eastern time thing. I was thinking it was gonna be 10 my time. So I just woke up probably like 10 minutes ago. So bear with me if I seem off this morning.
See, y'all youngers don't understand, man. If you don't go to sleep, you never have to wake up, man. That's just the way it goes, man. That's the trick. That's the trick.
I ain't 20 no more, man.
All right.
All right, so horizontal.
There you go.
There we go.
So let Bobo handle this bad boy right here. Bobo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone. Animated, man. I'm so happy to finally talk to you, not via messaging.
I appreciate that.
So once again, thank you so much for being on. Before I forget, before we dive into things, like I told you, courtesy of Diorama Creators, if anybody in the next 24 hours wants to put in the word tacos, I will do a drawing Sunday night free of charge so somebody can win this 2-pack. They sent it over, so I definitely wanted to let everybody know about that. So we got that out of the way for all those Marvel Legends fans out there. But anyways, man, I've been a fan of your stuff for a really long time. I think one day I heard you talking about Anthony's Customs on Instagram, and that's how I found you, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, because I'm not like an anime guy. And so when I look at your stuff, like, it's nice for me to dip my toes in, because I'm not, my collection isn't based on that. So, but tell me what led to the process of you starting your channel up and doing what you do.
Well, I actually didn't start my channel until probably 2 years after I started collecting. But what got me started heavily was, first off, it was my cousin. He just randomly, and this was while I was still in school, he bought these 2 figures of characters that he really liked. It was Revoltech Yoko Littner, and then he bought Figma Musaki, I think was her name. They're 2 anime characters. He bought those, and I was like, man, these are kind of cool. They bring me back to my childhood, except they're 10 times better than what I had growing up. So I ended up buying, I wanted to get some Dragon Ball Z figures, but I think at the time, SH Figure Arts Vegeta was the one I wanted. He was like $100. And at the time, I was like, yeah, no, I'm not spending that on an action figure. So I ended up.
It's funny nowadays what we'll spend, though.
Yeah, exactly. I just spent $120 on this guy right here. This is the SH. That's another story. But yeah, I ended up buying SH Figure Arts Luffy, and I think I bought all of the One Piece characters. Then I ended up getting SH Figure Arts Goku. And then I came across this page, and I'm glad you asked this because I love telling this story. I came across this page. Friendly Neighborhood Collector he's my guy. That's my brother. And it was the most amazing thing I'd ever seen. He was just taking pictures of his figures, and I'm like, man, this guy's work is amazing. And so every day I'm looking forward to what he's posting and liking his photos, commenting, we're talking, and then he introduces me to all these other people, D Amazing, Unparalleled Universe, and once I saw their stuff, that was it. I just started buying everything. at that. That was it for me.
No, that's usually how it works, man. Yeah, you listed some very talented creators, but I think you hold your own with the best of people.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I try to.
Oh no, I mean, they're honest reviews. They're fun reviews. They're how do I say it? They're just down to earth. They're easy to watch. They're easy to digest, and I think that's always very cool. Especially with what we do, being content creators, is just having a blast, making the most out of your figure.
For sure.
I'd like to ask a question, brother.
Go ahead. I'm not the type to really just bash figures, because I know at the end of the day, there's a lot of work that's put into this stuff. And I always try to support things. And that's something that I mentioned in my reviews as well. People always pre-order your figures. Even if you feel like there's a slight chance that you want it, just go ahead and get it. Because if you don't want it at the end of the day, you can always sell it. That's what I tell people.
What was the highlight thus far of a toy that you reviewed that just blew your mind, that you were very excited to have an actual review? And then also with that, let's flip it. And what was one of the most challenging reviews or toys that you've had to, take care of?
The highlight, as in like what brought the most views to my channel, or?
But you know what? Let's do like that. One with both views, and then most views, and the other basically you emotionally gave you the biggest high.
So it's crazy that you asked that. The review that got me the most views, I think now I'm close to like 150,000 views on it. That's nothing for some creators, but it was a custom that I got like 3 years ago of a black Goku before SH Figure Arts put it out. And what's crazy about it is the custom was not that good at all. It was not good at all. It was just I think it was Vegito as a base. Are you guys familiar with Dragon Ball Z?
Yeah. I understand Dragon Ball Z.
Okay. I was gonna say it was a Vegito base, Vegito faces with a Goku hair, and then they repainted a Super Saiyan blue Goku hair to match the color of the rose. And it wasn't done bad at the time.
Motherfuckers, yeah.
I'm like, wow, this actually became my most viewed review. And to me, I look back at it and I'm like, man, I could have done so much better with the review. And I'm like, how in the world is a custom my most viewed?
Yeah. Now, how much were they asking for that model? Because that's what always gets me is when they do a bad job at it and they expect a lot of money for it.
Well, I think I paid like $60-$70 for it. It was something that he had for a while, and I was just watching him take pictures of it and stuff like that. And then he was like, you know what, I'm selling this. At some point, they're gonna make Goku black with how popular the arc was, because I think that's while it was going on. And he put it up for $60 or $70, something like that. But I really love the character, so I didn't even think about it. I just bought it.
Right. So is that a big market of building these kits of characters and freaking? Because I've seen like Harley Quinn kits from overseas and everything. So is that like a big market now of building these kits and then of characters and then selling it on a secondary market? Is that like a big thing right now?
It's something that a lot of people do. I wouldn't say it's like the biggest thing in the community, but more so it's for characters that companies haven't made, like Red Hood. We still don't have a really good Red Hood. So there's this company. I don't think he's a company. I think he does all of this himself. A guy named 112 Customs. He makes Hood, Nightwing, some characters I've never even seen before, different G.I. Joe characters and stuff like that.
Yeah. So for all my drunken chat speculators, y'all might want to freaking listen to this, man, because this is where that gap in the money is. Yeah. So I know you got some questions, man, but you got me intrigued because you got that Ruby poster behind you, right? and I've been pounding into my head about, hey, Ruby's coming. You know, Ruby, they've got some special project going on with HBO Max. Yeah. Tell me what your feelings are about Ruby. Like, how big of a force is it going to be if it ever makes it? And what should we look out for?
So funny story about Ruby. I'm actually way behind. I got into Ruby. There was this kid who actually got me into it. I was working probation at the time, and this kid I used to have on my caseload, he knew I liked anime, so he just kept telling me, check out Ruby, check out Ruby, check out Ruby. And I think I watched seasons 1 through 4 or 5. It was right after they left the school, and they were going on a hunt to find the enemies that took off. I forgot the blonde girl's name. They took off her arm. They separated Weiss's family, all of that. And I got to that season, and for whatever reason, I just stopped. I know there's like 7 seasons now, but I haven't been able to catch up because I'm still watching other stuff like Haikyuu, My Hero Academia, Attack on Titan. I just put all that over it. So, but I'm way behind.
Yeah. So okay. So right. So hey, every time I turn around, man, there's another anime coming out, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Every time I turn, I'm, and it's pissed me off, man, because I'm falling behind and every day, right? So I think I'm starting to slow down. On last year, I watched was Running Girlfriend, man, which is kind of crazy.
So check it out. We have a viewer with a question.
Yeah.
Okay,
JDLA, and the question is for obviously for a Cal. Do you think there's a nostalgia component in the views of such or such toy? Like the Vegeta you talked about, what matters the most? Quality of the product or the emotional component attached to it?
So,
asking me?
yeah.
You.
Yeah.
For anime.
For me, I'm all about quality. Just because I can't keep a figure if I don't like it. That's why, not to bash this company, because I really love their work. Reveltech, I love their figures in terms of how posable they are. But when it comes to those blocky looks, it bothers me aesthetically, so I can never keep them in my collection. Like Reveltech Spider-Man, Reveltech Deadpool, Reveltech Gwen. What's some other ones that I had? Reveltech Wolverine. I've collected all of those to review them and hoped that I liked them. Even Batman, who's my favorite comic book character, I did not like the look of the Reveltech Batman, so I got rid of it. The quality was great, but the look just wasn't there for me.
Right.
Gotcha. Great answer.
Right.
Thank you. Go ahead, Baba.
Yeah.
You're there, like. He's like, he's got to talk a lot. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
No, you guys are fine. No worries.
Okay.
So
you look at, yeah, these mother effers talk a lot. God damn. Because you brought a great guest. That's why.
My bad.
Well, I do what I can, but
you brought
Anime, I wanted to ask you because recently I saw on your Instagram, what's going on with you and Mezco? I saw a purge, a crazy purge.
A purge.
So I have no issues with Mezco at all. To be honest with you guys, this year, 2020, as much as I hate to bring all this up, I've just been going through my own personal changes. Like I've been trying to save more money for what I plan to do in 2021. Excellent. And I know the more action figures I buy, the less I'm going to be able to save. And I was just sitting looking at my collection one day and I was like, which of these figures could I do without? And I was looking at the cloth clothing to the Mezco. Y'all gonna think I'm crazy. But I was like, well, the more that I sit and pose these, the more chances I have of the fabric ripping on me in the future. So I think these are what I can get rid of and be fine. So I just decided to cut them out. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with them. It wasn't that I disliked them. I wanted to cut something out, and that's where I started. And I actually sold all of my McFarlane stuff too. I sold all that after.
Really?
In one huge, I guess you can say it was I don't even know what you call it. A lot, basically. When you put all of them together in a picture and just take a shot and put it up for sale. Yeah, somebody bought all of them.
Really?
Ooh. Yeah.
Wow. How did it feel to let that go?
How did what?
I mean, I'm sorry about it, but I understand, you saying you had to let go to plan for 2020, but how did you feel once you saw that empty space of what you just removed from your collection?
Crazy enough, it didn't bother me, man,
Awesome.
because like it's right here behind me. You guys probably can't see it, but it's like right here. I have one shelf that has nothing on it, or one section of my shelf that has nothing on it, because that's where all my mezcos were. I'm like, okay, I made that decision. Now I'm keeping don't get me wrong. I still have Supreme Knight. I'm definitely gonna get the new Harley Quinn that just came out, and then I'm gonna get the Michael Keaton Batman to see what it's about. So
that looks like fire.
Yeah. I'm getting that. I'm getting Two-Face, Mr. Freeze, at least to review. And if I like them, I'll keep them. I usually keep a lot of my stuff that's in the Batman universe.
Gotcha.
Nice.
What's your takes on Mezco?
I was going to say, I think so. This is where I lie. Like Mezco to me, I like. I mean, they're expensive. But I like the quality that I get with it, with the cloth goods and stuff. It's different. It's harder for me to support like imports like Mafex and stuff, only because it's still plastic. Like I know Mezco is plastic underneath that, but just for my aesthetic, there's enough change to justify the cost. And I understand overseas prices have different tooling, different articulation. That works beautifully. You hold a Mafex figure usually in your hand, or a Fig Arts figure in your hand, the range of movement like doubles. Like for the most part, there are exceptions, which Animated could speak of too, with certain lines of figures. But usually that fluid's a little more movement. So for me, it's always been the aesthetic that catches my eye more than the articulation. As long as it can do the basic stuff, I'm good. But that's just me.
That makes sense.
Okay, gotcha. Somebody here, Bobo, says you speak the truth, and they also say, this is Stephanie, toys are constantly improving. A lot of Toyverse collectors had initial anxiety about letting go of that line until Hasbro started making better versions.
Yeah,
is that truth to you guys? Is Hasbro doing better versions at this point?
So I will say, and once again, I'm not in the world that these two guys are, right? But I will tell you that Hasbro has been doing a better job of having that exclusive license and bringing out those big toys that you could say, hell yeah, I want to pay $75 to $100 for that stuff. Whether it be, and Hasbro and Mattel, actually, they've been picking it up over the last couple of years, right? So that toy market, man, whether you're talking about this anime stuff, the Robotech and all that other stuff, it's freaking amazing to me, right? The Mezco stuff, I want the stuff. It's just that whenever I got the money and want to buy the stuff, it's always sold out.
Yeah, that's Mezco.
I like, yo, I want to give you money, just make more. Like,
so you guys know about the Hasbro HasLabs, right? I'm sure Anime knows all about that. So Transformers fan, as you probably know, HasLab did that $600 pre-order for Unicron.
That was a monster.
And it's still a monster. I mean, and it was limited 2 per person. They had to do, I think they did like 6,000 or 8,000 orders in order to back it, and I think they hit like 10,000 orders. But that's that HasLab stuff. So what they're doing is, if there's demand for a figure like these, and of course I collect the stupid Transformers, the ones that are like 2 feet tall, cost $180 out the gate, and man, just seeing some of the stuff that they're actually putting into it, and they're actually coming to the community and the fandom and being like, so what do you want to see in this product? And we're all hitting them like, hey, this is everything we want, and them actually delivering on it is incredible. So I can speak to Takara Tomy and Hasbro working at least on the Transformer side of things. I got to say they have definitely improved, because it used to be a super big quality difference between Takara and the Hasbro figure.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And it's definitely gotten to be a lot more uniform between those two lines.
Yeah.
There's a question for Animated Heroes again from JDLA Carly. Do you exclusively collect American or manga hero figures, or do you have successful reviews concerning European heroes? And if yes, do you have any anecdotes about it?
For me, I'll be honest, I collect anything that I like. But for me, if I see something go up for pre-order and I like the design of it, it can be a character I have no information on whatsoever. What I'll do is I'll go do my research before I get the figure. That's the same way I was with My Hero Academia. I only got into that because I pre-ordered Deku and I was like, man, I'm hearing a lot about this. This guy seems like a dope character. And so I started doing my research, and then now that's like my top 5 anime of all time. I love it. Now, in terms of domestic stuff, I don't really collect a whole lot of domestic stuff. I'll buy Batman all the time. Marvel Legends, I always catch flack for this, but I'm not really into Marvel Legends. I'll buy the Army Builders. I'll buy some Spider-Mans, some Daredevils, but I don't have a single like Captain America, Iron Man, Black Widow. Yeah. I don't have any of those in my collection at all. I love the line movies.
Nobody wants that stuff.
Well,
freaking. Yeah.
Hold on.
Got my man mad.
he went running. Thank God he was wearing pants.
What you got? Ultimate? What show and tell, baby? What you got?
Every now and then, Marvel Legends will come out with a doozy, and sometimes it's going to be at your local Walgreens as an exclusive. But you know, when they put out a Venom Pool figure,
that's
you know,
Black, yeah.
Deadpool back in black. So this is one that I, as a Deadpool fan, I just could not leave on the shelf. So every now and then they hit you with one of these, and I'm not a big fan of them either, but I do got to say, there's a couple of them that I'm not going to leave on the shelf. This was one of them. The infamous Iron Man.
I'll say this to that, man. When I don't want to buy like an expensive import character, that if I could pay $20 for a good Carnage instead of $90 for one, I'll do it. But one figure I recommend to any Spider-Man fan is this guy right here. This is the movie Venom.
Ooh.
This thing is amazing, man. This is honestly one of the best Legends that I've seen, period. Like, I love this thing. I keep moving him out, but I recommend this figure for anybody that can get their hands on it. He's dope.
That does look cool.
Now, where did you get that one from? You got it on the secondary market, Target, Walmart, what?
It was actually at my Walmart, but I've heard the distribution has been horrible. I've heard a lot of collectors say, man, we haven't seen those. Some people have even asked me how I got it because it's not on the street date or whatever. And I just went Walmart and it was there, so I picked it up.
Walmart sometimes just disobeys whatever release street date is supposed to be. Just throws it on the shelf.
Hold up. Now you got me. Hey, put that bad boy up again. I need to send my wife who's on the way to Walmart. I need to send her a fuck.
Gotcha. Keep moving it out this way.
Yeah. Got you. I need to send her. Hey, baby, pick this up for me if you see this.
There you
go. Man, hey, so you said that I forget which one it was. Not One Piece. Hero Academia was your top 5. Yeah. What's the other 4?
That kind of changes, but I'm gonna say.
Of course it does. Of course it does, man. They got freaking 300 enemies out there.
Naruto is always going to be my number 1. Naruto.
Okay.
And then after that, none of these in order. Naruto, My Hero Academia, Haikyuu, Yu Yu Hakusho, and Soul Eater.
Okay.
Right. Do you have a preference for a anime movie? Because I'm dating myself. Look at the hairs tell you. I come from the generation of movies. You know what I mean? Like for on North Star, Vampire Hunter D, those Kudoji, all that stuff. Do you have a movie favorite?
I can't say, because there's some pretty good anime movies, like the Dragon Ball Super Broly movie.
Oh, that was hot, yeah.
Fire. I don't know if you watch One Piece, but One Piece is amazing. If you like life stuff, just like casual storylines that don't like involve a whole lot of action and fighting, Your Name is one of the best movies, period. It's a love story, but man, it's insane. The visuals are nice. The art, the concept of everything about that movie was dope, man. It hits the heart. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
You needed some tissues, bro. Yeah.
Nah, I'm good.
So, all right, can I ask a question then? Is there a comic book property that you would like to see turned into an animated movie?
Absolute Carnage, but I don't know if they can do it.
Ooh.
That would be a nice one. Violent.
That would have to be, yeah, it would fall in that genre of like that the X-Men run that they did and some of those other ones. That would be sick, man.
Yes. I would.
Right.
I don't think they can do it. I'm so afraid of what the next Venom movie is going to be like, because I don't think that they're going to give Cletus Cassidy the justice that he has in the comics. That's the only thing I'm afraid of.
Do you know I haven't seen the Venom movie yet?
It's all right.
Yeah, exactly. It's okay.
It's all right. You know.
So I know, and I feel really look at what shirt I'm wearing today too, and I haven't seen the Venom movie.
Sure.
All right. I'm sorry, guys. So we have 3 minutes left for animated heroes before we bring in our next guest, David Gallaher. But once again, JDLA has another question for you. All right. Right here is, do you consider the toys you collect as art pieces to be left and admired on the shelf like work of art? Or do you consider to be creative with them, like including them in the form of narration, dioramas, videos, Instagram stories, etc.?
For me, if I collected just to keep stuff on the shelf, I would probably end up getting rid of all of it. And I feel like the more you pose around figures, like the more you have an appreciation for them. Like I'll pick up figures that I bought 5 or 6 years ago, like SH Figure Arts Batman. I picked him up, the Injustice version. I picked him up like 2 or 3 days ago, and I was like, man, this one was cool, but just got this guy, and they've come a long way, but I still appreciate what they gave me back in the day. So I love to play with my figures. Love to.
Stefan, one of our viewers goes, both for shelf and play. That's why we have to buy duplicates.
Yeah, exactly.
Bobo, is that true? Do you buy duplicates of your toys on that awesome shelf you got back there with those amazing dioramas?
No, I refuse to unless it's an army build, and I'm very selective about my army builds.
Army.
He's like, man, some of them joints cost like $100, man. I'm not about to buy 2 or 3 of them.
It is crazy. So, animated heroes, please tell everyone where they could find you.
You can find me on YouTube and Instagram at animated_heroes. It's going to be the same on both.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thanks for tuning in, showing some love.
Sure.
Share this with your fans as well. Let them know to donate to this amazing cause. Brandon Dude's about to give us another update. But brother, bless you in your journey. Keep doing what you're doing. You're doing an amazing job. And the Comic Crusaders family is here to support you all the way through. So we're more than happy to welcome you back. Do another podcast, and we'll have a blast chatting.
For sure. Y'all take it easy. Stay safe. Appreciate it.
Thanks, man.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, man. Appreciate it.
Of course. My pleasure.
All right, guys. What a great show this has been so far. Just to give you guys an update, we have broken the 1,000 mark on donations. So thank you so much for that. That being said, I think it's time we do a giveaway.
Wait a minute. Oh my God. Is that what it is? Is it giveaway time? Oh.
Okay, so we have the wheel of names here. Everyone who has donated up to this point is on this wheel. And here we go.
Man, that joint spinning as fast as hell.
CP3 Comics. Congratulations, you won the first swag bag. Go ahead, either send me an email, josh@comiccrusaders.com, or send that to alex@comiccrusaders.com, so that way we can get your information and all that fun stuff, and we'll get that out to you. So we'll be doing this throughout the show. So just keep those donations coming. And yeah, again, thank you again for all of your participation in this. Absolutely amazing. And on that note, I'm going to hand it back over because we've got our next guest, David Gallaher, up here with us. So I'm going to, again, randomly bow out.
Thank you, Josh. That's a terrific update. Thank you for everybody that's showing the love and supporting. Thank you so much, and congrats again to CK3 Comics DK. Woo! Wepa! Doing it up. This has been a great morning thus far. And right now we have another amazing guest. All right, he's a game designer. He's written Ghost Recon, Only Living Girl, High Noon. He's even done Green Lantern. This guy's been all over the place, man. I'm talking about David Gallaher.
Woo! Thank you guys so much for having me. I'm trying to find like a really great. All of you have fantastic backdrops. I'm trying to find a really great backdrop for me. I think we're just going to go with my window here.
Man, you are the backdrop, man. Freaking just roll with it.
You have no clue the kind of arguing I had to do with the wife in order to get the backdrop to look like that.
Hey, mine is a piece of cloth because otherwise I'd be showing the kitchen and my wife would kick my ass.
Yeah, I was like, I'll show my cool bookshelf, but no, I'm here. Hi guys, how are you?
Doing well.
Man,
how are you?
I'm doing
just that you showed up, man, is a blessing, man. Thank you very much, David Gallaher.
No problem. It's I was on the previous. I caught a glimpse of the previous thing, and you guys are talking about Marvel Legends action figures, and I've been collecting Toybiz action figures from like 1989 when they were doing like the 3 3/4 inch figures, like the Captain America, the Dr. Octopus. And I collected that line. I mean, I still collect it for a little bit, but I collected that line through 2014. So I collected I had every Toybiz figure up until, and then they switched over to Marvel Legends. And then I was like, I'm going to get the best representation of each figure. But for up until 2014, I had the Fing Fang Boom. I had the silver, the Crimson Dawn Psylocke, the silver pants Luke Cage. And then I was like, I got to sell this stuff because I need money. But you know, I sold. I mean, I still have some. I have some of my favorites. Like I have Rage and Night Thrasher. I have like my favorite era of the X-Men. I have my favorite era of the Avengers. And eventually that Firestar is going to come out. And as much as people complain, we'll get into the cool stuff that I do in a minute. But as much as people might complain about Marvel Legends in terms of posability, there has been no other toy line in the history of toys that has had the depth and breadth that Marvel Legends has had. And we might complain about how they reuse some bodies, but look, if they reuse some bodies and I get a Nighthawk out of it, or they reuse some bodies and I get a Firestar out of it, or I get a US Agent, there's been no other toy line. Mattel's Kenner's Superpowers line didn't have the depth and breadth, and they were making up characters. You know, Mattel's DC Heroes line, which was fantastic, didn't have the depth and breadth. And the Mafex figures and the Sequart figures, those are Fig Art figures. They're all great. And I love the range of posability. I love like all the things that you can do with them. But at the end of the day, even though they came in with sort of a rocky start in 2007 with those first two waves of like the Annihilus wave and the Blob wave, and even though there was a bit of a learning curve from the great work that Toybiz was doing with the Marvel Legends line, I think Hasbro has shepherded that line to be something that's really phenomenal. I mean, you can see that they really care within the constraints that they're working in. And again, even though the likelihood that we will ever get a really great US Agent figure, he's one of my favorite characters from any of these other companies that have the license, is really minimal. Or the likelihood we'll get a Hyperion or a Black Knight, from the Roger Stern era. Or
I keep on hearing a lot of Squadron Supreme names coming from you.
Man, I love the Squadron Supreme more than it's the book we're currently reading. Squadron Supreme in my book club. It is my second favorite Marvel series next to the New Warriors. The New Warriors is the reason I ended up working at Marvel Comics. And because I had learned about, I was a huge fan of the series. Like it was my, like I picked up that Thor 411 and that Thor 412 when the New Warriors had debuted in Acts of Vengeance, and I was familiar with Firestar from Spider-Man's Amazing Friends, and Nova from like the How to Draw Comics the Marvel Way, and like all these characters that I happen to know tangentially. I was like, oh yeah, these kids, they're about my age, maybe a little older. I'm totally into them. So I picked up all the New Warriors. And then in like 1995, as the book was ending, there was a New Warriors book signing in New Jersey. And I drove all the way from Maryland to New Jersey to get my book signed. And the writer at the time, Evan Skolnick, was like, they have Marvel internships. And I was like, what? Ooh. You can intern at Marvel? And because of that, I ended up interning at Marvel. But it was all because of the New Warriors. And being a New Warriors fan, I wouldn't have had that opportunity otherwise.
I have a framed print from Dave Hoover, and it's the last page of Night Thrasher 4 Control. From way back in the day. Dave Hoover, I met Dave Hoover at a comic convention when I was like 13 or 14, and like I went and got the guy lunch. I was like, dude, I'm going to Burger King. You want something? He's like, hell yeah, man. So
I just got rid of, so I had the cover for New Warriors 32. Not 32, 72, the one with Turbo on the cover with Patrick Searcher. Yeah. And then I had the last page of New Warriors 74 where they're like, we need the ROM's neutralizer to defeat the dire race. I was like, oh man. And then I had the first page of Steve Scott's New Warriors #1, the volume 2. And then I just got rid of the Mark Bagley page from issue 25.
Say a word. Where are you getting rid of these things? I'm pretty sure people are interesting. Like, he's putting up good stuff, man. What's going on?
I just moved. So I was like, man, like, so I went from like a 3-bedroom apartment to like a 2-bedroom apartment. And that was like, well, I've been really trying to keep the stuff that I've had a direct hand in. As much as I love the New Warriors, I'm trying to just really keep the stuff that I had a direct hand in. So, like, I have original art from later. So, the Dire Wraiths. So, Rom was one of the first comics I ever read. And
what attracted you to Rom? When you saw it? What attracted you to ROM when you saw it?
Well, it was a bunch of my friends in middle school were getting rid of a bunch of comics, and they gave me like 35 comics for $5, and most of them were issues of ROM. So it was like ROM 33 through 55.
Okay.
Books too, man. Woo.
Yeah.
So it was cool. Go ahead.
Well, David, so what do you think of Marvel trying to kind of integrate more of the ROM universe into the Marvel universe right now? Because
I think it's great. I was just talking about how. So I was going to say is that when I ended up so I interned for Marvel for 6 months, and then I worked on staff and freelance for 3 more years, and I worked primarily in the interactive department. So I made and pioneered a lot of the technology we currently use in digital comics on platforms like Comixology. Years later, about 8 years later, 9 years later, I ended up working on Dark Star and the Winter Guard, which the Winter Guard are now really prominent in Jason Aaron's run on the Avengers.
Yes.
And we took the team, Steve Ellis, my artist, and I, we took the team from where it was to making it super modern. So all the characters Jason is currently using, minus like Red Widow, are characters we moved the chess pieces so Jason Aaron can use the characters that they're using today. But in our story, we have the Dire Wraiths from ROM. So we bring in the dire wraiths. So I love that idea of like shape-shifting horror, kind of like The Thing, that 1981 horror.
Oh, I
movie.
love that by Carpenter. Hell yeah.
Yeah, John Carpenter film is fantastic. So using some of that to really sort of create a really great robust fun story. So we have, like in the miniseries we did for Marvel, we have the Winter Guard. They are like teaming up with the agents of Atlas. They're battling Krang and Atlantis. They're fighting all sorts of Russian villains. They are battling the dire race. I mean, it's cool. They're battling characters from these old miniseries. Yeah, it's fun, man. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah. Ultra, are you hearing this, man? All the stuff that we've been talking about for the last 2 months, he just mentioned in freaking 3 sentences.
Yeah, man. So we have that stuff. It's in a 4-issue limited series or a trade paperback called like Dark Star and the Winter Guard. So if you love that like Mark Grunwald, Jim Manslow style of like remembering every Winter Guard interaction and remembering all the different Red Guardians and all the different Crimson Dynamos, that's the miniseries for you.
Man, even the Red Widow that you mentioned, man, that was in one of the books that that Ultra put on his Raw report last night, man. So for those drunken chat guys, reckon you might want to go back through that.
Yeah, Dark Star and the Winter Guard, man. It was a lot of fun. I love that deep dive into Marvel history.
Yeah. So I mean the what's been going on with Jonathan Hickman and him digging into what you guys freaking did and bringing that to the Extra Swords story right now and digging into that Gallaher universe and everything. It's been pretty interesting because right now I don't know if you're tracking the whole Extra Swords deal, right? So they got to all gather the swords, right? And now there are 2 swords, 2 that I know of that are from that Gallaher Rom universe. So that's
pretty amazing.
That's blowing my nose right now. Yeah. So
you know what's blowing my mind?
What's
blowing my mind is that if they're throwing Gallaher into Marvel, I thought IDW held the licenses for Hasbro products, of which Rom is one.
Oh, yes, but Gallaher was created. So the way it works is they divide it up. Like so, Rom, everything that's on the back of the package for Rom the Space Knight, the toy. IDW has the license for, and then everything that Marvel created, like Gallaher, Starshine, Space Knights, the term Space Knights.
So they could insinuate, but not really use ROM right now, though. But we could get an insinuation of the overall universe of it. Okay.
So, and as you notice in some of the issues that's going on with Extra Swords and Cable, they show ROM species, but they can't specifically say that's ROM.
Yeah, that's ROM. It's similar to what they do. Blaze Comics is doing with Conan. They can't call him Conan, so the book is titled The Cimmerian.
Right. Yes. Yeah. So it's very interesting how you can sort of work around these licenses. You know, ROM has a very specific look. I mean, I love ROM so much. He has a very specific look, though.
ROM was my brother's favorite book back when
we need more ROM books, Dave.
Man,
I want you to write more ROM books.
I would love to.
Wait, what now? Wait, what? Hey, what?
IDW can call me. They know I love ROM.
Oh,
IDW, if you're watching, let's get it done.
Right?
They know I love ROM. So, so I mean, I think that's really interesting. So, you know, I had a lot of fun doing that. Most of what we do, Steve Ellis and I do is our own creator-owned stuff. So we worked on High Moon for DC Comics, which is a Werewolf Western series. We won a Harvey Award for that, which I think I have right here.
Oh, check that out.
Shiny.
You didn't tell that, folks.
Shiny.
Yeah, it's right. Well, it's right next to my giant. I was just sent this giant art and making of the X-Men book.
Oh, cool.
Nice.
Very nice.
So I was like, oh, we're just happened to be in the room where I keep all the cool stuff. Well, anyway, the art and making of the X-Men book is fantastic. If you like the X-Men animated series, that's really a book for you. But yeah, so we did a Werewolf Western series for DC Comics called High Moon. It was creator owned, so we got the rights back. And we've been publishing it through Super Genius. We did The Only Living Boy, which has been a really, really nice, critically acclaimed series. The sequel or the follow-up series, The Only Living Girl. And we developed the very first comic for the iPhone, Box 13, which really sort of showed people how to use. It was like specifically formatted for the iPhone. So a lot of the techniques that people currently use in digital comics are because of that pioneering comic we developed.
How did that conversation start? Because I love tech. Dion knows. How did that conversation go into you guys creating a digital app specific for Apple?
Yeah, so a couple of things happened first. Is that I had worked in digital comics for Marvel in 1999. We had done the dot comics and the cyber comics, which were more interactive, but they were all formatted horizontally. Because if you keep in mind that when you're reading a printed page is vertical, right? So it's vertical, but all our computer monitors are horizontal. So when we had developed those comics for Marvel in 99 through 2002, we were really trying to be mindful of what TV looked like at the time, like that very horizontal presentation. And then when we did High Moon for Zuda, we had that same 4:3 ratio, that same like cinematic, almost Steranko approach to telling comics, where everything feels like a double page spread. And then when we had the opportunity to, we were approached by Comixology in 2008, 2009. There was a real opportunity to tell comics either as a printed page, or like tell it vertically or tell it horizontally. We decided to tell it so that every panel in the comic, because like how often have you read a digital comic and had to like flip your phone in order to get the panel ratio just right, or zoom in or zoom out? We had created a mathematical equation that created an opportunity that you never had to zoom in or zoom out on your phone at all. You could just read the comic like literally by swiping without having to ever pinch and zoom or tilt your phone, because we found that those things frustrated the user experience and ultimately reduced the amount of reading time and the enjoyment that readers had. So after like sort of doing some math, we broke down what a comic page looked like and what the ratio fit like for an iPhone at a 4:3 ratio. And we basically made it so that every panel fit exactly on your phone, whether it was a half page panel, whether it was a double page panel. We just did the math and sort of did some quick jotting, and we were able to really sort of utilize that for Box 13 and the follow-up series, the Pandora process. So that's been a tremendous amount of fun. And then Steve and I went on to work. Steve, my illustrator, works for Dungeons and Dragons. We were able to do some projects in the role-playing game space, and then I was able to go and work for Ubisoft writing the Ghost Recon games.
Okay. How is that different, doing comics and then doing a video game? Is it the same thought process, or is it completely something different?
Oh, it's a little bit different in a lot of ways. Video games are more developed. Video games are more developed in a Marvel style. So I write every script I do full script, and I'm literally working generally just with Steve, or sometimes Steve and my editor, or Steve, my editor, and my agent. But it's generally just 4 people in a room. When you're working in a video game, sometimes what will happen is an idea will come from either the narrative designer. He's the person who has the sort of the control of the story. And they'll be like, we need this character to do A, B, C, and D. And then as the writer, my job is to take the parameters they've given us and sort of fill in the dialogue and fill in the story that A, B, C, and D are met. But then I can add my own flavor to it. So it's sort of like what we did with Convergence. When Steve and I were approached to do DC's Convergence for Green Lantern Corps, they came up with us and said, hey, listen, we want you to be part of this event. We need these 4 events to happen. As long as these 4 events happen, anything else in your story can happen.
Oh.
So we're given basically these tent poles, and then we can build the story around them.
I guess
so I think like with Green Lantern, I think it was like the characters start off with no powers. The bad guy announces themselves later. There needs to be some sort of earthquake, and I don't remember what the third one was. But yeah, basically. Oh, and the characters have to meet. You have to have all 3 Green Lanterns somewhere in the story. So that was it. You have to have the Green Lanterns have to meet up. The characters start the story with no powers. At the end of the first issue, they get their powers. And then in the second issue, there has to be some sort of time earthquake thing. And I was like, all right, that's fine. Done. That's easy. So, yeah, so that was... Oh, and they have to fight. They have to fight somebody.
For my MVP brother in there, that would explain so much of why some of the stories now suck. Just saying.
Well,
those broad, man. I mean, when you can make it work, you can make it work. But that would explain why some of the stories just go freaking awry.
Look,
all you gotta do is make this freaking happen. Yeah,
this man's not responsible for the forearm of Jessica Cruz appearing in Green Lantern 20, so we're good.
I'm not responsible for other people's stories, but I really liked as a storyteller, I really like the parameters. Because I do think the best thing to really come out of Convergence is Jonathan Kent.
Let me definitely give you one of those on that one, because I for sure agree.
I love what we were able to do with Guy. I don't know how many of you have read it, but I love what we were able to do with Guy Gardner. So frequently, there are aspects of Guy. I don't know how many people here read the story that I did for Green Lantern Corps. Nobody.
I have, but you have to understand, I have to read so much in order to stay on top of the speculation thing that I do, that I sometimes forget. So it has, honestly, it's been years since I've read it.
Yeah, I'm a Jessica Cruz fan, so I was reading Green Lanterns when she came into it from the Justice League run. Green Lanterns just weren't my cup of tea back.
They weren't my cup of tea either. I had worked for the New York City Police Department for 5 years, and DC Comics had asked me, like, which characters are you interested in? And I was like, initially, I'm totally into Superboy. Can I write some Superboy stuff? And they're like, here's Green Lantern. And I was like, I hate Green Lantern. I just hate him. But I was able to find a really interesting approach with Guy Gardner in particular. That's where story is centered. And was able to, right after 9/11, I had interviewed, as part of my job for the NYPD, tons of police officers. And Guy Gardner was so interesting because what people don't know is his backstory about how he was really sort of left to die by Hal Jordan, and how he really sort of was comatose. Before Crisis, he was a really cool guy. And then he was left comatose because of Hal Jordan's inability to be a really good, decent human being. And when he comes back, the Guardians of the Universe put his brain back together, but not quite right. So what's interesting is the reason that Guy Gardner is the way he is because of Hal Jordan. And we were able to tell that story in Convergence, where we talk about how Guy Gardner was in a coma and the cognitive problems that people who are comatose have coming out of comas, and how it really sort of makes them unsettled and unstable. And I think for me, it was a really great opportunity to shed light on these aspects of Guy and why Guy Gardner is the way he is. And I think that was a really nice character piece. I think it's so seldom people just think of Guy Gardner as this like really abrupt, really obnoxious sort of character. And the fact is that there's a lot of nuance to him, just like there's a lot of nuance to a lot of the DC characters.
And do you think that's the reason why they chose him for the Green Lantern series? Because they said that Guy Gardner is going to be a focus. And then it got me to dive down the rabbit hole of Guy Gardner with the whole Booster Gold entanglement between him and Hal Jordan. So I'm anxious to know what you think about the GL live action series possibly playing on some of this writing.
Well, I think it's really interesting. I mean, I think that the most the things that are really interesting about Guy Gardner is that he was originally going to be, had he been geographically closer, he would have been the Green Lantern.
That's Booster's fault.
Yeah, partially Booster's fault, yes. But had he been geographically closer, he would have been Green Lantern over Hal Jordan. What's doubly interesting is that when Hal Jordan found this out, he was like, "Hey, why don't you be my substitute on Earth?" And Guy Gardner was like, "Oh, fantastic! That sounds great." They teamed up. Guy Gardner and Green Arrow teamed up during the Denny O'Neil run. It was interesting stuff. And then Hal was like, "Oh, there's something wrong with my power battery. I'm going to go into space. In the meantime, Guy, you fill in for me." And Guy fills in for Hal, and Hal has a booby-trapped power battery. So when he tries to charge it, and it's a very iconic cover when you see it, when it looks like Hal Jordan is trying to recharge his ring and he explodes. And then when Hal Jordan comes back from space, he's like, "Oh, well, Guy Gardner's gone. There's nothing we can do." He doesn't go look for him. He doesn't do anything. He's just like, "There's nothing we can do." So Hal then goes to find Guy Gardner's next of kin. Can't find them. He finds Guy Gardner's girlfriend. They get involved and have a sexual relationship.
Jordan's a dog, I tell you.
Hal Jordan is the worst.
He's a hoe. He's a hoe.
Then they go to get married. And then what happens is that we find out that Guy Gardner is actually in the Phantom Zone being manipulated by General Zod. And Superman and Green Lantern go to rescue him. But, Hal has already, ruined Guy's personal life. Hal fails to save Guy. Guy gets lobotomized between General Zod and Sinestro and comes back comatose. And then Hal Jordan leaves both of them. He leaves the girl that he was going to marry, that was Guy Gardner's ex-wife, and he's like, "See you guys later. I'll be out. It's Guy Gardner's now your turn to mentor and take care of, Carrie Limbo. Yeah. See you later." Yeah. And that's just sort of the arrogance. So if we're able to capture some of those aspects of a brain-damaged Green Lantern, a guy who was genuinely really thoughtful and caring. He was a school teacher. He was a guidance counselor. He was a gym coach. He was all of these really nice, sincere things before he met Hal Jordan. And then he was comatose and came out all messed up. I think that's a really sincere, really interesting story. And now Hal Jordan just wants to be, not Hal Jordan, now Guy Gardner just wants to be a hero. He wants to reclaim something that makes him feel decent, something that makes him feel good. And I think that's a really interesting story for an HBO Max series.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very key. Thank you for bringing it up.
Everything.
Thank you for bringing it up, man. For those that aren't speculating, once again, I don't care if you don't like the fact that I bring up speculation, but all those freaking points, that's a great freaking storyline to bring up for the fact that they are trying to do something with Green Lantern, man. Al, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, because just before we let Dave go, because we got another minute, and then No Prize Podcast Live is coming on. But there was a question for David going back to Rom from a viewer, JDLA again. Rom is dealing with Black Spectres, undercovers, and no one's believed the threat is on us. In parallel, the Guardians might represent a Russian threat. Do you observe a resurgence in the themes of hidden menace, paranoia, and story arcs?
Oh, yeah. I think that's been something that we've been dealing with since 9/11. Who amongst us? We even see it in Secret Invasion, as people are speculating that Secret Invasion will be the next Avengers movie level threat, Avengers 5. So I do think that the enemy can be anywhere is something that we've absolutely seen repeated in movie themes dating back from the 60s down to the Manchurian Candidate. So I do think that it's something that people will always have an interest in.
Great answer. Thank you very much. That covers it for you, JDLA. Thank you for the great question. Now, David, before we let you go, can you let the fans know where can they find you, follow you, and just keep up to date in the world, in the Gallaherverse?
Oh, yeah. You can find me at David Gallaher on Twitter, or also davidgallaher.com. And feel free to follow me. I post a lot of really interesting, obscure, comic obscura facts. Like, did you know that Audrey Hepburn was in a superhero movie?
She was?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Well, you follow me on Twitter, you'll find out more.
Oh, man. There we are. Yeah, he's told me on that one. I got to do that right away. So with that, Dave, thank you again for your time. Much love. Bless, bro. Thank you for joining us.
In this awesome Thank you guys so much. Have a great night.
Thank you soon. Bye. All righty, folks. Here we go. So, Dion, I'm going to step out. I think we should step out because it is time for No Prize Podcast Live.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, for those, once again, for those that are in drunkenchatson.com or whatever, and those who have been asking me, where do I put the crap that comes out of my mouth? This is where it comes. I unload this stuff on poor Bud and poor Johnny the Machine Hughes. I just spew a whole bunch of crap at them, and they just got to sit there and freaking take it. So this is where this is where it is, and I'm glad you muffins got to freaking sit there and freaking take it too. So
all right, guys, keep donating. I'll be back. Me and Dion will be back in an hour. All right, so rock out, guys. Bless.
We got DeFalco coming along soon too, right?
Yep. We got
okay. All right, great.
No worries. I got you in the back end, but not that back end. All right, so
yeah, exactly. Hey, I don't know which ones we want to freaking take first. What are we doing first? We talk about Marvel News.
We'll do the intro. Am I muted? Can you hear me?
Yes, you are. You're fine.
All right.
Do the intro.
All right. Welcome to Live No Prize Podcast. I am the Professor Bud Young, and with me, not as always as he used to be, from across the pond, is Johnny the Machine Hughes. How are you, Johnny?
Well, you know what? I'm taking some hits for some comments I made about a couple of comics. So we'll see how that goes, right?
You're just getting started.
Oh, yes.
All right. We're with Lucas as well. Lucas, how are you?
Man, doing
how
adult
deep
stuff.
are you?
Do you have to ask?
Oh, Jesus. This is going to be fun. And
yeah,
who else is with us?
Hey, Ultra Maximus, I want to thank you for blessing us with your presence, man. Freaking, this is my drunken chat son brother, who freaking, you think I'm a freaking gold digger fucking speculator. This is the other dude that actually knows what he's talking about. And all things.
I just read comics. I mean, I don't see what the big deal is.
Exactly.
But I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah. This is his test run where we say if we want to keep him or not, man. Freaking. We might have to drop by freaking. Kidnap him in the van and bring him over to comic book.
See, Lucas allowed me to get some sleep after our little podcast last night, and then I woke up this morning and was promptly on time, and I was like, wait a minute, is this thing still live? And they were still live. So Lucas continuing to drink is just a testament to the Iron Man that he should be qualifying for at the moment. But yeah, I'm just hanging out right now because I kicked the wife and kid out early. It was like, hey, I'm gonna go no sleep and then wake up and get on another podcast for this Comic-Con.
Before we get started, I've got a little bit of a speculator question for you.
Okay,
ready?
sure.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I recently picked up Star issue 5, the Black Cat variant cover.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a little bit of foreshadowing going on in there.
Mm-hmm.
Dudes, what's it worth?
Nothing right now. But I will tell you this: that is also the same cover that I picked up of that book.
All right, cool.
So you do know the basis of Star and her background. Yeah. So for the people who don't know, she's a Reality Stone incarnate. And Black Cat's holding the Reality Stone inside of a nice little pendant looking thing, huh?
Yes,
so,
Right. Yeah. So exactly. So during this host, there you go. Beautiful. Yeah. I mean, it's a beautiful cover. Don't get me wrong.
It is a good cover.
But what I would look out for is during this whole phase 3, 4, whatever they're doing freaking now, where they're rebooting and actually trying to bring in those new characters. Do they kick Captain Marvel out and then bring all like the Kamala Khans, the Monica Rambos, and then they reboot Captain Marvel as Star? If they do that, look for that stuff. But until that magical day when Marvel decides to make that announcement, let's not spend too much money on it yet. Let's forget about it and let's make Star cheap again. All right.
I know, but the thing is, it's a foreshadow thing.
Yes.
Because I spoke to the guy Jed Mackay who writes Black Cat. And he was like, I cracked some joke about Black Cat and Spider-Man. He was like, "Oh, you should get the Star 5 variant cover." And I was like, "Oh, she's got the reality."
If the writer of the book's telling you that might be a little bit of a clue.
Yeah, so go and check OTP outside the panel for the interview. It's in there. Go get it. Only cost me £2.
Where are my drunken sharks at?
Hey, so I'm noticing. I'm noticing that we're getting comments from fans. I just had a message come across saying that I look like Gary Gygax from creator of Dungeons and Dragons. So thank you.
You could look like the Dungeon Master, I suppose. Well done.
Well, I've been there. I've played enough Dungeons and Dragons in my life, but. We're all about Marvel Comics today. Lucas, you said you had a ton of Marvel news to share with us today. So what's going on there? Except you're on mute.
Yeah, excuse me. Not necessarily a ton of Marvel news. Ultra Maximus is actually tracking more of the stuff. It's been an interesting week, right, Ultra? When it comes to all the type of news that's been coming out, that's been industry wide, that's been kind of interesting from from DC, and I know some of you guys are DC, deciding to move from UCS to Lunar, right? And that's kind of interesting. And we've been wondering what that's going to do for Diamond and Marvel and everything, to all types of other stuff. The news some of the storylines that we're going to actually cover real quick. And figure out what's been going on. I don't know, what have you guys been freaking tracking? The Avengers 5 release date came out. I forget what the date from that is. There's been some Falcon news that's been coming out. I don't know what people really care about. And then stuff being moved back and forth and everything. It's just been a lot of, you don't know what to believe. That's my thing, right?
Well, take it back a step. The whole Diamond thing doesn't affect the UK. Diamond is going to be shipping DC and Marvel regardless. So what you all have to put up with your discount issues over there is your issue. Me, I'm getting both books. So
For the distribution over here, they hit us with a couple of changes, because before one distribution was being done by Midtown, who basically had the East Coast, and then another distribution company had basically the West Coast, and they were operating out of Ohio, which is central United States. So basically books are being shipped to them and then being shipped back to this coast again. So it's kind of like an extra step. The shipping charges are higher. So the distributors aren't liking that. But before, they were allowing shops to pool together, and they said, nope, no more pools, but we are going to reduce the minimums. So the minimum got reduced real big to try to incentivize. It's minimum of 125 a week in orders in order to carry DC books now.
Well, with the big D, I know we should. This is my last DC comment then, because it's a Marvel podcast. With the DC news about the stuff coming in January, that's going to get people a little bit psyched, and the fact that the DC books from that range for the January and February are going to be fully returnable. So so that's a good thing. Right.
This is a Marvel podcast. Well, you should have said so, and I would never have talked about DC ever.
That's right. All right.
Let me look to bring the context to what the heck Marvel is doing right now. Sometimes we gotta let the DC stuff freaking trickle in. But the other stuff that I thought was interesting is there has been a lot of talk about Daredevil making his way to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. That's big, right? Because people were kind of lukewarm on what Netflix was able to do. It was good, but not freaking great. But now that we're starting to hear maybe making it over, I don't understand how people aren't freaking speculating going big on Daredevil right now. The what is it? Was Falcon, right? No, Falcon. That was a big thing, and Blade, right? They are looking for black screenwriters to help them write those roles. I think that's freaking. And I know freaking the Black Lives Matter. I don't give a damn. Just write it right. Just write it. Just make it entertaining. I'm paying freaking $9 to $10 freaking dollars. Some people are paying $15. Just make it entertaining, right?
I'm kind of with you on this because I get the representation happens, and I'm totally for that. I agree with it 100%. But there has to be a line drawn. So the idea of the woman that plays Batwoman has to be a lesbian, right? Okay, that means the person that plays Dreamer on Supergirl has to be trans. No,
you know what? And my comment on that is really kind of, I think there has to be more of a collaborative effort, right? Like, so maybe you just have, maybe if you have a white screenwriter doing a black character, you at least have some consultation, someone proofreading it or something saying, maybe we shouldn't do that. Maybe we should go in another direction and keep you honest. You know what I mean? And that's where I think that we're heading, or we should be heading.
That sounds like more sense. It can't just be one rule to rule them all. It's not Lord of the Rules.
Well, yeah, but to Johnny's point with the having to have a lesbian character play a lesbian character. I mean, there is such a thing as acting, and I think we're getting away from all that, where you can actually act gay and not be gay. It's something that I just think is something
your
that needs
sexuality, what you do in a bedroom, is not a freaking character trait.
Who says
not qualify you to be a superhero? God damn it!
Who says we just do it in the bedroom?
It does not.
All right. So I know. So we're gonna
I will go down to the hill on this one. Right.
Okay.
It's what's in your heart, right? You don't need to be. You don't need your sexuality to say, "Hey, this person needs help. I'm going to go help them." That was the whole point of the "don't ask, don't tell." I don't need to have that to be able to go help somebody. So let's not bring that in there, right?
Cool.
I mean, it's what everybody else is talking, right? And I'm getting tired of that. So the other thing the other thing that's been breaking out within the last few hours is they are thinking about an X-Men versus Fantastic Four.
Again.
Yeah. So what do you guys think of that?
I think they need to introduce the characters in the MCU before they start thinking about doing something like that.
Exactly, right? So for our speculators, I talked about this on Drunken Chat, son. Is that a perfect place to do that? WandaVision, right? Because a key piece of why Wanda is so important is because at one point she says, "Okay, X-Men, be gone. I don't want to see you anymore." She did her black girl. Did that.
No more mutants.
Gone, right? So during WandaVision, and we've already seen the trailers, is that they're blasted through different realities. She blinks or whatever she does, and they're going through different realities, different freaking perspectives. She could do that, and it says, "Oh yeah, freaking let's go to default mode, bring everything back," and then all of a sudden, boom, you got freaking mutants and X-Men.
So what Lucas is saying, and this is the rumor going around too, is that we are already in the House of M reality, and she's already said no more mutants, and they already went away. And then what she's going to do during WandaVision is she's going to then reverse that to a sense, because her powers are either out of control or something. But that was the clue that was dropped by Nico of the Comic Book Strategic Investment website. That was a theory that blew my mind when I heard it, and I was actually absolutely on board with it. And how incredible would that be for an opener? But you also have to remember, Professor X, with his immaculate capabilities, can be like, "You never saw me," and wipe everybody's mind anyway. So you're dealing with a situation where we could still be there with X-Men, but Professor X is like, "No, you don't know us."
I kind of think Wanda's powers in the movies don't work the same way that Wanda's powers in the comics work. So
if they kept doing
Not
that,
yet.
then they're messing it up because Jonathan Hickman is going a great freaking job. When if they go to WandaVision, they need to freaking go straight to the Jonathan Hickman books and make that world that she's living in with whatever John Hickman's doing. Play by those rules.
All right. So what I think is probably none of that stuff is going to happen. We have to look at what they're already doing in the MCU. They're coming out with Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness. They've already signed Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield to please redo Spider-Man and have a multiverse, which is going to be tightly connected to Doctor Strange since Benedict Cumberbatch is going to be appearing in Spider-Man. This is the whole idea, is to just break up the multiverse and introduce the Fantastic Four and the X-Men in from Sony, and just that way you can absorb the films that have already happened, that they've already happened in a different multiverse, right? And now they don't have to disavow anything. They can include everything and then carry on from there. And then if they have to replace actors going forward, hey, new reality Iron Man, new reality Captain America. That's
already been rumored too, with Tom Cruise showing up as Iron Man supposedly.
Yeah, that's so bullshit. Anyway, all right. So let's talk some actual comics. We're really kind of running up against it. We're not going to end up talking about any comics today.
Okay, great.
So we wanted to talk about what's going on in Amazing Spider-Man. So they started the new Last Remains storyline last week in Amazing Spider-Man number 850/50 or whatever the issue they're on now. And this week we got the first tie-in issue, 50.LR, which is something that they've been doing for a while and kind of saying, hey, this happens in between the pages of 50 and 51. And this is Nick Spencer's next big storyline. And we finally, after 50 issues, found out who the hell Kindred is, which, if you remember from the last podcast, Lucas, I called it, right? It is Harry Osborn, and of course we don't know how the hell he became Kindred, but I imagine that they will explain it. He's also way more powerful than ever, where apparently he can turn all of Spidey's friends into
demons,
help spawn demons, and to kind of possess them and talk through them. And that's basically what this issue is basically Spider-Man fighting his friends, but also interspersed in between a talking head session between Dr. Kafka and Norman Osborn, who in the last issue of Amazing Spider-Man was shot with the Sin Eater's I guess purification gun, if we want to call it that, where it kind of just takes all the evil away from him. So now he's remorseful and talking to Dr. Kafka about what he's done in the course of his life. So, I don't really want to get too much into this because I want to get you guys to talk about it. And basically, it's kind of the in-between issues of what's going on. It's going to be designed to move Norman into a more, I think, a more prominent role in the Amazing Spider-Man titles. Not a lot happens except at the end of the page. I think Johnny will be happy that Mary Jane is back.
Woohoo! Bring back the redheads.
What did you guys think about this issue? I know it's kind of a quick read and a lot of talking heads.
Do we really need? Yeah. Do we really need 4 freaking issues a month for this? Do we really need that? Bring it back to 2, and then stop, cut it out with this freaking Kindred stuff because it's boring already. I'm done. No, writers, I respect what Nick Spencer does. The art by Matthew Rosenberg. It was Nick Spencer and Matthew Rosenberg. Art by Federico Vincentini. Great stuff. But if you're tuning in every freaking week, you're gonna get freaking bored. I'm freaking done. I forgot. I'm already on something else. The whole thing about the freaking monsters. Oh, hey, everybody's freaking monsters now, and then the control by Kindred and everything. But guess what? And they're all in submarines. Spider-Man is trapped. I don't care. I don't care about Peter Parker right now. I don't. And when it's Peter Parker and Mary Jane, and he has to care for Mary Jane, I care, right?
Mary Jane.
But you've had Mary Jane for out of the picture so long. I forgot that she was a thing. I forgot there was a whole big thing about this. You know what? Remember 6 months ago we were talking about how Black Cat was a thing. I don't forgot about that, right? And if they're introducing, Silk and Rania and Miles Morales, and they're trying to remind everybody that's fine. But this was not the storyline to do that.
I can tell you that Rania's probably not happening, clearly. But the other ones, Silk, she's in my opinion, she's the better Spider-Woman.
True. I mean,
my opinion.
If you're freaking speculating on fucking Silk, that's fine.
It's more than reading. Just like the storyline that they gave her. I think they gave her a better story, even though it didn't sell as much as Spider-Gwen. I think Spider-Gwen was selling more on hype.
Yeah.
Again, you know what? I agree with that. I think I've got Spider-Gwen #1 and Silk #1 from back in the day. I like Silk better than Spider-Gwen, but Jessica Drew's the girl like every time. Apart from in her own book, ironically, because her own book sucks. She's great everywhere else.
I think Lucas has a good point about forgetting what has happened before, as practically as soon as you read it, where everything now is being written for the trade, where you're getting a self-contained storyline and then they move on, and whatever characters have appeared and whatever happens to the characters is either undone in the next storyline or it's not even referred to. So I think that's a great point. It is, and it's a good conversation to have about continuity, and exactly like in 6 months, no one's going to remember that Harry was Kindred, or that was a big reveal, right? And
oh man, that's so bad.
It is really bad. But
dude, a year ago, Ultra, if you remember, we were all hyped about the Red Goblin. That was the big. That was the big thing with the Osborn family, the Red Goblin. Now you're bringing out the freaking Kindred, and next comic. Let's go.
Well, they are trying to keep it fresh, and they did the same thing with Maniac.
No, they're not.
Well, I thought Maniac, as far as symbiotes go, was a refreshing take on a symbiote villain of Spider-Man's. But
another symbiote, really, with King of Black going.
Well, I mean, Lee Price was Venom for a little while, and then of course he had the symbiote taken away from him, and then became Maniac. But they did that one story arc, Venom Inc., and then shelved him. He's been gone since. So wondering what's going to happen with him.
Screwing over speculators that shelled out $150 for the Venom Inc.
So
next book.
Lucas obviously clobbered this book.
Well, for me, I took a bit of a pass on the last few issues of Spider-Man. Harry's the big bad. I'm not really impressed with that. So for me, when Nick Spencer came on this book, I was hoping for something that was a little bit controversial, a little bit different, because after his cap run, and I thought, you know what, we're going to get something that's going to really kick. But what we've had is a litany of the classic villains, and the one thing that made the book even slightly interesting was that Peter and MJ were back together again, and then he ships MJ off to Hollywood. My interest level sunk quicker than the Titanic hitting an iceberg. It was horrendous. And now this whole thing, and I'm kind of like,
what's Johnny?
The colors are nice. Yeah. The colors are great. So
Johnny. Another piece of that is that Mary Jane. She had this support group where she was talking to other survivors and families of other superheroes.
Yeah, I remember.
They dropped that freaking like it was a freaking hot freaking piece of shit.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, excuse my language. They dropped that so freaking quick, right? That was freaking. There was supposed to be some whole big mystery on it, on the whole thing. They said, all right, here she's sitting here at 3:00 in the morning or 3:00 in the afternoon. She's sitting there for this whole thing. We don't know who these people are, and then all of a sudden, now she was in Hollywood. She found another group out there. Now she's back. All of a sudden, what happened with that?
So read the 6-issue miniseries. So for me, this book is an Invisible Woman because you know what? I just don't see it.
And I'm going to go with it's a bit of a stretch because even though it does service the overall storyline, just the fact that it's kind of like a tie-in issue is a little extra for me. So, all right, let's move on to the anniversary issue, or of one of many, right? So, Fantastic Four number 25, and this is, you know, I think this is what happens when you have a
what's
kind
its
of
legacy number?
a long.
What's the
Oh,
legacy
sorry.
number?
What's the legacy number? It's number
Yeah.
670.
When was 670 ever a special number? When was that?
It was since we're in volume 5 or something, number 25.
Man.
So
it took Spider-Woman from 1970, whenever it was, to get to 100 issues through all her various series.
This is true.
That's like, what's that? 43 years, 41 years, something like that.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah.
Fantastic Four. Sorry.
Bravo. So this is Dan Slott. This is my idea of or my version of having a long-term vision for a book. Dan Slott brings a lot of storylines together in this in what's been going on. So if you're kind of a short-term reader of Fantastic Four, this book is a little confusing. So we have Dan Slott writing, and we have R.B. Silva on art in the main story, and then there's a couple of small, short follow-up with Paco Medina on art and Will Robson on art in the third story. This first story has a new alien being introduced, which they don't really name, and you don't really know where he's from or what he's up to, and he's the antagonist through the entire issue, and then disappears right before the end of the issue without ever really finding out what the heck he's all about. But the meat of this story really happens in between this big battle, where you have kind of movement on all fronts as far as the family, the Thing and Alicia, which recently have just adopted a Kree and a Skrull child, which are actually, they're used for comic relief, and I actually enjoy their interaction. But it's kind of a little jarring to see Ben Grimm acting as a father.
You think?
It's a little bit. It was a little off.
It's natural.
Well, the good storyline that I think that Dan Slott has been playing up is Franklin being a mutant and having kind of being conflicted of wanting to spend time in Krakoa with the rest of the X-Men, and then kind of feeling like he's kind of forced to stay with the Fantastic Four, but having like this, there's a one pager where Johnny Storm gives Franklin a new Fantastic Four outfit, and he's listening to Leela Cheney Dazzler Extronic remake music. You wouldn't get it.
Well, Professor, if Cable's banging around with 5 of the Cuckoos, you know why he's there. Just saying.
Well,
he's smart. That's why.
That's true.
We love multiply.
So the other thing that's being used here is Dr. Doom. It really has not been used as an antagonist in this series or a bad guy. He's kind of on the fringe, and in this issue they've kind of tied in the Dr. Doom series with Victorious, and also the Invisible Woman limited series, where all of a sudden, hey, she's been working for S.H.I.E.L.D. for a really long time, which is kind of funny. And actually, it made a lot of sense. It makes a lot of sense, right?
Totally.
And she makes a comment in this issue that I thought was great when she's talking to Nick Fury. Is they never notice I'm gone, and I'm like, that is actually one of the telling stories, and I think we've even talked about this. Is she is, she's kind of the fringe character that has Fantastic Four, but Reed has historically treated her terribly. So this book, I really actually have been digging this book. It's kind of a slow burn. You're right. I mean, it's kind of weird seeing Slott kind of just establish every little storyline where maybe everything, if you read it separately, doesn't work as well as the whole after you've read it. Like when they have like that substitute Fantastic Four that's living in the Baxter Building, totally forgot about them. And
finally.
Then they just totally get their ass kicked in this issue, and I mean it's not even a fight. They just kind of at ground zero. And then the ideas that they introduce. Dan Slott introduces the Zero Force, which is really, when you read the old Lee Kirby Fantastic Fours, that's what I loved about Fantastic Four, was that they've always introducing new ideas, and this is actually, as new as recently that we've seen, where they created a gateway or a portal to anywhere, anytime, any place, right? And so now that they can go anywhere they want. Dr. Doom looks at it, says it's a forever gate, and now, yeah, okay, Stargate. But the cool thing about this is, that danger is going to be coming out of that gate sooner or later, probably as early as next issue. But this book, it's a double-sized issue, but it read it's very wordy, but it read pretty quick, and it had a lot of good ideas in it, and it's kind of it's the book that kind of keeps me coming back for more, and it's one of the books that I really kind of enjoy reading these days. So I'm flaming on Fantastic Four 25. So, and I don't care what you guys say about it.
All right, okay.
I do. I do, but I don't care if you care that I flamed it on.
I don't care that you flamed it on.
Johnny, what did you think?
You know what? This is a sort of fantastic. I totally agree with you to some aspects. It's a sort of Fantastic Four book that the Fantastic Four should be. You know, the fact that all the familiar tropes are in there. It's kind of tweaked a little bit. Ben as a dad is such a natural thing. Out of all of them, he's probably the most grounded, and not because he's just made out of actual brick. So, the Invisible Woman thing was funny because I have the mini series from last year or the year before. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Thought it was a nice little treat. The No Secrets thing. That's just two people who've been around each other for so long.
Oh yeah.
And it's like, yeah, but you this, and she's like, oh yeah, and you this, and like, all right, okay, well, they kind of just agree to disagree at this stage. I'm not wild about kids in comic books. It's not why I buy comic books, to be honest. That said, I do like the kind of the kid, the boy kid. I'm in grade 4. I will raise this grade to grade 10 or 20. I'm like, all right, okay, easy, Calvin, just uncanny. Other than that, I thought Franklin was probably the star of the book because you get to see his like peaks of where he is. Where he's I'm a mutant. I'm going to find my people. Then he goes through his whole power thing, and then at the end, he's kind of like just left all his dream torn asunder. And for all the battles and the great art that's in here and all the colors and the explosions and stuff, it's really quite a human story at the end. My heart goes out for Franklin. I was absolutely devoured for the lad.
Yes.
Devoured is English slang for devastated. There you go. So yeah, but yeah, I'm going to give it a flame on. I've been harsh on this book for ages, but I think Slot's finally kind of found his feet.
He's kind of hitting on all cylinders. Lucas, what did you think?
I didn't think anything about it. Right? It's a setup issue for stuff that's been happening, and stuff that's already been happening. So, for instance, you mentioned Franklin and him already losing his powers. That's been setting up for so long. Great, and it fucking came to a point that actually made sense. But the thing that I want people to freaking hone in on is the creation of that portal. That portal looks almost exactly like the portal that the maker built that takes Eddie Brock and his son Dylan to the universe, to that whatever universe that they freaking read. That's what they're leading. Look, that's what they're freaking leading you guys to, right? That's what they're freaking pointing everybody to. There's some type of connection between all these freaking portals, and there it is. Boom. You didn't even know it. So I think this is a good connection arc, good connection issue. That's what you spent your $3.99 on, and that's fine. Once again, you talked about the articulation. Talked about the conversations between everybody. It's funny that Doom and freaking and Reed has to freaking talk together and cooperate. Whatever. But is it a $3.99 issue? Whatever. Whatever.
All Marvel books are
whatever.
$3.
At least they didn't freaking make me try and buy freaking 20 doggone freaking covers for this doggone thing. That's all I got.
Oh, there's a few.
I was going to say this is an anniversary issue, so
there's at least 4 of them.
And this is a $6 book. And we can
$6.
Oh yeah. Oh
okay.
yeah, we can.
Then clobber it. I take back everything I said. Clobber. Drop the bombs on this.
Tell you what, he gets cranky when he's had a few, doesn't he?
All right.
When you're making more money than needs to be spent, I'm for clobber it, right? The golden age of when Marvel actually brought out titles. They had their little 8 to 10 titles during the whole big COVID mess. Made sense.
Yeah.
They were freaking smart with it. Now they're bringing back 20 titles, and they're trying to make people spend $6 and bring all like these all freaking 30 covers to include the Spider-Woman. I think is that what we're going to talk about or something else?
We're going to talk very briefly about Spider-Woman
all right,
if we have time.
All right, then I'm going to go ahead and shut up.
Don't forget to talk about why we're here.
Yes, I would like to encourage everybody to go on and donate to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. You can go to charity.gofundme.com//CCVC2 and make a donation, please, and thank you. So let's talk very briefly about Spider-Woman because I know we're kind of up against it here. We don't actually. I mean, we could just talk about other things.
I'll go quick. I said it before. Spider-Woman is written in this book so poorly. I don't get it. She's so fantastic everywhere else. She was decent in Strike Force, which was surprising. She's decent in Captain Marvel. This book, I'm going to tip my hat to Carla Pacheco, if that's how you pronounce it. Apologies if you don't. At least she's tried to make a straight line of the mess that's Spider-Woman's origin, because all it needs more now is some high evolutionary stuff, and then we're there. But for me, I don't get it. Why have a character that's so entrenched with a family and then not have the family in the book?
I kind of thought that they were trying to explain that via storyline, where especially towards the end, where they inject her with that venom that makes her stop caring about stuff, and then towards the end of the book, where she's actually a second story at the end, where they've interspersed pinup pages and covers, and where she actually leaves the family. At the end, she leaves Jerry and Roger.
Isn't that exactly what her own mother did, though? That's the
when I read that, Johnny. You were the first person I was thinking of as I was reading it. I was like, Johnny's gonna hate this so much.
Johnny's gonna hate this so much.
Yeah, and it's just like they just pretty much wiped it. Like they just needed to explain away why she's not with her family anymore. And now with this issue, they don't even have to ever show them again, right? I mean, they just say, we injected her with this venom that makes her not care about family.
Yeah, but no, bring back the Dennis Hopeless run. That was the bomb.
Yeah, with that 2 pages there, they just totally wiped out the Dennis Hopeless run like it never happened, right? And that's one of the things that I really hate about writing for the trade now and having continuity that can just be forgotten at the drop of a hat.
What continuity? Spider-Woman this month so far has been in Spider-Woman. She's been in Captain Marvel, and she's been in Spider-Man like at least 3 issues. So what continuity is going on?
She's different costumes in every book too.
She's got more appearances in the comic book than Wolverine.
Yeah, that's true. And you know what? They used to put guest stars in books to up the sales of the books. Like they used to put Wolverine and everything, and then they used to put Spider-Man and everything. What kind of sales bump are you getting from Spider-Woman?
Yeah, it's like, we need to put a character in every book. Which book should it be?
Right. Well, it used to be Deadpool too, right? Now
Deadpool. So I'll tell you what type of bump they get. They get bumps from poor speculators that were fucking stupid enough to think that they would put something important in this doggone book. They put out 12 freaking covers for this freaking book. One of them is a 1 to 500, and then they've got 200s and 1 to 100s. And I was all about freaking buying that stuff because I thought something important was going to happen in this book. There was going to be at least a new character or something. And you know what happened? Absolutely nothing that I give a doggone thing about.
Yeah, you're just about right there.
Did you buy the 1 in 500?
I am so glad that I said no. Thank God. Oh my God.
How much is the 1 in 500?
Oh my God. Well, it's $500.
It's $500.
If you're buying it at ratio.
Yeah. If you bought it at ratio, if you're a retailer, you would have had to buy this bad boy for about at least $1,000 to $1,200. And there's nothing. Nobody wants this book anymore. Nobody cares about this book. The covers are freaking ridiculous and they're freaking ugly. Right?
I've got one of the best things about my local comic book shop. When it closed down for the Corona thing, when it opened up after like 3 months, in my order, I had to pick my order up all in one go. Like this many books, spent like £140 on comic books. They forgot to put in Spider-Woman 2 through 4. I was like, thank God they didn't put that in.
Happy about missing your pull list. That rarely happens.
So I'm gonna take a quick 30 seconds. I want to take a quick 30 seconds because I know we're on time. To explain what we thought was going to happen. We thought that because there was the grandbaby that was around and her niece or whatever, she was going to maybe get some superpowers because she's been handicapped. They were going to do the same treatment on her that they were going to do on the grandbaby, right? That didn't happen at all. So what did they do? They injected the grandmother, and now the grandmother is walking around as some crazy ass zombie. That's it. That's what people are expected to pay $500 for. Why? What? Why?
We're gonna forget about it in 6 months anyway.
And you know what's even crazier? With all those freaking covers, I said 12. I guarantee you there's going to be 13 covers because you know why? There's always a Walmart freaking pack out there that they're going to put. And the Walmart pack is going to be the most exclusive because you're not going to be able to find that bad boy.
I know I won't be able to. We don't have Walmart, so.
If I find one, I will send you one, John.
Woohoo! The last time I was at Walmart was in Mexico, and then all the comics were in Spanish. I was like, "Oh, that helps." Cheers, thanks.
Really? Because I did find some in Mexico, and they were in English for some reason.
Obviously, you know the places, man.
So, oh man.
All right. So, what else can we talk about? Where's Spider-Man?
I don't want to talk about Marvel. Marvel definitely pissed me off this week. You know, they had some good spots, but the books that you guys picked pissed me off. Let's bring on the guest. Is he ready? I want some good feelings right now. You know, I'm just glad that I played like a broke ass man and freaking didn't make some stupid ass moves. That's all I can say. But the obvious freaking misdirection and the obvious playing predatory practices that Marvel played this week is unforgivable right now. They're on my shit list right now.
For the record, the one book I was buying from one book? No, I'm buying 2 Marvel books at the minute. One's Captain Marvel, the other one's Black Cat. Captain Marvel, I'm kind of enjoying. Lee Weeks is back on that, which makes it look fantastic. Black Cat, I'm waiting till the new run kicks in January because it's taking a bit of hiatus. But I've got to say, Captain Marvel's been the current one. It's doing their own little Days of Future Past storyline. It goes back to the one shot from a few months back, and it's really fun. It's just a fun book. There's nothing major about it. It's just
sold out in 1 second print already too. So
yeah, so
that was that tied into Captain Marvel: The End, that one shot from a few months ago, and that was.
And just from a speculation point of view, I don't normally do this much. Captain Marvel 19 or 20, I think it's 19. Absolutely like rockin' horse poo over here. We cannot get extra copies of this. I don't know if it's the first full appearance of a sister or what, but that book is super rare.
It's the COVID ordering process, unfortunately. We got hit with it here too, but that's why 18, 19, and now 22. I don't know if 21 second print also, but there's so many second prints in this Captain Marvel run, with of course a couple of them even having third prints. So it's selling. It's obviously selling. So
yeah, it's a good read. I think it's a good 3.5 to 4 stars every month. You know, and she's one of the few characters that pulls off the humor element really well, which Marvel seems to love. But hey ho.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an interesting thing to talk about too, as far as how big like COVID has affected publishing for all the Marvel, DC, everybody. How many titles from Marvel have just disappeared, and we never even like got finished storylines or anything. And I think, like Lucas said, like Lucas said, we're going to forget everything in 6 months. There are books really that I've kind of forgotten about. Like we haven't seen, for example, Runaways. We haven't seen Runaways since COVID in March.
I know we talked about Star a little while ago, but you've got to think that series was finished as an online comic before the actual printed version came out because of the whole COVID thing. You know? And it's not the only one. The Hawkeye Freefall storyline, that was finished online as a digital stuff rather than an actual.
Yeah.
You know?
And if you want an actual paper copy, wait for the trade, right?
Yeah. So I kind of agree with Lucas. Sometimes the business decisions for Marvel, you know, it makes them money, but you know, who in the right mind is going to buy a Hawkeye trade when they've got 3 out of 5 issues already?
You know what's crazy is that I thought I was bullshitting when I was talking about that 1 to 500. And then he put it up, and I looked at it. There is a 1 to 500 of that Spider-Woman.
Wow.
All right.
What?
Hey, look.
Right.
We have
Tom.
Tom DeFalco. How are you, sir?
Good. Doing good. Are we live already?
We are. Yeah. You're jumping in here at the tail end of our No Prize podcast, and I'd like to introduce Mr. Tom DeFalco, former editor-in-chief of Marvel Comics, longtime writer on Amazing Spider-Man, on Fantastic Four, on Thor, on Spider-Girl.
On Machine Man 2020.
So welcome, Tom. Thank you for joining us on our virtual Con 2, where we're donating 100% of our proceeds to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. If I got that right. So thank you very much. So Tom, tell me what you're doing these days.
Not a lot in the comic book field. Although I just started working on a project for Sid Comics. Are you familiar with Sid Comics? They published the Blue Baron. By Ron Friends, the Heroes Union.
With Sal Buscema's artwork as well, right?
What?
I think they have Sal Buscema in artwork as well.
Sal Buscema.
Oh, yes.
Buscema, sorry.
I'm sorry.
English. What can I say?
No. I got you. Yes. So I was working on it also. The producer of the series, Darren Henry, finally conned me into working on a character called Headhunter. He's a nice, thug, former mercenary killer who's looking for redemption. You know, something that I figure I can bring a little heart and soul to. So I've turned in my first 60-page plot, and now I'm waiting for the artwork, and that's the only comic book thing I'm doing these days.
That's the only comic thing he's done. It's 60-page freaking plot. Man, there are writers out there. Dude, come on, Tom.
That will ship on time, no doubt.
Man, I ain't got time for the humility, man. I ain't got time for that. I just turned in this 60-page freaking plot. Man, there are people that are still on page 3. They're still on page 3. And the first 2 pages is the glossary and the freaking title page. Come on, man. You disgust me, Tom. This is what greatness is, folks. This is what greatness is. I've only just turned my secret. That's a little something. Oh, Jesus Christ!
Wait,
I know why I can't write, man, because I'm not I'm not. Jesus Christ.
I'm like I say these days. I consider myself practically retired because I actually take weekends off. My work schedule used to be, I get up at, 6 o'clock in the morning, and be at the computer by 6:15, and put in 12 to 15 hours every day. I'd say at least 6 days a week. During the football season, I would watch, half the Jet game because that's about all I could stomach.
Go Fins!
My apologies. I'm so sorry that your soul has to be broken every day freaking by those freaking war Jets. Man, I apologize, man. Freaking, but yeah, go ahead, brother. Preach. Go ahead.
All right, but nowadays, like I said, I take actual weekends off. It's
Wait, Tom. Wait, hold up. See, some of y'all be cracking me up, especially these retiring guys. First of all, he said, I work 15 hours a day, but I take the weekends off, and that's retirement. Man, yo. So think about it. He works 15 hours a day, so that's 75 hours a week, and he says it's retirement that I take the weekends off.
Lucas, where do you think the 60 pages came from?
Back in the day, I had a lot of work to do.
Yeah.
Tom, I had a question for you.
Tommy Hustler. Man,
Tom, I had a question for you regarding your time at Marvel, and I've read where at some point where you said, because I'm super impressed over the ability to write a character, but also edit other writers. It must be a thankless job, but you've said before that when you write any character, your job is to service the story, and when you're editing, your job is to service the character in the story. And to me, that really kind of brought up, like I was like, wow, I'm wondering, when you were a writer, what kind of story did people push back on you for? And then concurrently, like when you were an editor, did you ever have to shoot people down over what they wanted to do with a character?
As an editor, I often had to shoot people down as to what they wanted to do with a character. There is a natural conflict between editors and writers.
Mm-hmm.
An editor has to think long term. Like you said, he's thinking about the character. What is the best thing for this character long term over the course of years? A writer thinks very short term. I'm going to think about this story. I've got this great story, and this great things are going to happen. I remember one time somebody came in and said, I've got this great story, and in the course of the story, it's a very emotional story. Spider-Man loses his arm. And I said, okay. And he explained to me how it was a great emotional story. And it would have been a terrific emotional story. And I said, but what happens next month when he doesn't have an arm? Without an arm, losing one of his arms, he can no longer web swing. He's now, this is now a whole different series because it's about kind of a handicapped hero. What do we do for the following month? And the guy said, well, I'm not really concerned about that. I'm just interested in my story. And I said, well, thank you very much, but we're not going to buy that story because, ultimately it hurts the character. It doesn't enhance the character. And as writers, our jobs are to, enhance the character, add things to the universe.
Right.
And on top of that, you've got to think, these are major icons. So you talk about Spider-Man, for example, you make a dramatic change to the character, that's going to affect everything, whereas you've got to have that illusion of change. So you can always, the next guy can come along or the next girl can come along and do whatever it is they want to do. I've read your stuff for years. I loved your Spider-Man stuff. I loved your Star Wars stuff. I loved your Machine Man 2020 stuff. I think I think it's a great point to make that characters that are in such big multi-icons need that care and that, I guess, cohesion to themselves.
He's the 3D chess player that kept everything organized. And I really want to commend you for keeping the Transformers universe organized after Shooter, because that's where a lot of my childhood inspiration came from, of course. So that whole, making sure chess pieces are in the right spot for other books possibly too. It's a huge responsibility. And I got to say, man, I thank you for a lot of very fond memories of my Marvel youth.
Well, thank you very much. I would like to take credit for the Transformer, keeping all those chess pieces together, but you got to give credit to Bob Budiansky, who's the chess player on that. Bob, basically was handling a lot of that on his own, and I can't even remember him ever coming in to talk to me about it. Who needed me?
Well, you gave him free reign like that. That's even more incredible.
He was one of those dudes. He was like, "Hey, Tom, hey, go ahead and sign this." And Tom was like, "What is this? Don't worry about it, man." Freaking Tom was like, "Hey."
All right. Well, we have a few minutes left, Tom, and I want to follow up a question from the previous question I had. How has the dawn of the trade paperback, how has that affected the long-term outlook on the characters that you were talking about earlier, where it does seem like that writers kind of write for that 6-issue story and then move on? We were just talking about it earlier on the podcast, but does that make the editor's job harder, or does that make it easier when they're only thinking about storylines?
I'm not sure what the editors are thinking these days. When it comes to trade paperbacks, I was really spearheading those things. Back in the day, I think I decided that we were going to produce one every month. Now they're producing 20 or 30 every month. I think it's a mistake to write for the trade paperback. I think that every unit of entertainment, if a comic book comes out, each individual unit of entertainment should have a complete story in it. It can have subplots that move on to the next issue, and you can have a story arc. In Spider-Girl, what we tried to do is make sure that every issue stood on its own, but the 6 issues together had an over encompassing arc. So it's a little bit more complicated, requires a lot more work. I'm going to give you a boring story now. A million years ago, I was working on a mystery novel, and the editor said to me, said, "Kid, you got 5 pages to show me a dead body. If I don't see that body in 5 pages, I'm not going to page 6, and neither are you." And that always
were you the dead body?
If I hadn't shown him the dead body within 5 pages, I would have been. The editors were a lot more, let's say, aggressive in those days, and that's always stuck with me. Sometimes with these guys writing for trade paperbacks, they're writing a 6-part story, and they don't even introduce the problem till the 2nd or 3rd issue. And I'm sorry, as a reader, I'm bored out of my mind by that time.
Yeah.
I want stories to move. I want things to happen. If you look around the rest of media, everything is speeding up, moving faster and faster and faster. I always say to guys, look, go to a movie, any movie, and you will see that within 1 minute, something exciting has happened. Even if it's a love story, something exciting has happened. If it's a James Bond film, come on. We all know that there's a major explosion or a Marvel thing within a minute. In a comic book, you shouldn't have to wait to the 3rd issue before something happens.
Yes.
We should be moving along at a rapid pace. A friend of mine who's working on some Marvel reprints said he had to read some of my stuff. I gave him my sympathies. He said to me, he looked at some of the issues that I had, and he said, one of those issues would be a year's worth of a current storyline. And I thought that can't be true. And I'm sure it isn't actually true. I think he was just flattering me because he thought I'd pay him the money I owe him. Not going to happen. but I want to see action in especially a comic book. We want to see visual action, and we want to see things happening. And I think when guys are writing for the trade, they're dragging the story out when they should be stuffing it full of stuff. I mean, we used to do 20-page stories that were complete. You'd have one and done. You'd have a complete story, and you'd have a bunch of subplots that would keep going. Nowadays, they do a 6-issue stories. There are no supporting characters. There are no subplots. Come on, guys. We're paid to entertain people. Let's.
And that is why you are a legend, sir.
All right.
Tom killing us with the sound bites, man. We need to record this, man, for something else and keep this line. So what you got, Professor? We're at the timeline, right?
We are up against it. I want to thank Tom DeFalco for being our guest today. Thank you so much for coming on, helping support the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Please go online. Please donate. Be here. Well, hopefully, maybe this might be the step of what's to come. Maybe we do live no prize podcasts every 2 weeks. That would be great.
Yeah. We'll definitely have Tom back on again.
We definitely should have Tom back on. I'm sure you have a ton of stories to tell us.
Exactly. Tom is blowing my mind right now. Freaking just a great freaking guest, man. I appreciate you for coming on and giving us some clarity on these issues, man. Freaking you once again, you're a freaking legend, man. Freaking I didn't even get to ask you the question about Firestar, man, which is one of your shit. You were just so freaking great, man.
Josh.
That's just segue for Tom to be able to come back and have a whole hour and a half.
Yeah,
we would love that.
Hey, Tom, do you drink? Because we might have to have you on for drunken chat.
Yeah, I've been known to have the
every now and then.
See, you know how I know he drinks a lot because he's so fucking humility. He's a humility motherfucker. So he drinks a lot. He's got a whole cellar worth of fucking wine.
Not wine.
So yeah. Hey, Tom, I really appreciate you fucking coming on. I really appreciate you fucking talking to us, man. You're fucking one of the freaking legends. We will contact you, and hopefully you'll be able to come on with us again at some point in the future, man.
And Lucas is 12 hours in since Drunken Chat started last night at 12:30 a.m. and he's been going strong. So
yeah, we've been having some exciting. Tom the fucking Falco.
I know.
How am I not gonna be excited to stay up? Are you fucking kidding me?
Nope.
Motherfucker. Right. Of course I'm gonna fucking stay up.
Oh boy.
All right, guys.
Let's turn this back over to Randu Josh, and
there you go, Josh.
All right. Tom, thank you very much.
All right, thanks, guys. That was awesome. No Prize Podcast. You guys absolutely rocked it. But I don't know about you. I am excited for our next guest. She is an official representative from the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Damn it. I wasn't going to do this, I promise.
I
might as well suck it up and deal with it.
No, freaking God has blessed us for having her partner with us on this very important cause, man. So, absolutely. I bring her on, man. Pop her up, man. I want to talk to her. I want to thank her.
Zolotoy. Did I pronounce it right?
It's Zolati, but you're good.
Oh. I mean, I'm not at Lucas gone, but today's quite
Josh has. I have to.
Well, you know what? Anytime we get to freaking help out, man, and once again, you guys are helping us out, man. I want to appreciate you. You're gonna when you're gone, man, you're gonna be able to say, I did something. Not just something, a lot of something, man, to help a lot of people. And thank you for partnering with, Comic Crusaders and Josh, man, and freaking helping us out with just doing something, right?
Absolutely. Thank you guys. We couldn't do this without you. So
yeah.
And hopefully this is not just the end of this virtual con. It's not the end of this relationship. We want to freaking keep this freaking party going, freaking keep this relationship going. Whether it be, the little bit of freaking donations that we can freaking give to it, or I think we were talking with Josh about hopefully giving some comic books to some of the kids that are going through treatment. There's all types of stuff that we were hoping to get through. And God bless all the people that are out there that have people that are going through the sickness or hoping for treatment. But yeah, go ahead, Miranda and Josh. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you guys go ahead.
All right. So what I'm gonna do before Johnny, you were about to say something.
No, it's fine. I was gonna crack a very bad joke about the fact that you're fantastically always getting names wrong, but the moment has passed now. So
well,
shut up, Tony, and put your mask on.
And that's for people who are gone. Lucas is already way gone. So.
All right. Well, I'm going to go and move you guys backstage.
Please do.
We'll talk with.
Way gone is not even the thing. Once I get here, then I'll be way gone. I'm just.
All right. Well, Miranda, again, thank you so much for coming on and joining us here on this very special. Sorry.
No, absolutely no. I definitely get it. It's special. Like you said, It's absolutely special. And I am honored to be here to talk a little bit about the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society and what we do nationally and what we're able to do thanks to volunteers like yourself and people who make donations all over the country. So the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, we're a national organization, and we were actually founded for families by a family 70 years ago. When the Duvalier family lost their son, Robbie. He was 16 years old. And unfortunately, back in 1949, there were no treatments. There were absolutely no treatments for leukemia, especially childhood leukemia. And unfortunately, Robbie lost his battle. So his parents decided and said, hey, we need to do something, right? So they started to, fund research, fund cutting edge research that has saved lives over the last 70 years. And in doing that, we kind of transitioned from just funding research to now funding patient access programs as well, such as financial programs and things that are helping our patients, because the treatments that we're funding, we're seeing survival. We're seeing survive. So that is the part that's just so amazing to me. And just to give you a little bit of background, Josh, too, I know that this is kind of the first time that we're meeting. I lost my uncle to AML leukemia in 2017. So
it was AML.
AML, yeah. So this is very personal to me. This mission is very, very personal to me. And I'm in the Tampa, Florida area. I work with our largest fundraising campaign called Light the Night. And they actually take place across the country.
And it's funny you mentioned Light the Night, because I'm actually wearing our team shirt.
Oh, how fun! I love it.
Yeah, my sister, and we'll actually be showing the special interview we did with my sister. She organized the Orange Fighters, and we had actually participated in Light the Night, and actually the first one, my mom led the team. It was when she was still here. So, Light the Night is such an amazing event, and it's my understanding it's also the largest crowdfunding fundraiser that you guys do.
Absolutely. So we actually have over 125 events, Light the Night events across the country that take place in the fall, with over 1 million participants. And for people who may not know about Light the Night, like we said, is the largest fundraising campaign for LLS. And it is just that. We light the night. We bring light to the darkness of cancer, because all of our participants that come out, it used to be called the Light the Night Walk, but we took the word walk out of the logo because it's more of a festival style experience. Mm-hmm. So, as you know, Josh, they've got all kinds of different facets going on at this event, and people get lanterns that coincide with the reason of supporting LLS. So they have red lanterns. You carry a red lantern, they're battery operated. So you can carry a red lantern if you're there in support gold if you're there in memory of a lost loved one, and our cancer survivors and patients of any kind of cancer. It doesn't have to be blood cancer. They carry the white lanterns. So I know, I mean, I can't say it's amazing because I'm a little biased. I work for LLS and I put the event on, but I know from a family member and a loved one's perspective, truly, I mean, it's an amazing event that we put on. And
I absolutely. That has been, that event, going through that was, a great memory for me, and what it stands for means so much. But I wanted to talk also about the Children's Initiative, because that's the the specific direction that we are donating towards. Because I mean, these, as we coin them, are these little crusaders. They are taking on
so much.
Mm-hmm.
So much more than most people take on in a lifetime, you know, and I'm happy to talk about the Children's Initiative, Josh, and I'm so glad that you brought that up. So in this crazy world that we live in, unfortunately, a lot of times in the medical field, how things work is that children are receiving treatments that are made for adults. And they were working these last 4 decades. They were working for the past four decades, 40 years. There have only been 4 new approved treatments by the FDA for childhood cancer.
Yeah.
That's crazy. And the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society said, okay, hey, we have gotten, since 1949, the survival rate was under 10% for children with leukemia. Now we're over 90. We're over 90%. But 80% of those children will go on to have long-term side effects from the medicines that they're receiving to date right now, because they're receiving harsh medications that were made for adults. Mm-hmm. All of us said, you know what, we need to not only make these children survive, but we need for them to thrive in their life after cancer. And that's when we started the pediatric, it's called PEDALS, the Pediatric Childhood Leukemia Initiative that we're doing. And we have, as an organization, committed to funding $100 million in the next 5 years, over the next 5 years for pediatric treatments. And this is groundbreaking, Josh. We're so excited to be a part of this, and obviously for your support.
Yeah. Well, and that was something that I remember, when we were talking with your organization prior to this, and that was mentioned. I was like, yes, absolutely. That's what we want to do, because looking back, seeing what my mom went through. She went through 3 rounds of chemo. She went through a bone marrow transplant. I can't imagine these kids
going through it. Trust me. I mean, Josh, I understand completely. And in the average treatment for even acute lymphoblastic leukemia, that's the most popular childhood cancer, ALL. Kids can get AML as well, but ALL is the most popular, and there's a 90% survival rate. Their treatment, let's take a little boy, for example. The little boy under 7 years old, his average course of treatment is 3 years. 3 years of in and out of the hospital stays. If it is that bone marrow transplant, if it's, rounds and rounds of chemotherapy, it's crazy. And that's where, a lot of people will say 90% survival, that's successful. But success is having healthy children come out of this treatment. And, that's where we're just so excited to be shifting, because we're at the point where we can shift. We've had volunteers, we've had, donors back us for 70 years to help us get to that 90. And now it's time for us to, elevate and help, like we said, not only survive, but we want our kids to thrive in their life after treatment.
Absolutely. Because, not only the kids thriving, but their families as well. I mean, the impact, and I think unless you've lived it, you don't comprehend the impact that cancer will have, not only on just the person who's diagnosed with it, but everyone around them.
Yeah.
And that's honestly kind of the big reason why I've been, me personally, have been so passionate about not only this initiative, but what you guys are doing.
Right.
Because it's back to me.
Right. Yep. And Josh, truly, I mean, I understand and I hear you from a perspective of I've been there. I was my uncle's caretaker. So I was there when he passed away. So I know why. And I'm here, crusading for these people. And, it's like you said, cancer is a family disease, unfortunately. Once somebody gets it, it impacts everybody. And that's why, our mission statement at LLS is to cure blood cancers. It's to cure leukemia, lymphoma, Hodgkin's disease, and myeloma. But the best part in my mind is improve the quality of life of our patients and their families. Mm-hmm. That's it, right? It impacts everybody. So we're just really, we're so grateful that you chose us to support in this initiative. And, it takes people like yourselves. It takes people like the people who are watching and joining us today to really, help us move the needle and help us create more survivors in our world.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, when we all come together, we've seen this in various facets. When people come together united for one purpose, great things are achieved. We've seen that, taking the comics route. We have, Kickstarters where people come together to fund these books to have them be a thing. And I feel that what we're doing here and what you guys are doing is a giant Kickstarter for a much bigger and better alternative for these kids to let them be able to live their full and complete lives.
Yeah.
And I'm humbled as this has been going on to see my email blow up of donation after donation. I mean, the fact that we're already over $1,000 is something absolutely amazing to me. If you would have asked me a month ago how much you get a raise, I'm like, I'd be happy with $10, because I know every little bit helps. But to see that this community is having is incredibly humbling. So in your time with the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, what have been kind of your high points? Like, what, as you look back, what has been your key moments of that was a good day?
Well, that's a great question to ask, Josh. I think that it's always when we interact with patients and their families. That's number one. And a lot of what we do is I work with corporate supporters most of the time, companies that want to put together a fundraising team and fundraise at their place of employment. And a lot of times, when they get together, you know how this is, as you just mentioned, it's one person and it's a trickle down effect. It's, oh my gosh, I'll give $10, I'll give $100, and these companies raise a ton of money, like you're saying, with you guys in this state. So, I've got to say that two things come to mind. One is when we actually partner nationally with Subaru, and Subaru is our Subaru Loves to Care program. They actually provide blankets for our patients. And we go in with Subaru dealers across the country to, local hospitals and provide blankets to patients. And just to see something as simple as a blanket, honestly, simple as a blanket can just make somebody's day when they're in that position, be it the family members that are there in those hospital bed, rooms with their family members. But just to see everybody light up is just that's amazing. So we do that, a couple times a year. And I have to add to, at our events, our fundraising events, major fundraising events, so like the night, we actually have what's called an honored hero every year. for each event. And in Tampa 2 years ago, every child has such special place in my heart. But 2 years ago, we had a little boy. His name is Zach, and he was 10 years old when he was diagnosed with ALL leukemia. And Zach played baseball, and his whole theme was strike out cancer. Let's strike out cancer. I'm going to strike out cancer. And, Zach was our honored hero for the 2018 Light the Night season. And he got to come up on stage, hold that white lantern, see 4,000 people, be out in the lawn of where we have our Light the Night in Tampa. Mm-hmm. And just, formed a really close bond with him and his family. So this past February, I believe, just a couple weeks before the world turned upside down because of COVID, his mom sent me a text and asked if I would be willing to come to the hospital to see Zach ring the bell for receiving his last chemo. And that was one of the most honorable moments of my entire life, to be able to be asked to do that, because his mom sees, all the hard work that we do at LLS, and she knows how genuinely I care about her son. And I really, seeing Zach ring that bell was a moment that I will never, ever forget, ever forget. So Zach is cancer-free. He's 12 years old. He is, his family has chose virtual school just because he is still immunocompromised. So he is, because that's a lot of people ask me all the time, especially in this world right now with COVID-19, how are our patients doing it? How are they? It's more difficult now than it ever has been to be a cancer patient, right?
Oh yeah, especially when your immune system just is destroyed because of it.
Right. Yeah, it's huge. And that's why a lot of our patients, in this time, that's why we're saying, amidst all of the things that have been canceled and postponed and all of the things due to COVID-19, cancer is not one of them.
No.
Just now more than ever. And here's something, Josh, I think you'll love this. So at LLS, we understand, and this is something that I'm, again, so proud to work for an organization that does this, especially a national organization that does this. So, we are dedicated not only funding our mission, right? Continuing to fund those researchers. We actually have over 240 researchers as we speak right this very minute that LLS is funding throughout the country. And I'll talk about that in a minute, because I think that's, really, really cool to know. But, we're funding that research. We're giving our patients money back into their pockets, with travel assistance, with copay assistance, but we recognize that the world looks a little different right now. And we had to help our patients, navigate through this global pandemic. So we actually launched on April 1st, what was called our COVID-19 Patient Relief Fund. And any patient who has ever called the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society for help, any patient, was sent a $250 check for whatever they want. Food in your fridge, gas, anything, because we know the effects of the coronavirus. It doesn't have to be just, people who lost their jobs, or people who can't go out and need to go get, Walmart grocery delivery or whatever it may be. LLS was able to provide nearly $4.8 million in COVID-19 from April 1st to the end of July. So, it's huge what we're able to do. And again, we could not do that without people like you, voices like yourself that make it known for people, that are joining us today, and we couldn't do things like that if it weren't for you guys. So
that's absolutely amazing. I remember when my mom came home after that first round, my dad sterilized the entire house.
Oh, yeah.
And it was, before we even walked in, we had to wash our hands. We had to, we were essentially living COVID precautions. And that was 10 years ago.
Right.
When doing that. So to hear that you guys were doing that for those patients is absolutely amazing, because I know even years later, as they survive, there's still going to be remnants of it.
Absolutely.
And it, like you said, it never gives up. So to hear that you guys did that is absolutely mind blowing.
It's very special. And Josh, to your point earlier about how comics are funded right? Like first and foremost, we're going to fund this guy. We're going to help him out, that kind of deal. That's how LLS works. A lot of times people might be, hesitant to donate to a national organization because they're like, okay, cancer research, where's this going? Where's this research taking place? And I can tell you right now, our research is taking place across the United States. And how we operate is, I always tell people like this. Unfortunately, it's just, again, the world we live in. To become a federal, to receive federal funding to be a researcher, you have to be essentially verified. And to be verified, you have to be privately funded first. It's almost like, I always use this analogy, getting out of college and wanting to get a job, right? You have to have experience to get a job, but if you just get out of college, you don't have experience, kind of deal. Yeah. And that's where LLS comes in for our researchers. So we have researchers across the country. Again, to that pediatric point, $100 million is going to be set aside for those researchers in grants that researchers can apply for. And if we have essentially a board that reviews this information and says, okay, this person's onto something, let's fund them with $5 million. That's how that works. So we have researchers apply for our funding, and that's how, again, we then, fund their treatments that go on to save lives. And that's how it's a start from the bottom, get that private funding from LLS and continue to move up and up and up. So again, we could not be where we are today at that 90% survival rate for children. And, if it weren't for people who took action now, took action 70 years ago when LLS, first started. So it's an awesome mission. I absolutely love working for LLS. I could talk to you about LLS all day.
Awesome. And Miranda, I'd also like to introduce Al Mega, the CEO of Comic Crusaders and the co-organizer that's worked with me, listened to me, pretty much dictate what I wanted.
Oh, look at this guy. He think he was whooping me. Look at him. But seriously though, Miranda, thank you. Thank you for allowing us the opportunity to work in conjunction with the LLS. This is a very worthy cause. Josh, you I had a lump in my throat. Ass. I was going to come in earlier.
Wait till later tonight when we air that interview with my sisters. You want to see an impact of what cancer does and what leukemia does? Watch that.
I just want to thank you, Miranda, for your time today, though. I really appreciate you jumping on and just explaining to folks, what you guys do in the mission statement. It's wonderful what you guys do. Many blessings. And I hope that, you and us even today just able to help as many kids as possible. And I mean, not just kids, but everybody going through this stuff. And I hope watching this, everybody's happy. No, thank you. Woo! It was awesome. Josh, relax. I see Josh already. Relax.
I'm good. I've already, and Miranda, I don't know if you know, but today is also my mom's birthday.
Happy birthday, Mama.
This one I've kept really close to the chest. No pun intended. So, I definitely appreciate and thank you for coming on. And for everyone watching, please, donate to this amazing cause. Go to charity.gofundme.com/CCVC2. Every little bit helps. It also puts you in the running for a giveaway for our swag bags. So I am keeping a very close track to everyone who donates. So every little bit helps. You're donating to a great organization and to a great cause. So again, Miranda, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Al, for giving me this opportunity. And again, thank you guys for doing what you're doing. We couldn't do it without you. So thank you so much.
No, thank you again.
Thank you.
Awesome.
All right, well, enjoy the rest of your weekend. So
you too. Have fun, guys.
Bye.
All right. And awesome. Al, so far, we are rocking it.
We're killing it. Yeah. We're at 1,020 right now. 31 people have thus far donated. Thank you, everyone that has thus far donated. But again, please, anyone that hasn't, $1 is all it takes. You know what I mean? So if you have $1, instead of buying that cup of coffee, although in New York, that cup of coffee is like $4 now.
Yeah.
But if you want to spend $4 in coffee, spend $4 for a good cause and help a child today that's suffering through these processes that they just shouldn't be dealing with.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, this has been a very emotional day for me, obviously. If you guys haven't noticed, but it's all for an amazing cause. And as you saw in our conversation with Miranda, the impact that we have is going to help save even just one. I mean, in all reality, we're helping these little Crusaders take on very, very big challenges. And so every little bit helps.
Every little bit. Just throw it out there. Again, $1.50. If you got a little something, let's go. And again, it puts you into the running to win something. So you know what I mean? I mean, don't do it for that selfish reason. No. But, obviously, we'll bless you guys back somehow, with the wheel of fortune that we have here, whatever, the giveaway wheel.
Yep.
So great.
We'll do another spinning here in a couple of hours. What I'm doing is I'm kind of looking once we hit big milestones within the running. So
beautiful.
But Al, who do we have up next?
Up next. Oh man, listen, again, I said it before. I love technology, right? Especially technology in the comic book space for creators, writers, and whatnot. Well, guess what, folks? We have some guys here. Adam Martin, I see him in the background. We expect Eben Matthews to come on, but these are the geniuses behind the Macroverse Media Next Gen Digital Comics app. I mean, this is a monster. Adam, how are you?
Hello, how's it going? Sorry, Eben is just coming on right now. He'll be with me in a hot minute. Very nice to meet you guys. How goes the day so far?
Well, that's a loaded question for me. So, my emotions are all over the place today, but that was to be expected. But so far, it's been great. I mean, we broke the $1,000 mark of money we've raised for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. So
yep.
Yeah.
We're basically at the 10% mark right now. Let's keep going. Let's get to 100%.
Yeah, I got to say, it's so amazing you guys are doing that, because actually my brother-in-law is in the middle of chemo for lymphoma right now. Ooh. So I just that is a wonderful thing, but it's a wonderful thing what you're doing. So thank you.
Absolutely. So,
it's an honor.
And a random side note, I mean, today is also Dr. Pepper Day. So this is the first one I've cracked today.
Dr. Pepper is disgusting, though. This is the problem. It's horrifying. It's a horrifying drink. It's why.
Do you feel the same way about root beer?
I agree. Root beer is equally nauseating.
Oh, really? Well, you're speaking to the wrong man, yo. I love root beer and Dr. Pepper. Those are my joints. Throw some vanilla ice cream in a root beer, make that float.
No, that is a crime against nature. That is a terrifying thing.
I'm trying to tell Adam he's on his own.
Oh, look at this. Comes in this middle of this conversation, like, what the hell are these guys talking about? I thought this was a presentation.
I came in on root beer floats. I'm all in.
Adam is outnumbered.
When I grew up, growing up, my grandparents lived in Michigan, and that was one of the places where they still had kind of drive-through A&W restaurants, and the actual A&W restaurant experience is a type of root beer that they don't make for the shelf. So it's really? it's made in the restaurant, it's essentially home brewed in these kind of little joints. And so we would go there. It was something I always looked forward to as a kid, is going to this place, getting this kind of special root beer and the root beer float. So
Adam was out front with a line. A sign talking about no root beer. No.
Well, I think root beer really wasn't a thing in England growing up at all. And the same thing, so the idea of a root beer float, the idea of mixing, Coke was a treat for me because my mum didn't allow Coke in the house. So anything beyond that was just, it's very strange. My kids love it. It's a question.
Yeah.
Well, I am going to bow out for just a hot minute, so I will turn the time over to Al. So
thank you,
guys.
Josh.
Enjoy the rest of the show.
Josh, real quickly.
yeah, absolutely. And again, to everyone watching, please take a moment, donate to the amazing cause. Our little Crusaders will definitely benefit greatly from it. So,
yes, they will.
On that note,
fantastic.
Later, brother. All righty, and here I am. I have these two technological nerds that are going to kill this space right now with their awesome program, the Macroverse. Guys, give us the origin story first behind the idea of Macroverse, because obviously there's other applications out there in the digital scape, but no one does it like you guys.
I agree. Thank you. Yeah. So we'll bounce back and forth a little bit here, but the quick version of the kind of point where this started is I had a branding and media agency, so I was doing lots of kind of digital stuff on the web, and we were making children's books for Target and all kinds of different things. Adam was coming up in film and television, so he comes from the traditional kind of live action media world. And we became friends. So it really all starts with that. And we both kind of simultaneously realized that we were on these career paths where they kind of had a predictable outcome, like not a bad outcome, but just we knew where that was going to lead. And it wasn't going to get us where we wanted to go, fundamentally to the other side of the equation where we were making content, not just executing on it for other people. And so even though, you introduced us as tech geniuses, which I appreciate, fundamentally, we think of ourselves as creators. Like we write, direct, and produce content. And so that was where our friendship started. It's where our business relationship started. And so the first thing we did is we started writing together. So we wrote a script together that we were able to get optioned. That landed us at CAA for Just a Minute. So for anyone that doesn't know, that's one of the big talent agencies here in Los Angeles. And so we got the water bottle tour of LA, where you go on a bunch of meetings and they give you water, and then nothing.
A lot of water.
A lot of water. And where we found our niche was in motion comics. And so we kind of found this space that was kind of emerging, where motion comics were just starting. And because of our combined background, kind of bringing a cinematic element to it, and also being able to kind of understand how to put it all together digitally in an animation, we started making a bunch of motion comics. And so we were one of the first companies that was doing that. And we did a lot of that in the video game world. And so that's how we ultimately kind of were able to take the first step towards, writing, directing, and producing our own stuff. And then the other missing piece there is I met the director of a movie called The Boondock Saints. So I'm sure some people will be familiar with that. But it's sorry.
That's my brother's favorite
film
of all time. He drives me nuts with this movie.
How many tattoos does he have?
Oh yes, several, and he actually dresses the part too, like that, And he goes by Daniel Black. So you look at the name; it kind of tells you, But he put me onto that movie, and that bathroom scene with the toilet when he had the child. Dude, I would be doing the same thing to protect my family. You ain't. I'm a Hulk out.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So as soon as I saw that movie, I mean, there are many fans of that film. And as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, these are, superhero vigilantes. This should be a comic series. And so that brought me into the traditional, kind of direct market. I've been a lifelong comics fan as well. So,
What was your flavor in comics?
So I was a child of first of all, kind of grew up on Marvel, but then really a child of the 90s. So, massively into the Image boom, and then even more really massively into the indie comics movement. So like I really got into like finding interesting, weird stuff at the comic store every week. So whether that was originally, Ninja Turtles, which of course everybody knows, but that kind of explosion of independent creativity really, spoke to me. And I was also an artist growing up. So I went to art school to be an illustrator. I thought I was going to be a comic artist.
Gotcha.
Took a weird left turn into all this other stuff.
But still within the space, though, which is what's interesting. You still within the space. And I want to introduce my man here, Nemesis.
What's
Nemesis actually reviewed Phobos from
I saw that. That was a very wonderful review. Thank you.
Yeah, extremely kind.
I saw you guys hop on, and I definitely wanted to jump on because I was really impressed with your guys' app. I'll be honest with you. I'm not a digicomic guy. I think I said that in my interview.
Yeah.
And what you guys provided in that app was really impressive to me because just from a technical standpoint, a comic review standpoint, you guys gave these layers and added depth to the comic and movement to it. So I heard you mention before I came on about cinematic experience. That's what it really felt like. And Phobos was a lot of fun. I loved it. You know, come check out our review on the site, and then go check it out on Macroverse because it was really great.
Yeah, thank you. I really appreciate that, and we do hope people will check it out. And you know, I'll try to make the rest of the origin story shorter. Then I'll hand it off to Adam because I do have a tendency to talk too much. But so we, so anyway, we made the Boondock Saints series. And, you know, I hate to put it in these terms because I am a lifelong comics fan. And actually, like you, Dave, I don't read digital comics. Like, I'm not into, like, Comixology. Don't read much on webtoons. Like, none of those formats ever worked for me. And I think that's true for a lot of people.
I'm a print man, yeah.
I'm at heart a print man as well. So I got bookshelves. But I did come out of that experience. We had the best indie comics experience making the Boondock Saints. We did the whole convention circuit. We had Norman Reedus before The Walking Dead. We had Sean Patrick Flannery. We had Troy Duff. We had lines around convention centers that people were going like, why are all these people with tattoos here? So it was an incredible experience. And I came out of that kind of going like, oh, like there's some real fundamental issues with the direct market. You know, the fact that Diamond is a monopoly for distribution, the fact that there are only 2,000 points of retail, like there are some challenges to have this thing that I love, you know, really be the mass market form of entertainment that it used to be, that it was when I was a kid, that I wish it still was. And so, you know, that was where this kind of thinking started. And so having, you know, we worked with 12 Gauge Comics on a bunch of stuff who people might know from The Ride or Plastic or, you know, other books that they put out. So, you know, and becoming friends with them, kind of seeing that experience, Adam and I just started talking. And so it really started with a series of conversations of like, we have material we want to create. We'd love to do it in this format, but we don't really want to do the traditional indie thing. We didn't really see the opportunity being, you know, what we wanted it to be, to tell the kinds of stories that we wanted to tell in any of the digital formats. And so it started with that, and it started with kind of experimenting. And this tap through format that we were able to develop was the key. So, you know, once we figured that out, we felt like this makes sense to us as storytellers, as creators. This is the kind of story that we want to tell. It's the kind of experience that we want to have for ourselves. I wonder if anybody else would want it too. And so from there, we started talking to creators. And as we got feedback from other creators, we were like, okay, this is it. Like, we found the thing. And so once we had that confidence, and we're like, okay, we got to do this. No one else is going to do it. I guess we have to do it. so that's where we started. And now I'll let Adam talk.
No, it's funny because it's like you asked, you know, Eben kind of what he grew up on comics wise. For me, growing up in England, it was all 2000 AD. So like that was the, you know, the trip to the comic shop, you know, all those stories that I still kind of love. And so it was very cool for me to feel like the idea of the monthly kind of floppy was very alien to me growing up in a weird way. But so one of the things I kind of loved as we started talking about this idea was the feeling of getting back to that 2000 AD sensibility, where you have these kind of shorter serialized stories, but these shorter chunks of stories that come together to make this fantastic thing. But this weekly little kind of drip, you know, this weekly feed out of these mini episodes. And so there was something, it felt very comfortable for me kind of coming back into this format, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there are a lot of other comic cultures around the world where that's more the format. Even in Japan, people think of, you know, these kind of books of manga, but a lot of their comic culture is these sort of serialized, you know, weekly compilations. So, you know, there is some influence there as well. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah. Hey, you already forewarned that you're that type of person, so he got to expect it at this point.
Yeah.
You know what? I actually want. Do you have a presentation, or do you want me to show people the site?
I can bring up a presentation, actually. Hold on a second. This will take me off chat, but I can actually show people the app
Well, that would be dope if we could do that, just to give people a rundown, because I want to make sure that we're using your time properly, because I want people to really, understand this awesome technology that, again, Nemesis himself had a first-hand experience.
Yeah. And I can't stress enough while he's bringing this up. I went into it probably a little skeptical, and I had to go on my phone, which as another thing, I hate looking at stuff on my phone. I can't stand it. I'm like the Luddite of this group. So, and looking at it, I was impressed enough that I went and purchased some other Macroverse comics.
Awesome.
So, it's really good.
Thank you. Well, we really appreciate that. It's definitely the response we're hoping for.
Let me tell you though, he's not lying. When I sent him the link to an app, he goes, "Oh my God, you mean I gotta turn on my tablet for this thing?" But then he was very happy with the end result.
Excellent. All right, so can you guys see this now? See my screen?
Yes.
All right, so this is what the app looks like. I'm just gonna scroll down the screen, so you can see we've got a lot of different series. And forgive my notifications coming in, but speaking of the phone, we actually made a very conscious choice to focus on the phone format, and I think that was one. There are two reasons for that. One is we saw that nobody had really cracked how to do comics on the phone properly, in our opinion. And number two, we realized, 90% of the audience, love it or hate it, is going to consume stuff on their phone.
Yeah.
And so, as great as it is to have the kind of beautiful tablet experience, and we do actually plan on bringing that in down the road, but we realized like the mass audience is on the phone. And so, so once we realized that from a business standpoint, then from a creative standpoint, it was like, wait, we need to make this great. It's not like, shoehorning something in. It's got to really be tailor made. And so since we were talking about Phobos, I'll pull up a little bit of that. So this is Jason Brubaker's new series, which, you guys did give such a wonderful review to. You can see when you come into a series, kind of like a Netflix, or even in this case, a little bit of like a TikTok interface. You're kind of like, scrolling through the different episodes that are available. And then you just click into an episode. And as it loads up, I'm actually midway through that one, so I'll go back to the beginning. So you pick up where you left reading. So this is, you're on the screen. So, you mentioned kind of animation or cinematics. The thing we actually love about it is it's not technically animated. Nothing is moving for you. And so as I tap the screen, things will change. We're kind of going to move through the story. And so we can kind of create this feeling of animation, this feeling of something that's cinematic, without having the app do it for you. So you're always in control of the reading experience. But we can do this kind of cool thing where, it's two different taps that create this effect of this lightning strike. But I can like soak in the art as much as I want to. I can stick on this screen as much as I want to. And as I tap through, it advances the story. And so we're really crafting these things where, you get this feeling of almost animation or kind of a cinematic approach. Or we sometimes talk to creators about sort of a hybrid of a comic and a storyboard in a sense. Yeah. So it's like, you're moving through it at your own pace. You get to really enjoy it in the way that you want to. But we can connect these scenes and sequences in ways like even doing something simple like this, it just adds something to the pacing of the story. It adds this kind of dramatic moment that that you can't have. And so that was one of the things we really. Sorry, go ahead. I'll stop. I'll keep going through the app, but.
I was going to say, I think that one of the things that we can do, and I think you see this in this, but again, kind of leaning into that cinematic idea, is dialogue in a big way, And I think that's something the original creators have. And then we've got a series coming out actually with a comedian, with a comedian on Tuesday, which I don't think we can tease just yet, but it's
can't say what it is, but it's actually Wednesday.
Oh, it's Wednesday.
Well, you teased us anyway. Something coming up on Wednesday, folks. They're teasing here.
Yeah.
So, but it's like what he pointed out when we were on, we were shooting together actually, and he pointed out, he's like, oh, you can land a joke in this format in a way that is much, much harder on the traditional page because you've got so many other restrictions when you're dealing with this printed thing, because there are so many other considerations basically. Whereas this, you can have dialogue play out between the same two images if you want to, tap, 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 punchline, which is unique to this format. And that was one of the things I think that excited both of us about it, because it does make that, again, it bridges into that cinematic sensibility that we're kind of striving for, you know.
Exactly.
Just so is the technology proprietary? Do you have certain items here that or moving parts, if you will, that other softwares don't have?
Absolutely. So So we definitely, you know, the whole thing is custom built, and it's a combination of art and science. So there's a lot of the actual, you know, there are a lot of things that we've developed around the storytelling, which we, you know, really like to work pretty closely with the batch of creators that we're working with, as far as just sharing what we think we've learned, best practices, you know, how we kind of think about moving through these stories and through these scenes, how to kind of best take advantage of the format. So that's kind of the creative art part of it. And then, you know, it is a technology platform. So on the tech side, you know, we've had to figure stuff out as far as, you know, how to best optimize, you know, the kind of way we're serving images. And so we have more in common with a streaming platform kind of from a tech side than we do with a traditional comic platform. But yeah, we built a whole system for it, and it's really just the beginning. We're doing a bunch more. So I want to take 1 second and just pimp this other series here. So
pimp it, son.
This is one called Hex 11, which is, you know, we absolutely love. This is
I like the art a lot.
Yeah, it's cool, right? Gorgeous art, really fun story. It's basically Harry Potter meets Blade Runner. So it's a world where magic is downloadable, which is
say a word.
So it's a really fun series, and I would definitely encourage people to check it out. You know, really gorgeous art, and a lot of fun as well. So I mean, we really love everything on here. There's that. If you like kind of, you know, weird, wild, cool stuff that's kind of like more street art influence. Well, actually, so we are a subscription service. I'm not going to type in my password at the moment. We can talk about that as well. Brian Stelfreeze, who people might know from Ta-Nehisi Coates. You know, we've got a series with him on here called Gun Candy, which is also just gorgeous, and his work is just so cinematic anyway, so it really lends itself to the platform. And then I would be totally remiss if I didn't talk about our own series, which is the one that I write called Dead Town.
Oh man, you know what? Not for nothing, that has appealed to me so much. As soon as I saw the imagery, I'm like, wow, this looks really interesting. I love just the artistic look of it. Yeah, and then immediately I'm like, okay, this is something I would read. Yeah. So thank you for bringing this up, man. I love it.
Please do. And I'll also
comics that I bought.
Oh, good. Awesome. Well, great. I'll also mention that, like, not only do Adam and I, you know, we created Dead Town, we write Dead Town. I'll give a shout out to Stephen Perkins, who does the amazing art on it.
Amazing.
But this was also the series that we used to figure all this out. So once we decided that we were going to do this, like, we were like, we have to make a show. So we have to make a series to, you know, make sure that it works and figure out how it works. So this was, you know, not only a passion project for us, but it was also kind of the R&D for the whole app. And you know, the first 5 episodes of Dead Town are free to read right now. So anybody that wants to jump in and check that out, you know, can do that. And then season 2 is coming in early 2021 as well.
Okay, let me ask you about that, because I noticed that on the Hex, you know, it's the season.
Yeah.
So is that how you release? And what's a season, you know, in the digital issue landscape?
Right. So a season really, we approach, I mean, it's funny. I think this is a lot of, because we've been in the film and TV world so much, we kind of phrase things in terms of episodic television. But so essentially a season is typically between 6 and 12 episodes, short episodes of any one series. And then we'll release multiple seasons. So like Gun Candy, I think, is only 2 seasons. But so we've got both seasons of that live, but they're, you know, 2, 9, 10 episode seasons, basically. You know, Dead Town, we have 12 episodes up there right now, but that is that's what basically takes you through season 1. And then each new, you know, project that we bring to the platform, we have kind of season 1 lined up and ready to go, and that typically comes out on a once a week type of cadence. So again, thinking about it in terms of film and TV, you know.
So check this out. I just want to let you guys know that the multiverse is watching in the background, and there's 2 comments here from them. First off, is mobile is a great strategy for visual storytelling. The global marketplace for mobile is 7 billion.
Yeah,
that's 1 phone for every person on Earth, and it's growing as well.
Yep.
Second comment: Macroverse mobile comic product has the opportunity to offer users a la carte where rewards and incentives can be embedded in each swipe and or panel. Is that true? And if so, how does that work?
So not quite. I wouldn't articulate it quite that way. So there's two things that we're doing right now. One is, we are kind of taking a lot of cues from the rest of the media landscape and kind of looking at how all this is evolving. So again, I think we have more in common with a kind of a Netflix or an HBO Max or Disney Plus than we do with Comixology, for example.
Let's get you back on screen, brother. Let's get you back on screen.
Yeah,
I'm going to remove this to get you back on screen.
Perfect.
They can see your face.
I just want to scroll through everything on there. But
I know. It's a gorgeous application. I mean, I'd be here all day with you.
We'll let people do that on their own time. So just quickly, you can go to macroverse.media to download the app. That's their website. But you can also find it on App Store or Google Play just by searching Macroverse. Let me get my camera back connected.
I can tell all of our readers out there that, like Al said, I didn't want to put it on my phone, but it was very easy to set up and get started and everything. So it was really cool. I'm pimping out Macroverse too. So, it was a lot of fun. And I have to say that the one that you were showing, I just forgot the name. I'm early in the morning here in California.
Yeah.
It felt like a Sin City. Even
yeah.
Tour, and it was just absolutely outstanding.
Thank you. Yeah, well, we'll take an extra compliment in that since that was
that's you. That's y'all, baby. Hell yeah.
That's
recognize.
And Steven, who does the art on that, I want to just give him another shout out because he is unbelievably talented. And I think, we've really hit our stride with him working on this project together. And it was also another kind of I think when you really put your mind to something, like a lot of times the right pieces, the right people start to show up. And, once we kind of really decided to do this, we met Steven working on another project, on a motion comics project. And he was, we just hired him for that. And as soon as we kind of saw his work, we were like, this is the guy for Death Town. This is the guy we've been waiting for. And that was, another one of those things that was like, okay, it's time. Like, we're doing this.
This is great, guys. You guys, I love it. Go ahead, David. I'm sorry.
I was wondering if I could ask a quick technical question. I don't know if you can give the specifics, but when I was reviewing Phobos, I noticed at times that there was almost like a depth of field to it. It looked like if you were doing animation on a projector, you would put acetate over something and give you that depth. Do you do something like that with Macroverse? I don't know if you want to give away all your secrets, but it felt
like that compliment belongs entirely to Jason, who creates the art for Phobos. So, I mean, he's just, it's just the way that he's built that series. So I wish we could take credit for it, but that's all built into the art and the style that he's doing.
And that goes to show the strength of an amazing team that you have at Macroverse to bring such, awesome looking product. Again, I'm a print man.
Yeah.
But even I saw things that I'm like, you know what? Maybe not so much, I guess, because, if this is the platform where I'm going to have to read that, then that's the platform I'm going to use because it looks that good to me. So why not?
And I hope you'll find too, and our hope in general is, we don't see this as, it's not us versus print. It's not, do you do this or do you do print? I think they can be additive. And a lot of the way that we look at kind of the entertainment world or landscape in general is that, I think there's a lot of experiences around things that we love that we want to have or that we would like access to. And so, I love giving this example, but I watch the way my 7-year-old, consumes content or the way that she wants to engage with stories and characters. And it is like a world that she wants to get into. And so that's a lot of the way we look at this stuff is, we're starting here, but over time, it's like we want to build out a whole world of content around these things. And when you do it through a mobile product, through a mobile service, love it or hate it, we do spend time on our phone. So if you expand that fan component, the world component, around these different series that people like, I think there's a lot of fun to be had there for creators in general, and certainly for ourselves. So it's just something that, we really think there's a lot of opportunity kind of in every category to really empower the next generation of comics. And that's a lot of what we're kind of focused on.
Fantastic. So again, I just want to share the website because you guys dropping some stuff here, and I actually want to invite you back So we could maybe have an hour to really get in depth into this bad boy. But for sure, because I believe in what you guys got going too. I love it. Again, I'm a beast when it comes to tech. I love technology, especially in our space of fandom.
Yeah.
You just, because the more people you're able to reach, the so much better. Right now, everybody has a comic shop by them. So even, I may be a print man, but if you have, the ability to get stuff on digital via a fantastic application like Macroverse, that will definitely blow your mind. I mean, like I said, the others don't got crap on these guys. That's just true.
Well, thank you.
No, for real, man. Much love and success, continued success in this. I hope that we're able to help as well. Folks, you see it right there. Visit macroverse.media, correct?
That's it.
Yeah. That's one.
And all right, we have 1 minute left. The only thing I wanted to ask that I didn't get to ask was in the submission process. If somebody was interested in submitting to Macroverse, where would they go for that?
So on the website as well, there is a link to submit, and we are looking at stuff. So I mean, I will say a few things. I mean, we do curate everything. This is, we're not an open platform like YouTube, but we also do look at everything. So if people send us stuff, it definitely will get looked at, and we're definitely open to seeing new material, and we're very interested in kind of new voices, interesting voices.
Yeah, great. Thank you, guys. Thank you for joining us today, showing some love, spending some time. Adam, Evan, you guys rock. I want you guys back on a regular podcast to get even more in depth. But with that, thank you for showing up and blessing us with your time and telling people the greatness of Macroverse.
Well, likewise. Have a great day, guys. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, I just want to tell everybody out there that I'm not being cool with the sunglasses. I have epilepsy, so staring at long time at the screen can cause some problems, and I don't want y'all to have to.
Especially when he looks at my beard, because when I go, it goes black to white. That color fluctuation just messes with him.
He does that on purpose to me sometimes. So.
All right. Guess what, folks? I'm gonna bring in the machine once again. My homie and brother from another mother from the UK. We have an amazing guest here. I'm going to step away because I'm going to let these two gentlemen handle this amazing creator we have on that agreed to be on. I'm very happy, big fan. My man does too much stuff. He's the writer of Die, The Wicked and the Divine, Young Avengers, and a whole hell of a lot more. None other than one and only Kieron Gillen. What's going on, brother?
Oh, good evening. Oh, good afternoon for you. It's good evening for me. Like, I'm just sort of turning off today.
Are you in the UK?
Yeah, UK.
Oh, so see, you're Johnny's neighbor, so he feels your pain.
Totally do.
Kieron, thank you so much for joining us to chat with my awesome two Crusaders, Johnny Hughes, and of course, Nemesis Howard. I'm going to leave it up to you guys so I can run an errand for my wife before I get my butt kicked. All right, so so guys, have fun.
Good luck. Oh, so I am so happy and honored that you agreed to come on to this podcast with us. I'm a huge fan of your work, especially Die, and now the new Warhammer comic that just came out from Marvel. Absolutely outstanding. Thank you so much. I reached out to you, and you also hooked me up with your incredible co-writer and artist on Die, Stephanie Hans, who will be on later. Johnny, did you want to add anything before we?
I think Kieron's an absolute legend. Well done. Your work, the volume of work, speaks for itself. I'm going to ask. Obviously, we don't want you to burn any bridges or anything, but do you have any particular favorite teams, universes you enjoy working with?
Well, it's like, firstly, thank you. You're making me blush. You're both very kind. Secondly, honestly, I'm very lucky. It's one of these things that I'm hyper aware that my job is incredibly blessed. And I don't, especially because I don't really say yes to a job unless I want to work on it. You know what I mean? Like I'm a proper, I mean, like you mentioned the Warhammer job I'm doing at the moment, in that I'm a old school Warhammer guy. I was into Warhammer in '87. You know what I mean? So popping into the universe, having a play, it's just fun. So my actual favourite things, I mean, if you have to choose, my favourite thing's almost always the creator-owned stuff because it's yours, and it's that kind of. I always say it's like the stuff which wouldn't exist without you. You know what I mean? And that's kind of, as a creator, that's what you want to bring to the world. Or at least that's what I want to do anyway.
Makes total sense because it's your work. You know, sometimes you work on these massive major icons. I mean, Warhammer's been around the block a couple of times. I think Dan Abnett did a series with Andy Lannon back in the day.
Yeah, I mean, I've actually, my first ever work for hire was a Warhammer comic for Games Workshop back in 2003. Like a couple of 5-page stories. And then I did like a 4-issue mini for Boom, which was my first like non-indie work for an American publisher. So I've sort of like flirted back in at various stages of my career. So coming in now when I actually know what I'm doing is quite exciting.
I've got to ask. Sorry, if I can just ask one more question before. Is that all right, David?
Go for it.
You're a Brit, obviously. How easy is it, or how difficult is it for a Brit to break into the mainstream US market?
That's a good question. I think that before my generation of creators, there was a traditional career route for comic writers. And it was basically you go, you work for 2000 AD, you get noticed by Vertigo, you do a series for them, and then you go and, you know, do stuff for the two big universes. Mine wasn't that. I mean, my route, me and Jamie and those sort of people, we never worked for 2000 AD. And it's just that we were online. Like, you know, we were the first sort of generation of creators who, my friends were like people who are often based in America or anywhere around the world because we're all just very online. Like, I mean, I've got many close friends in the UK scene as well, but I wasn't just the UK scene. It was like Matt Fraction, you know, people like Matt Fraction or Charlie Chu and all these sort of people I met on the forums. So then it was a case of like, since we were very online, people got to know you. You know what I mean? Like, I put work out there. I sort of gained a reputation. And in reality, it was like, I did a book phonogram for Image, and that was kind of my calling card. You know what I mean? Like, it's like when you've got any one credit, it's kind of becomes, oh, this is the guy who did that. So yeah, it was, you know, it was, you might even argue it's easier.
Yeah,
you know,
I could imagine because you haven't had to cut your teeth on.
I mean, we cut our teeth in different places. You know what I mean? But also, like in the UK, there's less comics available, so there's less ways in. So, like being able to pitch at Americans, you know, we had the option to go and, you know, go to the American publishers and go, hey, you want to do terrible comics about Britpop or whatever. So
someone once asked me, is 2000 AD an indie comic? I was like, no, it's mainstream because that's the only comic we've got in the UK. So that's as mainstream as it gets.
I think I'm an honorary Brit or anything because I've been reading 2000 AD forever. I read Roy of the Rovers and a bunch of other stuff. So
that's because you like soccer.
Yeah, well, this is true. You know,
I had to say soccer. Sorry.
I'm also a Mags fan, so you know I suffer along with Johnny.
Come on, how are the lads? How are the lads?
I did want to. I want to talk about Die because that's, you know, is the thing that I'm really into right now. But I wanted to hit on, you know, the latest comic that I saw you come out with this Warhammer. I'm a big Warhammer fantasy guy. My son is a big Warhammer 40K guy, and we play 40K, and he loves this comic. And I'm just kind of interested about how you got into this project of writing a Warhammer 40K for Marvel, and why you chose the subject matter you did, because it's fascinating, you know, Ultramarines and talking about that. It wasn't he's not a Primarch. He's a
Taskmaster.
Yes. Yeah. So I think and I read that first comic. I've got a review coming for Comic Crusaders, but I absolutely loved it. I thought it was absolutely outstanding, especially going back and looking at him from a young age. So I just wanted to hear a little bit of the background you had for that.
Yeah. I mean, so how did I basically, I mean, I've been away from Marvel for a while. I just was doing my own creator-owned stuff. Just out of kind of like, I'd done all the Star Wars books, and I was kind of like about 5 years ago, I think I was burnt out for writing superheroes. But I was sort of at the start, approaching the end of last year, I was sort of thinking, you know, maybe I'm missing it now. Like I've kind of, you know, repaired my brain and ready to go in. And just CB messaged me saying, you interested in doing both Eternals and Warhammer, basically. And apparently it was, when it was mentioned at the summits, you know, that they have those summits where they get all the writers together to discuss what they're doing for the next 2 years. It was like, anyway, they sort of said, we've got the Warhammer license, and basically everyone went, well, that's Kieron, isn't it? You know, like, if you look at my Instagram feed, you'll see me painting the models, and I'm aggressively open about my miniature painting. And they were right. It felt like so like obviously I love the universe, but also it's kind of like something I hadn't done before. Like I've never like launched like at Marvel for work for hire. I've never like launched something from scratch like this. Like okay. Like, you know, obviously I don't know if they're doing any more Warhammer books, but trying to creating a language of Warhammer comics for Marvel and doing that kind of, okay, how do you even do this? That was kind of appealing, especially like, and as a fan, obviously there's been some really great Warhammer comics before, but like Marvel has resources which many publishers don't have. So you can do things like, if you look at the comic, we've got things like the data pages and how we actually are using to sell it and what we're doing with the art and stuff. But in terms of like the story to tell, it was like, the thing about 40k is it is the biggest thing you can imagine. I mean, if you talk to 40k fans, it's like you can be into 40k and you will never know it all. They'll be like, you know, as a Marvel fan, some people are like, oh, I don't know much about the X-Men. That's like a bit like 40k. Like you kind of like you may not know about the Tau or the Dark Eldar, Drakari now, you know. And so there's so much to learn. And the question becomes, how do you explain it? And in my case, it's like, in the conversations with Games Workshop, there was like various things, you know, stories they felt important, or like types of story they felt important and their core values. And for me, it was like, if you explain 40k, you pretty much have to start with the Space Marines, as in the Imperium and the Space Marines, because they're like, if you think about 40k, that's the image you're thinking of. Right. So we start there. And okay, how do you explain the Space Marines? Well, there's lots of different chapters. They're all very different. Well, you start with but a lot of them take after the Ultramarines. So okay, to know why the I don't know, the Blood Angels are so interesting, and why the Space Wolves are so, you know, what they are, you've got to explain what the Ultramarines are, because they're like the standard is the wrong word, but they are the mold.
Right.
And then of course to explain, you know, so you see how I go through these sort of angles like this. Okay, what's the best way to explain them? And you go, well, you sort of say how they make a Space Marine. So we do this origin story of, okay, this is a guy. Story, how he's been recruited, how he's transformed into a Space Marine, what does that even mean? And then it's like, well, we can do that with Marnius Kalgar. So because his background is pretty open, like he's done a lot of stuff in the actual universe, but his kind of anything before becoming Chapter Master, which is basically leader, was pretty open. So I went and thought, okay, by having this one charismatic character, I can sort of explain a lot in one go. We can take from how you go from like a boy in this hellish universe to becoming this weirdly hardened, murderous creature. You know what I mean? I always, the metaphor I use is always like Batman Year One. Like, you know how Batman Year One, it is absolutely everything a Batman fan wants to see. But at the same time, it also completely introduces, you know, Batman to. If you've never read a Batman comic before, Batman Year One explains why you should care about Batman. And that was kind of the aim, something that 100% does all the tearing people to pieces stuff that you love from Warhammer, that all my deep nerd love, but at the same time explains to my wife why I like it. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of me saying, hey, this is why I like it. You may not like it, but this is why I like it.
I think it's a rare talent. Because, I mean, Nemesis, you'll agree with me. How many times do we see comic books that try to explain a new world? And it's just like explanation after explanation after. And you're like, oh my God, I am so bored. Yeah, so it's a rare talent, I think, to sort of like devolve a universe, because it's all right for Nemesis picking up the book because he loves Warhammer. Me, I pick up the book, I have no idea. I haven't Dungeons and Dragons since I was maybe that much, but you know, it makes it accessible. It's a rare. I think it's a very much a rare gift to be able to.
I'm sure Games Workshop will be happy to hear this, but for me, I play Sisters of Battle and Imperial Guard. And so I've never really been into Space Marines because Space Marines are so common. If you go out there, everybody plays Space Marines. But reading this book, Ultramarine, you made the Ultramarines very interesting to me, and I wanted to know more, you know, and that's going to translate into sales for Games Workshop, sales for the comic book. And I thought you did an amazing job of bringing that hellish world to life. You know, that's what I found.
Thank you. I mean, I agree. My first army was Imperial Guard. You know what I mean? Like back in the day, I played Imperial Guard before they had tanks. So like, I've never been a Space Marine guy. And like, I painted my first Space Marine in 2012, which is like a long time into my hobby. So like, for me, it's always like, why do you fall? It's you sort of dig into it. Okay, why are these interesting? And you sort of fall in love with it. And anytime I do work for hire, it's always like, okay, what's interesting here? What's the core thing people love? And then you just drill down. That's kind of what I always do. As in, what is the essence? I guess.
Outstanding. And hopefully, fingers crossed, maybe someday we'll get a Warhammer fantasy book. You know, I played orcs and goblins in fantasy. Played them since the 90s. Absolutely love it. So
yeah, Skaven on my the army, when I go in and out of Warhammer like across my life, but I've been in it since 2008, so it's become part of my life persistently for a while. But I started painting Skaven around 2008 properly because I could finally afford to buy a Skaven Horde army. Skaven are like murderous steampunk rat men, and I have like about the shelf up here. There's about 300, but there's like a sizable army of Skaven just sitting there.
Yeah, I think that both those worlds have so much to offer, but I want to transition to a brand new world that you brought a while ago, which was Die.
Thank you.
Die to me is amazing. I have every issue. I was blessed to get the very first issue to review for Comic Crusaders, and that hooked me. Just throwing it out there, how did you come up with this world? I mean, it's absolutely amazing. The if you could talk to the viewers who don't know Die, tell them a little bit about it and how you and Stephanie Hans came up with this. Because the artwork is beautiful and the story is amazing, and I know you have an RPG around it as well. So
yeah, it's a bit too. The great draw about Die is it started something quite small and pure, and then it ended up, as always with me, becoming too much. Like the fact that there's literally like 100,000 word RPG for free I've released, like in beta. Like that says a lot about how deep we go into it. The cool idea was I was in the mall near San Diego Con. I was having an ice cream with like Jamie McKelvey and Ray Fawkes, and we were just chewing the fat. And we joked, whatever happened to the kids in the D&D cartoon in the 80s? Whatever happened to those? And we started joking about them being middle-aged people now. And then that idea like nagged at me until that evening. Immediately it struck me like, oh right, you do a story about middle-aged people being dragged back to their fantasy world they went to as children, and then you compare these dreams you had as a kid with the reality you're actually living, and and you do something really about age and time and all those really big, and what is fantasy even for? See, that was immediately the big core themes. And to be honest, I could have completely, and to be honest, sensibly done a book just the character studies. But in the end, I ended up like just started digging into, well, why do we like fantasy? And also, where did fantasy role-playing games come from? So the world of Die is basically it's a meta fantasy. So it's a 20-sided shape as a 20-sided dice, and each one of the regions on the dice is a different sort of fantasy world. So, and each one of these fantasy worlds is a deconstruction of an element that went into D&D. So, like, for example, like there's a realm which is very clearly based on inspired by Tolkien, but it doesn't do like elves and fairies. What it does is World War I, and it's basically about this mashing the experience on the Somme, which clearly influenced Tolkien in lots of different ways, and it's showing that, you know what I mean? So it's simultaneously this story about middle age, dreams and youth and losing all that stuff. At the same time, it's also this how on earth fantasy games ever happened, and that's great because even by the time we finished Die, well, we won't have gone, we won't have gone through all the regions. It's great. Like it's deliberately bigger than the page. So I'm glad that works for you.
Yeah, I thought it was fascinating, especially how you brought in our world's history into Die. For instance, Eternal Prussia with the dragons, but it's all Mac based, and it's based, I think, on actual, Prussia, World War I, that era. One of the questions I had for you about this as well, though, is how you created the characters. So our main characters, especially Ash, who did you always plan for Ash, who, if I'm remembering all the way back to issue 1, is male in the real world and is a female plays a female character and is female in Die? Did you always plan for him to be to have the character arc that he has? I don't want to give too much away. So.
Yeah. I always had when I start a project, I've always know the rough sort of shape of it. I may not know every beat, but I know like the first arc is about this and ends here, and the second arc ends here, and the third arc ends here, and the fourth arc, until the end. Like it's a lot of exploring along the way, but it's like like you're going to Mount Doom if you're a Hobbit. Like Mount Doom's over there, and I'm going to find my way there. So yeah, I always knew like when I was making up the characters, it was like, okay, I'm going to make a complicated social group of people, and I was sort of partially inspired by the sort of people I played RPGs with as a kid. And none of the characters are like them exactly, but like different sort of issues and problems, and most importantly, things people go to role-playing games for. You know. And in the case, I mean, the first character to arrive was Sol, and Sol is the GM of the game. And my idea was basically the awful idea of like, if I went, part of me thought maybe I went into a fantasy world at the age of 16 and never came out. Maybe I'd become emotionally stunted by everything I've ever loved. You know what I mean? Like it's meant to be a harsh question at myself, you know? So Sol's like Peter Pan's serial killer. That's kind of the idea of him. And Ash came next because I started thinking about like, how people, including myself, have used role-playing games to explore stuff about themselves, to ask questions about themselves. And Ash is very much like exploring the idea of themselves as woman, you know? And like, you know, it is, and that's how people do. But at the same time, that's enough story for one person. I also wanted Di to have, okay, in Wicked Divine, it's a very complicated book, but I was deliberately making all the characters have one core problem. You know what I mean? They've got this, I think the Greek phrase hamartia. They've got this tragic flaw. And with Di, I wanted to write messier people. You know, like Ash obviously has questions and issues around her gender. You know, the fact that we even aren't sure about using what pronoun. I always use her for when she's in the world and he when they're out of the world. But like there's clearly gender stuff going on with Ash. But at the same time, it's not the only problem with Ash. You know, she's also got the... Actually, I don't want to like spoil it either, but there's other stuff going on outside of her sexuality and expression.
Is it that she's addicted to Pokemon?
Well, I just thought it was absolutely fascinating. All of the characters in there are fascinating, and one of the things I very much appreciated was that it's organic. So you didn't come right out and tell us right up front, this is what Ash is dealing with. We experienced with her over, you know, I think it's 15 issues so far, you know, and keep going. So I very much appreciated that, and I love that book. I want to kick it over to Johnny while we have a little time for him to ask a couple questions if he has any.
Cool, thank you. Right, I'm gonna go old school. Are you ready? Well, I say old school, not really old school, but Peter Cannon, Thunderbolt.
Hey,
what? I mean, I read this book way back. It was a DC book. I didn't know it existed before then. Why Peter Cannon? You said you took a break from superheroes and you came back with Peter Cannon.
It was it was quite weird because like Nicky, I've been sort of promising to do a book with Nick at Dynamite forever, and it was like it just never came up. It was never the right time, and I ended up feeling quite bad because it felt like I was just lying. You know, like that kind of I was being a tease or something. Yeah, there's partially that.
I have a group of friends I'm supposed to go around.
Like he came with, I said actually, yeah, I will do this book at last review, and it was also a way for me to test. Like, okay, are you interested in superhero? Have you got anything to say in superheroes? Is there anything you want to? Is there any way of doing superheroes which works for you? So it was actually really, for me, a lovely and safe place to do a 5-issue statement, and I'd do something that was a bit weird. And the answer was yes. In fact, I don't think you would have me coming back to Eternals without me having done Peter Cannon. So I said yeah, and he basically sent me the list of like stuff that Dynamite have. Like, think about these characters, and I saw like Peter Cannon at the top, and I thought, I wouldn't be writing comics without Watchmen. So, and I've had Watchmen thoughts for quite a while. I mean, I'm a sort of critic kind of guy anyway. Doing a kind of deconstructionary take upon Watchmen's influence on the medium, using the character who was the inspiration for what a Watchmen character, that struck me as fun. And I could talk about why, what, as well as also doing a superhero story that's lots of fun, also do this kind of thing. And the great thing is, you have a character who is as marginal as Peter Cannon. I had a lot of freedom to play with. So, I'm really, it's one of the 5 issues I'm most proud of, that is. And I think it's one of the books which I wouldn't say least people have seen, but it's definitely one of my works which, it's not Die, it's not Once and Future. It's not one
under the radar.
Yeah. But it's got it's the deep cut for like the true head, I think.
Well, I enjoyed it because obviously it's Charlton Comics, so you're absolutely right. There's that whole Watchmen vibe, which is, for those that don't know where the Watchmen characters originated from, with little tweaks here and there. What surprised me was how mature it was, because the Peter Cannon from the DC books, just a straight up kind of Iron Fist kind of dude. He's got the monastery, he's got his powers. You come in, and you just sort of like, right, the guy's a bit of a douche. He's an arrogant son of a gun.
If you go back to those original comics, as in not even the DC ones, the original Charlton one, he's an interesting character, because I was like, because he's grown up in this. Peter Cannon's origin, he's got like an Iron Fist origin for people who haven't aware. He's grown up in a place, and he's kind of one of the almost sole survivors after there was a plague there. You know, and it's it was actually, that's a lie. That's how I've tweaked it. He is basically the embodiment of the flame of these people, but he's also he's got this kind of like, he's an arrogant guy, and he spends most of the time saying, I don't want to save the world, you know, and it's like his mate Taboo spends all the time saying, oh, go on, and he kind of gets dragged into it. And that, to me, it was like expanding all that, because there's no, he also sort of talked a bit like this like American tough guy, and for me it was always like, he wouldn't do that, because he's grown up in this random village. You know, he wouldn't do that. However, for me, I read that like as trying to pass almost, you know, like, I'm going to talk like an American, you know, and I got the idea of like, let's age him up by about 20 years.
It worked.
And have him like early 40s, and have this guy who's gone like, F the lot of you. You know, and he's, and that struck me as the example I use is, it's like a Sherlock Holmes or House character, you know, that kind of genius asshole archetype. And of course,
I can see that.
The way the story goes, of course, it critiques that as well. I mean, the story is really about Peter Cannon's finally being able to connect with humanity, because he realizes where the road leads to. Like, if we cannot be kind, it's not worth it, you know.
It's funny because you mentioned Taboo, and he goes through lots of different changes. In the DC book, he ends up being the big bad. In your book, he's something completely different. With it being a marginalized character, where you give obviously you're given the freedom to do these sort of things. Dynamite okay saying, yeah, just go for it?
I know, it's like I was given a very wide thing. Like, just especially with a marginalized character, I'm always trying to be careful with them. I try to be careful with all the characters. But Taboo's interesting because how he was defined. He's been defined vaguely at various times. As in, it's been a while since I've wrote it, but I don't think I could ever even find accurately what his religion was. You know what I mean?
Agreed.
It is. So you have to sort of step carefully around all that. But I did end up making, you know, they're such close friends, and I made them like ex-lovers. That was my kind of setup, as in, if you read the original comics, they're so close, you can't help but think that feels so like they were a couple. And I thought the idea of them being, just this is a bit like Die as well in some ways, because something you don't see in fiction very often is exes. You know, you see them like not as the center of the book. And it's a bit like, you know, if you divorce, you've still got to be in contact with the other parent to deal with the kids. Definitely. And they're really interesting relationships. So just a lot of what I write is, what haven't I read before? Like, after doing Wicked and Divine, I realized I cannot write teenagers again for a long time. You know, because I never got into this industry to write teenagers. It just weirdly, the job goes off at Marvel. Like, it came to the point where, I've got to stop. And that's why Die at least came from. I've got to write characters. This book has to be characters at least as old as me. And Peter Cannon was a bit like, okay, let's put a 40-year-old dude. And there's a lot of that. And with Once a Future, it was like grandmother, grandson. That's something I don't see in media, and also I've never written it. You know, that. So I'm always looking for, okay, interesting dynamics. What haven't I done?
Yeah, cool.
From a writing perspective, how do you, most of your work, you really do deep dives into the characters. You give us lots of layers and depth. Are there any secrets that you could give to aspiring writers out there, or a process you go through to really get into their heads? Because you do great character work in everything you write, in my opinion.
Thank you. It's tricky. I mean, like, if it was a secret, I think we'd all be better writers. But like, the only what I generally try to do is you just think things through, and you kind of like, obviously you are not the characters, and and you've got to remember how is this character different from you, as in why they act differently to you. At the same time, how are they like you? And you kind of like, you stop and kind of genuinely consider it. Because one of the tricks in writing, I think, or one of the traps in writing, is that we watch so much media and we often do stuff without interrogating it. Like, we've seen bits in a comic and like a character says something just because it's the thing they say in a situation like that. And you sort of think, well, why would they do that? The example I always use is one of the first, in fact, a comic was never published, but this SAS comic, the supernatural SAS comic, everyone's written one. But it was like the guy basically trying to recruit him, saying, I would like to turn you into we're going to turn you into a werewolf. And of course, what the character does in my script is pretty much, can I be excused, sir? Automatically, he thinks he's being, stop taking the piss. Sorry, stop taking the mickey, Because why would someone said that to you? You would not believe it, So a lot of that is looking for the truth in that. Is this true? Is this something anyone really do? And the more you think about, like, one of my favorite bits in all of Die is when they arrive in Die and Angela goes, oh, I've got to pick up the kids, And it's a proper parent reaction, not in the horror, as in, I've got to get up no one's going to pick up the kids. The other thing I recommend is you think about it as much as possible. One of the things I do is I make playlists, and I often listen to playlists when I'm writing and not writing. And the Die game is also a similar thing. What those things do, it means they create spaces to force you to think broadly about it. Like, not just when you're writing, just sort of like cheering. Like thinking about, okay, what are they like? And like, even with Die, I'm doing a lot of thinking at the moment about how different characters' parents would, the stories about characters disappeared when they were 16 to 2 years. I'm doing a lot of thinking about how the parents felt. Like, imagine a group of kids just disappearing for 2 years and how hard that would be on the parents. And that hasn't impacted the story per se, but like, that's all really interesting material. And, the more you spend thinking about the people and what they should be doing, the more you can write honestly about them, I guess. Also, the other thing is, while you're not writing real relationships, you kind of think about how relationship you've been in work like. Like, I describe, like, what's the future? Bridget and Duncan isn't me and my grandmother, but I am also thinking about how me and my gran interacted with each other, and the sort of like age gap conversations. I was like the first kid in my group to go to university, like, and she came over from Ireland when she was 14, and she had a very different life to where I ended up going, and that kind of thing. That's the sort of stuff you tap. So you think about why they're different to you, and you think about why they're similar to you.
Outstanding.
So, with all that in mind, then, Kieron, it's been fantastic having you on. You have got a body of work that covers everything: superhero stuff, indie stuff, stuff to make you think, stuff that's just plain fun. Kieron, thank you so much for taking the time to hang out with us today on this important day. Really appreciated it. If you ever want to come and spend some more time with us, just let us know, and we can certainly arrange that for you. Is that okay?
That'd be great. It's been lovely to be on. Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, bye.
Awesome. Bye. Awesome. You guys, great job on the chat with Kieron. That was great. So little change up in the schedule, because what convention doesn't have its hiccups. So what we're gonna do, I know I had mentioned the interview that was recorded, funny enough, with my sisters. We're actually going to run that now, and then we'll run it again later tonight, just in case someone, like, if you don't, if you're not on later, totally cool. But I wanted to ask, just as a lead-in / segue into that, Johnny. Looking back on that interview now, what runs through your head? Because I know leading up to it, you're like, oh my god.
Yeah, the interview, it's not my usual interview. It's massively important to you and your family, and to be honest, you are massively important to me. So I needed to make sure that the subject matter was treated with the utmost respect. Today is about your mum, Lisa Einfalt. Apologies for saying the name wrong.
No, you said it right.
I wanted to do her proud because I know you three did, and it's the honesty, it's the absolute honesty of the answers you guys give.
Yeah.
It was for me. It was the highlight of all my interviews. To speak to three people who have been moved by loss, and just hearing the story and getting a sense of who your mum was. Yeah, it was genuinely my honor and my pleasure.
I'm right there with you. And you guys will see that here shortly. That it was definitely it's a very powerful interview. So sit back, relax, enjoy. This is an edited version. What we'll be doing is we'll release the full version tomorrow on comiccrusaders.com. So what I will do, I will get this all queued up.
Get some tissues handy.
Yes.
That's all I'm going to say.
Absolutely. So I'm going to go ahead and mute our mics, and then we will, like I said, sit back and enjoy.
Welcome everyone to a very special Outside the Panels. As always, I am your host, Johnny the Machine Hughes, and we are so far outside the panels, it is beyond belief. On today, it's the Comic Crusaders Virtual Con 2 in memory of Lisa Einfalt. And here to join me in this conversation in a celebration, remembrance, and basically a discussion of the things that happened prior at that time, and give a little bit of insight into the thing that is leukemia and lymphoma. We have three lovely people who are going to kind of help us do this. First off, we have Josh Einfalt. Josh, how's it going?
It's going, Johnny. How are you?
I'm very well. And we're joined by Josh's sisters, the lovely Ashley Mayer. Ashley, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you for asking. And the equally lovely Melissa Mendez.
Good afternoon or good morning, afternoon.
Evening. It is.
Good morning, good evening, and good night. One of them.
It is dark out. So it's 1 o'clock.
Perfect.
So, it seems to me, with all the TV shows that I see a lot of, the Grey's Anatomies, the New Amsterdams and stuff like that, people get these massive serious diseases and illnesses, and 44 minutes later, bingo. That's not real life, though, is it? Nope. So, you guys lost someone massively important to you through leukemia and lymphoma. Josh, tell us about your mum, Lisa.
Being the established podcast host, I should keep my shit in check.
Yeah, good.
She was mom.
Excellent. That one word, mom, says so much. Ashley, tell me a little bit about your mom.
Oh gosh. I mean, like Josh said, she was mom, she was best friend, she was, cook, she helped us. She'd give you the shirt off her back.
Okay.
Cool. She would drop what she was doing and she'd help anyone and everyone, she's just always a great smile.
Okay. Excellent.
I feel like everyone who knew her would always say, she had a great smile.
Cool. That's really nice. So, cook, Melissa, what was your favorite meal that your mum made?
Oh, she made a lot of really good things. Probably my favorite might have been tamales. She would get together with church friends and they would make tamales, canned salsa.
Oh God!
Yeah, I mean, there
Even
wasn't
her homemade
much.
Salsa was good.
Yeah, there wasn't much that went wrong. I remember teriyaki chicken being a very particular staple in the house. He had a very unique electric skillet that looked probably from the 50s, and it was probably a small pipe bomb for all we know. It made the best teriyaki chicken ever. And,
Brilliant.
so she was creative. She was kind and giving, and, funny. So it's that, yeah.
She had a great
that wraps her up.
Yeah. Does Josh share that same sense of humor?
Depends on the moment.
Let's be honest. We all know I'm the funniest of them all.
I will have to throw that there. As Melissa's the quick and the wittiest with her replies. I have to think about them. By the time I've got one, Melissa's already said 5.
All right. Okay. Cool.
Yep.
Excellent.
I
Good
just
shout.
sit and I laugh.
Very good. Best way to do it.
Yeah.
So, talk me a little bit about the day you found out. Obviously, the diagnosis is a massive thing. How were you informed? Talk about your feelings. And what did you know about leukemia at that stage? Was it just a scary big word, or did you have some sort of knowledge? We'll pick on Ashley first, I think, for this one.
Well, I was actually living at home at this time. So with her. So the day that we found out, she was in school to be, I think, medical billing, if I remember right. And she had been just kind of off, I remember, and my dad had said, like, okay, I think you need to go to the doctor. So I remember I had worked just a little bit that morning. So she went to the doctor's and she's like, well, we'll catch up and get lunch afterwards. And she left about 10:30 and it was 1:30 and I had just gotten off and I'm like, that seemed like a really long appointment. And I was like, okay, well, doctor's appointments, you know how they run. And it was 2 o'clock. It was about 2 o'clock and she called and she was like, hey, I'm in the ER. Dad's coming. And I was like, well, I'm heading straight to the emergency room. They put her in the emergency room. And luckily, the hospital she was at was not very far. So I drove straight there. I sat with her in the ER until my dad got there. And then Dad's like, hey, you know what? Go home, take care of the dogs. We'll call you. And so I did. And I went to, at the time, my boyfriend, I went to his house and hung out with his family. And I had gotten a call like 6:30 or somewhere. And he's like, I need you to come to the hospital. And I was like, okay. He's like, but bring this for your mom. They're going to keep her overnight. And I said, okay. And so probably an hour later, got what she needed, got to the hospital, and going up the elevator, I was just like, okay, it'll be fine. Everything's fine. Better her stay here and be watched and monitored. And I walked in and seeing my dad the way he was, just slumped over in the corner on the chair by her bed, I knew something was wrong. And so he's like, I need you to come sit down. And I sat on my mom's bed and she, not a tear in her eye. She kind of had a slight smile and he's like, your mom has leukemia. And at first I was like, what? What? And he's like, mom has cancer. I don't remember a whole lot after that.
Okay.
And then he's like, I've called your siblings. I've called your sister. I don't really, like I said, kind of just is a blank. And so I was like, I gave my mom a hug and I said, I need to go get some air. And he's like, yeah, that's fine. The bishop for my mom's church was coming later that night. And so I said, okay. So I went downstairs and went outside and it just kind of hit. I fell to the floor. A lot of people looked at me who were outside. Like, you okay? And so that's how I found out.
Okay. So Melissa, did you find out after Ashley?
I did. I got a call later that evening. I knew she was at the doctor's. I knew that she hadn't been feeling well and she was going to go get something checked on her leg, is what she had told me. And when I came, I think I probably came to the hospital 8:30, 9 o'clock. I think it was late. And I remember walking into the room and seeing them and sitting next to mom. And I mean, it was, I have cancer. And, you know, you're kind of like, okay, well, what kind? I had questions. And, you know, it was all very, we don't know much. This is what it is. This is kind of the next step. And I think at that time, the bishop of their ward at the time had arrived, and he advised me not to Google anything, which, I mean, I didn't listen to anyway. So I was like, oh, well, hold on. Let me look at something. Like,
oh, he was a doctor, by the way.
Yeah, he's an
ear, nose, and throat.
He's an ear, nose, and throat doctor. But I remember him telling me not to Google, not to look. It's the fear of the unknown, the fear of what is about to happen. But I remember seeing my dad visibly upset. I remember my mom being upset, but it was all very, for me, very calming in a sense, reassuring that it's okay. We're gonna handle it. We're gonna take care of it. And I remember driving home that night, and in all honesty, I don't remember crying. Now, I mean, that was 10 and a half years ago. Right. And at the time, you know, I went home to my family, and my husband at the time, he's a chemist. He's a science-minded person. So we researched, we talked. I feel probably out of the three of us, I'm probably the most calm when it came to that type of news.
Okay, that's fine. That's great. I mean, people react to different news in different ways. You know, some people are very emotional from the outset. Some people need to take that breath and take a moment to reflect and digest. Some people can just kind of compartmentalize. There's no set way that anyone can say, right, you should feel this or you should feel that. You know, you feel what you feel, and that's as genuine as it gets. You know? So that's absolutely totally fine. Josh, I know your day job, you work in medical circles. So when you got the news, how did, with your expertise from what you do on a day-to-day basis, how did, you've got like other things, obviously it's your mum and your family, but you've got that analytical side that kind of thinks, well, I spoke to a person who had this last time, and so on and so forth. How did those two factions, I guess, sort of coalesce?
So I was not working in the medical field at the time. I was actually, funny enough, working in the food industry. But what made my experience different, I was living with my grandparents, who were my mom's parents at the time. And I was actually at a church activity that night, and my phone started blowing up, coincidentally enough, during the closing prayer. So my dad's calling, Melissa and Ashley were all calling me, and I'm like, okay, I'll answer, you know, I'll call back when this is done. So I call my dad, and he says, where are you? And I said, well, I'm at a church activity. He said, okay, I need you to go home to your grandparents. Your mom has leukemia. And I dropped because I'd stepped out into the garage at the house that I was at. And it was just one of those moments that if you were to watch it in a movie, there's no music, no sound. It's just everything was just kind of a blur. I then have to drive 20 minutes to go home to be with my grandparents to have that talk with them. And that was an interesting night at that house. My grandpa didn't say anything.
Take your time, man.
Grandpa said it would be okay.
Isn't that what granddads and grandmas are supposed to say, though?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're the rules. They're the rules.
Yeah, it was just. Between the call and having the conversation with them was what I remember the most. And then we drove down the next day to the hospital. And I remember Dad was very uneasy. Mom, not so much. Mom was taking it like a boss.
Cool.
Yeah, her biggest thing was, you know what? It is what it is. There's nothing I can do about it, but we have to deal with it. Looking back on it now, knowing what I know of the medical field, to have the oncologist go from the diagnosis to we need to start chemo right now. That's knowing what I know now, that states the level of severity of the leukemia.
Right.
And I remember Mom telling me that, a couple days before she was having what she described a Charlie horse from hell in her leg. And
she would wake up at night, like middle of the night screaming. I'd hear it from my room. And my dad would try to massage it out, and we were kind of confused on why.
So for the doctor to say, we need to start this now. Oncologists don't do that unless they understand the severity of it. And that's where she was at. To the point that even afterwards, I think it was Mom who told me that had she not gone in, I can't remember if it was Mom or Dad, but they had said that had she not gone in, she would have been dead 2 days later.
Right.
They were outside her room that night. I remember literally holding their stuff ready to start chemo. And she's like, I need to tell my family first. So after I think Melissa and I left, I think, they were just on it.
I believe I was there when they gave her her first dose. Because it came in pill form. The first round, it was done in pill. And then once they put in the stent, then it's the continuous.
So
I remember her saying, though, don't pity me. Don't just be there for me.
Yeah. So she's shown that resilience, that fight from the get-go.
I don't know how this woman did it.
It was that way every day.
Well, just to lighten the middle of the minute, she put up with you three, so
Us three at 5 a.m.
I was the easy child. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't think any of us are easy. No, she through this whole thing. I remember because I worked at Cost Cutters in Broomfield, so I was less than 10 minutes away. I might have had a really bad day, and I came. I'd go and visit her every day, and I'd walk in. And here's this woman, got all this stuff attached to her. And she's like, well, how was your day? And I'm like, I'm not going to bitch to you about my bad day. And she's like, no. She's like, we're going to live life as normal.
Yeah.
And I mean, I remember she's like, well, I want you to shave my head. And I was like, you want me to do what?
Yeah.
Like, what? She's like, I don't want to wake up with hair in my hand. And I'm like, all right. And I remember I bought all my stuff. And my dad's like, ooh, can I do the first buzz? And I let him do it.
Cool. Excellent.
And she went, we called it the number 2 club, because my dad was a number 2 all over. So she joined in, and my aunt made just a cool scrapbook and saying different activities here at, what was it, hotel, whatever the hospital name was. Yeah. And she took pictures of my mom pretending to pole dance on my mom's little pole with her chemo, and coloring books, and just people from the ward were so generous to help. And
so let me ask you, because obviously when you say the word leukemia, it's a huge thing. It's a huge word. It comes with a massive amount of connotations. All of them, pretty dire. Listening to you tell the events as they unfold. When they say the word chemo, we all know what chemo is. Melissa, when you hear that word chemo, kind of, where was your head when you kind of because because you know, leukemia is kind of like that's something that other people get.
Yeah,
like other people get, not mom, but
yeah.
then when someone says chemo, you're like, oh my god, that's radiation. Yeah, everybody knows what that is. So
yeah,
you know,
when your first thought, you know, at least it was for me, for chemo was radiation of, well, how are you going to radiate your blood? Like, how does that work? Are they going to filter it out? Are they going to put new? So I had a lot of questions of what type are they going to use? Not that I knew what it was, but I wanted to know. You know, what was her life going to be like over the next couple of weeks as she began to really truly feel the effects of chemo? I mean, it is breaking down everything in part, and you were so open to other infections, and I mean, you feel like garbage, and we didn't know how she was going to react to it. So the first couple of days, you know, you knew that, okay, I'm taking chemo and everything seemed fine. It seemed like it was no big, it sounds weird to say, but it was no big deal because she was the same person. But it was after that first week where the chemo really starts to set in, and the nausea, you know, the vomiting, the bloody noses. The bloody noses were something no one could ever prepare you for. You know, and to see her so tired. I mean, chemo, how somebody can be so optimistic and remain upbeat when they feel like their insides are falling out of them. I mean, that's a special human being.
Great, totally. So Melissa, I think we alluded to a little bit, like some of the fun things that you kind of do to you know, like the haircut club and the coloring books and stuff. How important is it to try and find some, not positivity is the wrong word, but to find humor or to find joy, that's the word I'm looking for, just to get some sort of normalcy in that situation? How important is it? Because I mean, you know, it's hard enough.
It's everything to create your life changes. It evolves. You have to create a sense of normalcy amongst the chaos. So you've got to find humor in the little things. You know, humor in farting, right? I mean, farting is funny anyways, but I just, you have to find humor when you're in this situation. You know, you find the funny in everything. Because it can be a slippery slope downward. And if she's going to remain healthy and strong, not only physically, she has to be mentally healthy and strong. So you've got to find humor, you've got to find joy. And you know, we have a very strong family. You know, aunt came down, spent lots of time, grandparents. And so she was constantly surrounded by people who would not let her down, who would not allow her to get deep into a hole. Yes, we could be there for her when she wasn't feeling good and let her process this, but you have to, you know, you had to bring joy. And I mean, we found it in everything. The TV, the weather outside, you know, and my daughter at the time was 4.5. You know, things that she did. So I mean, you got to find the humor, or else it just makes it harder. And I mean, our life in general was very surrounded by humor.
So you've got to think about, so the leukemia led to the lymphoma, which eventually she wasn't able to recover from.
She had open heart surgery to remove fluid around her heart. I was with my dad in the hospital. The sac around her heart had filled with fluid, and so her heart was not able to pump. So they had to go in and drain it, and they found lymphoma behind her heart. So they were like, we can remove it, but you know, and I remember her looking at me, looking at my dad, and said, I'm not dying here. I'm going home. And I remember Melissa flew in the next day. So I think she was living in Georgia at that point. And I remember Melissa flew in.
I had just returned. Yeah, I had just returned to Georgia. I spent the summer in Colorado with the 2 kids, so that we were scheduled to come out for a visit, and I remember thinking, I need to stay here. I need to stay here and be with them and be with my kids, and we need to be here. So me and my 2 kids bunked up in the house, and I stayed through June, through July. I had gotten back to Georgia, and I think maybe 2 weeks later, Dad called and said, he was like, that's it. She's coming home. And I was like, all right, I'll buy my tickets. And I bought one ways. I didn't even buy the return flight. I wasn't, you don't know how long that process is going to be.
Stayed like 2 weeks after the funeral and helped me and Dad get things back to normal.
I was there when they brought her home in the ambulance. They got her set up in the living room. And then at that point, you schedule people to come see her. And I hope to never do it again, but I hope to never schedule visits to have somebody come and say goodbye to somebody.
She posted on Facebook, I'm home, come say goodbye, hopefully not too many tears. It was if you had no idea what was going on, you were like, what? But if you knew what had been going on with our life, we had people like, what do you guys need? We had people bringing us food. Melissa slept many nights in that chair by her side, helping her. Our hospice nurses were great. I remember the night she passed, I fell asleep, and I remember Dad came in. It was 2:04 when she passed, because Dad was up with her, and I remember Dad telling me, he's like, I remember he told me, you can go. I'm okay. You can go. And he said he went down the hall to get something from the bedroom. And when he was walking back up the hallway,
he went to get
said her patriarchal blessing.
Yeah.
And the nurse came around the corner and said, she's gone. And I believe that she waited for him to walk away to take her last breath, because I don't think she wanted him to be there for that.
So, thinking about, Ashley, you mentioned that towards the end, your mum was a vessel. The feelings that you have when someone passes, the confusion, the conflicted. Seeing your mum in so much pain and so much discomfort. Was there a sense of relief? Was there a sense of guilt from you all? We'll start with Josh. Ashley.
I'm sorry. I live with the guilt that there were times I could have gone and had lunch with her, and I chose something else. Because at the time when this was happening, she was fine, she was okay, she was home, living normal life. And I'd be like, oh, hey, I'm actually out doing this right now, but I'll get dinner with you. And looking back, I'm like, no, I should have dropped what I was doing with those people, and I should have spent time with her. So I do live with that guilt. But
okay, that's not a answer, Josh. Was there a sense of relief that your mum was no longer in pain?
Yeah. When I look back on all of that, she still got to live her life. She still got to do things that she wanted to do. Her final words to me was, I love you and I'm proud of you. And I'll see you soon.
Excellent. Melissa, how about yourself? That your mum, a sense of relief, a sense of she's at peace, or a sense of huge loss?
It was definitely a bit of a release, release, kind of the same. To see what she went through with radiation, chemotherapy, the bone marrow transplant.
Yeah, she had a bone marrow transplant on April 1st.
And the
hey guys, I'm gonna actually jump in on this because we've got our next guest. I don't want, time is precious. So what I'm gonna do is actually, and there's about 10 minutes left of this. But that at least gives you an idea of what transpired during that time. So yeah, very
emotional, bro.
very yeah. That was
a very
podcast
emotional thing there, and just your sister reflecting on those times where someone called that you no longer have, but they called you at that time, asking what you're doing, and you just didn't make the time. Maybe you didn't have it, or just didn't make it. So that's a heavy guilt, man.
Yeah. Yeah, and like I said before we ran that, it was. We're going to show the full unedited video. I had to cut it down, obviously, for time. But at the end of the day, there was a huge relief when she passed. The suffering was done. And so now that you guys have an idea of what we went through, I hope that our passion for this cause translates. But enough with I'm done crying for a little bit. I need a break. I'm more excited to hear from our next guest because that, I want to segue into something happy. So we're going to bring on Drew
Howdy, I'm
Edwards.
good.
Drew, how are you? I mean, big shoes to fill after that.
I mean, that was some emotional stuff, and it's a really important cause that you're raising money for, and I understand loss, so that hit right in the old ticker right there. So we're no worries, and we're good. So I'm glad to be here. I'm glad to be a part of this. This is a great thing that you're doing, and I like the fact that also that you're out here repping comics during this difficult time that the whole world is experiencing. So it's awesome. It's awesome to be here.
Yeah, great. But thank you for coming on, because I know you're gonna have a very busy day today running around.
Oh yeah.
You got that cool Reanimator shirt, one of my favorite movies of all time as well in horror. Hell yeah, Dr. Herbert West.
Yeah.
Hello.
Man.
Yeah, man. And talking about, we're celebrating horror and everything right now with Halloween, and oh my gosh, you happen to be the creator of Halloween Man.
Yeah, I am. This is my busy time of year. Although this has been an even busier October for me even with the pandemic, because it's the 20th anniversary of Halloween Man. So as I keep saying, I'm doing all of the things. Like I feel like every day I'm doing a podcast, an interview like this, a website interview. It's been nuts.
Do you prefer doing the interviews this way as opposed to being at a con full of people, or do you miss the con life right now?
I miss conventions. I mean, there's a few people that I know through conventions that I've become friends with. As they started out just as fans of my book, but I get used to seeing them every year. Particularly, there's a convention in Dallas called Anime Fest that I go to without fail every year. And there's people that I only see at that con, and I really missed seeing them this year. I mean, this is nice too.
It's a family reunion, essentially.
Yeah, absolutely. And don't get me wrong, I like this. It's cool to be able to do stuff from the comfort of your home.
Yeah.
But there's just something about the packed convention floor that is really cool.
It's that vibe,
hard to
the
beat that.
energy.
Yeah, and when you're meeting people who read your book and they're talking to you about what it means to you, like in person, there's nothing better than that. I mean, that's why we do it at the end of the day.
All right. So I need to learn here about Halloween Man. You say, wow, 20 years? You said this bad boy celebrated?
20 years. It's if it was a kid, it would be in college.
Wow.
That means Halloween Man came about my senior year of high school, because I'm celebrating my 20 years this year.
Oh, jeez. Fit me for a walker.
Old, right?
Oh, man. Halloween Man, my elevator pitch that I always give at conventions, it's the weird adventures of a zombie superhero and his sexy mad scientist girlfriend as they fight everything from vegetarian vampires, the Loch Ness Monster, the Invisible Man, or in the 20th anniversary issue, they fight, it's a Christmas versus Halloween theme. They fight an evil Christmas witch and her Christmas troll offspring. Believe it or not, real German folklore there.
So would that make it a Halloween story or a Christmas story?
It's a Halloween story, but there is an invasion. There's an invasion quality to that issue.
I like that.
Yeah.
Oh man, I love the concept, and you just messed me up when you said vegan vampires.
Yep.
How does that work?
They're fruit bat vampires.
Okay.
And believe it or not, so I'm a big fan of the Flaming Carrot and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Mm-hmm. And one of the things I liked about both of those properties in their comic book form, not necessarily when they leapt into other things, but in their comic book forms, they would do really absurd concepts, but they would play them completely not for comedy. So the thing is about the vegetarian vampires is they're actually really terrible, because now they're free from their bloodlust, so they can focus on world conquest, which is what they really wanted all along.
World conquest.
World conquest.
Everybody wants world conquest. But Halloween Man will put an end to it immediately.
Suck them right in the kisser.
Yeah, that's what he got to do. So, where the hell did you get this idea to come up with all this stuff? 20 years ago, where were you that birthed this idea?
So, Halloween Man was. I've always loved monsters. I grew up in a really small Texas town. There wasn't much to do except for reading comic books or ride our bikes up like the kids from Stranger Things to the local video store, and we'd rent monster movies, or we'd go to the drive-in, and it seemed like they were always showing a monster movie. But I particularly loved, like a lot of kids who start out in the video store, I particularly love the old Universal monsters like Frankenstein and the Wolfman and Creature from the Black Lagoon. But I always felt bad at the end of the movie when some jock would come along and kill the monster off, and I wanted to see a story where the monster was the good guy and he was the hero and he got the girl and that kind of thing. So it really grew out of that, but it took on I was working on the character in the comic. I was already developing it, but it really took on a higher meaning because I'm a twin. I was in a car accident that killed my twin, and I needed something to get. I always say that this comic book saved my life, because after that, I needed something to make myself get out of bed, help me.
So sorry, brother. I cannot imagine.
It's just the roughest feeling you could ever feel, and I felt like a monster. I felt this tremendous survivor's guilt. So I was able to pour, even though Halloween Man has this sort of joyous celebration of monsters and horror and sci-fi in it, I had to pour all these feelings of trauma and grief into it to help me just get through that particularly that first decade after the accident, because I was just a mess in my 20s, and if I hadn't had the comic, I don't think I would have made it.
Wow. So this happened in your 20s.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow, man. So sorry. I can't. Oof. That's tough. But you know, we're here now. You're here, and you know, he's watching over you for sure. You know, and pushing forward this amazing project you have here. So, how many issues in are we in with Halloween Man?
Well, with the current, so it started out as a web comic. So
awesome.
the issue thing becomes a little more nebulous there, because like if I were counting that, we would be in hundreds of issues at this point. But at the current series, which we started a few years ago with my partners over at Comixology, we are at issue 25 of the main ongoing series, and then we also have a couple of side series. We have Lucy Chaplin Science Starlet, which is about Halloween Man's girlfriend.
That's what I want to ask. But the last name Chaplin, any relation to Charlie?
It's where I got the last name.
Okay.
She's not related to Charlie Chaplin in the comic, but literally how I picked out the character's name is I when I was coming up with the characters' names, I was looking around my room and I had a VHS set. This is how long ago this was. A VHS set of Charlie Chaplin
What's
movies.
a VHS for those youngins that don't know?
It's a tape you put in a recorder or viewer, and you can watch it on your TV set before there was streaming or Blu-ray. I got the name.
That's back when we got Be Kind Rewind.
Yes, absolutely. And I got the name Lucy from Dracula because I always felt bad that Lucy died in Dracula. So I was like, okay, we'll save her this time. But there's another series called Halloween Man Special, which is where we do larger size annual issues.
Okay, cool.
Throughout the year, and that one's got issue 9 about to come out, and that one's going to be called Halloween Man versus the Mummy, and that actually comes out this coming week.
Oh, dope! This week, folks.
This week.
Exclusively where? Where? Not just exclusive, but where?
So I have a deal with Comixology, and they get everything exclusively for 3 months, and then I can print it and distribute it through stores. But if you want to read it this week, you go to Comixology, you get yourself a Comixology account, you get the app, you read it on your phone, you enjoy it, in the safety of your home. Yeah, just like that. Boom. And it's all on sale. Actually, they're doing a 20th anniversary sale, so the entire Halloween Man universe on Comixology is on sale right now. So it's a really good time to get into the character. It's on sale until November 9th. They're even keeping it going after October.
And look at the price. 49 cents.
I know, right? Those old school comic book prices.
I mean, again, me seeing it on the shelves, I remember 60 cents at most. But obviously I've picked the books earlier than that. I think Josh says he remembers when they were 9 cents or something.
Dude, you're older than me.
I've heard. You better stop it.
I heard tale that at one point they cost 10, but that's not in my lifetime.
I think Bud, who's in the background of this taking notes, for an interview today, will probably say he saw 15, 20 cents, maybe more, less. He's this money like you.
He doesn't want to admit it.
Oh man, but yeah, you see, folks, 49 cents. A lot of stuff. Even the collected editions are half off for $2.49. Yeah. So how many pages are these collected editions? Let's look at the first one.
The first one's probably over 200 pages, but most of them are over 100. And the regular
253. Issue, oh my gosh, for $2.49. Yeah. Holy smokes!
Yeah, see, more bang for your buck. Go big or go home. And if you like this kind of thing, just wanting to get into something seasonal, you're not going to go wrong. I mean, it's called Halloween Man. It's in the title.
Really fun art, brother. Very fun art.
I was going to say the art is on point.
Yeah.
Well, that's a gentleman by the name of Sergio Calvé's art. He is a Spanish artist. He's actually primarily known over in Spain for a fantasy comic called Magic of Myths.
Okay.
But he's drawn more Halloween Man than just about anybody. But we have some really good artists all around. Nicola Scott who also has done a lot of Halloween Man, and she just came back to do our.
Say word. You got Nicola on? Oh
yeah. She's been a good friend over the years. We're very grateful that she periodically comes back and does some more art for her. And her art for the 25th issue, the cover is just gorgeous. So
I'm sure. I'm really sure. If it's Nicola Scott, it's gonna be fire.
Yeah.
Check out these awesome books, though. So you have a lot. You have one shots too. So you really have this whole big universe of if you will, of characters.
Yeah, if you want to go back, the one shots are actually collections of the old web comics. So if you want to go back and explore like the early years of Halloween Man, we got that for you. And like I said, we got the Halloween Man special. We have Halloween Man Hallowtide, which was a 2-part miniseries that we came out with a couple of years ago. That one's R-rated. So not for the little kids, but
a rated R comic, folks. You hear this? Something for us adults to read too. You know? Keep away from the kiddies. The one that somebody gets smacked.
But the rest of them are all 15 plus, so they're probably okay for your teens and preteens, because I like to keep my audience as broad as possible. But it's something that's given me a lot of joy. It's helped me meet people that are, I consider family, like you said. Certainly people like Nicola, who I've now known for decades, and Sergio, my editor, Russell. And these are also people from other, it's an international operation in a ways, because we're talking Spain, Australia, England. It's crazy how, through this one comic, I've created this kind of global community of people who have come together to tell weird stories about monsters and vampires and all sorts of things.
Isn't it a beautiful oh my God, Bud showed up to get at me to say,
what's up, gentlemen?
Cover price.
I was listening backstage really, and I just wanted to Drew, you were talking about you losing your brother in a car crash earlier, and that to me that hit me, because I'm also a twin. And that was a little tough to hear, but really, I mean, the what shocks me, or what makes me feel good, is how creating comics makes you feel, and how that was a healing experience for you, I think. So that I really just wanted to come on and just kind of add my 2 cents to that. It was just your stories really impacted me a little bit. I was pretty content to stand back here, but I kind of wanted to say that. So
I appreciate you saying that. Thank you.
Yeah. And I don't remember when comics were 10 cents. That was way before me too.
I'm sure you've probably got a book or two up in your attic that has that
12 cents. I have a lot of 12-cent books. A lot of Silver Age Marvel.
Yes, hopefully one day we're gonna make the movie Bud's creepy attic of comics, because he doesn't go up there, so we don't know he doesn't even know what he has.
It's a
mystery.
I know what I got. I just I don't know where it is.
Send the kid up there. Put a cam on him, and we check it out.
That'll be a horror show. Send him up there with a cam.
Oh, goddamn, Dad, no!
Let me down. Get
me back the box on the bottom, please. So, Drew, do you have a big comic collection at all? Besides just being a creator, do you collect? And if so, what's your go-to title?
Well, out of the mainstream stuff, I've been over my life, I'm a big Fantastic Four fan.
Oh, nice.
Big Doom Patrol fan. Green Lantern was one I used to have a big collection of. Old EC horror comics, I used to have a ton of those. I don't have quite the collection I once did. About over 10 years ago, when I split up with my first wife, when I first moved to Austin, I needed to first of all make room. I was needing to make money, so I ended up selling a lot of the stuff, because I had a lot of comics that were like you, like they were silver and golden age stuff, and you know, unfortunately they were valuable enough to where, fortunately, because at the time I needed money, but you know, there's definitely comics out of that that I miss. Like another stuff is, you know, I really like the Keith Geffen era of Justice League. Like that's one that I really go to. You know, I try to collect a lot of indie stuff these days. You know, particularly ones that my friends do. My buddy Terry Parr does a comic called Aerobicide, which is about a aerobics instructor that is also a ninja. And you know, my editor on Halloween Man, Russell Hillman, does a lot of horror comics under his own imprint called Freaktown. You can also get those on Comixology, and those are great. And he also, although my favorite comic that guy ever did is a comic book called Fast and Frightening, which is actually about roller derby. It's not horror at all, but
I like the title, though.
Yeah, it's great, ain't it? But nowadays I try to kind of balance, you know, that mixture of mainstream and indie, because I think it's really important for people to get out there and support indies. You know, like Marvel and DC and Image and all those companies, they're great, and I will never knock people for collecting that. But as an indie comic creator, I can tell you, we absolutely need the fans more, and we appreciate you more.
Yeah, man. Lance Lucero's like, indie rocks. You know, shouting you out right there, Drew. So, Drew, all right, we have 5 minutes left with you. I do want to ask you a question here in regards to maybe something. Is there a particular character that you've ever wanted to work on? That, you know, who's your dream character for you to write? If they give you a one-shot deal at it.
Well, I've been saying this a lot lately, and it's something that I guess I'm kind of campaigning now openly, because of the trauma that I talked about earlier. I am actually diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, which is the same disorder that Bruce Banner has. And because of this, and because I don't know that Marvel has ever actually had somebody that with the actual disorder write the character, I want to write the Incredible Hulk. I think I could put a completely different perspective on it, because I have a lived-in experience of knowing what it's like to have that fractured psyche. And, you know, which isn't to say there hasn't been a lot of amazing creators work with the character, but it's different when you have somebody with that particular lived experience. And you know, so you know, a lot of people have been asking me this question this month, and it's funny. Like, it's not that I have, as a fan, I have probably more affinity for Ben Grimm than Bruce Banner, but I think I could definitely bring a voice to the Incredible Hulk that nobody has ever brought to it before.
I would read that.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
Somebody touched it on that level for sure. Because I know Al Ewing is killing it now, bringing it back to that horror theme of what.
I love the Immortal Hulk. I think it's terrific.
It's killing it. It's killing it. But for you to bring it into that different, that would be nice. You know, listen, more Hulk books. Why not? They were making 25 Wolverine books at one point, right?
That's an excellent point.
Give us more Hulk. Yes. I mean, we got Immortal Hulk. So he's getting out there. That Maestro, the only Bud will tell you, because he hosts the No Price podcast. So he's the Marvel whiz here. So, all right.
Al Ewing's work is excellent.
Yeah, he rocks. Hopefully, we could have him on for the next Comic Crusader Virtual Con, Part 3, April.
Yeah.
We got it done.
So, Drew, I'm curious, because over the course of this interview, you've shown your fantastic Ghostbusters mug. What are your thoughts about whenever the next Ghostbusters movie comes out?
Oh,
I'm kind of curious on that one.
I am. You guessed correctly in assuming that I am a massive Ghostbusters fan. I actually also have a Slimer right here with me. But I am so frustrated that they keep pushing that back, and I wish they would have just done what they did with the Bill and Ted movie and given us the option of either seeing it at the theater or the drive-in or at home, because I would definitely pay upwards of $30 just to watch that at home, because I that was giving me something to look forward to during the pandemic, and they keep moving it back further and further. I think we'll probably finally get to see it. I bet October next year. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I think they will keep pushing it back, and finally they'll be like Halloween 2021. Let's just give people the Ghostbusters that they're craving.
Oh, yeah. I'm so excited for that. I love the angle that they're taking with it, focusing on what appears to be Egon's grandkids,
yeah.
So I love the fact that they're tying the original 2 movies into it. I'm excited to see. I mean, let's be honest, Pete Venkman. We have to have Venkman back.
The incomparable Bill Murray. I mean, he's a national treasure, right?
Yeah, Bill Murray, damn right.
Awesome, brother. So, Drew, before we let you go, please tell everyone where they could check out your books and even yourself, and following these adventures of Halloween Man.
So you can check out Halloween Man's Facebook page. You just type in www.halloweenman.com, takes you right there. On Instagram, I am Drew_Halloween. On Twitter, I am just HalloweenManCom, all one word. And of course, go to Comixology and search for Halloween Man, and you will find all of the books lickety split.
Wepa, you heard it here, folks. Drew Edwards, check him out. Very talented creator. We're going to see a lot more Halloween Man, even more. Let's all camp here. Listen, it's time to vote anyway, right? So let's vote for Drew Edwards for the Hulk. Hey, vamos, wepa. Thank you, Drew. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
No problem.
We appreciate it. You have an awesome and blessed day.
Much obliged. You have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. That was a great interview. And Bud jumping in. Bud, you want to hang out for this next awesome independent creator, or you going to take a break?
Who's coming up?
Frank Gogo, ladies and gentlemen. He is the man, the writer of No Heroin, Dead End Kids, Grief, and a whole lot more. Let me tell you, this man is uber talented. Let's bring him into the room right now. Woo! There he goes, Mr. G himself. Frank Gogo. Right. How are you, buddy?
I'm all right. How are you?
All righty, man. Look, I'm so energetic and loud. I love this. I'm so energetic and loud. He's like, yes, hello, everybody. How are you? Very mellow. Yes. It's in my blood to be loud. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know how it goes. Well, Frank, thank you for taking time out of your day and joining us, to talk about all your amazing projects and the awesome stuff you're doing. So thanks, and always showing love to Comic Crusaders as well. We do appreciate it. We see that support out there. We give it back, and this is why you're here as well. Gotta show the love, right?
Yeah. And I like talking to you guys. Like, I love talking to Josh, and I like doing these things with you guys. Like, I appreciate their support, the reverse support, I guess.
That's what we're here for, folks. Yeah, baby. All righty. So, Frank, what's going on in the Gogo-verse right now? So folks will be immediately updated on, because you've been doing awesome stuff
right now. So we just announced about 2 weeks ago a follow-up series to Dead End Kids, my book from last year. Dead End Kids: The Suburban Job. I have a little prop right here. So this is it's a follow-up series to Dead End Kids. It's a little bit different. We took sort of a True Detective approach to it. So it's a new story with a new cast and a new place, new crime angle. This one's a heist book. But if you read the first series, it's got the same look and feel, and you'll immediately sort of recognize it as a Dead End Kids book. So pretty excited about that. That's going on right now. No Heroin just finished up releasing last week. And the trade for that's going to be up for pre-order this week or this month coming up. So there's just lots of stuff going on. Working on a book for next year right now that I can't talk about.
Okay, he teases us. He can't talk about it. Who teases us? I'm doing that for next year, but I can't tell you what it is. Oh man,
not yet.
Not yet. Well, listen, whatever it is, I know it's gonna rock, because you've been kicking ass. That's it. This is what you do, Frank Chi. So Dead End Kids. how long has this been around? Because I actually got an email. I want to actually make sure this is right information. How long has the Dead End Kids universe been around?
The first book released in July of last year. So
Okay,
I wrote about a year before that. So
all right, so it's a 2-year in essence.
Yeah.
And where did the story come about from?
So the first book came out last summer. Was like a much bigger hit than I had ever imagined, than SourcePoint had thought it would be. And pretty quickly between the first 2 issues, Travis McIntyre, the editor-in-chief at SourcePoint, came to me and said, "Hey, book's doing really well. If you want to do more of it, we'll definitely publish it. Do you have another story?" And if I'm being honest, I didn't. The end of the first volume has a pretty fine point on it. It'd be hard to kind of tell stories with those kids again. I was also pretty exhausted from the first book coming out. Like, not to sound ungrateful, but like having a really successful book and having a lot of people reaching out to you about it and asking you to get copies and stuff like that, on top of doing cons, on top of doing store signings, and on top of getting married last year. I mean, like I was tired.
Oh, check you out.
Yeah.
Man, you're doing too much at once, kiddo. But that's amazing. So did you anticipate yourself, having that type of growth so quickly?
I mean, I hoped I would. Like, you can't plan for what's going to happen,
of course,
to the T. But I try to set myself up for success. I try to be a grinder. I get up at 5 or 6 every morning, and that's when I do my writing and try to network and keep the books coming and make sure they're good and on people's radars. So I put as much energy into it as I can, and I feel like I am reaping what I sow so far.
That's a common thread, it seems. Writers getting up early in the morning. Because remember, Steranko, what he says, he gets up at 3 a.m. and he starts jogging in the mountains with his dogs bare chested. What are you talking? What?
That guy's crazy. That guy's next level, though. That's
I'm not there yet. I'm not there yet.
Not yet. It's 3 a.m. or running in the woods bare chested. Which one?
Both.
I feel like the answer to that is yes.
Yes, right? So you've been doing a lot more, right? You have Grief as well, Ringo nominated collection, right?
This guy right here.
Oh man, look at that! Hold that up to the screen. I want to bring in the solo screen and let people see that. Look at that! Very nice, simple, beautiful cover.
It's actually isn't cover anymore. We did a second printing. This sold out last year. Second printing came out this year. It's the same cover, but the top is inverted, so it's red and black now. Looks pretty cool. I don't have one yet, so I can't show it to you. But new printing is out. It's got the little Ringo nominee.
Oh, nice.
Corner. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
How'd you feel when you got nominated? Was this your first time being nominated?
It was my first time being nominated for a Ringo. I was nominated for Best Writer and Best New Series at the Independent Creator Awards last year and won both of those. This was my first Ringo nom. Honestly, it felt like the beginning of the countdown to me losing, because the category was so stacked, and I did lose, which is fine. The book that won was incredible, and I'm really excited.
Yeah, but to be nominated still, at least amongst those upperclassmen right there, folks.
As far as I'm concerned, like being nominated and winning are about this far apart, right? Here's not nominated. Nominated's all the way up here, and then winning is like just a little bit more than that. Only one person gets the win, and I don't care if I win. Like, being nominated was incredibly fulfilling and rewarding in its own way. More than happy to have been nominated.
See, how early in your life did you decide this is the path you wanted to partake in?
I mean, I knew I wanted to be a writer for a very long time. Like, I always liked reading and writing, and I always felt like it was something I had a passion for. Like, I mean, going as far back as like 6th grade, like really young. I think I knew I wanted to write comics when I was a senior in high school. I really, really got into comics 2005, 2006, sort of like my golden age of Marvel. Like, we had like Brubaker on Cap, we had Matt Fraction starting to write Iron Man, Civil War was happening, Mark Millar was still there doing stuff. It was really just a great time for comics. I mean, Bendis was on Avengers. It's just, so like once I started reading everything, like I knew, this is how I want to tell stories. Like, this is the medium that speaks to me most. So yeah, I've known for about half my life up to this point.
Nice. What has been the most difficult task you've gone through in trying to get into the business?
Just getting started, honestly. Like I tell the story a lot, but I knew that I wanted to be a comic book writer at the end of high school, so I built my college career around it. I double majored in communications and English, got minors in graphic design and creative writing. I ran my school's newspaper so I could learn about collaboration and print production and project management. Like I really did a lot to set myself up for it. I went on to get 2 master's degrees in writing and poetry. And like all things that I thought would help me. Every job I've ever had, I always picked it based on how I thought it could help me make comics. But when I got out of college with my second master's degree, for 4 or 5 years, I didn't do anything. Like I had a lot of false starts, didn't really know how to get started. And, it wasn't until I, put my foot down and said, it's do it or don't, and started finishing things, like getting traction with projects and networking and stuff like that. But it wasn't until I really started. I had a hard time getting the engine going. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. And how was that first pitch? I mean, as a comic writer, what was your process? Had you ever pitched before, and how did you prep for it? Just I want people to learn here, man.
Yeah,
you've been successful so quickly. To me, I've seen you blow up like this since I started this, which is great because I get to see things behind the scenes just based on the emails I get. When I first see your name up to where I see where you're at now, I'm like, wow, my man here is like he's on fire, which is fantastic.
So I'm like the worst person to ask this question because I've literally never pitched a book. So what happened was Grief. I put Grief together in 2016. It was a Kickstarter in 2017, digital only, no print component. Did really well on Kickstarter. I think we like tripled the goal with like 400 backers. Like, I mean, for what it was and me not having any following, like it did incredibly well.
Was that your first Kickstarter?
Yeah, it was the only one I've done.
Wow. And successful 3 times over.
Yeah.
Wow. Nice.
And like, I thought like I was going to be there on day 31, like calling my friends of, give me $10. Let's just get this over the finish line. Then it was funded in like the first 10 hours. So like it was
10 hours. Wow, you beat McFarlane right now. It was going like the McFarlane stuff, huh? Like
it was pretty wild. So then I was getting ready to move on to the next stuff, and Andy Schmidt, who used to edit at Marvel and is the runner of Comics Experience, which is the comics writing school that I went through. He actually accepted the book for their digital publishing program. They were going to have like a Comixology imprint that they did. And he asked me if I would be interested in having Grief be part of it, because Grief was developed partially in Comics Experience. So he knew about it. So I didn't have to pitch it to him. He asked me about it. And then at that same time, he was trying to find a print publishing partner. And that's how I got involved with SourcePoint Press. He actually pitched Grief to SourcePoint for me, sort of without me knowing it. So I didn't actually pitch Grief ever, except for, in the Kickstarter video to the people who backed it. And then Grief opened the door for Dead End Kids. There was no pitch there. I brought the finished book to Travis McIntyre and said, "Hey, do you want this?" And he was like, "Sure, yeah." Grief was great. Like, let's do more. No Heroine was like a verbal pitch. Like I was at a convention with Travis, and it was Boston Comic Con 2 years ago. And I said, "Hey, I got this idea for a book." He's like, "Yeah, if you make it, we'll put it out." Like, so it's like it's never been.
Wow.
Yeah, but I think the lesson here, though, because I got this question a bunch, is that there's no such thing as over preparing. Like I had my books finished. I knew that I had a good product, and I got it in front of the right people. And that essentially is what the pitch process is, right? Even if mine weren't traditional pitches, when you are pitching Aftershock or Boom or whoever, you want to have a good product. You want to have it, ready to be made into a comic. Like I said, Dead End Kids was done when I started talking about it. I was like, hey, this book's ready to go to print. And it went to print 3 months later. Like it got on the schedule like that. Most books, a year, maybe more before they come out after the pitch. So like it was just, so the lesson to take away is to work hard, put stuff together, finish books, and get it in front of the right people. That's true for a pitch.
So you will agree with Lance here. Lance Lucero, shout out to Warehouse 9 Production. He goes, sometimes it's who you know. You got to get out there, creators.
Yeah, no, 100%. Like networking has been incredibly important for me. I can't talk a lot about this, but me knowing someone in tandem with No Heroin coming out this year and Dead End Kids doing well last year, opened a really big door for me this year, and I was able to pitch a really big publisher. And that pitch is out there being considered right now. It's not greenlit or anything, but like that was 100% because I knew the right person who mentioned me to the editor, and then she reached out to me. Like, so it's 1,000% who you know. But network. My best advice for networking is network like you're trying to make friends, not business partners, because that just smells phony as hell, and like people smell bullshit a mile away. So if you want to meet somebody, go in with the intent of being their friend. Honestly, like you want to do things for your friends. You don't want to do things for people who want things from you. So it's just a good way to go about it anyway.
Yeah, because Lance over here shouting out. He goes, I like his attitude. Be prepared. Be ready. Yeah, man.
Lance,
not only that, but I love the fact that when you have pitched your books, they're already complete. I mean, you've already put the work in, so they're able to see what's going to be printed. It's not a here's my hypothetical idea. I want it to go this way. There's a lot of uncertainty with that, but I like your approach in that you're saying, okay, here it is. It is complete. So that way the powers that be, if you will, are able to look at it and say, this is great. Yeah. And then, as you said, 3 months later, boom, it's on being printed. So I think if more creators did that, we would also get higher quality stories, much like Dead End Kids, much like No Heroin, much like Grief. I mean, your ability to be prepared and make sure that you're completing the project before putting it out there is really showing in the amount of success that you're having, at least from my point of view.
Yeah, I mean, what it boils down to for me is the easier you can make it for someone to say yes, the easier it is for them to say yes. Like if you come to somebody with 5 pages of Dead End Kids done and they're great 5 pages, they're like, okay, go finish this and bring it back. Like, and at that point, it's not a yes. If you bring them, 70 pages of a finished book and it's like, you can print this tomorrow, it's a lot easier to say yes. And like, at this level, indie small publishers, medium publishers, like that counts for something because they're small operations with not a lot of people doing a million things, and they don't want one more thing to worry about. They want one less thing to worry about. So that helps. When you get up to like a Boom or an Image, the approach will probably depend more on the relationship. Like if you know Eric Stevenson really well, you can probably bring him I'm sure Ed Brubaker can bring a finished book to Image, and Eric would be like, yeah, okay. But if I brought a finished book, he might have some concerns because, maybe I'm not at that level, or maybe something about the book doesn't work. And if we had an unfinished book, we'd be able to tweak it still. But now, that's a whole big hard thing, and it makes it harder to say yes. So I think erring on the side of caution is important, but also like coming prepared, just kind of find a balance between those two things.
I see. Everything is definitely in preparedness. Absolutely. I love that. I love your attitude, man. For real. I agree with Lance wholeheartedly, man. That's real work ethic, and that's how you really do find success in the field, and you come with this nice, good confidence as well. Yeah. I mean, no chip. It's just, I got a good product. I believe in myself, and I think that's so key in anything.
The best way to think about it is just to be so good that people can't ignore you, which sounds like super arrogant, but like it's a pretty good way to be. Like there's no baseball player out there who's not like, if I hit 10 home runs in a row, like that's not a bad thing, right? Like so always just walk like your shit don't stink. Like even if it does, but try not to have it stink though. Like, try to live up to the hype, because you'll get found out pretty quickly if you don't.
Well, you could fart and buy filtered underwear, and that'll solve the problem of stench.
I like Bud's reaction of,
I have a business proposition I'd like to talk to you about after this.
Yeah, let's put a dead end to smelly farts.
Well, so speaking of Dead End Kids, and we had briefly talked about this on the special we did for Flipside Focus, Dead End Kids, the Suburban Job, you've got a number of variant covers.
Yeah, we do.
Some that, obviously the one that you showed at the beginning of this, but there were some others that you had alluded to that ever since we recorded that interview, I've been chomping at the bit.
I can show them to you now, and I have them right here.
Yay.
Put them up. I'm gonna put now. You're gonna have the solo layout. Bring them up. Show them off.
Let's hop back to the first one. So we got the main cover. This is Chris Madd, who did the interior art for No Heroine. He did the Dead End Kids Volume 1 covers as well. So we went back to that sort of the same aesthetic, same trade dress, spiced it up a little bit for this volume. So we got the main cover. Then we've got a couple of incentive covers. We got this first one is a 1 in 5 incentive. So every 5 copies of shop orders, they can order one of these. And this is by, I'm going to get this. It's Ryan Kincaid with Wes Hartman on colors.
Nice. I know Wes. Oh, wow. That's a dope cover.
Wow.
I love the coloring for real. Wes killed the coloring.
So
the art is wonderful.
This is a 1 in 5. It's also the first of 4 connecting covers. So there's 3 more covers coming, one for each issue. And then they'll connect to make one bigger image. I like connecting covers. It's something I've always wanted to do. And Ryan,
that's a '90s thing, bro. That's why they started all that shit then. And I'm hooked on those foolish things sometimes. Like I need it. Even right now, I'm one of the card sets. I'm missing the middle picture. I think it was my X-Force card set. I'm so mad when I was looking through my book. I gotta find it.
I mean, I'm not a sucker for variants by any means. I don't collect a lot of variants, but there's certain things about certain ones that like the Boom does such incredible things with the Power Rangers books covers, like really smart marketing, really good art, really good ways to make them collectible. I pay a lot of attention to what they do.
Like the series where they had like the fractured helmets of
every one of those. Everyone. I'm such a sucker. That's actually
you mentioned Power Rangers, so you were speaking my language on that one.
Yeah. So the next book I'm doing that I can't talk about, we're doing something like that with the covers. But that's not in line. We also have a 1 in 10 cover.
Where's Lucas? Lucas would have been fucking dying right now talking about these variants.
This one is a Ben Templesmith cover.
Oh, you got Templesmith? Okay.
Ben's actually done a cover for every book I've ever done except Grief. He did,
how did you meet Ben?
How what?
How did you connect with Ben? I love his art, man.
So when Dead End Kids, the first volume came out, there was an online retailer called Anomaly Comics. They actually contacted him to do a cover for the book. I have a copy around here somewhere, but he did a really great cover for the book. And later that year, I was at a con where Ben was in Houston, and I walked up to his table to say thanks. Like I try to be really gracious and like connect with people. And we got to talk, and he's the nicest, most approachable guy in the world. He's just got some great accent. We ended up going out for like tacos and beers afterwards. And,
nice.
I mean, he's just really nice guy.
That's the real bro food right there. Tacos and beer. That's bro food.
Fish tacos, beer, and Jameson.
What? Oh, now you're talking Bud's language.
No.
Yeah, but I was able to connect with Ben, and when No Heroine rolled around, and I needed covers for that, I hit him up, and he did the 1 in 5 incentive for No Heroine #1. And now it's just kind of like when there's a new book, I just template email. I just fill in the book name. It says, "Dear Ben, do a cover." And so what happens is every time, like I don't get a response, like nothing, radio silence. And then like a week later, I'll get an email with like 5 or 6 thumbnails attached. Like he doesn't even say yes to the book. He just starts working on it. And then I'll pick one, and a few days later, he'll send me the finished art. I mean, like it's so seamless, and he's so good. So I'm excited for this cover. Really impactful cover. I like this one a lot.
Excellent. It is. His art's amazing. So I always love. He's a very emotive type of artist, and I always look for that in art.
And he's got like a little bit of like, not exactly, but a little bit of a Tim Burton-ness to it. Like the character bodies are kind of weirdly gangly.
Gangly. Exactly. That's the
But
word.
like that's his aesthetic, and like it's a good look. It doesn't really fit for the book, but I love working with Ben, so I'll do it every single day.
For a cover,
until he tells me no, I'm going to keep spending that money.
Until he tells you bugger off, like they say out there.
Yeah, so we've got those covers. We also have some retailer exclusives.
Nice.
We got 5 or 6 retailers we're working with. Each one is doing a set of covers for the whole series, so 1 through 4. I'm trying to remember who's like official right now. Exchange Comics and Collectibles is doing a set with Esteban Salinas, who did a set for the first series. So his will be connecting, I think, as well, but in a different way. El Rey Comics is doing a set. I think Joseph Schmackel is on there. He's been doing some really good stuff with Scout. So yeah, we got some really cool stuff coming. I'm just trying to think of like ways to kind of, variants are good and bad, right? The 90s showed us like how bad they can be, but they're also really good at getting a book on people's radars. So we're just always looking for like smarter ways to do them. But
it's crazy to me how that 90s variant trend, that almost killed the industry, then comes back again so strongly. It's like, it's insane.
Well, if you think about it though, those kids in the 90s are now the kids, us, that are paying for it. So I mean, we're not relying on our parents to buy the books now.
No more allowance. Now it's our money.
So, and I've seen that with plenty of trends. I mean, the other day I was at the store and I saw the old LCD handheld games. I saw the X-Men one.
Oh shit! I would have bought that in a heartbeat.
Brought them back. So a lot of those 90s trends totally making a comeback, and I'm fine with it.
Dude, Game Boy games are coming back. There's a producer out there that created a new Game Boy game for the OG Game Boy.
Oof.
There's somebody in New York that created a new game for the Sega Dreamcast, for example. So it's like, people are trying to go and build back with actual discs and everything,
Yeah.
And people, stuff that you actually put in machines, nothing you download,
Yeah. But,
a new Atari game.
Atari, where you got to blow on the cartridge and shit.
Yeah.
Frank, do you remember blowing on the cartridge, bro?
I'm old enough to have had a Nintendo when I was a kid, like the NES. I got it secondhand, so like I think Nintendo is older than I am by a year or two. But I had one, and I had Super Nintendo and 64. I mean, you had to blow on all those eventually. Like the cartridge.
64 is my favorite though. The WCW versus NWO game. Woo!
Yeah,
and Johnny's in the background talking about he had a Sega Mega Drive.
Oh, jeez.
Whoa! Wow.
Is that some English thing?
Oh no, that's messed up. Oh, that's messed up. No, listen, Sega was ahead of its time in a lot of things, and they just, I don't know. I don't know what went wrong, to be honest. Dreamcast was ahead of its time. It had one of the first ones with a modem and all that good stuff, but whatever. That's a different podcast.
Yeah.
That's great stuff.
Save that for a different day.
But Fred, while we're talking about games, though, I do want to ask, would you ever, if you had a selection of any one of your properties to turn into a video game, which one would you pick?
It would 100% be Dead End Kids, but it would be done in the style of Paperboy.
Oh, dope! Yes,
it would be a throwback. Like I want to do a Super Nintendo or NES version of it, like a 8-bit.
That would be cool as a Telltale series game too.
Sure.
Yeah, I would just have fun with it. Like what it is. Dead End Kids is so much like Paper Girls to me in a lot of ways, and then Paper Girls is like Paperboy. That was just like a weird brain connection thing.
So have you had an opportunity to maybe get this optioned at all? Is that something that we could foresee if it's not happened yet?
What can I say? I can say that last year I had meetings in New York and LA with producers. I can't say who they were. I can say that nothing really panned out yet. I do have an agent who is in charge of all my properties now. That's pretty new. That's from earlier this year. But the conversations are sort of ongoing. People tell me there's a lot of potential. I believe them. I hope. Yeah.
No, listen. We see it. Comic Crew believes in it for sure. We see it. And with that, that's another question. We got 3 minutes. So when it comes to agents, right? For real, just as a creator navigating the landscape, what would you recommend the creator to look for in an agent?
That's I'm maybe not the best person to answer that, but I'll try. I mean, obviously, you want somebody you can trust. I don't know if the stereotypes are true, but there's a lot of slimy agent, stereotypes out there. You see in movies a lot, and I gotta imagine that doesn't come from anywhere, or from nowhere rather. I got hooked up with the guy I work with through a referral, like a friend of mine who is also a comic creator, who works on a book with a little Tin Man. I don't know, maybe you could put that together. But I reached out to him and said, "Hey, who do you work with? Who would you recommend?" And he gave me an intro email to his guy, and we had a call, and it was a good conversation. He sounded really genuine. He sounded like he was motivated. And the thing that was important for me is like he was very enthusiastic about comic books. I think right now we're in a weird space where people are kind of looking at comic books as kind of like farmable content that you can. It's just, if I make a comic, it'll get made into a TV show. And like some people kind of look at it that way. He was really enthusiastic about the books. He had read them before I talked to him, and like genuinely saw the potential that adapting a comic book has. So I like that, but that was just me. Like I don't really know what the right answer is there.
No, but listen, any type of information is powerful, because there's a lot of, again, this is right now the world for indie. Big two are going through their things, whatever. People are not appreciating, and a lot more people are finding indie, especially during COVID, which is great, because I also see that. Because if you look at comic side, a lot of people are kind of looking at more of the indie side of things as opposed to the big two. Great. So, we have 1 minute left here, Frank, before we bring in a legend in comics. So, Frank, let people know, where can they find you and your books?
All right, real quick, Dead End Kids is up for, or Dead End Kids' Suburban Job is up for pre-order right now. You can go to any comic shop anywhere, tell them you want Dead End Kids' Suburban Job, Dead End Kids 2, that Frank Ogle book, whatever you have to do to let them know. Email them, text them, walk into the store if you can, like however you can. That'll drop in January. It's a 4-issue miniseries. I'll run through into April. If you want to follow me or my work, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, everything's at Frank Ogle /Frank Ogle. I went in, got all the good URLs. I do
good on you, bro.
I do a newsletter twice a month. There's sign-up links on everything, Twitter, Instagram. I recommend that. It's no algorithms. It's direct to your inbox. Unfiltered.
Wonderful.
So yeah, that's that. Dead End Kids trade came out earlier this year. You can get that now if you want to check out the first series. No Heroin trade is also in previews right now with Dead End Kids #1. And Grief, the second printing, came out at the beginning of this year as well. So there's some version of everything available right now.
This is fantastic, brother. Frank, you are an amazing creator. I could only foresee even more greatness for you. And I'm happy that Comic Crew has been there to see this awesome growth from when you came on the scene. And I thank you for taking time out of your day to join us for this great cause and just speak upon your experience. So thank you, because I haven't had the opportunity to speak to you, or the pleasure rather. So, thank you, bro. I appreciate it a lot.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Absolutely. Hasta la próxima, my friend. We'll have you back on because you are an honorary Crusader. Wepa! All right, brother. Thank you again.
Take care, guys.
Bye. All right. We got Johnny Hughes, the other legend, back in right now because he says the legend, me. No, we're talking about this real legend right here. The one and only Stephen Gallaher. Woo!
I'm going to pass for you guys. I'm going to back out for a bit, so I'll see you guys in a bit.
All right. Later, Josh. I'm going to back out for just a couple of minutes, but I do want to say, Steve, thank you for coming on. You are a legend to me. In my youth, reading a lot of books that you had a hand in. Just thank you. Thank you for providing me hours of entertainment and taking me out of this world.
Steve's audio isn't working.
Audio. Check your speaker. So he can't hear?
That's what he's saying.
No. What about okay. We gotta help him real quick.
Trying. Hang on.
Yes, please. Just say this is a legend here. So tell him to check the cam mic setting and make sure his audio is on the right thing. Mic cam and set to your speakers. Folks, apologies. This is the way of technology. Oh, is it Apple? Oh, ask him, Apple or Windows? To change his main computer setting to the speaker to make sure it matches. Change the main computer speaker. Yeah, we can hear you, Steve. I heard you.
We can hear him. He can't hear us.
Could hear you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Seems to be working.
Hey!
But I can't hear you.
Check your speaker. Tell him to check the speaker.
He's done that. He told me he said he's done that.
Nah, man. I'm sure on the computer it has to match the app. So on the cam mic, go to cam mic, make sure PC matches setting.
Match what?
No, this is gonna be heartbreaking. This is somebody we need to have on. This is a legend, man.
Let me call in again.
Oh yeah.
I'll kick him out then. I'll kick him out and have him come back in.
So whilst we're waiting, other guests that we've got later on, have we really got DJ Hernandez?
Oh no, it's not. Listen, I almost fell for it too. That's Bobo, not the, but it's a toy collector within that scope of the universe, but not the.
So it's not Magnum.
No, man. It's not Magnum PI.
See, I was like Magnum. I love that new show.
Do you hear us now, Steve? He's
I
there
don't
looking.
think he does.
This stinks.
Say something rude. That'll get his attention.
Let me make a nasty sound.
Yeah, and I'm leaving now. Thanks, Jay. That's the sound of one hand clapping, right?
Oh man, Johnny's gonna go wear stockings now because of that sound.
Takes a little bit longer than that.
Wait, I heard him. I could hear you.
It was set up for some sort of default.
Hey!
Everybody, the legend, Steve Englehart.
Woo!
How are you,
Steve?
Steve?
You guys said get headphones, but I don't usually use headphones. But apparently, I had to set the setting to headphones to
There
get
you
it to
go.
work. So
there we are. Thank you for being so technologically savvy, my friend. I love it.
Yeah, you think?
To be fair, he has to put up with me. I can't even spell IT.
Oh, let me tell you, you don't know the stress Johnny puts me through on emails sometimes. You have no idea. But Steve, I just want to thank you. I'm going to step out just for a couple of minutes so I could use the restroom break. But TMI. But with that, I just want to say thank you, like I was saying before, for all your contributions in comics. In my youth, growing up, it was books that you had a hand in that helped me escape from my youth. Bullying, drama, family stuff. Being able to just immerse myself in items you had a hand in. I just want to say thank you for that experience in my life. It's something that I hold dear. This is why I love comics so much. This is why I got Comic Crusaders. This is why we're doing this today, celebrating comics, because of folks like yourself that gave me something to get away from the stresses of life. So thank you for that.
You're welcome. I had a good time doing it, and I was hoping you guys were having a good time on the other side of the page. So
we definitely were. So I'm going to leave you to my man Johnny and the Professor. I'll be back.
All right, Mega.
Well, I mean, there are people who do all sorts of things on Zoom calls, so you don't have to leave if you need to go to.
Oh boy,
So
let's.
So that sort of party.
Well, Steve, thanks for joining us. How is everything? I know you're on the West Coast. How are you dealing with COVID? How is the fires and everything? Have you come through that all right? Or
Yeah, COVID, we were one of the first places to lock down, so we're actually doing better than pretty much everybody else, which doesn't mean that we don't have anything, but I mean, we're doing pretty good on that regard. The fires kind of came to an end a while ago, but there's going to be this massive inversion between the high pressure and the low pressure thing starting tomorrow night, where they say there might be up to 70 or 100-mile-an-hour winds coming across from the area that usually catches on fire. So everybody's kind of like, we'll see what happens tomorrow. But at the moment, the air is clean, no fires, you know. I mean, it is what it is, as they say.
Well, and from Al thanking you for your career in comics, it just made me think that you're at like 50 years in the industry, and I can't think of many other jobs that you can have that people will come up to you pretty much on the street and thank you for something you did 50 years ago.
No, I totally agree. It's very weird to me. First of all, the 50 years is weird, right? I mean, you know, that's sort of hard to process. But yeah, I mean, it's like there is nobody else where they come up and they go, you know, that thing you did back in 1972, that we still talk about that. But that's, you know, and obviously that was not anybody's plan. When we did comics for the moment. Right. But it turns out that was a good era for comics. And so it stays in print and they make movies out of those stories. And so here it is. I can't say that I expected this, but again, it's just, you know, it's life is strange. Write that down.
I don't think we have to write it down this year. We've proven it every single day.
I think we live in that, aren't we? We live in history at the minute.
So when I reflecting back, and I know we've talked before, but in the 70s, when you hit the scene at Marvel Comics, that was kind of like a renaissance. It was like right post Lee Kirby. You know, Roy Thomas was stepping back to do more editing than anything else. But I mean, you were the second wave of creators. Like Gary Friedrich, Don McGregor, you know, and several others.
Steve Gerber.
Yeah, of course.
Marv Wolfman and Len Wein are in there now.
Yeah. How fun was that to kind of create the next wave of 70s characters? And they were so offbeat from what we had seen before, but with Luke Cage, Howard the Duck, Man-Thing, Ghost Rider, you know, and then the monster hero, the Dracula, Werewolf by Night, all that stuff. When you came in, was it kind of like open season, just do whatever you want?
Yeah, it really was. I overlapped Stan by 6 months. 6 months after I started, he went to the West Coast. But so I had 6 months of the original Marvel. But the place really was a bullpen, what they used to talk about. It was a small group of people who really liked doing comics. And they had gotten to the point, things were going great, right? I mean, so then for whatever reason, there was this whole group of us who sort of all came in at the same time or over the space of a very couple of years, mostly. We all just sort of grew up on comics and decided we wanted to do comics, and they were in a position to like take us in and let us do comics. But the bullpen atmosphere, it really was fun. It was a bunch of people who were doing comics because they really liked to do comics, and that was the atmosphere. And then because Marvel had expanded to such an extent, when Roy did become the editor, he frankly said, I don't have time to edit all these books. Therefore, you writers are basically in charge of your books, and you can do anything you want to so long as you turn it in on time every month and it sells, right? And I mean, what else would you really want out of a product? You know, put it out regularly and have it sell, which made sense. But then, you know, what that meant was do whatever you want. You know, it's entirely up to you. So I didn't have to, none of us had to like run things through the editorial process, get notes, have things nixed. I mean, it was just like, is it selling? Well, then, and are you making your deadlines? Then you're okay. So we had complete freedom to do whatever we wanted to do. And you know, I did what I wanted to do. It was the kind of stuff that interested me, as I said, that seemed fun, fit my sense of fun in comics. And, you know, Gerber and McGregor and Marv and the rest of those guys were all doing the same thing. Marv and Len might have been doing more work for DC, and they also started a little bit before the 70s second wave. but certainly when they were at Marvel, when anybody was at Marvel, you could do what you wanted to do, and it was a good era for comics. And I think we really sort of understood why it was a good era and what we could do with it. And that stuff, as you said, you know, but I say it too. I mean, it resonates even after 50 years because it was so comics. You know, it was just it was not trying to turn comics into something. I'm not saying you shouldn't try to explore all avenues in comics, but I mean, it was just like, if you like Marvel comics, if you like comics, if you like that kind of comics in general, here's a whole bunch of people who really want to do the best they can with it. So, you know, as it turns out, that's the stuff that keeps being reprinted and keeps being made movies out of.
Did you guys try to outdo each other? Is that like where the best ideas came from?
Sort of. I mean, in a non. I mean, I didn't go up to Steve Gerber and say, I'm going to do better than you are this month, you know? But I mean, I was trying to do the best I could. He was trying to do the best he could. I mean, Gerber had his Howard the Duck, his Defenders. I mean, he had a slant that was different from mine, which was different from McGregor's. And we were all trying to show, you know, the best of what we thought we should be doing, which made, again, for a nice range of product. But the underlying thing was everybody was doing exactly what they wanted to do. And the thing I always say with that too is a lot of my early work was done with Sal Buscema. And the thing about Sal was, and I didn't know it at the time, didn't understand it at the time, but I could come up with anything and I could say, Sal, draw this, and he would. I mean, it was like, there was never like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about, or this is too weird, or I can't do it. Just like, no. So without knowing it, I was coming up with all these ideas and they were getting put onto the page. And I thought, well, that's how that's supposed to work. But, you know, I've worked with artists since then who do go, well, you know, geez, I can't draw horses, you know, I can't do this, I can't do that. So I really credit Sal a lot. I mean, he was not the only guy I worked with, but I did Captain America with him, I did Avengers with him, sometimes, but I did Defenders with him. It was like he was the underpinning to all this that I didn't even recognize until a lot later when I go, oh, you know, huh. So I could have all these great ideas. The great thing was that I could get them on the page, you know, too.
Sal Buscema is one of Buscema. However, I'm British. I'm going to say it wrong. I'm sorry. But
Yeah.
Sal is one of my favorite artists of all time.
Yeah.
Absolutely. My favorite issue, Marvel Team Up number 82. The Spider-Man Black Widow cover.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right. I don't
absolutely.
recall it off the top of my head, but all right.
Give me 2 minutes, I'll find it. No, it's like, hearing you speak of Marvel back then, it's kind of like when people get into sports. You know, when you get into sport, and like, so I'm a Dolphins fan, so my Dolphins, no matter how far I support them, or how many Super Bowls they don't win, it's always going to be Dan Marino.
Yeah.
And I know that everyone else came beforehand. I know the perfect season was 72, and I know Larry Zonska and Mercury and all that sort of stuff, and Paul Warfield. But my Dolphins are Dan Marino. And that's kind of, when you talk about Marvel Comics, you think about all the people that went beforehand, and then the second generation. To a lot of people, you're their Marvel.
I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that Steve, like you all had two careers with Marvel, really, because you had the 70s and then you had the DC, and then you came back to Marvel in the 80s, right?
Right.
And the Steve Englehart 80s with the West Coast Avengers and the Silver Surfer, that's my Steve Englehart. And then going back and almost discovering you for the first time with Captain America from the 70s, etc., was almost like, it's almost like Christmas when I can go find your stuff from then. But yeah, I mean, I grew up on your West Coast Avengers and your Silver Surfer. But which one in the 80s? This is one of the questions I wanted to ask you. Was you had very fond memories of the 70s bullpen and the camaraderie that existed back then. What was different from the 80s versus then? Was there a palpable change?
Yeah, there was, and it was Jim Shooter. I just explained, how Roy handled things. Apparently, while I was gone, people started missing deadlines a lot, and Marvel felt the need to get somebody to make the trains run on time, and that was Shooter. And so when I came back, Shooter was completely in charge. He didn't try to corral me particularly because I already had a reputation, and coming back to Marvel was like a big, it was a thing for Marvel. So he treated me gently. I can say I saw and certainly heard him treating a lot of other people ungently. Oh, there you go. You need to turn on the lights though, Johnny. It's a little hard to see, but so there was a more buttoned down atmosphere. It was still the Marvel Age as far as I'm concerned. It was still just an extension of what was going on. But it was a little chillier, a little more buttoned down. It didn't affect me much, but it did affect other people more, I think, and part of, the flip side of saying, I want people working here who can make their deadlines all the time is that then you're not necessarily looking for are these the best people doing the best comics, or are they just people who can get the things in on time? And there's an argument. There's an old saying in comics: do you want it good or do you want it Tuesday? Right? Okay. It's like that's probably for any magazine, but that's the ongoing question. You have to turn it in on time, but the quality tended to be a little less exuberant, shall we say. Again, in the 70s, we had complete freedom and we hit our deadlines. There was the dreaded deadline doom, but it was not a big deal. There weren't, I missed a couple, Gerber missed a couple, but by and large, we handle our business. So Marvel in the 80s was, it was an extension of Marvel in the 70s. It was the end of the 80s, I think, that the Marvel Age came to an end. That's when they decided that what really mattered was how much merchandising they could do. And as somebody who can remain nameless infamously said to me, it doesn't matter who does Spider-Man because Spider-Man will sell anyway. That attitude drove them to bankruptcy within several years, but that's where things sort of came to an end.
Now if I drew or wrote Spider-Man, nobody would buy it.
So take a step back from Marvel.
Yeah.
I'm a huge DC fan.
Mm-hmm.
So Detective Comics, arguably one of the best runs of Detective Comics, and it lasts something like 8 issues. How do you feel to be so well remembered for such a relatively short run on a comic book?
Well, Batman was my favorite character growing up. And so when I got my chance to do Batman, I didn't think I'd ever get it because I thought I was working for Marvel. And then, then things blew up and I ended up available and so forth. So I thought, well, here's my one shot to do Batman. And I'm going to do the best Batman I can. The thing that was wonderful about that was I got an artist and an inker who also loved the Batman and wanted to do the best they could on it. The talent pool was pretty shallow at DC in those days. And so I wrote those scripts and I really didn't know who was going to draw them. And it was likely to be, just a couple of guys, some house guys somewhere. The fact that they've got Marshall and Terry, the fact that Marshall and Terry, kicked it out of the park. It's just everything worked there. See, comics is a hybrid medium, right? If I'd written those same scripts and a couple of guys had drawn them, those books would not be as well remembered as they are. And I would have done exactly the same thing. But if your artist lets you down, he does, and vice versa. If the art's great and the writing's not so good, you know, I mean, all in all, the comic is not so good, even though one side did what they were supposed to do. In that case, I got, you know, everything I could have hoped for and a whole lot more.
Some of the characters, you're talking Silver St. Cloud, you're talking Boss Thorn, you've got the Hugo Strange thing going on.
Yeah.
Man, that is the Joker coming back as a homicidal maniac.
Yeah.
How did it feel to get your Laughing Fish story sort of immortalized on Batman the Animated Series?
Well, it was a surprise because it's still, I mean, to this day with the Marvel movies, they don't talk to us. They're very good about, if they want to use something from one of our stories, they do, and they give us credit. And if we created somebody, they pay us money. But I mean, they don't talk to us. They don't come and say, what did you have in mind? How is this supposed to work? Yeah.
So you actually get a piece. If you actually created the character, they will actually give you a little bit more of a piece of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
Star-Lord, Mantis, Shang-Chi.
Wepa. Yeah, that's why you boss, bro.
Again, who knew, right? Nobody was expecting this sort of thing. But so I had no idea that they were going to do the Laughing Fish in the Batman story, in the Batman series. And then when I saw it, I was interested in the fact that it was pretty much verbatim. I mean, they didn't really rewrite it. They just took it and went with the dialogue that I'd come up with. And then they ran out of time halfway through and had to add a Danny O'Neill story on the end, right? So the whole thing was weird, but that's, you know, off the top of my head, that's the first time that something I did got translated into TV. I don't know if that was before or after the movie. I mean, the Batman movie was.
It was after the.
Yeah, it was there, but I'm not sure when the animated series was. Probably after.
That was 92, 93.
Okay, so after the movie. So so the movie still is my first.
Cool.
First thing of being translated on screen. Again, that all seemed, you know, that was, you know, at least I didn't in 1989 or 86 or whatever go, oh, my comics are all going to be on the screen someday. It was just kind of like this weird one-off thing that would happen.
Did it surprise you that they're making Shang-Chi?
No, well, sort of, because they'd done Iron Fist, and Iron Fist had kind of bombed. For those of you who weren't around in the 70s, Shang-Chi was the original. Iron Fist was the copy that they did once Kung Fu really, you know, took off. They said, oh, we'll come up with another guy. So I was a little bent out of shape that they did Iron Fist and didn't do Shang-Chi. And then I thought, well, if they did do Iron Fist, then they're not going to do Shang-Chi. But I think we can thank the Black Panther for that, right? I mean, they said, oh, there's a whole ethnic audience out there. What other ethnic audiences have massive cinema presences that we could connect to, you know? So
for sure.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, we got 4 minutes left here.
Yeah, four minutes. So
well, I'll stick around for 5 minutes afterwards and just talk, you know, so you can hear me, whatever the next guy's going to do. You know?
We can talk backstage. Can we do that, Al?
I wish you could do the backstage. Unfortunately, not on this application. But, you know, I have Rich Duke there, like, watching with a big smile, like, yeah, see Steve Edward.
Maybe you could just bring Rich in, too.
You know what? Yeah, you know, why not? Let's have him hang out. Rich, how are you?
So, Steve, so I guess... so one of the questions I wanted to ask you about time travel, because you did two great time travel epics, one in Avengers in the 70s and then the West Coast Avengers epic in the 80s. What made you so good at doing time travel stories, or did you is that something you thought about a lot? Or
well, you know, to me, writing presents challenges. I mean, you say, hey, I'm going to do this thing, and then you have to figure out how to do it. And I always liked it if I had to, like, put some energy into it, figure it out. How is this actually going to work? And right around the time, I don't think it was in reaction to it, but right around the time I did the 70s time travel story, somebody said time travel stories never work because they never figure out all of the permutations. And
Tell that to Doctor Who.
So I thought to myself, well, can I do that? Can I figure the whole thing out? And so I spent time trying to figure out exactly how all those different eras would work together. And people thought it worked okay. So then 10 years later, whatever, with the West Coast Avengers, I thought, well, let's try another one. I mean, it's that really is a lot of what I do is think of anything, because that's what I was trained to do, and then think, well, that could be weird. How am I going to do that? And then the fun is figuring it out.
The most fun for West Coast Avengers for me was that second story where you did the time travel story without using Kang. And I thought that was great.
Well, I thought Kang was great. I mean, I said it at the time. It's probably a cliche by now, but I mean, Kang, he can fight the Avengers, go away for 10 years, and then come back 3 minutes after he left with a whole new plan. I thought that was devastating.
That's bizarre and insanely powerful.
Yeah. And that's why he kept coming back right in that period. People have complained that he came back too often, but that's why,
I don't think anybody used him like in between your Avengers story and then like I think in the mid 80s when Roger Stern brought him back in Avengers. I don't think anybody used him in between. So
okay. He was traveling.
No, but I really enjoyed when you used him. The best. So touch on like you hit a lot of different characters in the 70s. You hit Defenders, you hit Luke Cage, you hit Captain America. Maybe the Captain America was what I wanted to ask you about, because I think it's still topical today as to how you kind of transformed Captain America into kind of more of a caring about kind of the spirit of America, or as opposed to like more of like a governmental type agent. What made you do that in the 70s? I know we could talk about Nixon and Watergate and all that stuff. How did that come about?
That is the answer. I mean, I was doing Captain America. It was supposed to be in our world. That's always was the Marvel deal. And I just couldn't see how Captain America could ignore what was going on in America at that time.
Okay.
It just made sense to me to do that. And I had done the thing where I transformed him from the living legend of World War II into the spirit of America, which even made it more necessary for him to step in when the government was going off in a weird direction. Once again, nobody had done politics other than punching Hitler in the face. Nobody done politics in comics, but nobody said I couldn't. I mean, it was like, yeah, is it selling? Are you turning it in on time? And so that was the extent of it. I really did think that this was an epic to end all epics, and in my lifetime, we would never have to go through something like that again. And that turned out to be illusory, but Captain America's not Batman or Daredevil or the rest of them. He's Captain America, which, should have some aura to him, should have some. Agree. That's just what I thought. That's what I did. And that was like the first big superhero that I had. I did the Beast before that, but Captain America was the first guy. And if that had crashed and burned, you wouldn't be talking to me now. I would have been laid off very soon thereafter, but as it happened, it worked out. So then, everything followed from that.
That's fantastic, Steve. So, all right. So we have Rich on. So it's his time. If you want to hang out, Steve, and talk to this new awesome writer on the scene, Rich, do it right here. He's the writer of Sea of Sorrows, Road of Bones, Waiting Blade, Gun of Magic, and even some TMNT. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So Rich has been around all over the place as well. I mean, Rich, thank you. Thank you for also taking time out today to join us in support of this wonderful thing that we're doing for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society campaign for the Children's Initiative in specific. Folks, get out there. You're having a con here for free. Put $1 out there. That's all it takes. It's the buck. You get put on the wheel to win some awesome goodies. And trust me, it's awesome goodies. I am not joking here, folks. What I'm telling you is goodies from Hero Collector, from Diamond Select Toys, Eagle Moss, Unchained Comics, and together, Geek Fest, along with us, are actually, we put in some goodies we had together for MegaCon, and we're repurposing it for this. So the swag bag is going to be hot, trust me. It's very sexy. Not Academy Award level. I ain't giving you no Rolex, but I'm saying. All right? So, but it's some hot stuff for you guys, just, for showing the support and the love. Thank you so much. So, Rich, what is going on in the world of the Doiverse?
Well, got some new stuff coming out soon. Sea of Sorrows is going to be in stores November 18th. And that's after we were delayed. We were supposed to come out in May.
Yeah, you were very delayed.
I was going to say, I've reviewed the first issue. I saw it on Twitter. I was like, Sea of Sorrows due out in the. I was like, hold on a second. I'm sure I looked at this book. I gave it a great review, mine. But
thank you. I really appreciate it. And thank you guys for having me on. By the way, it's really, I love coming on, and it's great to be doing something good for leukemia and lymphoma. So
thank you. Thank you for coming on, and a shout out to Melissa Mazzaro from the IPR as well, because she helped a lot in helping us get a lot of amazing guests like yourself. So shout out there too.
But yeah, so I mean, Sea of Sorrows, we kind of we were just going full steam ahead, thinking we were going to be coming out in May, and then the pandemic happened, and Diamond shut down for a little while. And IDW decided to put all their books on hold. So starting in May, so that included us. Wow. And then, there was also, even when everything opened up again, they didn't want to rush everything back all at once, because I think part of it was they wanted to kind of give comic shops a little time to recover, and not flood them with like a ton of product while they're still trying to get back on their feet. So, but we're happy. It's good to be coming out around Halloween season for horror.
Yeah, man, it is.
It's going to be a little bit past Halloween, but that's okay.
That's all right. People are going to still be in that scared mood. And I think that's something interesting, because you see, you as a creator are going through a pandemic, and it halted, some of your projects. So let me just, I want to just go back to Steve just for a moment. Steve, have you in your career ever experienced something similar to this, where like publishing got halted and here's your projects that you've worked on so hard, now you don't know when the hell it's going to come out?
No, not at all. This is all for you.
Merry Christmas. Thank you. Guys. Let me know how it happens. What happens. Crazy.
Someone must have been bad to get a lump of coal of this size. Woo.
Yeah. So Rich, this is the latest book that's coming out, Sea of Sorrows. Let's talk about that book a little bit, and talk about the context of what the book is. A little synopsis there. So let folks know what is Sea of Sorrows about.
So Sea of Sorrows is about it's about takes place in the 1920s, and it's about a salvage diving crew that is going after a sunken World War I U-boat that's supposedly full of gold. But once they get out there, they find the gold, but then they realize that there is a sea siren creature basically that has them trapped, and starts hunting them and picking them off. It's kind of, I guess you could call it like a spiritual sequel to Road of Bones. Like it's not like, it's a new setting and new characters and things like that. But it's sort of in the same kind of vibe. Like, when we finished Road of Bones, we really liked how it ended, and we didn't really want to revisit those characters and kind of do the same thing over and over again. So we were really thinking about what is it that we loved about Road of Bones. So we really loved the mix of like psychological horror and supernatural, and also the historical setting. So we started looking for other historical settings where we might be able to set something else in. And Alex is really hyped to draw something involving underwater and like divers. So that's how we landed on on like the setting that we're doing.
But why horror?
Why horror?
Yes.
Well,
because comedy doesn't sell.
You know, it's funny because, like, you know, if you had asked me 5 years ago what kind of stories I'd like to write, like, horror wouldn't have even really been in my top 5. Like, I enjoy it, but I was never really thought of myself as like a horror writer. I was always more of like a science fiction, fantasy kind of, like, you know, love superheroes and stuff like that. And I think you can kind of see that in my work up until like about last year. You know, Gutter Magic is fantasy, Wailing Blade is science fiction. But then I was doing research for a different story just about prison breaks, and I started reading about the Soviet Gulag and all the horrible conditions that were happening there. And, you know, my brain was sort of like going, well, how can I put this into, you know, a science fiction story? But then I was like, you know what? This is such like a amazing thing that like really happened. I don't think I need to bring it to some fictional place. Like, you know, this is like a real thing that happened that's really like a little bit kind of unexplored. I think like a lot of people weren't familiar with it. So I was like, I can just sort of tell the story I want to tell, which happened to be a really like horrific story, without moving away from the real world setting. And it worked really well. People really loved it, and I loved writing it. Alex loved drawing it. So it was sort of like, when we were looking at our next project to do, we were just like, yeah, let's just keep rolling, you know, keep going with this. We've got a good thing going. There's no reason to, you know, change up what's working.
Normally, I like pencils that are done. The inks are done by the penciler because it seems like a more honest sort of transition, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, there are exceptions to that rule. On Sea of Sorrows, Alex provides his own colors as well. Is that right?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah. How more organic is it to have one guy cover that whole visual aspect as opposed to having maybe 2 or 3 different interpretations of what you want to see on the page?
Well, I think, you know, it's a sort of thing where Alex sort of has a vision for how he wants it to look, and I'm sure if he was strapped for time, or if there was some reason why he couldn't do it, I think he would be happy to work with a colorist. He works with colorists on plenty of other books, but I think with these, it's like he's got the skill, so why not use it? You know, he's just sort of has like, I think he approaches the art almost more like a painting almost, you know, like where he's kind of building it. It's not painted; it's still done like traditionally, like, you know, he pencils, inks, and then colors it. But I just mean like I think he's approaching it kind of knowing, having it in his head what the final piece is going to look like, maybe a little bit more than somebody who's going to be handing it off.
Yeah, it's more like a complete portrait rather than a snapshot for somebody then to embellish later on. Yeah,
exactly. You know, and like I said, it's, you know, I'm sure, you know, it's not because he's like precious about it or anything. It's just like, it's like he knows what he wants and like how he wants it to look. So
and he wants the triple pay, right?
Oh yeah, that too. I know, we're lucky he can't letter, because otherwise.
Oh yeah.
So, how do you find the artists you work with? Are you paired up with them via the label, or is this somebody you find and bring into the fold?
Yeah, it's pretty much people that I find that I've met over the years. Like my 2 most frequent collaborators are Alex and Joe Mulvey, who I do Wailing Blade with. And I met both of those guys at New York Comic Con like years ago.
Oh, nice.
And then just sort of over the years, we would be talking, and we gotta work on something. We gotta work on something, and then, you know, the pieces fall into place, and we work on something. But it's, you know, where I usually get assigned artists is like I got assigned artists when I worked on TMNT. I think that's like a lot more common with like you know like license work. Like I think when you're doing books, you know, independent books like I do, it's pretty much like it's like our show. Like we put it together.
Gotcha.
So we're finding the people, but you know, most of it I think it comes out of like personal relationships, and whether it's somebody I met in person or maybe I saw their art on Twitter or Instagram and reached out and said, hey, I really love that. Love to work on something short with you, you know, and you know, you just sort of, you know, you just meet people and you know, find the right project to work on them with.
See, that's what I find interesting because you know, I want to go back to Steve just for a second here. Then it's like, how was it done then? Were you just paired up with somebody because you didn't have Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, none of that? You know, like unlike Rich, that's able to connect with creators on a different level. You know, artists. You know, how did it work for you in your time period to be connected with artists?
Yeah, in our time period, it was all assigned, and it was just that was understood. You didn't. It never even occurred to anybody to go find an artist and say, "Hey, let's you and me do something." Oh, Starlin and I did that on Master of Kung Fu. But that was like, that was really weird. That was very out of the ordinary to do that kind of thing.
But who requested who?
Oh no, the artist. What? No, there were no requests. I mean,
okay, it just happens.
The company just said you're going to write this and he's going to draw it. You go,
All
okay,
right.
you know, that's how that works. You know.
So, are you envious of the position that current creators are in, like writers like Rich, where you know he could actually reach out and pick and choose someone to build into the team? Like, yeah, this is the team right here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I didn't dislike the old system. Before Rich came on, I was raving about working with Sal Buscema. They assigned Sal Buscema, but they assigned Marshall Rogers. They assigned all these guys, and it's like, fine, that's how that works. But yeah, I mean, if you could go get exactly the artist you wanted, then that's even better, probably. But the other way wasn't terrible.
All right, I want to go back to Rich. Do you like that fluidity of being able to, pick and choose at your will as opposed to being assigned someone?
Well, I think it's great having the flexibility, but it's also it's hard, like it's a lot of legwork and it's a lot of like kind of, setting things up on your own. And, you got to make sure that the people you work with are like, trustworthy. Obviously, like I know a few people who, starting out might gotten scammed by somebody where they paid up front and then the artist never delivered. So it's like freedom, but then the freedom comes at the price of it takes a lot more like due diligence. Like I mean, if I had my own personal talent scout or somebody that could vet people for me the way Marvel does or the way DC does, yeah, that'd be great. Because that I'm sure like Steve, like most of the artists you worked with, it's like they sort of, it's not like they just walked in off the street. It's like these were people who submitted their portfolios and really showed that they could do the work. And I love being able to work with people, but also it's like I think it's almost comparing like apples and oranges. When you're talking about working at a Marvel or working at a DC or something, there's sort of like a little bit less flexibility because they really are looking for something specific. Whereas like on creator-owned projects and things like that, it's like you can like reach out to the people you think are going to be the best and like really like it's like in that position, like I'm the the creative director, so it's like I know what I want, so I'm going to go and like find what I need.
Yeah,
so I think it's kind of like they're almost like two different worlds, and I think like both systems like work like better for each other.
I think nowadays, especially if you've got so much potential artists or writers out there, you have to really work at the relationship to get things done on time. If you were working back in the day, Steve, I'm sure you can maybe say yeah or nay to this. It's a case of that working relationship is somewhat enforced by the powers that be. They turn around and say, boom, it's got to be done. And the weight of a company versus Rich getting annoyed at someone is going to be slightly different, isn't it? So that relationship has got to be built on. It can't just be enforced. I don't know.
You asked
I'm just kind of thinking, because back in the day, it would have been a case of Marvel would say, right, the book's got to come out, the book's got to come out. So that relationship between writer and artist is somewhat enforced. Where if you create your own book, it takes a lot more work to get the relationship going.
Right. Well, I think Rich had it all right in terms of how the companies worked. I mean, again, they vetted people. I mean, there were always new guys, and so sometimes you'd get a new guy and he wouldn't work out, you know. I mean, and then they'd go get somebody else to take that slot. I mean, then they had people that they could. That's why Vinnie Coletta had a career for years and years, you know. So, you know, when they said, "Oh, you're going to do this book with so and so," you never thought, can he actually do it? Will he actually do it? The assumption was that he would, and if somehow he didn't, then somebody else would do it. You know, so certainly you asked about things going wrong. I mean, the one thing I guess was, you know, sometimes I'd write stories and then my artist would not show up or whatever, and they'd throw somebody else in there at the last minute who didn't necessarily understand what was going on. But that's, again, part of that system that had a periodical nature to it. Rich has, you know, I agree with Rich all the way around. I mean, pluses and minuses on both sides. But you sound like you found the guys that you wanted, so that's good.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's I think that's the other thing is that's like when you do find somebody that you really work well with, it's like I want to keep doing projects with them because I know that like we really like vibe together and do good work together. You know, like if I could just keep doing horror books with Alex from now until the day I die, I would, you know, because I know that we just work really well together, and you know, he's like the perfect guy for when I want to tell those kind of stories.
So you said that you'd come into horror late, and now you're having a good time doing horror. Do you strain to want to get back to fantasy or sci-fi, or are you good with now that horror's working for you?
Yeah, I mean, I still do other stuff too. You know, it just happens that, you know, like my horror book was really big last year, so we're doing more in that vein, and I'm starting to branch out and look into doing other horror projects because I guess I'm good at it, you know. So, but you know, but I'm always going to be doing, I think, like fantasy, science fiction. Like I recently did another installment of Gutter Magic, which is like a fantasy series I do for my sci-fi series Wailing Blade. We have a Kickstarter going on right now where we're going to be doing some more. So, you know, it's sort of like I never like to kind of like. I don't want to like limit myself and say like I'm only going to do this or I'm only going to do that, you know. And I think like I'd rather be known as like a writer rather than like a specific kind of writer. I think if that makes sense.
I've been lucky. I've read Wailing Blade.
Yeah.
There is a bit of humor in there. It comes across a little bit 2000 AD in places, which probably fits me because, you know, Britain and all that. So it is a totally different book to Sea of Sorrows, for sure. How working with IDW? How is that? Because I mean, Wailing Blade's yours.
Yeah,
IDW.
IDW is we do Rotobones with them. We did Rotobones with them. We do CSR with them.
Yeah.
I mean, like they're a great company. Like everybody that I've worked with there, from my editor to the PR people, all the way up to like the editor-in-chief and the publisher, they're all like, you know, really nice, really supportive, really, you know, helpful. Like when I reach out with questions and things like that. So I can't really, you know. I'm sorry if you're looking for dirt or something.
No. I was just looking for the
Oh,
difference.
no. We're not bleeding. We're not gossip people.
I was just looking for the difference between
I'm just
kind
joking.
of being your own boss versus working with a publisher.
Yeah. No, it is a little bit different, you know, if on Wailing Blade, it's like, you know, I'm the only one that like has to prove everything, you know, or me and Joe rather, and we pretty much have like free reign. But like with IDW, it's like, you know, Alex and I send in our stuff, they you know, check it over and make sure that you know, everything's fine on their end. So it sort of adds layers to the process. But I think like, you know, having like really good people over there helps, you know, like they are really kind of like behind us as creators. So it really helps.
That's absolutely important in any type of industry, you know, label, publisher, to have that positive support. You know, so yeah, man, good stuff.
Getting some positive support there.
You're not your boss.
Yeah, they're brushing your shoulders off. They're listening to Jay-Z. What's going on here?
Okay. Just had to give a little high five to my son there. But yeah, no. So you know, it's sort of like working with a company like a publisher, with like IDW or an Image or a Boom or somebody like that. The great thing is that, you know, they've got people that do social media, they've got people that do marketing, they've got people that, you know, reach out to shops and things like that. And that's all stuff that I don't really have a problem doing, you know, on my own. Like I'm like try to be my own like biggest cheerleader, and I do talk about Sea of Sorrows and my books with them like a lot on my own. But it's like they just have like kind of this mechanism where they you know, like they just have people that are working for the success of the book, and it's just, you know, great to have them, you know.
Steve, did you have that similar experience back when you were doing the books? Was there some type of positive marketing engine back then?
It's a good question. I remember Carol Kalish was the marketing director at Marvel, so they had one. So there must have been something going on. I mean, Marvel was a thing in and of itself, and I don't know how much more publicity it needed. And of course, it was before social media and so forth. So I don't even know, other than putting ads in fanzines or something, I don't really know what they could have done. But again, I never had to think about any of that stuff. I just, you know, I just wrote the books, and everything else was taken care of by the system.
You know, right now, Steve, let me ask you, would you attempt to do something independent right now? Do you have it in you?
Well, it's an interesting question, and I it's going to take 30 seconds to answer, and I don't want to take away Rich's time.
No, please.
Well, I said earlier that I like challenges, and so I was sitting around several years ago, and I came up with this idea that I thought would be like a real writer's challenge. And I didn't know then, and I don't know now, whether it's commercial. I mean, I think it is, but I mean, I don't know. And so I wrote, particularly because of the pandemic, having to stick around a lot, I wrote this thing. It is basically 7 60-page chapters.
Oh,
So
I love the amount of pages.
well, the story is so complex. I was going to do it in 44, and I just couldn't do it in 44. So it ended up being 60. It sort of evolved into its own self. Point being, I've been working on this for a long time, and I just now have sort of finished it. So now I have a script. I have no artist. I have no publisher. I have, you know, I have no conventions to go to talk to people. So what happens next is going to be interesting to me too. But yes, I did write this thing, and if it comes out, then there you are. And if it didn't, it was still just a good way to fill time in the pandemic. You know, I mean, I like what I did, but now I need somebody to actually want to draw 420 pages. So
I think, listen, people are listening, people are tuning in. We have so many fans in the community that are, artists. So, yeah, check it out. Steve Engelhardt got something, folks. A legend. So don't hesitate.
There are a bunch of artists out there that will want to work with an established writer like Steve.
Exactly. But not just Steve, also somebody that's actually, been killing it and blowing it up slowly himself with Rich too. So we got the legends, and this is fantastic to see that, how many people connect to all our different mindsets and our imaginations. You guys are so powerful.
I'm glad you went with legend rather than old.
I would never disrespect you like that, Mr. Look at me. I'm gonna be getting your beard by next year.
Yeah.
Although right now people say it's called a Deathstroke. I do it better than Deathstroke, however.
Keep your personal life to your own business. You don't want to hear about your strokes.
How dare you, Johnny, and his very dirty English humor.
Me?
How dare you? Man, I should call you Johnny Hill.
Steve,
All right.
Steve, one last thing. Hey, did I see you in a music video?
You did. Yes,
A
you did.
music video. Get out of here.
Which one?
There's a girl named Zardon of Doom. She wants to attract the Asian cosplay people, whatever. Got a good voice, and she hooked up with some company down in LA that had ideas of getting me to do something with them. And I'm still not averse to it, but nothing ever really came of it. But they said, as one of their gambits, it's like, hey, you want to be in her music video? So yeah, that's me.
Stephen Engelhardt, the K-popper.
All right, you know what? Now, Rich, now you gotta be up in the music video.
I gotta go find a band.
Yeah, you look like a headbanger, though, are you?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Oh, word? Because I love System of a Down, Metallica. That's my joint, kiddo. Wherever. Don't let this brown skin fool you. I don't just love hip hop and salsa and merengue, folks.
For it's funny, for Wailing Blade, we actually got a custom heavy metal theme song done for it.
Oh,
trailer. So it's
This
pretty
is
awesome.
Where can we
recurring
view
thing.
this?
Yeah.
This is a recurring theme. You're like the second creator today that's turned around and said, when I was writing a book, I had a soundtrack played.
Yeah.
So it's a thing. And Scott Snyder did it for metals and death metals, which probably tells you the sort of music he was listening to at the time.
It's just one of those things where, like, you before you do it, you kind of all you can think about is like, oh, that would be so hard to do. That would be so hard to do. But then once you start looking into it, you're like, oh, maybe we could do this. And then
hell yeah,
it's like boom,
rock out, brother. Hell yeah. So all right. So I have my next guest already lined up. So Rich, where can my people find you, follow you, and make sure they kept up to the date on the Do It Verse?
Well, you can find me on Twitter at rdueck. I'm on Facebook. My page is Rich Dueck. And just quickly right now, if you want to go check out the Wailing Blade Kickstarter, which is going on right now. Got a lot of cool rewards. It's at comicstribe.com/wailingblade. And CSRs will be in comic stores in a couple of weeks. So hope you come and check it out. So it's a really, probably, I think it's some of the best stuff I've written. So I'm really excited for people to read.
Check out Comic Crusaders for the review of Sea of Sorrows.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It's a good review. I'm not telling you the score, but it's a good one.
Yeah, Johnny's a Brit. He be Simon Cowling stuff. You know what I mean? So you could trust his opinion. I'm just trying to say you're real, just real. You know what I mean? I love my man, yo, because he honest, 100. This is why we're real. We no holds barred. If we love it, we love it. If we hate it, we hate it. And then if you love us, then thank you. And if you don't, it's okay anyway. We're still friends.
I love you guys. I love you guys. You give me 1 star, you give me 5 stars, whatever it is.
Nah, but you'll never get a 1 star from us, I don't think, because you're too ill for that. So, Rich, thanks for joining us. Steve, you too. Thanks for hanging out for this interview. I'm going to go into my entrepreneurial power hour. I got my man, Wade Galt. in the sidelines. So
Bye,
everybody, thanks for tuning in, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
Woo! Everybody. That was an awesome interview right there with Rich Zewick and the legend Steve Englehart from Marvel Comics. For right now, this is the Entrepreneurial Power Hour. And right here, I have someone that I met through Podfest, which is was an amazing show. But this dude, for the past few weeks, has been, blessing me with fantastic knowledge and a real guide to navigate my entrepreneurial journey. Because again, folks, yeah, we love comics and all, but you got to understand, I'm also an entrepreneur and I'm trying to build something. And this man is helping me and establish a real plan to live an easier life, less days working, putting out more content, but also sharing more of myself with my family and doing the things that I love more. I'm very happy to introduce my man here, the founder of the 4-Day Work Week, the one and only Wade Galt.
Thank you, brother. Man, it's awesome to be here. Thank you so much for having me out. And it has been so great to get to meet you and work with you. Love your passion. Me encanta su energía. Love your energy.
Oh, wait, Mike, what the Spanish? Check him out.
Of course, dude. My wife's Peruvian, man. I got to know my stuff.
Oh, man, good stuff. You better know, in case the in-laws are talking any stuff, you don't understand.
You go. Got to know your stuff, man. Absolutely, man. But yeah, I'm so amazed with what you're doing, the talent you have, the talent you're attracting, the people you're attracting. You got such a big heart, dude. And so getting to work with you is a privilege.
No, getting to work with you is my privilege because you've been giving me to see a very much clearer path in what I'm doing and empower me with so much knowledge and ideas. Dude, you've lit a fire in me that you just don't understand. So I'm forever grateful for that. But this is why I have you here too, because I want you to do the same for others. You have that ability because this, again, has had a real positive impact on my life. Wade G, the 4-Day Work Week program, I've been hanging with you for several weeks since the World Record Breaking Podfest. When you said, hey, I have some space for you guys, some free space for those that want to partake. And, I jumped on and I've been on every week because my man is doing something really good. So, Wade, let me leave the floor to you just for a moment here and just explain to people what is the 4-Day Work Week.
Absolutely. So in a really short way, it's simply looking to create more time for life to do the things we enjoy. So years ago, people worked 7 days a week. Then they worked 6 days a week. And then 1938 or something like that, Henry Ford said a 5-day work week. Now, he was clever. He was gangster. He's like, y'all are going to work 5 days a week, but guess what you're going to do on the weekend in 2 days? You're going to drive cars. So he wasn't just, he might not have just been looking out for the people. Oh, absolutely. But we haven't shifted from that in over 100 years. And because actually the original goes back, or maybe it's 80 years, 90 years. Long story short, we have people that are very accustomed to the idea of, well, I'm going to make more money. So most of us, if we've been in the workforce for more than 5 or 10 years, we're making more than we did before. And we expect that. We demand that. And yet we have the same amount of time freedom. And there's so much more technology. There's so many more things that we can make easier. There's telecommuting. There's all these different things. And a lot of this just seems to be a lack of creativity or a lack of focus for us to say, look, this is important for us to have time for life, to enjoy life, to still work hard. So this is not about laziness. 4 days a week, I am hustling to create an awesome life for my clients. But the other 3 days a week, I'm giving back in the community and I'm looking to create an awesome experience in life for my family and for me. And so a lot of it's just about balance, and it doesn't have to be 4 days. People might have different ways they approach it. But the main thing is just looking at it and saying that there's more to life than simply working. And, I just thought of this when I was getting out of the shower. I mean, think about it. If Peter Parker only worked 4 days, how much more in order would the city have been? Come on, man. All this extra work, didn't need it. Obviously, Bruce Wayne, Iron Man, don't really need that. But most of us, the regular schleps, we need some time to enjoy life. And a lot of it's just about starting to go in that direction. Whether you're an employee, whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're a business owner, whether you're a freelancer, obviously in your journey, you're doing some of your work, you're starting your Comic Crusaders, you're doing all these different things, but you want to be able to create a better life. And especially if you have family and friends in your life that you enjoy spending time with, why not?
Absolutely, why not? So, what inspired all this, Wade, when you created the program? What was your personal journey in wanting to create this program and then bless others with it?
Sure. So, I'm very blessed that my father, who was an entrepreneur, spent a lot of time with me growing up, whether it was sports or different things like that. And I got to watch him and many of his friends be very financially successful. And yet I saw that some of them just didn't spend as much time with their family. In fact, the toughest thing I saw was that sometimes you'd see somebody that was working really, really hard, and the kids are grown up, and then the parent would come home. Usually it was a man, but because this is back years ago, but either way, and they'd come back and say, "Hey, let's hang out." And the kids would say, "Dude, I'm already in high school, man. I kind of know you, but I don't really know you." And it's just like the Cats in the Cradle song by Harry Carpenter, that just people were just moving on to their different things. And so for me, being able to see that was one thing, but I had a very specific experience even after I knew that. So I was aiming for that. And then one day, maybe about 15 years ago, I'm working with a client just on some regular business consulting and coaching. And he says to me, "Wade, I haven't spent a lot of time with my son in a while. He's in his first year of college now. I mean, he knows I love him. There's nothing wrong there, but I just wish I spent more time." And we were working on a different project. But I said, why don't you just find an excuse to hang out with him? And so he spent some time with his son. He went to one of those Daytona 500 NASCAR type racing places. They drove race cars, different stuff like that. So I talked to him again 6 months later. He says, "Wade, this was awesome. Thank you for the idea. It was so simple, but I made time for it, and that's so awesome." He says, "I have more stuff planned." So 6 months later, when we're ready for our call, I found out, unfortunately, he had passed away. He was in his mid-50s. And I don't even know if his wife even knows he talked to me. I don't know if his son knows, but I just thought, wow, somewhere there's some son that said, "Wow, God, it's so nice that Dad got to spend this time with me."
Yeah.
And so that was something for me, again, good guy, hardworking, doing all the things right, not in a situation where he's saying, "I don't value my kids," or "I don't care about my family," was doing it, but kind of doing it not in the best order. And so for me, making sure that people are aware of that and being mindful of that is something that became just really, really important.
Wow, man, that's great inspiration there, bro. Because again, you're inspiring me. You're firing me up with the program, and can we get into a little thing here about the program? So
sure.
What are some key points that you could share?
Absolutely.
Right now that people could follow, so they could understand what this amazing program is about. Because again, folks, I'm telling you, this is changing my life. And I've gotten rid of some very negative energy based because of certain things that have been showed here. And it's so on the money. It brings real value to my life. So this is again why I need him to talk here. So give us some of the steps. Awesome. If you have a presentation you want to share, let me tell you, my screen is yours.
Here's what I'm going to do. I've got a screen that I'm just going to share that gives kind of a basic concept of an overview piece. So I'm going to go, let me see here. I think.
At the bottom, you go share screen, and I'll be able to add it to the stream.
Okay, share screen. And is that good?
That's perfect. And I mean, you see, I made a little overlay for you with the 4-day work week right there in the corner.
Awesome.
Right, everybody sees everything now. There you go.
Cool. So there's a bigger picture thing that's going on. So for a lot of people, there's the first half of this. There's a journey that I found that I took that's a very sort of common way to get there. The first thing is, like anything else that you want to do, the first change happens internally. So anytime we see somebody that's successful, that's doing really well, that we want what they want, there can be a tendency, and maybe we outgrow this or maybe we don't, where we first start out as somewhere between a hater or a non-believer, no, that person does this or they do it wrong, or nah, that's not possible. And then if it's something we really want, we say, no, it's not possible. I doubt it. But then at some point there's this shift where we say, well, if that person did it, maybe it's possible. And rather than focusing on all the reasons why it cannot happen, we start saying, well, maybe this is possible. and we become a little hopeful. And then we start believing, and then we start seeking information. And then maybe at some point we get enough information, enough wisdom that lets us say, okay, this can be done. So think about, for any of you all watching right now, if you love what Al's doing, some of you all might say, wow, this is never possible. And what I love about what you do, Al, is you're very clear. People say, look, this is work, but this is something I've created. At some point I made a choice. I believed. So again, with any sort of change or growth, this is a very common thing. But again, it has to happen. This can happen in hours. It can happen in days. It could take years. It could never happen, depending on a person.
I love it, man. The 8 levels of emotions that someone goes through when they see something that they're just very uncertain of for that moment.
Absolutely, but that they want. This could be dating. This could be, can I play soccer well? Whatever it might be. And then on the right side, there's a common journey. This is not everybody's journey, but if someone were to say, what's the most likely way to have something happen? In my experience, this is what happened with me and what I find happens with other people. Most people start out, and if they start thinking about, well, hey, how could I create a better life? How could I do things? I would say to them, look, the first step is to be what I'm going to call an apprentice. And basically each one of these steps either has a program already developed or in development. And the apprentice is where you just say, look, okay, I want to live this 4-day workweek life or a similar life. I want to have more time for my family, my friends, that sort of stuff. And in the apprentice stage, we focus on, look, you already have some money in your life. How are you using it? Are you wasting it? Are you throwing it away? Because if you're throwing away the money you have now, is making more money going to help? Probably not. How are you handling the material possessions you have? Are you living kind of lightly and smartly, or do you buy a bunch of stuff that you have to maintain that costs you too much that you're in debt for? The same thing. But the more important part, it looks to how are you investing your time outside of work? And yes, we all want to decompress at times. We want to watch some TV, we want to read comics, we want to enjoy stuff. But if you get outside of work and all you do is couch potato, all you do is just either feel sorry for yourself or you're doing whatever else is habits that aren't leading you to grow, well, you're not doing anything wrong, but you're going to be stuck there because you got your job, you're paying your bills, and then you're coming back home and you're saying, well, I'm just sort of staying in this autopilot. And sometimes when work really is not fun, that can happen where you're recovering. I remember when I first started working, at times I'd just come home and play my PlayStation, and I was just like, wow, work is just so overwhelming.
Yep.
But at some point you have to say, okay, well, look, if I can't manage my time now working 5 days a week or 6 days, whatever your reality is it really going to change when I get to 5 days or 4 days? And then finally, your most important relationships. And that's the part that, again, this apprentice stage, you don't have to be an entrepreneur. You don't have to be a business owner to do this. You can right now start deciding, how am I spending my time in relationships? Am I spending my time around people that either don't value me or that I don't want to be around, or I'm just doing stuff I don't like? Everything from the haters to just the people like, well, no, I'd rather spend more time with my loved ones or my family or just doing things. So that's the first step. And that's the part that anybody who's been involved in growth is kind of familiar with. That's kind of where you start reading books by different authors, or you listen to a podcast, you look at some of your stuff. And again, I would imagine some of the people that are watching you out, they're looking on one hand at the actual, just the content and enjoying the comic part of it.
Yeah.
But then some of them, a percentage of them are saying, whoa, hold on, Al's onto something here. And how can I start building something like that? So that's the apprentice stage. And then from there, I'm not going to go too much in the others in depth, but then as an employee, you can start looking to see, how could I create a 4-day workweek opportunity where I work? Mm-hmm. And the short answer to that is, you've got to think like your boss thinks, and basically say to your boss, hey boss, what is it that I could do? What results could I get where you would gladly pay me 5 days worth of wages, but let me work 4 days? And usually it's something like this. Well, if you could get 6 days worth of results or 5.5 days worth of results, if I'm better off with you working 4 days, with many employers, not all, but with some, that's a possibility. And then from there, you start going into starting your own side hustles or your own side gigs, perhaps starting your own businesses as a solopreneur, your own gig, and or perhaps building and scaling a team. So the different programs we have, that's kind of the overview, but the different programs we have, whether it's as the apprentice or whether it's somebody who's looking for the entrepreneur program, Entrepreneur Academy, and the employee one is coming out shortly. At each of those, it's just about living a more intentional life and getting clear about what you'd like to create and putting yourself more in the situation to make that happen. The same way if you said, hey, I want to plan for retirement, I'm going to start, saving some money. Say, great, let's plan for that. But let's not wait till you're 50 or 60 or 70 to do that. In the meanwhile, let's start freeing up some more time. And if you can manage your expenses, you can be in a better situation and just start living more of the life you'd like to from now.
Absolutely. This is why, again, what attracted me so much to this. And you know what? It even attracted one of my awesome comic crusaders that is actually in the film industry, Lance Lucero. So I'm going to throw him in here because he's like, Al, I want in on this right now. I got to ask ways of... So I don't know where he's at because I just heard an ambulance. So I hope whoever that is okay. Right. Lance, set up your audio, whatever. But wait again. This program brings so much value. And here we go, Lance. I see you now. Okay, you wanted to jump on this. You know, I love your excitement. Feel free to talk to the one and only. What? Oh my God, is this?
Oh yeah, no, we got that. I just want to give you a little teaser. When you're ready, we got that. Oh my God!
All right, so Lance, go ahead, bro. Do you have a question?
Yeah, I do. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Excellent, good. Well, I'm digging this concept, 100%, because it's very hard to balance. But I guess the biggest question I have is on the front end before you even engage in the program, and that is, well, how do you approach deprogramming or conditioning people that already have it ingrained in their mind that no, you have to get up every morning, go to the job. This is what people do. This is nothing. I'm not doing anything different than 7 billion people. Deprogramming is difficult. Reprogramming is possible, but in my experience, it's harder to unwash a brain than it is to wash it, especially in a time where people don't shut things off.
Absolutely. And that's a great question. So a couple things. Like anything else, in order for you to want to do something, you have to have a better reason. So I remember something years ago, and Deepak Chopra, one of the doctors, authors, he talked about a young lady he worked with who had a heroin addiction. And heroin is, at least in the drug field back in 20, 30 years ago, that was as addictive as a substance as we knew. And this young lady was a teenager, very tough situation. But in one instance, she started riding horses. And the parents realized she loved riding horses. And in fact, when she was riding the horses and got engaged with that, she stopped using the heroin. And the parents basically said, okay, look, we'll buy you a horse. We'll do all these different things, but heroin's got to go. And this is certainly not all the time science. This is not, hey, 99 times out of 100 this works. But put simply, this was something that was more inspiring for this person than what her other choice was. So something that normally was considered something that you just can't get over in the mental health counseling field, psychology field, it's often considered that. This person was able to do that. And so not that that's always the case, but for the most part, a lot of it has to do with what people are choosing. So to the counter, which supports exactly what you said, if a person just hates their personal life, what's the chances that they're going to free up more time to do more personal life? They're not going to want to. So there might be more obstacles depending on where a person is, or less obstacles to say, well, why would I want to do this? If a person's going through a tough patch with their relationship, with their spouse or their family, this might feel uncomfortable. And yet, for most of us, if it is relationships with people we love, people we care about, one of the main reasons things don't work is when people don't have the time to be present, to hear each other out, to connect with each other. So there's kind of got to be some sort of shift. There's got to be something that the person at least sees, that they say, okay, this is a bigger thing. This is worth more to me. No different than, a pro athlete that says, yeah, getting up at 3 a.m. or 4 a.m. to work out stinks, but I've got this vision. So there's got to be some sort of vision, something that leads to this process, because otherwise, if there's not that fuel, if there's not that reason, why would you do it? So if you think of any hero's journey, bringing it back to comics, there's usually some source of pain or something that they connect with. And this is in Star Wars, this is in Joseph Campbell's myths, this is in all these different things. My kid's like, hey, the stories are kind of the same. I'm like, yeah, it's called the hero's journey. It happens all the time. It's in Shakespeare. It's in all these places. And so being able to see what is that thing that's going to take you, because without that, to your point, no, you have no desire. It's easier just to stay where you are. And why would I bother? There's too much to risk, and there's not enough to gain.
It's a conundrum. And I see it, I think all of us see it daily. And it's a question of just like Al, like you, like everybody trying to motivate a person to take a step. And I'm finding it extremely difficult to do this, you know, with the average Joes, especially with distraction. I mean, just distraction,
yes,
constant distraction and no focus. I'm hearing it from educators. I'm hearing it from people in the job force. It's like, okay, I mean, this is awesome. This program is awesome, but that first step, you know, that deprogramming, it is, to me, it is climbing a brick wall.
Well, and I can tell you this, and thank you for the compliment on the program. The think of it this way, you can, whether you think of some of the martial arts, we don't have to hit something head on. We can kind of redirect it. So again, take a simple concept such as, I expect, in fact, there's almost an entitlement that people have that I'm going to get a raise or something. And, you know, the employer might say, well, were you better than last year? Or, you know, other than cost of living adjustments, did you do something more? And if you said no, they'd say, well, then why should I pay you more? So most of us are pretty comfortable with financially, if I do more, I should get paid more. And we just happen to have limited it to one currency. The other thing is to say, well, wait, if there are other currencies, if someone says, well, yeah, I want to perform really awesomely, but what if I do, let's say, again, whatever the measurement, let's say I cut hair or mow lawns and I'm supposed to do 40 in a week. Well, if I can do 50, would you still let me work 4 days? Or if I could do more, if it's so much in your interest, because if you say to an employer, hey, I'd like to get 5 days worth of results in 4 days, will you let me work 4 days? The employer might say, well, it's great that you can do that, but I haven't gained anything yet. I'm giving you more freedom and there's a risk for me on the employee side. Whereas if you said, I can get 5.5 days worth of results, now I'm gaining and I don't want more money. I want more free time. Or another way is to say, I'm making enough money. I'm actually going to cut my expenses by 80%. So pay me the same hourly. And a lot of people don't like to cut lifestyle, but as somebody who's at the beach every Friday playing volleyball, I'd rather do that. As somebody has time with my wife and my kids, our kids are 14 and 11. This is also a stage. So a lot of people, their reasoning, especially when their kids are anywhere from newborns to, let's say, 15, 16, especially even at 11, 12, they realize, wow, my kids are only going to want to really be present with me for a certain amount of time. I want to get as much of this as I can. And then as an entrepreneur, some people say, wait, no, you don't understand. My work is so important. My business is so important. It can't go without me. Well, then, okay, you probably need to run your business better because the best businesses can run without you. And then also, just from an overall perspective, if there's work and somewhere there's creativity, mind you, there's some people that can merge the two and make lots of money, and that's awesome. But if those two are in any way separate, or work and play, or how many hours do you have to work? And if you're going to work 4 days and you're making X amount of money, does that 5th day really give you more satisfaction? Or would it 3 days on the weekend instead of 2 give you more chance to meet more people, connect, volunteer, share your gifts, spend more time with your family, create, start your own comic book, whatever it is? So to me, there does have to be some sort of vision. But yeah, I try not to you're saying, wash it out, or I prefer, well, I'm not going to hit it head on. I'm just go, where else are you going? And it's kind of like almost like when a kid gets really upset, and you can argue with them about why they're being upset. You can say, hey, look over there. Like, oh, that's really cool. Let's go over there. So again, getting used to the changing of the currency and having that be a different definition. And so one of the things that I've seen that you've done, Al, I'm going to share here this little blurb about the gifts I'm going to be sharing for people. And then there's little Al sharing his experience of working with the program is basically, again, like anything else, it comes down to you deciding you want something more. You want to have more free time available to enjoy your family, your friends, and your life. More time with the people you treasure, whatever that is, that you start deciding you're going to do it the same way you would say, look, you're not going to pay me minimum wage forever. At some point, you're going to give me a raise. If you keep overspending, or if you overspend, well, you can never get off of that. And you always have to take the next raise financially. But if you can manage your finances and be clear about it, either as an entrepreneur and or as an individual or a freelancer, an employee, you can eventually start saying, these things are important to me, my lifestyle. yes, my income, my freedom to do the work that I love, to delegate more and really focus on what I do. I mean, you look at what Al's doing. Al couldn't do this by himself. And I don't think that's what I love about when I talk to you, Al. You're very clear and very ready to give credit to the people you work with. And that's how you eventually expand a business.
I love my team. I have an incredible team, and I love them very much, man, for real, because these are real people that have a real passion. And I'm very lucky to be working with them.
Absolutely. So like I said, so we'll be doing the courses. If anybody wants, I'm giving both of them again as a gift. I would just ask you, there's no condition here, but I just ask, you know, give as generously as you can. And I'm going to look to give in my time that way. If you just go to 4dayworkweek.com/Comic Crusaders, there'll be, again, a little bit from Al, because everybody loves Al's energy. I mean, gosh, I was like, how do I put this page together? I'm like, you put Al at the top. That's what you do, man. That's simple.
See, thank you, man. Yeah, for real, man. I'm honored, bro. Thank you so much. For real, because this means a lot to me, Wade. What you have done for me means a lot to me. Because, again, I'm not a college-educated person, so my education comes from a lot of self-taught stuff. But to be able to have this positive motivation from other folks that are in the space that I want to get into, you know what I mean? To understand, get the encouragement, get the ideas, and just, you know, get some truth, you know what I mean, from folks in the space. I appreciate you 100. And everybody, I think all of you need to really get behind this. For real, the 4-day work week is a real thing. It's a reality. It is very much achievable. And this allows you, again, to either work on your passions or spend more time with your family. You know what I mean?
Al, I want to jump in real quick and just share some, because something you and I have been working on. Do you mind if I talk a little bit about what you and I worked on real quick for about 30 seconds?
Go ahead.
So here's the thing that I love about Al. Al is willing to share the spotlight. He and I have talked. He's a little shy sometimes, kind of like all heroes. He's got the shy side, got the, you know, the side that's very, you know, flamboyant and powerful and just engaging. And one of the things I'm going to ask people to put in the comments wherever they are, whatever app you're on, just about Al. Al, to me, Al is such a high level creator, performer. And so to me, if I were somebody out there, be like, Al just hasn't been discovered yet as far as the world. The world hasn't seen. And that's what I think. I love your humility. But even when you say something like, well, I'm not educated, this, that, dude, what you create and what you bring together and what you're doing is so awesome. And so I just encourage people to realize this is something, you know, for those, again, who aren't realizing, this is somebody who's giving from his heart, his time for something he believes in, but the talent is there. And so a lot of the times, one of the most fun things I get to do is just help somebody either see or remember or recognize how talented they are. So, brother, I'm looking forward to seeing more and more what you do. Thank you for having me on. And again, I look forward to continuing to watch your journey as you continue to share what you do with the world. So again, thanks for having me, brother.
Thank you so much. That means a lot to me, man. Because again, these are not words that I tend to hear too often. You know what I mean? To be honest, I do what I do because I love doing what I do. But a lot of people don't understand what I do. You know what I mean? It's like Danny Vega when he says, inside I explain to his parents what podcast is, and they're like, "Es radio, esa es radio." Is that the radio? No, it's not. It's something different. You know what I mean? It's a different
absolutely.
world. But thank you for the support, man. I really appreciate it, folks. For real, you see the links here. Yo, go for it. This is real deal. It has brought value to my life. I'm not kidding. This has been real. And Wade, you have been a tremendous person with such a positive light in my life. You bring great energy. You bring value. You're real. You talk from the heart. And when you have those light bulb spark moments with me in our personal chats, it's been really hilarious to me because I see the light bulb, which is funny, and to see somebody react that way with me, you know what I mean, outside of people, you know, that I've been known over my life. I really love that energy, and I appreciate you for that. Thank you.
Awesome.
Folks, check it out. This is Wade Galt, Mr. G, baby. Check him out. We have another great guest coming up right now, but Wade, thank you so much. Make sure to follow him right there. 4-Day Workweek Academy on YouTube. You got Wade Galt, right, on social, which is on Facebook and Instagram. You just Wade Galt Coach. And on Twitter, it's Wade Galt, G-A-L-T, folks. You see it at the bottom. Follow this man. He's going to bring a lot of great value and positive light to your life. Trust me, yo. All right. Thank you, Mr. G. I appreciate you.
Thank you,
awesome. Brother. Thanks for being involved.
All right. Thank you, brother. And let me tell you, bro. Thank you so much, Lance, for jumping in like that and asking those questions. Because you are like me. We're very much entrepreneurs and on fire, wanted to do better for ourselves and bring value to everyone also outside of ourselves. This is why right now I am bringing on folks. You've heard my podcast on the Comic Crusaders podcast. This is my homeboy right here now. This is more, he was a guest, but he's turned into a real great friend, somebody that has brought value to my life as well. Positive energy. He has been marketing the crap out of CCVC2. He is one of the creative minds behind the multiverse. I am very proud for you guys to finally see Mr. Dion Wilson. Absolutely, baby.
There he is.
All right, can you hear me now?
I hear you now, bro. This
Absolutely.
This is not a BZ promotion.
Hey, Lance, how you doing, man?
Doing good. I wasn't gonna miss this.
Yeah, nice. Thank you, Al, again. I really appreciate it, man. Just the guests that you had on, they've been a blast to just listen to, and you really are the crux of all of this. You're really the middle of all of it for all of us. So we appreciate what you do.
It's not just me, man, Dion, because
that's true. I
have Josh, I got Lucas, I got Johnny. I mean,
you got Lance too. You got a lot of people.
We just jumped in like this. When he heard Wade, I feel so happy that he understood the energy that I'm speaking about. Because me and Lance are like this. We really are also brothers from another mother. You know, we have our different journeys, but it's a journey that connects in the passion. You know, understand? So
absolutely. I just say that I say that because not to ignore any of the people that are part of your team. You know, your team is important. I've worked a lot with you, which has been great, and I do look forward to working with your team. But you really have been in the center of all this, helping us out. Really driving things, and so we want to return, that same love to you and to Comic Crusaders and Undercover Capes. That's the way it works. That's what it's about. When we say multiverse, that's one part of it. It's your universe, our universe. Lance's universe. All the universes come together, so it's good stuff.
Yes, it is. And I think one key word that, with the last presentation, you see all those power words, a lot of the positive power words.
Sure.
Yeah. And there are a couple that sometimes maybe people dissuade or they don't think of in the way of, power catchphrases like, you do have to give a little to get a little.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's what makes a team. You work together. And that's what's cool about, Comic Crusaders, all that stuff. It's amazing that, you're there to work together.
Sure.
And with that power, you can achieve more than you know. And it's just taking that leap.
Absolutely.
You got to take that leap. I mean, just like multiverse, you got to take that leap.
Yep.
You got to say, hey, there's something here. And there's a trigger. There's something that's making me go, all right, I'm here. I'm in.
Well, hopefully it's the software. At least on today. I just mean today and what we're talking about. I'm teasing,
absolutely,
but
man.
I totally understand what you're saying.
Right.
I
This guy has me saying absolutely all the time now. This is
a lot of people are saying that now. I'm hearing it a lot more from my own team.
It, bro. Get a T-shirt, trademark Dion. Absolutely.
Listen, I'm gonna do it.
It's like but Dion, for real, let's get into this, man. Because we've been talking about multiverse and all its abilities and whatnot. But it's nice to get, for our listeners to be able to put a face to the name. And now, as well as that, I know you have a presentation for us. So I really want us to dig into this and show people what you have here. It's really special because now, as you see, my other boy right here, my partner in Comic Crusaders, Mr. Lucas Machine is here.
Lucas.
He is a speculator supreme, right?
Nice.
But, and this is who was there
before.
We got something you mentioned the stock market. Yeah, exactly. So, let's talk about that, Dion. When you're ready, the floor is now yours, baby.
All right. So for those out there who don't know me, my name is Dion Wilson. I'm the CEO and one of the co-founders of Raster Technologies. I am the founder of Titanium Comics, and that was my run on the comic industry from about 2010 into the time that we started building Raster. And Raster was really created by the team and really the tech side, business side of the team to really develop software solutions and data technology for media publishers, specifically small and independent comic creators. We want technologies that are available, that are really accessible, and we want them to build out a new digital environment that is going to make collaboration, monetization, and brand growth a lot easier to attain. It won't, you won't wake up the next morning. It's not like a tooth fairy, right? But we've got to start somewhere. And when we look at a lot of the things that are out there, we've got a lot of retail platforms for comics. We have a lot of retail platforms for the end product, but there's very little on the production side. So Raster focuses on B2B. We don't focus on the consumers. We think that there are enough teams and groups out there to handle that. Our work is with the producers, the individual creators, the small groups, medium size, that say, hey, we're going to make comics. We're going to turn our comics into motion comics, into animation, into gaming. Those are the people that we're really here to help. And we know that by providing them software tools and data tools, they're going to provide better consumption products and services for the consumer. So we understand there's kind of a trickle down there. And so what I will be debuting today is called Hero Ledger. And this is our minimum viable product. We have, really great, we have several software developers to thank, but the one who really put the icing on top, Satya Dinesh, he really did this for us. And I'll put his picture up at some point so that we can all praise him.
Sasha.
Yeah. But we designed. I'm sorry, say again.
You always got to give your IT engineers some freaking praise, man, because they hold the code, man. You never want to piss those guys off, right?
That's right. That's right. You don't want anything bad in your code. It's kind of like your cook, your hairdresser, and your mom, right? You don't want to mess with them.
No malware, please.
So, we design Hero Ledger with a few things in mind. And one of them, as I mentioned, is to assist comic creators in securing and monetizing their comic IP at the production level. And so really quick, that's characters, background images, that is the comic scripts themselves, what's written, comic descriptions or character descriptions. And the second reason it's important, as an important part of monetization, it's all about licensing. Yeah. And, licensing is something that even though we have attorneys that are involved in that process, we know it's a legal process. Even an attorney, several attorneys will tell you there's a lot you can do for yourself. And a lot of us, we do pay for that professionalism, but we also pay for convenience. And what we've decided to do is bake in some of the basics of licensing into our application. And so that's very important for us. And it's going to allow those creators to have a little bit more control over what gets licensed and to whom. And we're moving towards that time. We really are moving towards a time where, it's going to be where the creators are going to be, people will be coming to them as opposed to the creators, trying to push their products to the big guys and get the, the distributors and all these others on their side. So, times are changing. Just like the guys from the Macroverse earlier were showing about mobile, there's a lot of people talking about, comics and print and holding them, but the vast majority of people in the world are on mobile. And when we go to those unbanked societies, those groups, those are the largest populations. and paper products just really, it's not convenient for them. So we really have to think about what digital does and where it's going to be pretty soon. And so the third is, Hero Ledger acts as a record keeper, and it's keeping the record of the people that we haven't been paying very much attention to. And that's the small publishers and the independent creators. We don't know very much about them. Earlier 12 Gauge was mentioned. If you don't know them or Alterna or some of the others out there, you go to the big guys, and that's fine. Yep. But there are a lot more smaller guys out there. And so our system, Multiverse, acts to be a point of record for the medium, small, and individual creators, okay? And so, we're paying attention to their peer-to-peer transactions, their business-to-business transactions, and information is critical to their financial and social value. And they do have financial and social value. Yes, absolutely. So real quickly, let's do it. Just to give you guys an idea, we do have some parts that are proprietary, but we use some open source tools. And we, if you're not familiar with blockchain, or if you are, we utilized Ethereum. It's a very large community behind Ethereum, over 88 million people. Wow. And absolutely worldwide. And we were able to develop in their test environment. And I won't go into too many details there, but we used a few of their programs to help us out. And the application itself is really built off of what's called MERN, and that's an acronym for MongoDB, Express, React, Node.js. These are things that really help us in the application, programs that help the application to communicate, make the functions for the user possible, and to access programs through our host that make it possible as well, and allow you to button mash. So that on top of Bootstrap, which is another front end program we use, that's how we create it. That's what our application consists of right now. So Ethereum is the environment, and it provides us the blockchain solution, and the other programs is what we have. So what I'd like to do, with no further ado, I'd like to actually show Hero Ledger. So let me see. I'd like to share my screen.
While you bring that up, I just want to say that JDLA Voix Carly says, the great thing about Dion is that, indeed, he is offering the opportunity for independent creators to be in direct contact with potential readers out of any intermediary and give them tool to enforce their art of their own, independently of any big publisher's agenda, editorial, or political views.
I would agree. Who is that again?
And this is JDLA VOIX Carly with an I.
Yeah, JD from France. So absolutely. Yes. Absolutely.
JD be in it asking some great questions, so shout out to JD.
Yeah, they keep, just like Lance, and Malcolm Wong. These guys keep me on my toes. Okay, so I'm going to share my screen. No further ado here. Let me see if I'm doing this right. And
add share screen, and then I'll pop it in, and then you have full control of the screen. All right.
Okay. Oh, look, it's letting me pick and choose. I love this.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. All right.
And I'm adding it now, so you take care of it from there.
Okay, super. Okay, guys, what you're looking at, we're going to go ahead and say that we've logged in. We're gonna say that you're already a registered user, and we respect the time. There's still more people, so we want to go through this thing. And I want to show you here what you're looking at is currently is deactivated, but these are simulation of some of the analytics. And before we go into the analytics itself, I just want to walk through some of the features. So at the top, you'll see search bar. So this will be an area you'll be able to information, search for various assets, names or what have you. Disabled currently is the chat. There is a two-part communications feature. There'll be a forum chat where we're chatting as a group, and then there'll be one-on-one. And of course, every program needs notifications. You need to know something's done correctly, is not done correctly, or there's an actual admin message to you or to the committee. And then we have our log button here. We profile, and obviously we're in dashboard area. Assets, I'm going to show you that. We've got our store. I'll save that for life. We've got our licensing area transactions. So these are currently the menu stories that we have. And again, this is the MVP. I'll explain why we have certain things today and why we'll have them, others tomorrow on top of that. So real quickly, just going to go over to the profile. You all know how a profile works. Once you log in, you're going to see I'm not in New York, the simulation, but you upload your picture and you see ratings here that represents reputation and system, the multiverse, all of the programming that the users will interact with is reputational, or I should say the users will have reputations that they will receive through their activities as well as peers. You can change all of your necessary information, contact basic information, all that stuff here. So this is not quite act right now. There's a reason for that, and I'll explain. But I could upload a picture if I want. I don't have hair like that. I guess that's well. So going back to the dashboard, there are two that are two of my favorites. And when we look at dashboard, the dashboard is a place where you have analytics of what you do and about what the others are doing in the system. But analytics are very much specific to myself. So I'm going to my earnings over the last 7 days, and I'm going to see the percentage of change. I'm going to see how much I've earned. I'm going to be able to see that percent change in relation to, can you guys still hear me there? Uh-oh, looks like we lost.
No, we could hear you, brother. Go ahead.
Okay, you guys can hear me? Okay, super.
Keep talking, brother. I'll be muting everybody else. Don't worry.
Super. So what you're going to be able to see comes to your total earnings. You're going to see the price over time. So there'll be an X and Y here, and this simulates that. The other thing you're going to see is which assets within that we formed best for you. So we have the character image here. Asset one really represents game goes, and then there's the price. Please don't take these prices serious or assets. Assets, again, this is an overview which provides us a break, almost like a table. It shows us it shows us a small version of the asset, the owner being myself. This is my account. The price and the date actually represents in this sense, the registration date. Okay, token balance. Because of the multiverse, we have a token-based system, a digital economy. So it's going to show you the tokens that you have, how many you've used in the last 7 days, whether it's gone up or come down. And then transactions that really represent what you're doing with these assets. And so you see a hash here, that's a representation that particular digital asset has been added to the blockchain. You cannot get this hash, what is an alpha numeric sequence. You cannot get that if it has it on the blockchain for this system. And it shows the price and then again the date. Sales by location is really cool because when this lights up, it's going to show you where your assets are selling. And it's going to show you, as an example, where they're selling the most. And if you notice in my profile where it shows my location, that location is going to be key to understanding where people are that are buying your asset or selling their own, and a number of activities. So that's going to be key information. So we'll go to assets. And I want to point out system. You'll be able to do 5 transactions basically right now. They may increase. Buy, sell, auction, and exchange. Okay. And I get into those things a little later. Here under assets, really quickly, you have two. The registered assets at the top are the that I add to the system, and then the purchase assets are those that I transact from that were already within the system. And what these in this rows is the data associated with assets. So it's from the image, the name. When I click on the, I'll be able to see the description. The hash is really great. When you click on the hash, it takes you to an area that's supported by Ethereum that shows you that it has been a blockchain. So you'll be able to trace outside of the actual connect of your asset to the blockchain. Myself as the upload date, the product, is it in the store? If it's in the green light, if not in the store, it's a red light. If it's licensed or not licensed, if it's licensed or not licensed, red or green lights. The ability to edit, delete, also add assets to the system. And so purchase, you can't edit the things you purchase, but you download that asset, and that's going to be important as well. So we'll just get going here and make it quick. Licensing just covers everything that's in is going to go on its own list. And what's important about this list, it has some information that's different than just the general information for assets that are sold. So you're going to see a license fee, what you paid to access that asset, and the royalty, what you will pay in the future, and you make that asset profit, however you decide to monetize it with a t-shirt, toy, whatever that might be. You're on the hook to pay royalty like anywhere else. This is just a digital environment, digital version. And so there's the time, how long you have that asset, whether or not it's exclusive or not. Maybe you can only use it for comics and someone else can use it for, say, live action movie or t-shirts. And the transfer button will be, when it is active, it will allow the user to transfer directly to someone on the system and even off the system that asset very specifically. They won't have to put it in the store, because the assumption in the store is that you don't know who the buyer is. The transfer button is very specific. Who's going to license this? You have engagement with him, and we're at. And so, all of the license terms, when you click the manage button, you'll be able to put those terms. And when you purchase a license, you'll be able to see that digital contract. You'll be able to see it firsthand. And we'll look at that when we go into the store, because there's a really great feature related
and we're at
to
the
that.
5
So
minute mark.
obviously
We're
there's
at the 5 minute mark.
Okay, cool. So just go. Transactions is the same thing, but everything together. Let's go to real quick. In the store, we have together for you guys is really just a quick show of different assets and roles and on a grid, and they're kind of stretched because of the that I'm using, so they're stretched out. And yes, we do not own these characters. Now, I point out these are owner because we're using them as an example in the store. We do own this character, but the ones that are, as we know, very typically we don't, guys. We're not claiming to them or anything along those lines. But really, you can buy it license if it's able. If it's not, it won't be active. Row, but there are more characters. You would click on characters, and this aggregates them all. And this just gives you an idea of the characters. And it counts for characters, but it counts again for prop. It counts for scripts, video file, logos, a lot of things that these things can be used other product, whether that's a video, comic, graphic, edit thing, comic, etc. So that's a real quick through. I'm gonna have a video up on Hero later on so that everybody can see it. And I want to do some more. Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yep.
I hear you okay,
Okay,
but
good.
I changed my camera.
Okay. It's just saying
see
it's having
behind
some
the
troubles
scenes.
connecting. Okay. So, yeah, absolutely. We're going to be doing some more showing of this, so we'll take our time. The 30-minute is not long enough. So we've done an hour where we've actually shown it to the partners within the multiverse. So, I encourage everyone to go to our website, sign up, and we're happy to put you in a group so we can show this to you, talk to you more. This is the second application. We have 2 that are complete, that are blockchain applications, but this is the one that I'm authorized to show you. You'll have to come to our event in December, and hopefully Al will be one of the hosts. Absolutely.
I'll be more than happy to show off this amazing product.
Yes, where we will show the second one. So we're excited about that, and we have a number of applications that are coming out. These applications are important. I know that was a quick run through, but they really do help small publishers and independent creators. We've looked at the data on this. We've got other applications that will assist even further, collaboration, data. And we're building our own blockchain. That's where we're going to migrate these blockchain projects to our own chain, which is called Comic Chain. And we look forward to putting out version 1 of this product between the first and the second quarter of 2021.
All right, great. Dion, before we let you go, I just want to say that JDA was like, the great thing about Dion is that indeed he is offering the opportunity for independent creators to be in a direct contact with potential readers out of any intermediary. It gives them the tools to enforce that out of their own, independent of any big publisher's agenda, editorial, political views. And then we also had Black Nymph Art say, where are you now? Black Nymph, they just disappeared, but they were shouting you out.
Nice.
And the message disappeared. They had a great presentation, Dion. This is a wonderful presentation. Guys. I'm very happy for people to finally be able to see what you're doing, Dion, because I really believe in the product that the multiverse is, the whole hero ledger, and everything else that encompasses that we'll be talking about. So again,
thank you.
Great presentation from JDLA, from Black Nymph. Everybody
appreciate it, guys.
What you did. So Dion, thank you again. I know we're going to have more Comic Crusaders podcast specials as we dig into all the different more applications within the multiverse product
and the features.
Absolutely.
And the features. Yeah.
Right.
So Dion,
absolutely.
Oh my God. There's so much.
Yeah.
So Dion,
very good insight.
Real quick, just before we go, you verbally tell folks where can they go to access the product.
So to access the product, so right now you're not going to be able to access the product, but what you're going to do
or updates.
Yeah, what you're going to do is you're going to be updated from our website. You're going to come to our website. It's at themultiverse.cloud. And we're on Facebook at Our Mverse. That's OURMVERSE. And Twitter is Our Mverse. Our Mverse. And Instagram is Our Mverse with an R. So R as in Robin. Whatever.
Yeah, and I'm reading messages from all over the place because they're like, you already said that. I know I did, bro. I just got lost. All right. So Black Nymph Art and Dana Little both are saying, Dion, truly valuable product and awesome presentation.
Thank you, guys.
Great insight. Great insight.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dion. Hasta la próxima. We have our next guest on, and this is where Random Dude's gonna take over. So I'm gonna leave the floor to him because this is so outside of my world. Josh is gonna bring me in, but just not right now because I'm already spending enough money, and my wife will spank the shit out of me, even though I might like it. You know what I mean?
Well, before we do that, I wanted to give you guys an update. So we're currently at
oh shit! I see
1,000. $65 raised so far. And at this point, and this will actually be a great segue into the next panel. Let's do a giveaway right now.
Oh,
Nice.
wait.
Nice.
Josh, before you bring that up, let me bring up my stupid little icon. And giveaway time!
That's
All
so love boat.
So I've got the wheel here.
That wheel, man, is looking kind of crazy right now.
Oh, yeah.
That wheel is insane.
It's very hypnotic.
So here we go. Although what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring in the guest moderator for this. This is a name from UCPN from way back when. None other than Sergeant Perez himself, Nick Perez, one of the original No Prize podcast hosts. Nick, long time no see. I mean, I see you all the time.
Nick, we can't hear you. Hold on. Unmute your mic, bro.
There you go.
There we are.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
I can hear you now. Listen, folks, so you know this Perez is not related to me, but he's still fam.
Yeah, I'm the better looking Perez anyway, so it's fine.
Oh, I don't know.
That's so
I don't know,
weird, brother. I got you. Sexy ass.
Wait, I'll put my mask on and then you'll have a shot.
Okay. Well, let's do this giveaway. Let's see who wins the next swag bag. So here we go.
Woo! Let's go. Who winning?
You gotta engage the sound on that bad boy, man.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it turned on.
Oh, there it is.
Steve Cunningham.
Yay!
Congratulations.
Awesome. So, Steve, if you're watching, either send me an email, josh@comiccrusaders.com or alex@comiccrusaders.com.
Or even
don't share it with your brother, Ricky.
Or even CCVC, Charlie Victor Charlie at comiccrusaders.com. You have 3 emails to use. No excuses to pick up your fantastic swag bag.
Exactly.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to hand this over to Sergeant Perez, who will be moderating this panel.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm stepping out. Sergeant Perez, thanks for stepping up. I love you, brother. Huepa, poder Latino right here too, baby. Thank you for your service. You kick some ass. I'm stepping away so I can have a beer in peace.
Nice. So how's everybody doing today?
Doing good.
Good. Slowly sobering up, man. I gotta fix that in a little bit.
Yeah, tell me about it. I've had a steady buzz since yesterday, so I get it. Working in radio, you definitely got to do that.
Yep. So what are we talking about? Yeah. Hey, freaking shout out to freaking Data Little Basement Issues. Once again, Steve Cunningham for his donation. Dave Martinez, Black Nymph Art, who's been with us since like beginning of when we started. And Closet Gate, man, he's been on there with us since midnight of when we started freaking the drunken chat, man. Some of you guys are in there freaking hard, freaking hanging in there, man. I really appreciate you guys for just staying in there and listening. And once again, if you know somebody that should be listening to us, freaking hit them up, tell them, hey, freaking get on here right now and freaking listen to us, man. Because once again, or if somebody might want to donate, let them know, hey, freaking this is a really good cause, man, and they are passing out some really good information here.
Yeah, just share it all over your social medias. I mean, that's the easiest way to tell people. You know,
absolutely.
This is probably the best way to tell people that you're at a convention and they're not.
Yeah,
pretty much.
Like I was there, yeah, man, freaking.
Exactly.
Oh, I mean, freaking. I was there when freaking Lucas started cussing out everybody. Oh, and trust me, it's fitting to happen.
Hey, so what are the donations at right now?
So we are currently at $1,065.
Nice. So here, I'm going to make a little contribution, but I'm going to do it to where everybody watching can help. I want to help do a giveaway because I've been thinking about this. And if we get to 2,000 by the time this panel's over, I'm going to give away a Stan Lee signed Namor book that I have.
Oh.
Yeah. So
you're talking about giving away $1,000 freaking book, man. I mean, that's a very valuable signature, man, on a very valuable book. So,
yeah. Wow. Well, like I mentioned, paying it forward, this next next group of guys
My
that I had the
co-host,
pleasure of
my
working with.
co-host would like to say hi.
Nice.
So we're
Get out
what
of
I'm
here.
going to do. I'm going to move some stuff around because we got to have the group.
There
in
we
here.
go. I was wondering. I was like, where are the guys?
Oh, they're here. They're here.
Perfect.
So Nick, I'm going to let you take control. This is your show
Awesome.
for now.
Well, thank you for having me on. It's been a lot of fun watching this grow. And by this I mean Comic Crusaders being able to now do a virtual con to support this awesome cause. And I am super honored to moderate this panel, the clever magic community. All right. Now, I heard about this through my boy Josh, the random dude. He has been avid into the Magic the Gathering. Now, I tried to play it once. I'm not as smart as you guys. So my first question, let's give it to clever Magic Trevor, because I saw your cartoon version on your website, and let's give it to you. So anybody that's watching that has no idea what clever Magic community is, tell them what it is.
Yeah, I basically started a YouTube channel about a year ago exactly, and it was just to get people involved because Magic is about the gathering. It's gameplay, it's card games. So I basically wanted to give away cards and meet people, and that's kind of how it started. And this is how I met Josh and Dave, and I got them involved because I didn't want to do it by myself. It's a community, and so
Very cool.
yeah, it's just been a blessing to me. So.
That's awesome. Now, is the main point of your YouTube channel, is it to teach people how to play Magic, or is it mostly just if you're already in the community, you already know, you kind of want to just watch it and win stuff?
Yeah, a lot of it's about winning stuff. I like to, me personally,
That's the best ever.
Yeah, I like to give stuff away.
Me too.
It just makes me feel like I'm part of the community. I'm helping out. There's a lot of less fortunate people. I mean, you can see these are all boxes of Magic the Gathering cards. I got plenty to give away, and yeah, it's all about the gathering and getting together, and especially right now when we can't really get together, it's just a way for us to talk about it basically and open cards together. So it's not too much teaching, although Josh and Dave have actually been a great job making videos, kind of integrating that type of stuff too. But for me, it was just opening packs, giving stuff away, and meeting new people. So
very cool. So okay, that leads me into my next question, Josh. Are you trying to help him bring the community to more giveaway / teaching people how to play Magic with your videos?
I definitely a mix of both, as far as giveaways, but also helping people understand how to play because of the format that I play, Commander or EDH, which stands for Elder Dragon Highlander. That format is very complicated at times, and so a lot of it, because you're building 100-card deck, there's a lot of logic that can go into building these decks. And so what I like to do is share the decks that I have and share that logic and insight that I've learned as I'm building decks for myself.
Nice. Okay. Now, so I play D&D like nobody's business, right? And I also, back in the day, I used to play Pokemon cards, and I'd go into my comic shop and I'd see guys playing Magic. We got looked down upon. They're like, stupid kids, but so if somebody that, is coming from like a D&D background or Pokemon cards, I mean, Pokemon Go and all that stuff's still popular, and I know people are still trying to sell Pokemon cards. What's different, and what should someone expect if they want to get into the Magic realm, so to speak, so that they can have as much fun and want to join your community to where they can win stuff that makes sense to them? Let's open to the panel, so anybody that wants to answer that.
Yeah, I could probably answer pretty easily because my kids are really into Pokemon. I'm starting to get them into Magic, and there's actually some videos I'll post on the YouTube channel of me and my kids opening Pokemon and Magic. And I think what was easiest for them, and they're only 5 and 7, And for the 5-year-old, it's pretty difficult. But for the 7, the easiest thing I would recommend doing is go to your local game store, wherever that could be, and ask them for some welcome decks. They'll give you a free deck of cards. They are the most basic cards that you can possibly have in Magic. Super easy to understand, nothing complicated. And it's like a little 40-card deck, and it's perfect for kids. And it's the easiest way to get into it. They'll have a complete deck, and it's free. They'll just hand it to you for free. And honestly, if you hand a kid a free deck of cards, they're going to think you spent like millions of bucks. Like, they don't know, right? So
I didn't know that.
Sit down. Honestly, the first time I played with my 7-year-old, it was like a dream come true, because it's like, man, I get to play Magic with my kids. It was so exciting because I play Pokemon with them, but I want to play Magic, you know? So,
okay. All right. Oh, go ahead, Josh.
I think the other aspect of it that I enjoy, and I'm with Dave on this one, being able to teach your kids how to play, it creates, as even Trevor alluded to, that gathering feel. And there's honestly nothing more exciting than seeing the look on your kids' faces when they beat you in a game of Magic. I know my stepdaughter, first time she beat me using a mechanic that I absolutely love in the game. When she used that mechanic, used my own tricks against me and won and completely locked me out of the game, I know she'll remember that for the rest of her life.
Very
so
cool.
the memories associated with that, I think, is what really Magic is about.
That's good. Go ahead.
Well, I'm sorry, but I do have a question, because before you guys get too far away from, and this is for the benefit of the speculators, because I know half these guys that are in the chat are my speculator crew.
Mm-hmm.
You guys were talking about Pokemon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's a huge secondary market for those Pokemon cards. When it comes to the Magic the Gathering cards, is there a huge secondary market for any of those cards out there, like a scarcity out there? And if I were to break open a case or a pack today, what am I looking for? What's my chase cards I'm looking for?
That was my next question.
You know what? I want Trevor to take that one, because Trevor's he opened a pack and pulled a card that, let's just say, there was a comma in the base.
Yeah,
and I'm talking about Liliana.
Comma.
Yeah, I've actually I'm big into card games in general, and the Pokemon I almost treat it almost like a business. Like, everything I buy, I end up making money on. It's ridiculous, but it's true. It's been a hobby forever, and my kids are starting to get into Pokemon. Well, one card, just a Charizard, just sold for $150,000. And Logan Paul helped with that. And I mean, it's pretty incredible. I actually have a card somewhere around here I was going to look for that I got years ago. I pulled from a pack, and I had it graded, and now they're selling for about $3,400 online. And like one card, and so it's not just. That's the thing about these games, is it's not just the gameplay, which is what we all kind of go for initially and whatnot. And I like my Friday night games with my kids and everything, whatever we're playing. But it's also a collector aspect. And my daughter understands that. She was looking at her Pokemons and cards in my office. I got her binder on my desk right now. We just look at the cards together sometimes. Sometimes she'll want to come in and just talk about the card. It's a bonding experience, no matter what you're doing, whether you're playing it, whether you're looking at the cards, whether you open the packs. To answer your question, the new standard sets, you're not really typically looking for chase cards. There are chase cards, and they're more powerful cards, and mythics and foil mythics, and then alternate cards. But a lot of times with the newer sets, you're just looking for stuff that you can use, because standard format it's so huge. But even then, I mean, can range up to $15-$20. Some of these newer sets, if you're a master sets, they're hundreds of dollars. So I did pull and I sold a card on eBay recently for $2,000. It was an alternate art card that is very rare. It's actually only in Japanese, and I ended up selling it so I can get more product. Wow. It's pretty insane.
Can I say this, guys, real quick? I just jumped in because I'm seeing a lot of commentary behind this panel. People are loving you, CMT, Clever Magic, and Dave B over here. So check it out, guys. So Vika CG is saying Pokemon is blowing up. Magic is niche. You have some hardcore OGs, Pokemon. It's blowing up because of nostalgia from social media stars. And then David Martinez says, I have over 1,000 cards from Alpha to about 8th edition. When I try to take them to the card shop, they tell me they're worthless because they're not rare. So what do you say to those things in the collectability market?
Shops don't know crap, right? A lot of them don't know crap. They may know how to order the new stuff, but they don't necessarily know what the deal on the street is when it comes to the secondary market. What you definitely want to do is, I don't want to say freaking use eBay as a guide, but hey, let's just be real. That's what we're going to use. And then use that as a guide to figure out whether you want to send it off to get CGC'd or certified by Beckett. Make sure it's a mint condition or everything. There you go. What's that? You got a 9.0 and everything. Yeah, make sure you get one of those. Yeah, we can get it in case, get it certified, and then we can put it on. And trust me, it's the same thing for comics and sports cars and everything else. I'm more willing to buy that stuff if it's certified and CGC'd than if it's just freaking lying out there, because I can't tell whether, because believe it or not, there are a lot of scam artists out there that just print out stuff and then freaking send you some stuff, and they'll have the crap down there in freaking little print. This is a replication of this card. It's not the actual card. And if you can buy it and then you realize that it's a piece of crap, and if I could try and get your money back, you can't. So, but yeah, man, don't always take the comic shops. Once again, they'll know how to order that stuff, but they won't always be up on the game, right? Because there aren't that many resources out there for them to go to.
So my next question, kind of tailoring to that, is that are there different levels of packs that you can buy? Because I remember back in the Pokemon days, you would buy Pokemon cards, right? It would come from a pack, the blue pack with the ball on it. Great. Sometimes you could buy like a deck or some, whatever. To get those rare ones, can you just buy a random Magic the Gathering pack? Or is it you have to buy like the Diamond Edition? You have to spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars to find this rare one? Because like for me, I want to start playing, but I'm probably going to get the free starter deck, first. But, I just
Nick, I'll hook you up. I got you.
Yeah, I know you've got 100,000 cards. You know what I mean? And,
I think if you're getting started and you want to get some older cards that have value, you can still go to some game shops that have the older sets, and you can ask the older sets. Now, those are going to cost more per pack. They might cost $20, $25, $30 a pack. And you might be able to get a card that's worth $100, $200 out of it. But for the newer sets, like kind of Trevor was saying, Magic goes through weird cycles, and right now their cycle is flashy. And what they're doing is they have these collector packs that are about $20, $25 a pack. Those are the ones that have the full art, foil, beautiful looking cards. And right now that's where the value truly is in the Magic cards. The weird thing about Magic, I believe, Pokemon's a little different. In Pokemon, like there could be a Charizard that only comes in Rainbow Rare, only one Rainbow Rare per box. It's hard to get them. Magic is a longer term investment. It's a harder game to just crack open, sell, and make a lot of money. It's a game where if you keep those flashy cards for 4 or 5 years, you'd be surprised what they're worth. It's actually funny because like 6 years ago, I kind of took a little break. I went back and looked at a binder I had, and I had a $40 card in there. Nothing crazy. It's $40. And a couple years later, I went back and found that binder. And I looked at that card, it was $45. And it blew me away because typically if something's sitting there, it depreciates in value, right? I think I kind of forget. It's cool when you could play a game and you could spend money. Like if I spend $100, I know at least in a couple of years, my $100 worth of cards is going to be worth, $70 to $100. I'm not going to lose all my money. And I think that's the cool thing about that. I mean, I would say, in Magic, if you're buying new stuff, you want to buy the collector boosters if you really want the flashy stuff that's going to hold value. And then older stuff, there is no such thing as older stuff that won't hold value. I mean, anything that's over 7 years old in Magic, it's going to hold its own.
All right. So if you're just joining us, I'm Sergeant Perez, moderating this amazing panel with the guys from Clever Magic Community. Hit us up on YouTube. Make sure to donate to the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. Everything's scrolling at the bottom. You could donate. Now, just so you know, since we're about halfway through this, I did offer up, if we get to $2,000 by the time we're done with this panel, I'm going to give away a Stan Lee signed Namor book that I have. And Josh has seen it. He's held it in his hands, and he knows how badass this thing is. So
it's true.
Yeah. So anyway,
very true.
Thank you for joining us. If you're just joining us now, yeah. I mean, you had to wear white gloves and things like that, but.
Hey, so I got one question, and once again, I'm shouting out at my speculators that are out there. Magic the Gathering, right? There a few months ago, right around when this whole COVID thing hit, there was news that Netflix was currently planning a project, a movie, an animated series movie with Angelina Jolie, as part of the freaking project. Now my drunken sharks out there, they know that if it happens to have if it's around a comic book, that comic book shoots right up. Did we see any price increases since that announcement in the card stuff? Because nobody's even talked about the Magic the Gathering comic.
No, honestly, a lot of the price fluctuation is based on the gameplay, based on what's happening in, as Dave said, in standard. So whatever the pros are playing, those and what the cards are. So for example, one of the cards that was just funny enough recently banned from standard, Uro Nature's Wrath, just a very powerful card because of its ability. So the price is within, as far as the secondary market's concerned, for these cards are based on the gameplay, what the card is able to do, and especially with Commander, which is now the most popular format within Magic the Gathering. That's where a lot of the value is, because now people are wanting these cards to put into these decks to really just take their decks to the whole next level.
Right.
Yeah, there seems to be waves as far as Magic goes, where like a new standard set will come out and certain cards will accentuate older cards, and then all of a sudden these older cards that were worth maybe $1 or $2 before are worth $10, $15, $20. They'll just keep escalating up because these people that play Legacy and Historic and EDH and all these other formats, they need these cards now. So that's the thing about Magic, is it's kind of ever flowing, and then something might get banned and it might have been a $50 card, and then it'll get dropped down to like $20 or $15. And that's kind of the roller coaster we play now. With Pokemon, it's more of like, I mean, it's $1 billion industry, whereas Magic is about 250 million. So Pokemon, it covers a lot more basis for age groups, for nostalgia and all that. Whereas this is primarily, a teenage adult game, Magic the Gathering. And there's a difference with that. And so, but I happen to think that like a lot of these mainstream games are just going to keep growing, because there's just, as we have more technology, as we're more on these type of items, I mean, we lose the gathering together. And so it's pretty amazing. Like I have 4 young kids, and we like to have game nights, and we like to do things, and they're too young for Magic. My 8-year-old's just now getting into Pokemon. It's been like such a blessing for me. I've just been like, yeah, let's get all the Pokemon we can, because I get excited about that.
Well, when you mentioned that, I mean, and you missed the Gathering and all that stuff. Dungeons and Dragons, and they had started this way before the COVID thing happened. They started doing digital games, right? They try to integrate the whole digital element to that. What about Magic the Gathering? Is there anything out there like that where people can get online and play that?
Yep, and I can actually answer this one. So there's two methods. There's Magic Arena, or MTG Arena, which is the digital form that Wizards of the Coast has put out, that you're able to play your 60-card decks, whether you're playing standard, modern, legacy, or I guess it's historic in Arena. Brawl, which is their version of their singleton format. But if you want to play using your physical cards, they just recently created a partnership with a website called spelltable.com that allows you to have a 4-player game of Magic, whether you're playing 60 card, Commander, but you're able to do it online with your actual physical cards. And it's actually a pretty cool setup. I've used it myself. And so that has really kind of helped bridge that gap.
Sounds like we need to have a Comic Crusaders freaking Magic the Gathering game night.
We are working on it. That is in the works.
So we've been talking a lot about like starting Magic and kind of getting into it. The people who don't really know, for the people who play Magic religiously, like you guys, what are some tips and like things that you've seen or that you like to do that would be beneficial that maybe they're not thinking about? Like maybe a different way to build their decks and things like that. I mean, if you've got a deck of 100 cards. You know, like what are some tips and tricks that you guys can give some of the people who play Magic and they're like, you know, how can I be better?
Trevor, Dave?
Yeah, there's a term that people hate. I'll just say it anyways because it's not the most popular way to build decks, but people net deck. And that basically they go online and there's 100 websites out there that will tell you the most popular decks. They'll tell you the ones that are winning tournaments. You can go on there and see this exact deck went 5-0 in this exact tournament, and you can literally build your decks by what other people do. Now, if you're going to build your own handhold, you want to do it all yourself, and you don't want to cheat and steal people's decks. Literally, what I do is, if let's say you buy a box of cards and you open it up, I find the one that I like the best, and I look at the mechanic that it has. And let's say that it has a mechanic that's got like life gain, right? You want to build things and look at the other cards you have and try to find as many cards as you can with that exact same mechanic, because then you can build synergy, right? And then the one thing I've known from drafting in stores, if you want to be successful, the most common thing that you have to have is removal. So anytime you build a Magic the Gathering deck, you have to have cards that will either kill or destroy other cards or find a way to remove other cards from the game. So as long as you have enough removal and enough synergy with the same mechanics in your deck, you should be pretty successful, especially in a household game.
Yeah, okay. And I think that starting like a mono color, like if you're new to Magic the Gathering, you should really stick with like just pick a color. You know, there's 5 colors. Pick one and kind of learn that, and then as you learn the colors, you can kind of integrate colors together and play. You know, 2 colors, 3 colors, 4 colors, 5 colors, whatever you want. But start basic. So
okay. Now, I don't know how much time we have left, but I'm just going to keep asking questions until
we got about 1 minute left here.
Okay, so final question then. So the people that are watching, the people that are going to watch this as the weeks come, why should they watch your guys' channel?
Ooh, I want Trevor to take this one.
To be quite honest, like we have some of the best. I mean, we always have a ton of comments. And we just have the best community. And if you want to be involved with a channel that just is actually kind of involved with you and just have a community and you can talk with those other people. And it's not just us too. There's other small content creators and we all work together. And so when you get integrated into the community, come in, just start putting comments down and you'll be integrated in. And it is just so much fun. It's just a blessing for all of us to have each other with, just common stuff.
Yeah, and to quickly jump on that, because I was a viewer turned into a co-host, I guess, of the channel. And
nice.
I went to
what a nice story.
I loved his channel because I kept winning things and he kept me free cards and I got obsessed with it. And then I always wanted to do my own channel, but I was always very nervous, right? Because getting on YouTube and people and all that stuff, and Trevor was embracing it, and it feels like you're at home. It doesn't feel like you're being judged. It feels like we're all a part of one big family, and that's what we love the most. And I truly appreciate being a part of it. And I watch a lot of YouTube. I watch a lot of Magic shows on YouTube, and this is one of the few ones that I feel like they're doing the right thing. We're doing the right thing. We're giving away cards. We're interacting with people, and we want people to join us. And I know Trevor's even said in the future, if people want to join in on video, do a video with us, stuff like that, we're open arms.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. Yeah, that's kind of the whole point. Like that's how comic book stores used to be back in the day, even way before COVID. Like you kind of go in there, learn stuff, and talk to people. Hell, some people would even give stuff to you. You never know. Cool. Well, thanks guys for coming out. Now, each one of you, how can people find you on social media? Trevor, go with you first.
I'd say I'm on probably Facebook the most, but as far as Magic the Gathering, I probably use Twitter the most. And you guys can find me at Clever MTG Trevor or Trevor Snyder on Facebook, and I'd be happy to be your friend. Talk Magic all day.
Nice, Dave. What about you, man?
Yeah, just Facebook. It's just Dave Broche, Broche. Find me on Facebook. Yeah, and I just jump on Trevor's channel. I think on Trevor's channel we have a lot of our contact information on there because we like to be an open book. So come find the Clever Magic community. Look in the description of all of our videos. It tells you how to contact us, and we're excited to talk to everybody.
I'm just envious of Clever Magic's background. My gosh, look at that collection. Right. Holy crap. I love it.
Not even all of it.
Yeah. It's taking a long time.
As he does.
That's insane.
That's what a wife is able to see, right? And then you hide the rest. I know what you're doing.
There is a lot hidden.
Cool. Hey, so what are we at, Josh? What's
All right, so we are currently at $1,115. We got another one pushing us over the 1,100 marks. So
nice.
That means it's giveaway time, Josh. We should do. Listen,
you know what?
We're waiting for Mike Barron right now. We should do a goddamn giveaway right now.
Done.
Listen, Sergeant Perez, the OG.
Can I just say one thing?
What's up, man? Say it.
I've been watching you guys like most of the day, like off and on. I've been having to do projects and work and whatnot. But you guys have had some fantastic guests, and I am humbled to be here because I've really watching this. I was like, man, so I just wanted to thank you, and it's been a lot of fun just listening to you guys all day. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, I really appreciate that because Josh and I worked very hard to get this together and put things in the background and reach out to OGs like my man Sergeant Perez, and have my man from the UK because it's really late for him right now. To be out there up. He's an old man. He's supposed to be in bed by 8 o'clock, and it's almost 11 o'clock for him. Yeah, Johnny, you are in mute. If you're insulting me, no one heard you.
Son of a bitch.
Well, we'll do another giveaway to wrap up this panel. Again, thanks to my my dear friends Trevor and Dave for joining us. And then, just so you guys know, December 1st, to kick off the 31 Days of Christmas with Exotic MTG, we are kicking off that month-long giveaway. So head over to 31daysofchristmas.com for that, for all the information. It's an awesome opportunity. And with Trevor, I'm very honored to be a part of that and to kick that off. So all right, and here we go.
Oh my God, they're spinning. Where's lands we don't know?
Oh.
Comics are fun. Sticks Boy 73. Where are you? Our third swag bag, yo.
I think we're all winners because we just read that username. Like that's insane. I love that.
Well, he's one of our listeners from the drunken chat, man. He's been drinking with us. Yeah, drinking with us since midnight.
All right, so shout out to you alcoholics out there not endorsing that type of behavior, but just saying.
Awesome. Well, I am going to say adios for a bit.
And well, thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
No, Nick, thank you, bro. You're an OG. We love you. We thank you so much for taking the time out of your time to join us. We also know that you serve the country on weekends, so thank you for your service. You are the man. So thank you again. Clever Magic, thank you for showing up. Yo, for
Thank you.
real, man, we really appreciate
Yeah.
you.
Thanks,
Keep doing
Trevor.
what you do because you fucking rock, bro. I love your
Thanks,
card
man.
opening. You're making me listen, my wife may hate you, but I love you. You're making me spend money, you know what I mean?
Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
Much love,
Nice.
brother. Thank you so much. Now we're gonna have a legend. Come on. All right. We have the one and only. Dude, this person right here, right? This person has been responsible for Nexus. He's been responsible for Badger. He's been a writer for Marvel and DC and a novelist. But right now, it was just really funny because I just moved to Florida. He's doing a book called Florida Man. Holy smokes. Welcome, Mike Barron.
Hi, boys.
We're boys. Thank you for thinking we're so young with this very gray hair.
I'd have
Okay.
gray hair if I could grow a beard.
That's why he shaves it, so he doesn't show off his age. He keeps himself young, Mr. Barron. Smart move on you. So, Mike, thank you for joining us today for this great cause for the Leukemia and Lymphoma Society. And today we're going to talk about, what you've done, bro. I mean, Nexus is ill. I got that first appearance. I have all 3 original first issues that includes the record. I got the record, folks. Yep, I got it.
Didn't take it out of the book.
No, it's not. It's attached to the book. It's there. I'm a collector, bro. Just like Lucas over here, I'm a speculating asshole that I want to make money, baby, on these collectibles. I love it. I love Lucas. I don't mean asshole. It's nothing but love.
Oh no, man! People like, hey, you really gonna grab all 20 of those copies so nobody can get them? Yep.
Yes, he does. That's what Lucas does.
Hey,
So
it's Saturday afternoon. You didn't grab them by now. I don't know what to tell you.
Listen, I could fall under the scape where I've been called a pleasant asshole because there was one time we were doing an interview and this actor was in the way, but I didn't realize it was an actor. And I was like, excuse you, I need to do something here. Can you please move? And I said, they just moved all cordially. And then we looked at a picture and we looked at him. And I was like, oh shit, embarrassed. But that's what we do. Mike. My gosh.
Right.
Yeah, get it going, Lucas, because you're the speculator here. You see what Mike is up to right now with Florida Man.
Let me tell you about this dude, right? So,
look at how sexy that cover is. Look at that.
Put that away. No,
we're not. Wait a minute. I need a solo layout. Mike, put it up again. Put it up. Look at that. Look how sexy that book looks.
Dude, you know what? I wish. I definitely wish he would have put out a comic book out there before that big, thick freaking thing, man. But yeah, Florida Man is freaking. The whole Florida Man freaking meme is a whole big meme on it everywhere right now, man. So because some of those Florida men down there, they are a whole different new species, man. So they got some stuff happening down there, and who knows what might happen with this next election, man? Because we know how much they can, they've got their fingers in the pot over there, man. But so here's why Mike Barron is very interesting to me, man, in his career. There's 2 different ones, right? There's the his Dark Horse writings and dealings with the whole Star Wars stuff. Right?
Oh yeah, man, monster.
Yeah. So any of that stuff, he was big fingers all over the project, writing and everything. And then the second one, and people don't realize that this is a monster thing, is that Marvel used to have this series back in the day called Epic Illustrated, right? Now, the reason why that book, and once again, he didn't write all. Mike didn't write all the stories in there, but there was a lot of great stories that are coming into play even now, with the Hulk and King in Black and Null and all the other stuff. So, it's just interesting to see your career, Mike, and see where you're going. You're still freaking writing, apparently, man. Freaking writing good stuff. Can you tell us what where you're going from here? Like, is this the main thing that you're saying with the Florida Man, pushing that out? And what was there a funny story that made you think, what, I better write something about Florida Man?
Well, there wasn't just one funny story. It was every time I went on the internet, I saw a different story, and it just after a while it hit me. This is just rich material for a novel. And the challenge was to personify these stories in a protagonist, but you can't make the protagonist unlikable. I believe firmly that a protagonist is somebody that the readers can identify with and root for. And in many ways, Gary Duba is the most admirable character in the book. So the story, there's sleaze, there's bad decisions, there's cocaine, there are gators, but it doesn't delve into the really disgusting Florida Man stories. And I could read nothing but Florida Man headlines for an hour, and I have them. That's no joke. But
I'm in
it
Florida.
started
I
life
understand.
I originally wanted to do it as a comic. When I wrote 5 scripts, I realized I had a very detailed outline for a novel. So I wrote the novel, and it came out first. And now we're doing the graphic novel with Todd Mulrooney. And Todd, of course, is responsible for this cover, and it's also the cover of the graphic
Sexy
novel.
cover, man. Sexy.
So there is a graphic novel coming. Is that
Oh
what you're saying?
yeah.
Okay.
In fact, it's on Indiegogo, Florida Man graphic novel, and there's a lot of art there up for it. And Todd's been posting a lot of art on his Facebook page, and he's just killing it. He's just killing it. I'd love to show you some of it. If there's a place I can send it on Twitter or Facebook where you can.
Right now, if you want to do a screen share, you could do that.
Well, I wish
Well,
I don't know. Let me see.
If it's on your Twitter, let me know right now. I'll go there.
Yeah, close all your hentai freaking screenshot screens, man, and freaking pull that bad boy up.
All these stages. All right, share the screen. Let's see. Man, I don't know.
Yeah, close the local Florida news because I know there's a lot of butt naked people running around in Florida, so we don't need to see that either.
No, I was just
trying to keep it family.
Art.
That's because the Finns are winning.
Art, but I don't know how to do that. I picked the share screen thing. Is there an option to upload files?
No, not up. Well, no. If you email me real quick right now while we're talking, if you're able to multitask, I'll be able to bring up the images as soon as I get the email. And that's not even a problem because we should show this because, again, for me, I connect with you because of Nexus and Badger. And a lot Badger because I was very happy to find the first appearance not too long ago and connect with a character that actually deals with so many multiple personalities going through mental issues. Like, I think you want, besides the Moon Knight character, I think Badger is one of the only other characters who really deal with that multiple personality type of, mental issue type of effect. I mean, Batman is another issue altogether, if you will. I see Johnny's face, but Batman is a whole other issue altogether.
No, I wasn't thinking that. To be fair, I was just kind of listening, kind of agreeing in my head. I'm trying to run through like lists of characters that I think mental health's an issue. You could probably say multiple man at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. With the multiple characters coming out, and each one affects them. Absolutely.
Okay, I just sent you.
Yeah. I have a quick question about the Star Wars stuff, if I may, whilst we're waiting for the art to come through. How hard was it? Because I've got the 3 books, the Ed Empire, Dark Force Rising, and The Last Command. I've got the books by Zahn, Timothy Zahn there. How hard was it to sort of like drop them down in a comic book form?
It was pretty easy. They wanted each book to be 6 issues. So I took the books, I read them, I loved them. I think they're the best Star Wars novels. And if the book was like 360 pages long, I divided that by 6, but not strictly because I had to follow the chapter headings. So I would have roughly 1/6 of each novel I turned into a comic. And then I drew all the pages out by hand, which is how I used to write. And it included all the dialogue and the narration. All the dialogue and narration was Timothy Zahn's. I didn't add anything to it. I just broke it down and adapted it.
Cool. Are there any bits that you had to leave out of the book that you think, man, I can't squeeze it in? Because I mean, there's some. I mean, for example, Dark Force Rising, when Han and Lando were on the cruise ship looking for the smuggler. Man, that seems to go on forever.
Oh, I probably, I condensed it. It was a while ago, and I haven't read the books in years because I keep reading new stuff. I mean, like every one of you guys, I got 47 books circling my bed.
Oh, dude, you have no idea. That's my current pull list that I'm behind on because I'm too busy writing bloody reviews. But no, that's my reading for fun pile. That's not going down anytime soon.
And he actually sleeps the thing in the corner of the room when sometimes he has no choice, right?
Hey,
buying all these books.
You leave the corner of my room out to me. That's all. Thanks.
Well, I did get the Florida Man pages, so let's start showing some goodies over here because my man got some great stuff right here. Look how clean and beautiful that page is with Tom Rooney and Mike Brown, right? Look at that.
And you said these are for sale, Mike, or these are just the ones that are going to be introduced?
No, Todd works digitally. But he's doing some hand art to give away at some of the levels there.
But that is the beautiful image. I mean, look at it. I mean, it's very sexy.
Yeah, you tell him I want the original art for the dude that's riding the crocodile. That's going to be worth it someday. I know it, man. I can feel it.
I want to show you some of the color stuff here. You can find that. Florida Man.
Where did you find your artist at?
You know, I'm not sure how Todd and I hooked up.
You ain't even sure, bro. Is that Florida air that dingy with the weed? Because everybody smokes out here, apparently.
Well, they sure smoke in Florida.
Hey, so what's your next novel, man? You need to do one called Alabama Girl, man.
Oh, I don't know. I am working on the next Florida Man novel now. It's the third. There are two out. The second one is called Hogzilla.
Hogzilla?
Yeah.
I'm scared already.
Yeah, here's some of the color art I'm sending you. I want to find this other piece, though, where he's swinging the gator. It's just killer. Where's that gator?
So, was there a particular news article or anything that inspired you to do Florida Man?
No, but there are a couple titles that stick in my mind. One is Florida Man claims syringe found in rectum is not his.
Oh, what the hell? What?
Yeah, and another one is Florida Man leads cops on 3.5-hour chase through Walmart attic.
Are you messing with me, bro?
No,
I gotta
I'm
look
not
these bad
messing
boys
with you.
up.
And you know, if you go to floridaman.com, you can read these off all day, and I will. Drunk Florida Man drives lawnmower on highway. Florida Man thinks to semi-truck. Florida Man uses $4 million in COVID relief to buy Lamborghini, which he promptly crashes.
How the hell did he get $4 million? Holy shit.
Florida Man wearing only underwear steals mail, attacks homeowner. Florida Man calls 911 multiple times, asking deputies to bring him ice cream and liquor.
Lucas, you saw that was in Florida, not
Yeah. Lucas, was that not you last night?
Hey. I make sure to lock my doors, man. Now, if it would have said Louisiana Man back in the day, that could have been me, man, because that was when I was buck wild, man. Yeah, man. Florida Man calls 911 multiple times asking deputies to bring him ice
look
cream
at this
and liquor.
picture.
380 pound Florida Man hides meth in belly button.
And belly button. Dang. So I guess he had an innie.
Yeah.
How about the one after that? Florida Man tries to get the alligator drunk and gets bitten.
You're on the same page I am.
Oh my goodness.
Florida Man arrested after giving aggressive wet willy.
What's an aggressive wet willy? Did he have a nail that scratched the person's ear?
I don't want to know.
You know, over here, just so you know, over here, the word willy means your penis.
Also, in the UK, if you give a wet willy, it means you're sticking your penis in someone's ear.
Well, no, it's a finger, but
we like to do things a little bit different over here. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, Mike, we're talking about England. You know these guys are a little bit strange. Look at Benny Hill, for example.
Well, there's nothing wrong with Benny Hill. It's high class humor.
Florida Man sprays neighbors with bug spray, hits himself in the head with nunchucks.
Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris made himself. That's what that means. Dude, but look at this art right here. Look at the guy himself. He definitely does look like a typical Floridian.
He does, and that's Todd's creation. I don't know where he got that character, but he nailed it.
You know what? He went
Pretty
to
good.
Walmart.
I like that one.
He went to Walmart around Orange Trail somewhere, or somewhere in Tampa, and he just caught this dude. doing this with these children just looking at him all pissed off, especially that poor little girl with that big forehead.
Oh, you know, that's Todd's daughter.
Oh man. Oh man.
Al, you going to hell. You going to hell.
Oh, open mouth, insert foot.
She doesn't have a big head. It's just that the hairline has got a little LeBron in it. That's all that means, man.
He said LeBron. now who's going to hell? Holy shit. All right, bro.
Yeah,
you know, I apologize for that. Again, I'm just looking at the artwork. Mighty big forehead is all. Reminds me of Tyra Banks sometimes. That's all I'm saying.
Here's a piece Pat Broderick did that I'm going to send you. This is going to blow your mind.
Florida man throws feces at the judge during the trial and gets acquitted.
What?
Yeah.
You know, listen, if my Puerto Rican ass threw shit at the judge, I'd be locked up for life.
All right, check this out. This is going to blow your mind.
I love this right now, Mike. I think I want to have you on just to come up with those weird news topics. This is amazing.
Thank you. But, you know, I'm working on a lot of other stuff, too. About 10 years ago, it's actually about 12 years ago, I started writing novels. And of course, Florida Man is a novel.
What made you go that route from comics to go into novelization?
Couldn't find any work in comics.
Okay. Wow, that's a real answer, though.
And I always wanted to write novels. It just took me a long time to learn. It took me 30 years to learn because I'm a slow learner.
Wow.
But when I got it. And now.
But what's the difference between the two, brother?
Oh, the difference is between water skiing and skiing down Mount Everest.
Holy shit.
That is.
What an analogy.
Comics are the most forgiving medium there is. And you all know this because you've all seen comics that you've read and you finish it and it immediately evaporates whatever it is that you read. But a good novel grabs you by the throat, and that's my goal, is to grab the reader by the throat with a gripping story. And what is a story? It's a dynamic narrative with a beginning, middle, and an end. And by dynamic, I mean the results are always in question. The events are never static. The hero faces challenge after challenge, and I do believe in heroes. There are many novels that are anti-heroic and offer ugly portraits. I'm thinking of Cormac McCarthy, for example, who writes books about loathsome people that you'd never want to meet, but they're compelling because of his gift of gab and his narrative voice. But the type of story I write, I like to give somebody with whom the reader can identify and root for, which is a branch of on-moral fiction. There's a book called On Moral Fiction by John Gardner, in which he argues that the reader wants to see good rewarded and evil punished because that's the natural order of things. But it's not hard and fast because we've all read heartbreaking books about great people that we admire, like Les Miserables.
Oh, I love that.
Wow.
Right.
I love Les Mis.
And the hero in that does not triumph. He suffers enormously. And that's true of so much great literature. Where the hero suffers, and through his suffering, he ennobles himself and he informs us of the human condition. But I like to write thrillers and horror novels and Florida Man.
Wepa, man. Now, where can we get Florida Man right now? Because we got 5 minutes left, Mike, but I want people to know where can they support Florida
all my
Man?
books are on Amazon. Just go to Amazon, type in Mike Barron, they'll all pop up. But it's Florida Man by Mike Barron, and the second one is Hogzilla. And if you bring up Florida Man, you'll see Hogzilla. It has the same cover. We're not going to do that for the third novel, but everybody loves the cover.
Are we ever going to get any new Nexus or Badger from you?
Well, you know, I wrote this novel, and I have a number of these too. If anybody,
look at that!
Yeah, stick. See.
Oh, nice! Really?
And Dude is about to crowdfund his Gormondo saga. That's his version of this story. Years ago, Dude said, "What's the ultimate Nexus story?" And I said, "Nexus versus Galactus." But of course, we can't use Galactus, so I created Gormondo, which is a world-eating being who becomes greater than the worlds he eats, and by greater I mean bigger in size. And I followed those physics to the end, which means that when Gormondo approaches a planet, his gravity is such that he he draws all the water towards him, and the closer he comes, the greater his gravity. And finally, he's picking people right up off the ground and flying into the air toward him because of the gravity. And that's one of the problems they face when Gormondo approaches. But dude is doing it right now. I think it's called the Gormondo Saga, and it's based on his newspaper strips. If you've seen his newspaper strips, they were huge. They were too big to ship. They were too big to rack. He took a big bath on them, and so he's gathering them all together to present in a smaller book, which is probably going to be pretty big. It's going to be bigger than a regular comic. I've seen the art. It's absolutely magnificent. And the reason I wrote the novel is because even though I wrote the original scripts for his book, he changed all my dialogue. And if you wonder why he did it, there's a movie called Rude Dude.
Really? Really interesting. And what about Badger? Because you showed me some Nexus. But what about Badger? Because I like Badger a lot. He's a very unique character.
Well, we're about to launch a Badger novel. Sometime in the next couple of weeks. My wife Ann is going to manage that campaign as she managed Cue Ball and the Nexus novel. It's a really good novel. I'm very excited about it.
Can't wait.
We're going to be offering classic comics with it, and original art, some original art. And I am planning to do a new Nexus series in comic book form. We're probably going to crowdfund that too. And
yes.
I just don't know what illustrator to choose because I have a wealth of illustrators who are dying to do it, and they're all fantastic.
It's Nexus, man. I mean, it's an iconic character from the indie-verse that you created that we all appreciate, so we need to see this.
Two snakes. Oh, never mind. The dogs just moved. For a minute, their two tails were wagging right behind my head there.
So I called you Set or something? What's going on here?
What are the dogs called?
This black one is Mac.
Yeah,
She's the
cool.
oldest, and Freddie. Where's Freddie?
He's just chilling.
He's just chilling. Freddie's being a good boy, just chilling. The other one wants to make a scene over there.
Yeah. Hey, so shout out to some of our listeners that are out there, man. Skagway Comics, he says, and that's his relation to the Florida man. He says, man, I gotta read this. And then Closet Geek, once again, thanks for being with us. He says, Florida was the beginning of the freaking zombie apocalypse, man. Just about.
You know what? I believe it now that I'm here, bro. That's why I'm locked into my house, bro. I don't trust these bumpers out here.
Man, you got to be careful, man, because I've been reading some of these Florida man articles, and it looks like people have been breaking in the house and cooking freaking breakfast.
I swear to God, I had a nightmare like that, and I woke up and I stood up and looked out my window, and then woke up, and my wife was like, "Why the fuck did you just get up and look out the window?" I'm like, "I swear to God, I swear motherfuckers were making breakfast in the crib and they broke through the window." I'm like, listen, I'm from New York, but Florida got me paranoid. That shit is crazy.
Are you in New York now?
No. I'm in Orlando, Florida, in the midst of this wonderful COVID situation. You know how it goes. But Mike, before we let you go, we got one more minute, and we have people on the sideline. Bob O'Mac is gonna have Jay Hernandez here. Not that Jay Hernandez, folks, not the actor, but the toy guy. Because Johnny was about to wear his stockings for that other Hernandez, and it was gonna be crazy. But Mike, where can folks follow you and check out the work and make sure that they're able to purchase these amazing products you got going for us?
Well, I'm on Twitter at Bloody Red Baron. I have a website, bloodyredbaron.com. I'm on Facebook as Michael A. Baron, and I have a Mike Baron author page.
Check that out, man. So, dude, people, respect my man right here. This is Nexus. This is Badger, Florida man, and more. He's been all over the place. He's a real legend, man. And he's out there. He's doing his thing, and he's bringing us fun and to get escapism and the best for us. Listen, you just heard those Florida titles. They're just totally unbelievable, right? But at least he's able to make light of them within the combo because, they happen to be real shit. My God. 2020 is one mofo, ain't it? So with that, Mike, thank you for joining us today. I'm going to bring over right now. Yeah, man. The legend. Woo! Mr. B. Weber. Thank you again for joining us today. And folks, make sure to just check out Florida Man. This is his latest project. And that Nexus novel And let's look forward to that badger novel by his lady. Yo, this is gonna be amazing. Thank you so much for joining us today, Mike. I appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
No, thank you. Huepa, hasta la próxima. Bye, guys. All right, folks. Now we're gonna bring it over. Bobo Mac is back on the scene. Holy smokes, the one and only man behind the Toyverse. I hope he has his mic on. If he's listening, because he's there.
Whoa.
Woo woo. Bobo, is your mic on now?
Has his internet
Man,
frozen?
he's got a wet nose, man.
Bobo, you're going very slow on me.
There we go.
Someone give him a wet willy.
Oh my God! What are you talking about? Which type of wet willy? The American or the UK?
Hey, so whichever floats you.
In the stream, I can actually see him.
There
we go. There we go.
Yes, can you hear?
I can hear you, Bobo. You're moving very slowly, though. I see you as a very serious man. One of the most serious toy reviewers in the universe.
There he is.
Let me tell you, there's nobody like him that reviews toys in such a serious manner. I tell you, the one and only Bobo Mac.
Although, I'm jumping in real quick.
Oh shit! Oh no! Here comes some random.
You pissed off Josh. Go on, Josh.
No, I just got a message from Sergeant Perez. He's jumping back in. He got a little announcement to make. I have no idea. He didn't tell me, but he is coming.
So what's weird is, even though I can't see him in the dashboard, I can see him in the stream that's going out.
Please don't. What type of words are you using? He is coming.
And I can't hear him. The only thing is I can't hear him, so it's a little weird.
PG. So what he means, he will be on shortly.
Yes.
On stream.
Absolutely. You know what? While we're waiting,
these Brits take things literal. I just got to make sure that I clarify for him.
Hey, I speak American just as well as everybody else.
You speak the Americanese?
I said, yeah, man. I said vacation the other day and I was bang on track. So you know.
said vacation, not holiday. Oh shit, brother! If this sport wasn't so hard, I would faint right now.
I called UK football soccer earlier to make sure everyone knew what I was talking about. So don't you be giving me this with your fancy Dan. Oh bloody hell, bugger off. Bullshit you said earlier.
What's going on in the world when I'm actually talking, UK English and he's doing American English? This is something.
All right, so Sergeant Perez is back. We just got to wait for his mic to be unmuted.
No, I see him in his studio with that red and black looking all sexy. What's going on here?
You got to unmute your mic.
Yeah. I saw.
Yeah, man. The rookie. Look at that. Peace and love. I love the t-shirt, bro.
No. Hang on. It's peace and love and bacon and more bacon.
Yeah, you know what? I do love bacon, though. Give me some bacon with my mac and cheese. I'm all over it.
No, I'm in my in-home studio because I'm actually I'm doing this while I'm on the radio. So I
well, on the radio. Where? Oh my gosh, Josh.
Yeah. I've got the face for radio. That's pretty much what I've been told. So
Josh told me the same when before he introduced you to me. I don't know what he meant by that, but now I understand.
Yeah.
Listen,
well, here's the
the
best part. I'm the best looking Perez on this docket right now. So we're fine.
Know what? Once I put on Chris Crash and Daniel Black, they're gonna argue that to death with you.
Yeah.
These dudes do Doug Lip like no others.
Yeah. Well, I wanted to jump on real quick because I was doing my thing, and I know I just moderated that last panel. But what are your donations at right now?
We are currently at, hold on, because I got an email. So we are at $1,165.
Wow. So here's my challenge. I'm going to challenge everybody, and I'm going to make this last the whole time you guys are doing your virtual con. All right. If you guys get over $2,000, Josh is going to do the giveaway. It's going to be the last one that you guys do, but I'm going to still give up my Submariner.
Oh my
signed by Stan Lee.
Dude.
Yeah. So it's the volume 1. It's the Golden Age Masterworks book that I got from Stan. He gave it to me. But I want to, the thing is, it sits in my collection, and you guys are doing something that's awesome. And it, the benefits and the charity that you guys are giving to, and I'm an OG Crusaders, so, I got to hook you guys up. But So yeah, I'm gonna hold on to this, but you know, you guys got to get to 2,500 or no, sorry, 2,000.
Come on, guys.
Get to that.
Lee, Brand Stan Lee.
And then Josh will be able to do the final giveaway, and then yeah, we'll get it packaged up, sent over, man.
Dude,
awesome.
Nick, that is an amazing contribution on your behalf. Thank you so much. I mean, that's a legend that we lost, you know, not
exactly.
so long ago, and it breaks my heart to even, you know, think about that he's not here with us. But thank you for wanting to share that with someone else and bring that joy to their life.
Exactly, yeah. Because and here's the thing, like I get it. Not a lot of people were able to meet Stan, you know, and I was fortunate enough to do what I did. You know, and I was able to meet him several times. So I figured, you know what, why not spread the wealth, you know, and get this into somebody's hands that they're going to just, you know, keep forever, or, you know, put it on eBay. Who knows?
Can I ask you, Nick, let me ask you, brother. Because, again, you say you met him several times. How many times did you meet the legend?
I mean, I stopped counting, but I mean, I won't count the fact that I went to his house several times for like birthday parties and shit.
His
and, like,
house?
Yeah, but I think like at conventions and like all the stuff that I did, probably around 30 or 40 times that I got to meet him.
Let me just ask you then, just on a personal level, because, you know, you were that much more connected to him than any one of us. You know, when you learned of his passing, how did you feel? I mean, because again,
dude,
having this is a personal connection outside of comic.
Oh yeah, it broke me. Yeah. I mean, I don't cry because I don't have a soul, but it broke me in the sense that I was like, holy crap. Like, he had been sick, and, you know, it's one of those inevitable things, but it was mostly like, holy crap, man. Like, wow. You know, and it just sucked because he was so smart and funny. And even in his, you know, sick, you know, in his older age, it was very, you know, he was quick-witted, man. I tell you what, he was one of the best. So.
Man, you just killed me, because as a Perez, I have been told that sometimes people think I'm soulless, but yet I am the most emotional little, you know, bee out there.
Yeah, trust me, Boricuas with no soul. That's kind of what we're born with. You know what I mean?
Well, Papa, que tú sepas de verdad de Isabela, ahí que estaba, Papa. Yeah, yo, coming out. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry.
When you get your Spanish Tourette's going on, you got to put subtitles up, man. Most people don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. You know, it's that Puerto Rican in me that just comes out, man. We talk really fast, so I'm sorry.
There's a reason for that.
Yeah, exactly.
We gotta talk fast, because that was the only way to try to get business done. Because like, yeah, papi, toma, aquí estamos.
Yeah. What? Cool. All right. Well, just let me know. You know, if you guys get over 2,000, I'm gonna keep watching. I just got to jump back on the radio. So thanks again, guys. Keep up the good work.
Nick, thank you so much, bro.
All right. I'll see you guys later.
Peace.
Yeah, and we're back with Bobo Mac over here. Yo, this is the greatest toy reviewer in the universe. You know, on some real shit, because not because he's on our channel, not because he's part of our family, but Bobo Mac knows how to really show off toy paraphernalia, collectability in such a humble way, such a fun way. He provides such a great energy, such a youthful energy to what he does. So, Bobo, man, thank you for being on again and bringing this wonderful guest, yo. So, what's up, man? Where's Jay, man? We need Jay right here.
I'm waiting to see what's going on with him.
But we go into that. Let's get into you, what you do, Bobo. Because seriously, man, you are a superstar within the Comic Crusaders family. Let's get real here. So,
well, we're all
man, you're my superstar, bro. I love what you do for us, man. So, you know, let me interview you while we wait for Jay real quick. Then, you know, why toys? Why this passion behind this with Crisis Toyverse, Pablo?
That's a good question. I'm not 100% sure. I just know that, I don't know, they've always been a constant thing in my life, even when they weren't supposed to be a constant thing in my life, according to my father years ago. We laugh about it now, but, you know, they've always been that one nice little... Some people like comfort foods. Mine's toys. Toys are my comfort food.
So, Bobo, that brings up the next question then. What's the one figure, the one action figure that really propelled you into this? Because, I mean, there's always going to be that one that sticks out in our mind. I mean, mine was the Superpowers collection Batman.
Probably my real Ghostbuster toys as a kid. Like I still love
The
those
real
things.
Ghostbusters. We're talking about the one with the monkey and all. That one.
No, we're talking like Venkman.
No, but remember there was two.
No,
shows.
not the Filmation Ghostbusters. That's a different Ghostbusters.
Why two Ghostbusters 2 at the time? That would confuse me as a kid back then.
So if I remember it, because we're having some connection issues apparently. There was the cartoon, the real Ghostbusters by Filmation, and then at the time that Dan Aykroyd was writing the script for Ghostbusters, they had another name for it, so they had actually filmed scenes multiple times.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
See, I see Lucas's eyes moving. I know I'm good. You're good. Bob Womack is just like stuck right now. But you know, look at his dioramas in the background. Do you see? Oh, now I see Bob. Look at
There
that.
you go.
In real time. Holy shit. He's moving, he's dancing reggaeton. I'm gonna call him Babo Yankee then. So Babo Yankee, bro, what's up with the dioramas?
Man, I tell you what, man.
Bro? What is this?
Yeah.
Say that again.
With those you know, actually, you know what? Lucas is about to talk. Go ahead, Lucas. Okay,
Well, you
Lucas,
know,
stays quiet. All right.
Was that he's got up there, man. That's what definitely makes his videos. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah, we can hear you.
Those are the joints that make. Yeah. So those dioramas that you got up there, man, they look. That's what makes those videos like look really clean, man. And the lighting that he has on those, man, that's what makes those freaking awesome, man. I'm really jealous of how he's able to display that stuff with those dioramas. Looks like we got Jay Hernandez in here finally.
We got our awesome guest here that Barbara has brought on. The one and only Mr. Jay Hernandez, which is getting his drink on right now. Wepa!
I'm telling you, it's always tea o'clock at the friggin' Hernandez household, man.
Bro, listen, for me, it's always beer o'clock, and let's do it up. A cheers to you out there. Thanks for joining us.
Of course. Oh, of course.
Jay, how are you, man?
Good, man. Good. Just trying to get along on this nice, lazy Saturday right now.
So there you go, Bobo. The floor is yours, man. You handling this bad boy. Ask Jay your questions, and we're definitely going to jump in when we have a question for him.
Okay, that will work. All right, so in the time that we have, I figured I'd break it down in a couple different ways for you. I've always wanted to know, because I try to watch the live streams when you do them on Wednesdays normally.
Yeah.
I've always wanted to ask you what led to your process to finally doing reviews from being just a collector and such.
I mean, really, what it was, and it's going to sound really funny, is that I had a horrible smoking problem. Like I smoked probably like a good pack to about a pack and a half a day. And as soon as I quit smoking, which was about, I want to say about a little over 4 years ago, I needed something to keep my hands busy. I needed something to keep my mind busy. And I had always been into action figures, and watching folks like The Amazing on YouTube, it kind of just inspired me a little bit to see if I could make it on my own. Having a background in performing arts and whatnot, I was always fairly comfortable behind a camera, fairly comfortable behind projecting into a mic and whatnot. I was like, well, let's see if we can meld these things together. And really, at first, when it started out, I was horrible. Like, it was just really bad. Not to say that I'm great now, but yeah, it was just nice, because when I quit smoking, and just, what happens, when you quit, really, like any type of substance, you need something just to fill, that energy. So yeah, so just, as far as just the minuscule amount of photography that I like to do with my action figures, Really I found like all that energy being put into my videos, which is pretty sweet. So that's kind of like how that came about.
That's awesome, man. I mean, good for you making a lifestyle change for yourself for long term. But how do I put this? You started showing up around the same time that I did. Like I would see early on after I would do a video, like your videos would be a recommendation on the channel, which was always cool because I always like watching new reviews all the time, especially of stuff I don't collect. Because I'm kind of, I don't want to say an obscure collector, but I go after just the stuff I want. But to see how you've grown has been really amazing. Like I think it's really awesome, the hard work that you put into everything, man. I really dig that you're able to speak your mind and have fun at the same time. And I think those are two key components that at least draw me in.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. Yeah, that's really kind of what the what the channel has evolved into right now. And really, I think we have the pandemic to thank for a lot of that. Horribly, as it were. Because at first, it was really just all about the toys, and what it is that they can do or whatnot. And now, of course, seeing that some of us have a little bit more time than others, or, we have, just different ways that we process our information, now that, we are scrutinizing things a bit more, whether it be toys, whether it be, anything that's going on within, our civic structure here. Like I've always taken it upon myself to, if something's bothering me, whether it be in the toy community or otherwise, I'm going to say something.
That you have the Megatropolis situation. You've really become like the unofficial spokesman of the do's and don'ts of that company. It's the nice way to phrase it.
And still like to this day, like I just can't believe what it is that those guys are doing over there.
It's the Megatropolis situation.
The Megalopolis fiasco.
Yeah, Megalopolis.
Right
sorry.
Now. Yeah. These folks out in Utah who've got like their own store out there, and really, what it all comes down to is that they finally fessed up to drop shipping, so they really have no idea, when or where or who is actually dropping off most of their product. So they are actually being truthful, when somebody emails them and says, "Hey, where's my stuff?" They have absolutely no idea, which is why they're trying to get their house in order right now. So we'll see come November 1st where Megalopolis is with that. But yeah, I've been having my problems with them since at least vocally since like September 1st. But then before that, having put in like my first order with them, and then of course hearing other people's horror stories as well, it's like, all right, this is something we actually need to address right now.
I was going to ask you but that's the thing that I loved about your channel, especially as things have progressed so far in 2020. Like you're not afraid to speak your mind, be it any of the toy companies. You're just an honest reviewer that lets people know what's going on. I think it's really special to say, especially with how big the toy community has gotten, and especially the toy reviewing market.
Yeah. And if there's anything, that of course I would like to be, and I try just not to be overly positive about things, of course, because I do fanboy and I do gush, sometimes, especially when it comes to particular, Hasbro Marvel Legends product and whatnot. But yeah, like for the most part, like I definitely am not going to make it with any video that I do, I'm not going to make it a bummer. Like if anything, I will always bring out, what it is that, I would like to have more work done on. But, with any single figure that I am going to look at, I will always just look at its positive attributes as well. I mean, seeing that, we looked at this, this Wicked Cool Toys, Jazzwares, whatever they want to call themselves right now, Halo figures. And yeah, there's plenty of freaking QC issues with this, but you know, you look at, you know, some wonderful sculpt that's going on here for $20 right now. Yeah, you know, it's like you can always find something good when it comes to mostly any figure. Yeah.
That's very true. Another thing I wanted to ask you about, because I have a theater background myself. I got an associate's in theater, and then I did repertory theater in college.
Nice.
For a while, but I noticed you start doing sonnets.
Yeah.
How did that come about? Like to put sonnets on your channel?
Yeah. If anything, that was through Delaware Shakespeare, and they did something called the Sonnet Project. Seeing that, of course, you know, all of us performers, you know, entertainment workers and whatnot, we're all pretty much just like out of a job right now, seeing that, of course, everything that we do live. So, you know, everything that we have been doing has been through basically just applications like this, like StreamYard, like Zoom, Blue Jeans, things like that. So our artistic director over at Delaware Shakespeare said, all right, we're going to go ahead and do the Sonnet Project. And, you know, we're going to go ahead and get through all of Shakespeare's sonnets, and we're going to have, you know, all of our, you know, regional actors here take a stab at a few. And yeah, I ended up doing about 10 of them. And I figured, I was like, well, you know, seeing that I'm putting in the same exact production value into these sonnets as I do into my toy videos, I'm like, yeah, might as well just share them. You know, so it's like, all right, guys, this is what I do on the side.
No, I think it was very cool. It came out of left field. Like one day it just popped up, and I was like, oh, this is different. But you know, I thought it was. I think it's pretty cool. So
nice, thanks, man.
Yeah. Hey Jay, so you know, I see you do a lot of videos, and it's mostly concentrated on, you know, the toy market. What's the one toy that you on that you just haven't been able to yet because of scarcity, or is it just like open market for you due to your access?
I mean, if anything, like I have a feeling that, of course, like right now, I don't have a want for really anything, but I do have the sneaking suspicion that once the new Cobra Island figures come out, I'm not going to be able to get my hands on those at all, because we have seen, you know, the hoopla that did occur with you know, with the Cobra Troopers. You know, we saw what happened with Beachhead, Baroness, of course. So I have a feeling that once Firefly and the new Vipers come out, it's going to be impossible to even take a look at those things, because they are going to be fairly scarce. Because you look at what it is these Target exclusives have done, you know, basically, like, you need to be up and at them along with, you know, your toy flippers and your toy scalpers just to get a hold of these things. And it really is ridiculous, man. Like, it really is ridiculous, you know, because most of us are grown adults. You know, we're adults with jobs. You know, we're not going to be going out to Target, you know, 7 o'clock in the morning and waiting in line just so we can, you know, just streak down the clothing section to make it to the toy aisle, to be the first ones to get our hands on these things.
Let me ask you, Jay. So these new figures from Hasbro, right?
With a lot
figures,
of people teleworking right now, they got nothing to do but for that stuff, man. That's why, you know, one of the things the right, once again, I'm not a brony or anything like that, but a thing that shut up was there was a Dia de la Muerta Barbie doll that was out there. It was limited to like 500. That shot from like $50 to like $150, man. And now there's a secondary joint out there. It's like a secondary phase that's got the pink dress. It's the same Dia de la Muerta joint. And once again, I think it started out at 60. It's like $125 to $150, man. So yeah. So actually, I also see that you did a video for some of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles a couple months ago.
Yeah.
That'll head figure. One, because I think that one was only released in the UK, and I haven't seen anybody in the US that's been able to get their hands on one yet. Are you up on?
I'm sorry, bro. You actually, for a good portion of that statement, you actually cut out a little bit. So I heard you say the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Is it was it the NECA Casey or?
Yeah, so with the NECA Casey, it did arrive here, but then there's like the metal head. That was.
That's right. That's right. That's right. Because
in the beginning.
That in the UK.
Yeah, because those ones for
Right.
as far
So
as
did it ever make it to the US?
With the NECA store, they were able to acquire those fairly simply. Whereas here, when you try to pre-order them, it was next to impossible. That one I actually had to pick up myself on Mercari right there, because there was absolutely no way that I was going to be able to get one of those like in the flesh at all. Like what those were exclusive to was it Walmart? Yeah, it was Walmart, wasn't it?
Yeah, the movie 2-pack
Target.
was at Walmart.
No, Target.
And then the cartoon
Target.
ones were at Target.
Yeah. So if anything,
Really?
what it is that
'Cause I thought it was Target.
I had to do, like
Okay.
I had to actually just I had to buy them loose. So pretty much like I had Casey and yeah, like I pretty much just like sold Raphael to a friend. Like that's pretty much what it is that I had to do to get those things, because there was absolutely no freaking way that I was gonna find those, really.
May I ask something here, though?
Dark times.
I want to ask something here, though, because I have a lot of the OG G.I. Joe figures, the smaller figures, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now with these new Hasbro bigger figures coming out, will that have any speculative effect on the smaller figures? Do you think?
I mean, if anything, what it is that you will usually see with these G.I. Joe collectors, at least with the ones, that I usually encounter on Facebook, is that, these guys are ride or die, whether it's 3 3/4, whether it's 6-inch, G.I. Joe fanatics like love their figures. You look at like one of the main freaking dudes who's out there, as far as the G.I. Joe community is concerned. Like you look at somebody like Marauder Rubin, who's one of the founders of Marauder Gunrunners. I mean, the dude, he's put like his own hard work into creating his own 3 3/4 line when it comes to G.I. Joe. However, he still collects the 6-inch as well. So I do find that, and pretty much it's that same rationale that we will see with Star Wars Black Series, to where, we thought that a good portion of Star Wars collectors weren't going to make that transition into 6-inch figures, and we have seen that it has blossomed very, very nicely. I mean, to the point to where we are looking at equal attention to both. Wow. So I think it's a wonderful time to be a Hasbro collector, because they do see that there is value in both scales. And when it comes to G.I. Joe, I think right now there is a disparity in both scales right now, seeing that 6-inch is so new and it's so hard to acquire. And then we also have 3 3/4, which, where there has been a bevy of material released, they're still wanting for more right now. Because if we look at how Hasbro left the 25th to 30th anniversary, they left these dudes wanting for more. So which is where we found the G.I. Joe community starting their own subscription service with a 3 3/4 line. So you saw there were like a lot of limited figures that came out, kind of like what Matty Collector did with He-Man, what it is that they did with DC Universe Classics. So yeah, man, I have a feeling that G.I. Joe collectors, it's a good time to be a collector as far as G.I. Joe is concerned, because, either way, they're going to get their stuff. But yeah, I think, there is a good balance right there. And I think 3 3/4 collectors aren't going to abandon the stuff that they've collected so far.
Another question here, because my Fallen Toys kind of skips that 6-inch, kind of goes more into a 7-inch figure size. Do you think that makes a difference in its collectability? Are people turned off to that, or is it different? Is it too new? Will it be accepted? What are your takes on that?
Yeah, the thing with Todd McFarlane is that, for as much flack as I usually give Todd McFarlane and McFarlane Toys on my live streams and my videos and whatnot, If there's one thing that Todd McFarlane knows how to do, he knows how to, market himself, and he knows how to market his product. And the one thing that he always prides himself in is that, this person's doing this, I'm going to do this. This is what I'm going to do because I'm Todd McFarlane. This is the way that we do things at McFarlane Toys. So a lot of folks actually dig that, man. Like, they dig that, and they dig that McFarlane, just walks to the beat of his own drum. However, when you look at just like the scaling problems, like with DC Multiverse and with Hasbro Marvel Legends, like, one of these days, like, we want them to cross the stream so bad, because we would love to have, just these figures just scale with each other one of these days. And I find, at least with the folks who, I follow on Instagram, I do see that these scaling issues aren't getting in the way of them picking up, these new Bat Metal figures, that first wave of McFarlane figures that came out. I mean, I picked up a few myself, even though I am primarily a 6-inch collector. I have picked up a few, like that Hellbat was really nice. The Azrael was really nice. Granted, they don't mesh with a lot of my stuff. However, if you do collect things like NECA figures, which are that 7-inch scale, you see that, either consciously or subconsciously, that's who it is that McFarlane is trying to go head to head with right there. Like, pretty much whatever Hasbro's doing, he really could care less. But you look at what it is that NECA's doing, when you look at their sculpts, when you pair them side by side, you could think it's like, oh, it's like these figures were actually made by the same company, but they, of course they weren't. And I think, like, when it comes to scale, like, that's who it is, that is McFarlane's real competition. Yeah.
The answer, man. Good. You dive in, bro.
Yeah,
you.
He got.
I love it.
That's what makes Jay great, man. He just. He's all in, man.
It's like I am a horrible toy Wikipedia of useless knowledge, man.
And it's not useless. Let me say, you're gonna be a contestant on some TV show someday. With all this, you're gonna be the king of it. And MFers are gonna be like, "Oh my God, everybody! Jay Hernandez, the king of trivia." It's because you know the most useless shit, just like I do. My wife says, "Why do you know all this crap?" I'm like, "It's gonna come in handy one day." Let me tell you, she never beat me in Trivia Pursuit. I'm just saying, she can't play with me there.
So how's it going for y'all today?
It's going good. We're collecting our funds. Josh is monitoring it in the background. You know what I mean? Once we get to the $1,100 point, we got another giveaway. If we get to 2K, then we have another special giveaway. I mean, folks, you got to do this. This is for the Chosen Initiative within the LLS. This is a great cause. We got to help these kids. Do you think they deserve getting the state team as adults when even adults can't handle it? You know what I mean? These kids deserve, something more passionate care, if you will, to deal with their problems. You know what I mean? We have viewers right now that one of them, for example, was like, their kid has one more year on chemo right now. You know what I mean? And they're battling this. They appreciate what we're doing, but they're going through their own pain. We're doing this for y'all because we love comics, we love the community, but we're all going through our stuff. You know what I mean? COVID, especially with the lack of cons and being able to connect on a very physical level, is not what's happening right now. So with that, hopefully with this, we're able to connect and still share this wonderful. I was like, Jay, man, you're a boss. Bobo, thank you for introducing me to this dude right here. My man is crazy right here. I love it. He's a wealth of knowledge, just like you, Bob.
Oh no, he's a good dude. That's why I follow him. That's why I try to catch up on his stuff all the time. He's a good man. Jay, I have a favor to ask you before we wrap things up today.
Oh, sure.
So this was sent over by Diorama Creators. I was wondering, the next time you do your live stream, if you could enter it in for one of your giveaways by chance.
Of course.
And then I will ship it out as soon as you draw the winner. I'll be on it. Just let me know when, and I'll make sure this gets over to someone.
Yes,
man, the golden axe, dude. That's fire right there.
Oh, these things are amazing.
And those and bar none, like those skeletons, like those are definitely in my top 10 this year. Those are some of the most wonderful figures that Storm Collectibles has ever made, and I just love that they are army builders.
Mm-hmm.
You really say top 10 ever that they've done?
Right.
I think so. Like I definitely think so. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, because when we look at anything in that particular scale, even in a 6-inch scale, you know, aside from Mythic Legions, like we haven't really seen like a straight up skeleton. I think like we were supposed to actually get skeletons. What was it, like either like this year or the year before, from a Kickstarter by the name of Cryptid Toys, and they ended up like not being able to deliver a whole lot, and they had to give back a whole lot of money when it came to their Kickstarter, because they were supposed to make skeletons and they were supposed to make these alpha, you know, these alpha builders. But yeah, the Storm Collectibles Golden Axe skeletons, man, like those things are the real deal. I am loving those things so friggin' much, and thank you for your generosity in, you know, using those as a giveaway, and of course for a good cause as well.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. And like I said, you know, we teamed up with lots of people here today to make this event possible. So I thank you. I know I put you on the spot there, so I apologize.
It's and really, it's like no. Really, like my pleasure, sir. It's like really, it's like my graciousness goes out to you.
No, oh man, thank you, brother. You rock, bro.
Thank you.
You know what I want to see though? I want to see the skeleton from Killer Instinct as a figure.
Oh, that'd be pretty sweet.
That would be pretty cool.
I love that game. My wife hates me for that game because I when I play that skeleton figure, I just chop her up. She hates me for it. Just like I teased her with Blanca, I just pin her in the corner, electrocute her the whole time. And you know, she's about to throw the remote at me, but I'm willing to take the lump because, you know, hey, why not win?
I do have a feeling that if anyone is going to make Killer Instinct figures, it probably would be Storm Collectibles. I think.
Why not? It's time, man.
Yeah, they really
have a stranglehold on all the video game markets.
Yeah.
So they never made Killer Instinct figures, correct?
From what I understand, no. At least not that I'm aware of.
I mean, like, that's a great amount of characters there that you could capitalize on.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah, the only thing I can think of is like Primal Rage figures. Remember those?
Primal Rage. Oh, my great game too. Damn, bro, taking me back. What? Well, we went with Lobo, Catherine. I sent you the link if you're listening. You gotta just click it, and we're in there. I see Dave. You know what? Let me invite David. He's in the background, looking cool with his shades. Out in Cali.
Everyone.
He's not wearing his shades to be cool, folks. All right?
Yeah.
Just saying. Even though he is cool. So yeah. So Jay, if you can still hang on until we get Cat on. So I want to ask you that what has been one of the greatest highlights in your career of either reviewing or checking out or even meeting?
You know, like as far as just like making content on YouTube, you know, I think probably one of just the most rewarding things, as you know, as far as just, you know, looking at any particular figure. Like I love it when I can just make a video of something that, like, say like a Marvel Legends collector wasn't even into in the first place. You know, like for instance, you know, like I was one of the first folks to take a look at the Lightning collection figures. That like the Tommy that had just come out, like what now? I want to say like what, it was 2 years ago now. Man, time is flying, dude. And just making a video like that of just Power Rangers figures, which, you know, are fairly polarizing amongst, you know, folks our age, you know, whether they, you know, they be in their 20s, 30s, 40s. It really depends on whether or not you grew up with them, you watched them, or you didn't, or, you know, you were just too old, you know, when they hit their prime. So just doing a video of that, you know, seeing that I was a Mighty Morphin Power Rangers fan back in the day, and just seeing like Marvel Legends collectors saying, you know, I really didn't care much for these guys, but you kind of sold me on it. Now, that's something that, you know, like I will always have immense pride in right there, because I made content good enough, you know, to sway somebody's opinion on on an action figure line they weren't even into in the first place. And yeah, I do get a little kick out of that. Yeah,
I get you on that because I come from that generation where maybe I was familiar with the first season of Power Rangers, but after that, it was all about the ladies for me, and I didn't have time. I didn't have time for TV, if you know what I mean. Back in New York, doing my thing. So, but my brothers, holy crap, they're like a Josh. They're like all about Power Rangers, and it's funny when I put PR ones. Like my brothers love PR, the PR a lot. I didn't put MNPR. I thought they would know. But like, what do you mean? They're Puerto Ricans? I'm like, no, ass. I mean Power Rangers. Sorry. Even though we are PRs, yeah.
I just think it's funny because I listen to you guys talk about toys and everything. And it's like I remember I used to have original Micronauts. I had 12-inch GI Joes from way back when. I had GI Joes. We had Star Wars when it first came out. We had all that stuff. And I went away to college, and the bane, I think, of every collector's existence. My mom came in behind me when I left for college and threw it all out. And I just
that's what moms in the 80s and 70s were for. I swear to effing God, because my mom threw out. Dude, I had like a whole 84, 85, 86 set of Topps cards. You know what rookies were in there?
Oh, man.
All right. One day I come home, I'm like, where's my stuff at? Oh, it was taking up space. What do you mean taking up space? What do you mean bothering you? You know what I mean? I got smacked for obviously getting loud. Puerto Ricans get beat with a chancla, and then, if you run, it was like heat seeking. So I'm not playing with you guys. She would throw this thing, and no matter where I moved, it would navigate towards wherever the fuck I went. It would knock me in my head. It's just what it is. That's what I'm saying, yo. If they ever make a Puerto Rican superhero female that's older, make it a mom with a chancla that like a heat-seeking chancla. Who needs Captain America's shield?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
My abuela is like that. She'd throw that thing, and then she'd come out with the hairbrush of doom.
Call it Guadalupe.
Nah, man, my mama was the chancla or the broomstick, and I remember one day I got both. I thought I was nice to it because I just finished watching a kung fu movie. I guess I did something stupid. She comes at me with that. I'm like, until I went like this. Man, she caught me between the fingers, boy. That was like getting kicked in the nuts, bro. And then she like, I got you now, boy. Woo, man, and she whooped me. Man, the good old days when you were able to beat your kids.
But she made you into the man you are.
Yeah, man. Now you can't beat your kids, and they could smart mouth at you, and all you could do is bite your lip and wish you could kill them.
Yeah, I never understood why my grandma and grandpa had property out in the middle of the desert, and so they could take us out there and nobody could hear you scream, man. It's like a horror movie.
Man, poor David. No wonder he's wearing shades now. He still got black eyes from grandma.
Exactly.
Bendito. Ay, Dios mío, bendito. So Jay, man, where did you grow up? What was your life, growing up and then again getting into this?
Yeah, man. I mean, really, from what it is that y'all are describing right now, it wasn't too much different. It's like Puerto Ricanos and Mexicanos, like we're
we're the same. Yeah, brother. Listen, all
one and the same. It's like we're divided. We are divided pretty much by an accent and by food.
Yeah. Right. You know what, though? I love your food. I'm pretty sure you love cuchifritos. Don't mess around. You love that.
I was trying to tell Al about Bonuelo. He had no idea what I was talking about.
Bonuelo.
Yeah, Bonuelo, man, fried ice cream.
Oh, that's right.
Yes.
But not fried ice cream. I like my ice cream cold, not fried, bro.
Flan, Bonuelo.
No, but flan. Oh my God, bro. You're making me into a fat mother effer with that flan, let me tell you. What was Goya? I remember when I used to work in the supermarket.
I don't mess with flan. I mess with tres quesos, though.
Tres leche. How about tres leches cake, bro? Come on, but stop it. Don't make us start talking about food. Yeah, we're gonna turn the Comic Crusaders VertuCon into a whole food fest right now. We're talking about fattening foods within our
Don't
community.
start, man. I'm gonna get offline and go make some machaca and enchiladas, man. You're not careful. So.
Don't get Lucas tempted right now. I see him with that smile because he needs something to sober up still. So Jay, what is
Hey,
your
I got
Jay?
the wife upstairs. We're cooking something right now. So
You got her cooking. That's not nice. She's cooking for you because she loves you, Lucas.
hey,
right.
good relationships. In good relationships, everybody knows their role. I know my role. It's to freaking be on top of, and it's to freaking break shit and fucking fix it and hide all that and try to make the money. And hers is to freaking take care of the house, man. And that's what works for.
My role is to
Yes.
continuously be broke while I try to support good causes because that's what I want to do.
While we're waiting for our next guest, I said I was going to make an announcement. I was very moved by Sergeant Perez. Hopefully he's in the Army. I don't know. Is he Army, Marines? But, him
Army.
donating that book is amazing. Awesome. But I don't have anything like that to donate, but I do want to put these out there. However, Josh or Al wants to give them away. I have a signed copy, both for Tim Seeley, Bloodshot #1, Tim Seeley's, and then a Tim Seeley signed Muddy Shot #1.
Wherever money shot, Johnny will be creaming all over that one.
Yeah. So, I will leave it up to Al and Josh what they want to do and how they want to get that away.
Swag bags. We'll give you the information, and folks, all you gotta do is donate for an opportunity to win. We've already given out 3 swag. Let me tell you, when I take the picture of what we're sending out to these folks, you guys are gonna be like, "Oh shit, why didn't I donate?" So don't wait. Donate because first you want to support. Again, it takes only $1 to support this wonderful program. So why not do that? Everybody could afford $1, can't you? Again, a coffee in New York costs $4 right now. Bacon, egg, and cheese is like $6.99. You serious? Nah, bro. Nah, bro. You could do that and do it for kids and give them that bacon, egg, and cheese and coffee right now. Where about it?
Yeah, do yourself a favor. Don't go to Del Taco this week and donate.
Yo, I did not know about Del Taco until I came to Florida. And let me tell you,
How did you not know about Del Taco? That shit's amazing.
No, well, I was in New York, Massachusetts. We don't got that up north. We got Taco Bell. So when I came down here and my wife went there for the first time and bought me this stacked ass taco. I mean, stacked with meat and everything. I'm like, oh my. I went to the fan. Although I'm still missing a cuchifrito spot. I need cuchifritos. I need my, de papa. Give me mi acapulco right now, por favor. Like pastelillo, and I'll be happy. Everybody's probably gonna get hungry. If you guys are in New York, very lucky you. If not, then good for you.
So
you don't eat like me.
So I got to thinking here to maybe get some excitement going. How about we do another giveaway before our next panel?
Oh my God! Wait, folks. I gotta do this thing that I did. I have to. Come on, I did this. Yay! It's giveaway time.
All right, so we're gonna bring up the name or the wheel of names. So there we go.
Of name.
I'm gonna go ahead and click shuffle here a few times. I think that's enough. And 3, 2, 1.
Here we go, folks. Who's the
There
name?
you go. Finally got the sound going.
Oh.
Biscuit.
Sparks Comics.
Sparks Comics.
Sparks Comics. Email josh@comiccrusaders.com or alex@comiccrusaders.com or CCVC Charlie Victor Charlie at comiccrusaders.com with 2 C's in between. And just send us your Addy, and you're gonna get a sweet swag bag. All we ask that you do, please share when you get that promotional item. Yep. You're gonna love it.
I love this wheel. Makes it so easy.
Yo, awesome wheel, awesome. Jay, thank you so much for joining us today. We have our next guest lined up already. You're awesome.
Thank you so much, Jay. I really appreciate it, man.
Yeah.
Of course, man. It was a lovely time hanging out.
No, thank you. But before you go, Jay, I want everybody to know where they could follow you, where they could show you that love.
Oh, yeah. Let's see. You can go ahead and follow me on Instagram at JustJHernandez, and you can also find me on YouTube at Jay Hernandez. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you'll find all my videos there, and of course you'll find all my pictures on Instagram. So yeah, fun times.
Awesome stuff. Thank you so much, Jay. Let me tell you, I had somebody ask me, "Is this DJ Hernandez the actor?" I'm like, "No, man, this is the toy guy. He's even bigger than the actor. Who needs him?" Get out of here, bro. We got the real Jay Hernandez on this mofo right now. All
Right on, guys. Cool.
So, much love, Papo. Thank you so much, bro. Hasta la próxima.
Later, y'all. Have a good day.
Bye-bye. All right, folks, ladies and gentlemen, we got another awesome guest here. Unfortunately, Captain Lobo didn't show up. I don't know what happened, but we had a full hour, almost a full hour with Jay Hernandez. But right now, we have an awesome creator. She writes plays, comics, opera, poetry, essays. Oh my gosh, she does so much. She's a very busy lady. Let me tell you.
She's a Renaissance woman.
Renaissance woman. Yeah, let's introduce the one and only Jacqueline Goldfinger. Woo!
Hey guys, I'm impressed. You guys have been on for a long time now. You're doing amazing.
Doesn't it feel like those Jerry Lewis telethons from back in the day, except that we have much more interesting people?
Yes.
Absolutely. So thank you for sharing some of your time today for the LLS and to talk about what you do, Jacqueline. We really do appreciate it. You know, I love it. You write plays, comics, opera, poetry, essays. Wow. Such diversity in the content that you produce. It's like, how are you able to, in your mind, separate, you know, in between such and do you attack each as a different process, you know, from the creator's perspective?
I do, and that's one of the reasons I love it. It's probably my ADHD kicking in, but I get bored. I got to have a new project where I learn something new every few months. So it's amazing because for comics, I've been able to go into these incredible artist studios in Philly. We have an amazing visual art community in Philly, a lot of great illustrators, including Kenny Thomas, who I worked with on my most recent comic, and see their voices splayed across the walls of Philadelphia and our art galleries and our shared spaces, and decide like, hey, this speaks to me. This is incredible. Do you want to do something together? And I love that. And I like crafting my writing to every different visual artist, depending on what they need and what they're interested in. And that allows me to learn from them as well and learn new things. So I love it. It's incredible. I've gone from last week I was working on a new comic, and this week, tomorrow, we're doing a reading of a new opera that I'm doing up at an opera in Ohio.
How do you do that, Jacqueline? How do you do that? How do you go from comics to music? I mean, this is crazy.
It's great. And the thing is that if you like comics, you'll also like opera and vice versa. People say I'm crazy. I'm not crazy. Both of them have huge stories, really exciting characters that you could fall in love with, that you would want to fight, that you would want to be. A lot of the story characteristics are very similar. It's just, I think operas, it's hard to penetrate because often it's not in a language that you speak. And so I think understanding who the story and characters are is really difficult. But I wish that there was more opera in languages other than Italian, because I feel like people would love it. I mean, they're basically written stories about superheroes who've come down to earth. They're all about these incredible people with these incredible talents, for the most part. So there's a lot of similarities, weirdly.
I actually love opera myself, and I think it's amazing that you do all of that. I listen to opera in Italian and in German. And your latest opera, is it in English or are you doing it in Italian?
I'm doing it in English. Okay. I did one piece in Italian, which was translated, and it's just it's hard in another language. You don't get the same poetry. You don't get the same rhythms with the words. So this one is in English. It's called Alice Tierney, and it's about a woman who ran an infamous boarding house down on the Philly shore. And she was really this like incredible. She was a party girl who turned into like a grande dame of the city. And if you wanted anything, then you had to curry her favor.
I was looking at all of the incredible works you've done. including live theater, you know, and it's really something. I think you're an inspiration. I have two daughters, and I was showing them all the stuff that you've done, and it's just amazing. How do you take that? And you were talking about how to translate. Is it because of the format of live theater and opera versus acts with acts and stuff like that versus you know, a comic book where you have different issues and stuff? Does that help?
Absolutely. I look at every issue of a comic book like an act of a play.
Oh, wow.
Right? You're just breaking down. You want the full story, but you're just breaking down the story, telling the story into individual acts. And then because of the amazing perspective you can get on the page in comics, you can really evoke a lot of the feelings. So you don't necessarily need a long monologue on stage with a character talking about their feelings. You can do that, but what you can do is you can just take the character and through the lens of the visual artist, show how the character is feeling, and then just write very minimal dialogue. And that's what Kenny and I found is initially for the story, I overwrote everything. He would then sketch out sketches of all of the pictures. Mm-hmm. And then we go, oh, okay, we don't need lines, any of these lines. We're going to call those lines because Kenny has put that emotion into his image, or he's put that perspective into his image. So it's really an incredible collaborative process. And he's been very patient, and he sends everyone his love. He's out with his daughter tonight, but he sends everybody his love.
I did want to jump in just to give everyone a quick update because this is huge. We just broke the $1,400 mark.
We broke 1,400. Woo!
So it was one of those I had to jump in because there was a huge jump. So I will randomly bow out again.
Thank you, John, for the update. This is awesome. Well, this is so great. It's thanks to guys like you, showing up, Jacqueline, and sharing your knowledge and blessing everybody. You know, with just your experience and your journey and everything you're doing and inspiring others, because what you're doing is amazing. I mean, I'm totally like overwhelmed. I'm impressed by what you do. Well, I mean, talk about wearing multiple hats and the way that your brain, I mean, your creative brain, I mean, I'm so impressed by that, is able to divide these things and be able to create so many different, genres. I love that. I mean, it's so impressive to me. How many people could do that at all? I mean, you're lucky a person could focus on one thing.
Absolutely. For all those people out there, I mean, you think about a person like Shakespeare, I say all, but all he wrote was, poetry, prose, and then he wrote plays. But here we have a lady who is doing comic books, which is one art form. She's doing opera, which is a completely different,
way different.
She is telling us how in her genius she can translate it, but a different art form. And then you've got stage plays, which is something completely different as well, So just absolutely wonderful. And I love that, hopefully you're preaching comic books to that group of people that like art, the opera and live theater crowd. And in turn, you're bringing that to our audience here for comics. And I think you're absolutely right. I think they would love it. I think opera is something that comic book people would love. And hey, maybe we can get a comic book opera at some point in English. So,
my God, from your mouth to God's ears, that would be the most amazing thing.
Yeah.
Let me ask you, Jacqueline, where did these early inspirations start for you, though? What led you to kind of lead yourself onto this path?
I was really lucky. I grew up in the rural South, and there wasn't much around. I grew up in North Florida, so it's lots of pine trees and more pine trees.
Florida girl.
Yeah. There's not, and Florida man is real. Like all those types of things that happen in Florida, we're a very unique state.
It's very scary there because I just moved here, like I said, less than a year ago. So I'm like, oh my God, you guys are terrifying me. I'm a New Yorker now. I'm scared.
We're a very special people.
Apparently.
All of us. But I was lucky that I had a community that actually loved. We did a lot of in North Florida. There's a lot of quilting. There's actually quite a bit of painting. We have a famous group of Black artists called the Highwaymen who painted all over North Florida. So I was just really lucky to be in a community that embraced art, and especially visual art. And I tried visual art and I was terrible. Like, I'm just, what I can see it in my brain, but I can't make that happen on the page. And so I would team up with my friends at lunch and I'd be like, okay, you draw the pictures and I've got the words. And so we would make, I guess you'd call them mini comic books. Sometimes they were just drawings my friends did where I wrote a short story underneath, but I was very inspired visually. And I think that was because I was in a community that embraced visual art. And then I went to college in Atlanta, and Atlanta has a great art scene. And that's where I really got into theater, because they have such a fantastic theater scene that a lot of the visual arts there is dealt with performance. So then I got into that. And then, frankly, I had a lot of friends saying, I love comics, but there's not much out there I want to read. Frankly, a lot of female friends, especially women of color. And it was like, where are the books for me? Where are the kind of stories that I'm more interested in? And that's how After the Fall came about. Was really, I feel like it's almost being back in the cafeteria in elementary school. And like, Kenny is my friend drawing pictures and I'm writing stories to help bolster his picture. And then he draws the next picture that has something to do with my story. And we go back and forth. And writing for a lot of our friends who always see themselves reflected in comics and the way that they're interested in. So yeah, it's just been a great experience. And Kenny also does fine art illustration as well as graphic art. So he wears a lot of different hats here in Philadelphia.
I think that's really amazing. I love your comment there about, you know, where's the comic for me?
And God bless you for moving to Philadelphia.
Yeah. I've been to Philadelphia a couple times. I haven't been in a long time though. But can you talk a little bit about After the Fall for those of our viewers who are not familiar with the comic, what it's about? I think it's a satirical. I love the satire, but in the way it's looking at what's going on in the real world. But I wanted to let you kind of, in your own words, talk a little bit about your book.
Yeah, it was interesting because actually we started working on it before COVID, in pre-COVID times. And just because Kenny and I were working on this book in between other projects, it took a while to get going. And so by the time we were working on it, and then COVID hit, and we're like, shit, is it too similar to what's going on now? And we're like, we're in it. We've got 3/4 of it done. We're just going to finish. And then hopefully, like you said, Dave, like people will see the satirical reflections of today. People will be able to think about, okay, where do I live in this scape? But it was unintentional that happened, but it did. And it's actually been really cool. We've had a number of discussions with groups here in Philly that are voting groups that are trying to mobilize comic book folks to vote, and using After the Fall to talk about, like, this is a really good example of how you can use comics to envision a possible future. And if you don't want that future, you can vote it out right now. So it's been incredible that the book has also kind of become a political beast and is used in those conversations. But our first impulse was that we had a lot of friends who didn't see themselves reflected in comic books as much. Women of color, my sister's disabled. You don't see that reflected much. We have a deaf character because one of my best friends is deaf, and like she never sees herself in comic books. So one of the things that we hope is that because people start talking about this book because of politics and what's going on, which is great, that they also start thinking about, hey, you can have a deaf character. You can have a character with a physical disability. Like, they fit into all of these stories beautiful and they belong there. So it's been an exciting journey. Unexpected, but exciting.
Especially since some of the more beloved characters of the big two are Daredevil, who's blind, and Oracle, who was had lost the use of her legs and was in a wheelchair for a long time, you know? So it could definitely be done.
Absolutely. And seeing it as a different way to hone someone's power, unleash their power, and empower them,
Definitely.
which is so exciting.
Absolutely.
Thank you for doing that, though, showing empowerment. Because that's so important, especially now, like you said, with mentioning the COVID, everybody feeling so repressed, locked down, depressed. I mean, you know, a lot of bad things are happening with people not being able to deal with this. So, you know what I mean? Everybody just, you know, we're going to be okay. This is going to be over soon. Just connect. Don't be afraid to connect. You know, we live in a world where we're so connected to our phones, but we don't reach out to no one because we just, you know, we're scrolling, not calling.
Yeah.
A phone where we scroll, don't call. So sad. But, you know, at the end of the day, connect, man. Connection is so important.
It is. And when you connect in person, just wear a mask.
Yeah, that's
And
it.
it's cool. Like they do it, and especially China and Japan all the time. They've been wearing masks for years because of health issues over there. Like, just wear a mask.
Yeah, but I mean, this is not even a political issue. This is just about respect. You couldn't you just respect someone else. You know, listen, if they don't want to get sick and all, and they just asking you, just respect them as a person and say, all right, I got you, no problem.
Yeah.
I mean, what's so hard about that?
Just common courtesy.
Yeah, that's all it is. And this is how we're all going to get along and grow as people.
Absolutely.
You know, and to become a better society. This is what we need to do. If we could just reach to one common goal together, could you imagine what we could achieve? I can't wait. Before the aliens come, you know, now that they're announcing them, by the way. Jack, now let me ask you that. Let me mess with you for a minute here. You seen all this alien stuff coming around now, right? Now all of a sudden, right? Oh, unidentified flying object, this, that, the other. How do you feel about that? Is it a ploy, or if it's real, what the hell are we going to do?
Well, I mean, they say that in the multiverses that are out there, they're most likely lives on other ones. So maybe those lives are traveling.
Oh man, it's gonna be so.
My kids love it though. I have a 7-year-olds, and they are into anything alien right now.
Show them Alien Nation to know what to expect. Or District 7, is it?
I could tell you from being in the military, there's quite a few stories that go around the barracks that we only tell in the barracks, and then they don't go any further than that. So you see a lot of stuff in the military, and it's starting to come out. So it's interesting.
Yeah,
I can't wait, because again, this is going to show how big our universe truly is. Could you imagine what that is going to do for creativity, though?
Yes.
This is what I foresee. I see from a creative perspective, I think writers like yourself, Jacqueline, your minds are gonna start whizzing like oh. I see it.
Look, L. Ron Hubbard, right? He wrote all those books, and then people create a religion based
out of it, yeah,
out of it, which is wild. Or if you look at, you know, a lot of the early science fiction that basically invented before it was actually invented things like the internet.
Well, you just hit on one of the things I was going to ask you about, which is you said something so interesting, which is after the fall is a possible future, and it's a science fiction cautionary tale. Yeah. And I think it's interesting because there aren't a lot of comic books like that. So I guess my question for you is, why did you decide to write that story, and why did you choose to bring it to life in comic book form?
Great question. One of the reasons is that I wanted to try. I love the old throwback sci-fi cautionary tales. My dad was a huge sci-fi fan, right? And he was a real like the more like early H.G. Wells and things like that.
Right.
You know, and he was always like, that's why we tell these stories. We tell stories in sci-fi, we tell stories in genres, because we can talk about dangerous and scary things in a way that doesn't scare the shit out of people, that they don't run away, right? And so I've actually written a couple of sci-fi plays, which have done well. And also, let me tell you, trying to convince the theater audience that they want to see sci-fi plays. At first, they were very resistant, but now they love it. And I'm like, there's not anyone who doesn't want to try and imagine what something could be like. and what it would be
Well,
like.
if you told me years ago that people would be lining up to watch a musical about Alexander Hamilton, I would have told you you're freaking lying.
Right?
When you can hardly that thing is always sold out, for $2,000, $3,000. So
Oh, word, man. Yo, Lucas, you're giving me an idea. I'm going to make a music about Omega and the Comic Crusaders. We're going to be singing and dancing, and let's see what happens, bro.
it's got to be the reggaeton, though, man. It's got to be the
Oh, yeah,
reggaeton.
absolutely.
I'm not messing around with anything else.
Sound like Bad Bunny. If we get Bad Bunny, all them Nicky Jam, Daddy Yankee, Rosalia, olvídate, bro. We get it
People
poppin'.
will come. Like, that's one of the exciting
Yeah.
things about Hamilton is it's broken open the idea of what can be interesting on stage.
Isn't that crazy? How did you feel as a creator then? How did that inspire you, if at all? Seeing
Oh
that.
my God. It was fantastic because there have actually been a number of us working kind of cross genres or in genres you haven't seen on stage for a while. Roberto Scalara has been doing sci-fi on stage for over a decade, but it hasn't hit the mainstream all the time. And so what I think Hamilton broke open was the idea of what could or could not be viable on stage for commercial producers, who are the people who put the money up. And that has broken up a huge. I think Hadestown benefited from that, which is a musical about hell. I think a lot of, I'm hoping, especially with Hamilton streaming on Disney Plus and people thinking about these forms in new ways, that we're going to have crossover stories that people never even imagined. Just like you said, Lucas, you never would have imagined a few years ago that Alexander Hamilton would be the center of a pop cultural phenomenon.
Yeah,
It's
I mean,
fantastic. And I think
I'm looking to you, Jackie. I want to see you do your thing because I'm looking at some of these titles and some of the subject matter that you've been delving into. I'm looking for you to do some of that same stuff, but you're right in Philly, man. Freaking, I used to hang out a lot in South Philly, like South Street, right, and just a couple blocks over. There's a lot of those graves from the Bicentennial area. I'm talking about from the Benjamin Franklin area, right, and then just a few miles even further, maybe north or west, that's where the Liberty Bell used to be. So man, you could probably get into it and give us that really dirty freaking history in a musical form that I can freaking pellet. And I know you got the skills because I'm looking at some of your stuff. Your stuff is freaking awesome. And then so I mean, I do have some questions because seeing as looking at the material that you're putting out, what are the roadblocks that you've seen so far to what you've been trying to do that you think that and perhaps some advice of how people can push through that stuff?
Sure. And I think this also connects with Dave's question from earlier about why do this type of story in this form. And one of the things I think is exciting is instead of seeing forms as walls that separate different types and genres of art, instead let's see it as an opportunity to cross forms and create new stories. And that's one of the reasons I was interested in doing this story as a comic book, was because I hadn't seen much of it.
Okay.
And I think that one of the exciting things, whether it's Hamilton or you're talking about the incredible stories in Philadelphia, is that don't be afraid. My first professionally produced play was called The Terrible Girls. And it was a Southern Gothic play about 3 ladies who worked in a restaurant on a deserted section of interstate who accidentally kept killing their boyfriends when their boyfriends displeased them.
Accidentally.
How is that not a movie yet? How's that not a movie yet?
I know, right?
I see this on
Tell
Lifetime
me-
right
tell me-
now with Verica A. Fox. Let's get it done.
And
Tell
then
me you
once
pitched
they
that already, right?
accidentally killed them, they buried them in the walls of the restaurant so that
What?
nobody would find the bodies. But then you have to refrigerate the restaurant, and then you have to there are architectural complexities,
Yeah.
and it was a dark comedy, but it was also of the Southern Gothic genre, which is something people told me you can't put this genre on stage, right? You can do Gothic like Neil Gaiman Gothic, which is more British Gothic, books. You can do some Southern Gothic and like William Faulkner and fancy writers, but no one wants to see this genre on stage. And I found one small theater company actually in Philly that was willing to take the leap, and it became their most successful play they ever produced. And it's gone all around the country. And I think just don't be afraid that those like things that people say don't go together, they might go together. You might figure out that puzzle. It's just that they don't have the vision to do it themselves. And so don't be afraid and find collaborators that believe in the vision, right? Which sometimes can be hard. But one of the things that I like to do is when I find a particular collaborator that I feel like, oh, this person gets me and they get my art and I love what they're doing, I will go and Google them, and everyone they've ever worked with, I have a little spreadsheet and I put those people on a list so that I can look up their work, because if they like the same type of art and like working with the same person that I do, then maybe they might be good collaborators with me on other projects as well. And they won't be afraid, because I need ballsy motherfuckers who are willing to go, we're going to put these 3 crazy Southern ladies who are killing people and bury them in the walls on stage, right? Like, I need people who are willing to take that leap. So find those people, find your tribe.
Nice. I think that's such an amazing statement, because there's so many genres have been pigeonholed into specific formats or something. You know, you look at an Aldous Huxley Brave New World, and it's, you know, oh, it's literature, you know, and it's like, why couldn't someone write a modern version of that story and put it in a comic book, put it on a play, you know? So
it would be incredible. It would be incredible. The Sleeper Awakes. I mean, the dude invented the internet. Like, any of those. And I think that's also part of the power of sci-fi you can break that down in lots of different ways in terms of genre. But the power of like work that envisions the future is, even when you're in the future, often those things have not all come to fruition. And so you can continue to retell those stories in exciting ways.
And going to Lucas's point, you know, when people like yourself bring this genre to a new format, it exposes people to something they weren't exposed to before, because not everybody reads comics, not everybody watches movies, not everybody goes to plays. So people that didn't want to read history because they found it was boring suddenly learned about Alexander Hamilton when they might not have. And that benefits us all as a society.
Absolutely. And like, thank God that like in Disney Plus picked up Hamilton, and that other people are starting to look at, oh, I can break out of these conventions. I can break down these walls that actually were never walls to begin with. We just told ourselves this is the way it was.
You know,
so we can also tell ourselves it's not the way it is.
Right. And I want to be clear that I think it was before Alexander Hamilton that musicals and opera started opening up. I forget the name of the black musical playwright, but he's got like 30 of them, and they're gospel musicals, and they eventually are starting to move over to movies right now. I can't remember the dude's name. Medea, Tyler Perry. There we go.
Oh,
yes! So Tyler Perry.
He's got his own studio in Atlanta.
Yes, man. So Jacqueline, that's what I want to see for you. God willing, I want to see that happen for you, where a lot of your stuff, and you're already telling me about some powerful freaking musicals that you got down the line. I'm hoping that'll happen for you, where we're seeing your musicals, and next thing you know, that stuff turns into freaking movies, because that's where I actually saw that freaking trend happening. Tyler Perry was doing his thing with Medea, and God bless the black community. We was in on it, because yes, I can't go to see the musical, but guess what? I can buy the DVD of the freaking musical, and I was freaking sitting up.
The Medea play, for the first one. Oh man, my wife and I were in absolute tears of laughter. Man. It was so.
My wife loves us,
and I can't wait to see this last one on the tour as a play. Because the movie was cool, but it's something when he does a play.
Exactly. It's something missing. Something missing. Yeah.
And it's a great energy, and I love to see people in that type of domain. That's
a great point. That's a great point, Al, because you know the great thing is about the Hamilton thing is they noticed the success. They were great for it. They said, instead of just putting that in the movie, keep the play. Yeah, just give that musical for production, but keep the play, and that's still freaking great, man. I mean, the way they're moving the pieces around and the actors and got them on the rotating spin and everything, and having everybody moving and clicking and popping and everything, that is freaking beautiful. And I would love to see more of that and more of a story, because I love horror, freaking killing people and all the complexities of freaking murder. I love to freaking see that for Jacqueline stuff.
And I'm gonna show my age a little bit, but
a little bit.
One of the first plays that I fell in love with. I was 5 years old and used to sing in the house to this play all the time. My parents had soundcheck. 1776.
Nice.
And
wow.
I loved it. And I used to sing the songs all the time. And I don't know what my parents saw. A little 5-year-old kid going around talking about he plays the violin about Thomas Jefferson romancing me or something. But yeah, you know, so like you said, it sparked the love of history in me. So that's why I think what you're doing, and I hope you will come back to Comic Crusaders when your next project comes off, because I think you can spark a love of opera and live theater and everything in our viewers who also love comic books, because we're about fandom of all sorts, you know. And there's no reason that our fandom who loves what we call nerdy, geeky things can't love, you know, theater nerd stuff as well.
Oh, absolutely. I just feel like the passion of the theater nerd meets the passion of the comic book nerd would be super fucking Nova. Like, it would just be so incredible.
Wonder Twin fandoms unite. So,
yeah, Jacqueline, you know, seriously, you're so awesome. You know, this is what I want to show too. Like, my daughter needs to watch this panel when she gets the chance. Because you are so inspiring. A woman out there that is showing you don't need to be stuck to no one genre. You could go out there and bring a multitude of entertainment across a plethora of fandoms. And I mean, and have this huge effect, do a great job like you do, and just keep this such positive side to you, that energy. I love it. You are infectious.
And
so, thank you.
I have to say, speaking for myself, when I was researching all that you've done in preparation for this panel, I mean, I'm trying to slog my way through my novel right now, and you are an inspiration, because it's like you are writing stuff out there, and it's like, you know what, this lady is doing it, and it's like, and Al is telling me, and you know, and I've got lots of support. It's like, I'm gonna get through my novel, and then I'm gonna get to the next novel and my next comic book after that, and everything. So, thank you on behalf of myself. So.
You're more than welcome. And man, you're going to make it. I have all respect for novelists. That's the one thing I don't think I could ever write, because I just don't think I could stand looking at that many words for that long amount of time. But the endurance and the passion that novelists show, that's incredible. I can't wait to read your novel. It sounds great.
Thank you. Well, I will definitely keep you in mind when it is done. I will send you a copy.
Please.
Yeah, this is awesome. So, Jacqueline, I want you to tell everybody, where can they keep up with everything that you do, so they know everything about the Goldfingerverse? Absolutely.
So I have all of my work together online at jacquelinegoldfinger.com, JACQUELINE Goldfinger.com. And you can get After the Fall on Comixology. And I also just hope people like Tyler Perry and Lin-Manuel Miranda are such great inspirations. They've inspired me, and I hope that they will also continue to inspire you. And if you don't know them, check out their work. They really have broken barriers in terms of separating genres and separating forms. They're kind of the uber geeks that bring all the art forms together, which is amazing. Thank you for having me, guys.
And that's a quest that it seems you also, I mean, a club you're also going to be a part of, rather, because you're doing the same. You're bringing opera, comics, play, everything. Girl, you got this. Huepa! I love it. Work. Yeah.
Tremendous stuff happening for you. Tremendous blessings, you know.
Yeah. So thank you.
I said on the open, she's a true Renaissance woman. You know, if you haven't seen her stuff, go check it out.
Absolutely. So I just want to thank you so much, Jackie, for joining us today, sparing your time for such a great cause and talking about your journey and just inspiring others, because I'm sure there's a lot of young women listening right now, like listening to what you do, like, wow, she does all that? Yes, she does. And she kicks ass at it. And you
can do it. And you can do it.
Exactly. Everybody could do it. Thank you so much, Jackie. We appreciate your time today.
Outstanding. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Much love. Bye. That was an awesome interview. She is fantastic, and we have another amazing female writer coming up, creator. She's amazing. But I want to do something first because one of our sponsors is Geek Fest, right? Because again, they joined up with us for MegaCon, and unfortunately, that didn't happen to COVID. But if you're a filmmaker out there and you're serious about spreading word about your film, check this out. That's my man, Bill O from Geek Fest Film Fest. Make sure to submit, that this is a real serious film fest. And I have one other thing, because one of my awesome creators has popped in to help me before, Lance Lucero. He has an old comic book, so check this out real quick before we bring in our next guest.
Wow.
Because Lance know how to make a thrilling and engaging trailer, doesn't he? So dramatic. Wow.
Bob is awesome. Bob is one of my heroes.
Yeah, let me tell you.
Love that comic book.
Now, let's talk about heroes, though, in the comic book community. We have another one here, another very talented female creator. Very proud to present. Again, because, we unfortunately, again, like I said, Catherine Lobo couldn't make it for some odd reason. Jacqueline Goldfinger we just had, and she's awesome. Now we have yet another awesome female creator. She, the creator, let me see. She's done Wired Up Wrong, The Rabbit, Artificial Flowers, Doctor Who, and a whole lot more.
Word, Doctor Who, word.
Oh yeah, I'm talking about none other than the one and only Rachel Smith. How are you?
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
We hear you loud and clear. Absolutely. Thank you for joining us today and sparing some of your time for this amazing cause for the LLS, for the Children's Initiative, with us at the Comic Crusaders Virtual Con. Woo! So, what is going on, Rachel?
Things, stuff and things. What?
Stuff, things going on.
Stuff, things, nouns, pronouns, verbs, all that stuff. Get it going.
So, Rachel, thanks for joining us today. You've worked on several comics. Obviously, why comics? Let's get right into it. Where's your passion lie? Where did it come from?
Well, I've always drawn ever since I was a little girl, ever since I was old enough to hold a pencil. And then when I got a little bit older, I started writing stories, and then comics was sort of the perfect marriage of those two things. And yeah, sort of never looked back. I think my first comic came out 2012. So I don't know. I still think of myself as a newbie, but I have actually been doing it for quite a while. So yeah.
That's fantastic. How did you get into the genre initially? You know, from the fan perspective, what led you into this path?
The first comic I remember really loving was Sonic the comic. I remember buying that as a little on my way home from school. And
you mean the Archie comic, Sonic Hedgehog?
The one that Lou Stringer used to illustrate, Sonic the comic. Yeah. Yeah, I was obsessed with that, and I remember reading that like on my living room floor and copying all the pictures into my sketchbook as a little girl. And then I kind of went off comics a little bit because everyone was like, "Oh no, there are superheroes. There's just superheroes," and that never really used. I mean, I do enjoy some superhero comics, but it was never really my thing.
Right.
And then it wasn't until I was a bit older and Scott Pilgrim came out. And I was just like, oh, comics can be about anything. And that I got back into the whole thing again. And yeah.
How did you find the book? Was it by yourself or because someone recommended it?
Someone recommended it. An ex-boyfriend, actually.
At least it was good for something.
He was good for something. Yeah.
Puts you onto the greatness of what that book is. Fantastic.
Hey, tell me about Doctor Who, man, because it looks like you were doing a monthly comic on, or at least a web upload of Doctor Who for the 10th Doctor, one of my favorite Doctors. Tell me about that, man, and please tell me that there's plans to do more in the future, man, because that's what I want, man. The Doctor Who stuff that they're putting out now, it's whatever, but I love the 10th Doctor. What you got?
Oh, me too. So. I worked with Titan on the 10th Doctor comic series for about 3 years. I did a monthly humor strip, which was at the back of the comic. So they were. I did a few variant covers as well, which I really enjoyed. But yeah, my comics were kind of very jokey. They were like sort of a palate cleanser at the end.
Right.
If it was a very dramatic story, I would then come in with like a maybe 2 or 3 page comedy comic.
Right. Now, were you a fan before you wrote that, or was that something that somebody just grabbed you and said, you would be perfect for that, for the Doctor Who series, or how did it come about?
It was the latter. I've never disliked it. I never really got into it that much. So when I got asked to pitch for it, I was like, oh, I best watch some Doctor Who then. And so yeah, my friend was a big fan, and he was nice enough to lend. This is back in the days of box set DVDs rather than everything. Yeah. But yeah, he lent me like the box set of the 10th Doctor, and I remember my housemate at the time. She used to go to work in the morning and leave me watching Doctor Who, and then come back and I'd still be watching it, making notes, and she'd be like, "Is this your job now?" I was like, "Yeah, I guess so." But luckily, I fell in love with it. I fell in love with the show, and I loved the characters.
Yeah. And it's fallen off since the new Doctor, and it's not because it's a female Doctor. It's just that they haven't really written her right. They put her in these huge historical situations. Like they had her riding around with Rosa Parks. I didn't need that. I need to get used to her first before we can throw her into these
Okay.
Yeah,
see, I quite like her. Maybe because she's northern. Not really. But yeah. But yes, to answer your last question, I would love to do some more Doctor Who stuff. But yeah.
So what's up next for you? I mean, what are you're working on something, or you're planning on working on something? What's going on?
So we've got Good Game Well Played coming out with Maverick Studios, which is
Mad Cave, nice.
Which is an imprint of Mad Cave, yeah. So very
nice.
excited.
We're gonna have Chris on later on today.
Amazing.
Yeah. So we're gonna talk about that Maverick line. So that's great that you bring that up, and congrats for being a part of that, because Mad Cave, Mark London and his people are like kicking ass right there with Chris Sanchez. Like we're gonna have later too. So like it's fantastic. How'd you even run up and connect with them?
They approached me. I think it might have been half them and half my very, very good agent got
nice.
me involved. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, so I'm so lucky that they even knew of my work, really. But yeah, it was great, and it's been a joy to work on. It's such a shame Catherine can't be here because her drawings on this project are.
I know, that's why we missed her. We hung out with Jay Hernandez a little bit extra as we were waiting for her, but I don't know what happened. A shame. If she could show up at one point, even during Christmas, we would love to have her on during then. Because again, what you guys are doing at Mad Cave is very nice and unique and awesome and just different and diverse. So it's just great energy and I love it. So it's great to see that your energy is there. For you to say, they want to work with, I don't know, like really you are uber talented. So who wouldn't want to work with you?
Very kind, thank you.
These guys know that I'm not a huge fan of digital comics, but strangely enough, I like web comics. And so I may lose a little band cred here admitting this, but Ask Flimsy love that web comic. And I was just wondering, is there a real Flimsy? Ask Flimsy is a web comic. I'll let you explain it. But is there a real Flimsy? And how did that come about? How did that web comic come about?
Okay. So this is quite a deep dive. Flimsy is a character I made. She's a cat. There isn't a real Flimsy. She's basically me in cat form. She drinks a lot of wine and solves a lot
cat.
of.
Looks like drunken chat has started early, guys.
Hey, it is very late here in the UK, so
she's allowed, and you know what? I'm allowed too now. Thank God in the East Coast. So yeah.
So Ask Flimsy was, oh gosh, what was it on first? I think it was on Tumblr, and people could ask her questions, and I would draw the answer to them. Is that, yeah? I think that's how it works. But Flimsy's been going for a long time. There's been a few little mini comics of her, and yeah, I kind of cut my teeth on making little books about her when I was just learning how to put books together, I suppose.
At the risk of losing my man card, I love cat stuff. I think it's incredibly cute, and I don't know.
As long as you're married, it's okay.
Yes, I am married, and I have 3 kids. So take for that what you will. But
no, David. I'm gonna send you the release form tomorrow. All right?
Okay.
I'm only joking.
Yeah, I mean, I married guys with cats are okay. If you're a single guy, man, and you got like that, house full of cats, I don't know what to do with you.
I'm not gonna mess around.
Yeah.
You see, I'm a Crusader.
But I do have to say that. I love that you were using almost like a comic strip format, and then you did other web comics that I really liked, and I test a lot of stuff out on my kids. Unfortunately, I call them in my room all the time, and hey, come look at this. And I have to say that my son is away at college, but I still have 2 girls living at home. They're both teenagers, and they loved a lot of your stuff, but they really loved. Let's see, I got to remember the name. But we were reading through this the other day. Bess.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we in the Howard household, we are a big fan of Japanese culture, anime, and everything. And then I love this comic. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about it, because I think this is amazing. I'd love to see it in print form someday. So.
So Bess was a webcomic. It's kind of, you've probably noticed, it's not updated for a long time. So yeah, right. It kind of went on hiatus after a while. And I will explain that. But it's kind of based on Japanese yokai. So they're like Japanese monsters. And I just like the idea that these very, very mythical, traditional monsters would maybe find their way to running a supermarket in Hull in the UK. I found that very, very, very funny to think about. So I was getting to that sort of establishing that just crazy notion. But I now know myself as a writer a lot better than I did when I was doing Bess. So I think I need to probably start again with that project and write it in a different way. The way I was doing it was, I thought I would try and be kind of sort of fly by the seat of my pants a little bit and just do a page every week and just write it every week. And I kind of figured out about myself that I can't do that as a writer. I need to plot my arcs, and I need to know what the characters are going to do, and I need to foreshadow things. And it was a nice experiment, but yeah, one of my publishers keeps telling me to go back to that project because he thinks it's very rich vein there. And I will, and I promise I will. So yeah, you and your daughters have reminded me about that project. I will go back to it. But thank you.
No problem. I loved it. And do you enjoy web comics? Is there a difference in web comic and doing something that's going to come out in print or something like that?
I suppose again, going back to Ask Flimsy, for example, I found that a lot more of an organic process and like something I could say, okay, I've got an hour today, so I'll do a bit of Ask Flimsy and see what questions we've got, and if any of them speak to me, and I'll make a little comic about them. Similarly, I've been doing quarantine comics recently. It's like hashtag quarantine comics with an X instead of a C and an S. I don't know why I did that, but yeah, that's the hashtag you can find them on. So I've been doing daily comics just about, the pandemic and the lockdown and how that's affected me. And they really took off. They got very, very popular, which I was very lucky about. And yeah, again, it was kind of this project that I can dip in and out of, rather than this huge, big, epic story that I write. But it's quite nice having a big project and something you can dip into. If you start banging your head against the wall with one of them, you can go and bang your head against another wall that's different. So
I just find it fascinating, the whole webcomic creative process, because there are a number of people who have done different webcomics, and then they somehow can translate onto the printed page so well. Mike Morton did Battle Pug. I forget the guy's name. He did Order of the Stick for all of those Dungeons and Dragon nerds out there, and so I love what I saw from your work, researching for this panel, and I'm looking forward to seeing more.
Thank you so much. That's really kind. Oh, but yeah, going back to the sort of webcomic versus print thing, because quarantine comics got so popular, my agent is now shopping that around to see if we can get a print version of it. So I think it can go either way. I don't, the only thing I can think of that would be difficult with putting webcomics into a book is like if you do something like Emily Carroll, although I think this has been a print version, so I'm talking out my ass, but His Face All Red, the short horror comic, on the webcomic, you scroll down this well and it just goes on, and it kind of it loses a little bit of something in the print version, I think, because obviously you're bound by the page size. So I don't know. I think if I was ever going to do something just for web, I would try and play around with the scrolling. Like I like that very much.
I think there's definitely a market there, because I'm one of those. Maybe I'm just an odd individual, but I read my favorite webcomics, and then when they come out in printed form, I go and buy them, because it's almost like a different experience for me reading it in a book versus reading it. So it's like I get to experience it all over again.
Yeah. Definitely. I think it's I quite like it's tactile, isn't it? Like I don't know, I like having something to hold and it's giving money to the creators as well, so that's
absolutely good. Well, I guess that's Oh, go ahead, Lucas. No, I was gonna say that's a great question. I'm sorry, I am Lucas.
No, because I was just going to ask her a little bit more about the Good Game Will Play, the project that's coming out, and with Maverick. And can you tell us a little bit more about that project, man? It sounds kind of interesting.
Oh yeah. So I wrote it, and Catherine Lobo has illustrated it, and it's a story about 5 friends, 5 teenagers. It's set in the 90s. And they all work in a video game store together, and they're kind of misfits. Like they're all very, very different. They all have their own kind of dramas going on, and there's kind of this money-hungry landlord that owns the video game store, and he threatens to shut it down. So these 5 kind of misfit, damaged teenagers have to work together to save this shop. So yeah, I really, really enjoyed writing it. I'm very, very proud of it. I think the friendships come across as really real. It's all my work's very character driven, so it's the characters that always really I want it to feel like they could just walk out of the comic and say hi to you.
Do you have a release date for that yet, or
I'm not sure. I think Catherine is still working on it, and I've got a few little bits to do as well. One of the characters in it, whose name is Art, it's probably a bit on the nose now that I think about it, but he is a comic artist, and we see some of his comic work in the book, and I'm doing his comic work. So I think I wanted to do that because my style's so different from Catherine's. I just thought that would be quite funny if the writer was one of the characters as well. So I need to do a little bit of work.
I'd like to ask you something from your journey perspective. Like, you've done some amazing stuff, right? But what have you found to be, one of the most challenging aspects of you getting to where you're at now, and how did you overcome it?
I guess just believing in myself. Like, I don't know. I think if I could go back to myself as a teenager and say, like, do you know what? You've been to New York Comic Con and you've sold out and it's been great, and you've worked on Doctor Who and things like that. I just would not believe you. So I think if I'd have just, and I think a lot of people who want to do comics think that you need to wait to be picked up by like Marvel or DC, and that happens sometimes, and that's amazing, but it doesn't happen very often. And sometimes you have to carve your own way. Like, this isn't a career that has like different, rungs of the ladder that you necessarily have to step up. So I made my start by just saying, okay, well, I'll just make a book. I'll just make a book and I'll get 20 copies printed at my local printer, and I'll just go to a Comic-Con and see what happens. And you can totally do that. There's no barriers to doing that, apart from your own confidence and your own just, bullheadedness of yourself. And as long as you've got a good story to tell and you do it well, then yeah, you can make your own path.
There you go.
I feel like I just rambled on and I didn't actually answer the question. Did I answer
No, it's not a ramble, because at the end of the day, I mean, no one knows their journey. You know what I mean?
No.
You don't really realize at times what you may have conquered until you really look back, and reflect for a moment and say, "Oh shit, wait a minute, like, I overcame that." So
yeah. I want to rewind on something she just said. It sounds like you said that at some point you had printed out a bunch of your comics, and then you went to some Comic Cons, and then you either sold them there or you passed them out. Is that correct?
Yes.
So yeah. I've been having a lot of issues in this. Yeah, I've been having some issues. Yeah, I've been having some issues in the speculation community, because I've been telling them, when an artist or a writer or whatever does that, that's free money, because I can't tell you how many comics started out that way. Right, there is a Strange Comics. They have Niobe, which was picked up by HBO within the last year or so, and they're working on that project right now. And when they first came out and everything, it's like, yeah, man, we freaking started from the bottom. We freaking just started showing up at cons and just passing it out. And then at the end of the day, we would start leaving, and we just found our comic in the trash can.
Oh no! Oh, that's heartbreaking. Oh.
And what's interesting to me is 2 other comics last year I sold for $800.
Wow!
Yikes.
So think about that. Comics that people were throwing in the trash years later is $800 freaking comics.
And the trash? Were you picking the trash, Lucas?
Man, I wish I would have. Man, I would have took the whole trash can home with me, man, because I'm not playing anymore. All that stuff, man. Because I mean, I'm thinking about the last Baltimore con that I went to. They just threw a whole bunch of comics out there, right? That's exactly what these artists from the local college, whatever, they just do their printing out stuff out there, and people just leave them there. Don't do that. I mean, you don't have to freaking put it on the freaking top shelf or whatever. Just take it home and find a corner to just stick it in. right?
Yep.
Because you
Respect
never
the
know.
material.
You
Respect
never
the
know, man.
material,
I mean, especially if you see some comic out there, that somebody's disrespecting and it's got Rachel Smith's name on there, grab that joint because right now she's working with Matt King. She's already worked with Titan Comics, right? I know it's only going to be a minute before some script is going to be out there with her freaking name on it, right? I know it. I can tell it, man. So it just befuddles me when people are not paying attention to the free stuff that's out there or the cheap stuff that's out there, man,
It's
or
true.
the struggling artist,
Lucas,
man.
I agree with you because Hip Hop Family Tree, remember that from Free Comic Book Day, like issue number 2? That's like a $40-$50 book, and it was a free book.
Lucas just blew my mind because I'm one of those people. I think I still have like flyers that somebody handed me on the Vegas Strip for 20 years ago in a drawer somewhere. I don't throw anything away. So.
From that strip club? Oh my God, you better hide that, bro. All right. So let's get back to Rachel for a minute. Rachel, I just want to say thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you
You've
for
been
having
an awesome
me.
guest. You're an awesome creator. You're getting your business out there. You're inspiring. I love it. This is amazing. I see random dude in the background. That means we're gonna get a random update real soon. He just randomly jumps in.
I just wanted to jump in first and foremost. Rachel, thank you so much for joining us. I was listening to the panel in the background as I've been monitoring everything, and I think it's absolutely fantastic what you're doing. I'm excited to see what you do with Mad Cave. I know they are absolutely rocking it on the indie. On the indie circuit. So to hear that you're a part of it, they've got a very talented creator with you on there. So
one of our good friends,
Catherine's great.
I don't know if you met him yet, but one of our good friends of the Comic Crusaders family, Ben Goldsmith with RV9, right, which was through Mad Cave, right? Wasn't it?
Not sure.
Ben Goldsmith.
He did the RV9. Was it RV9?
Yeah, RV9.
Right through Mad Cave, yeah. So yeah, apparently he was stalking me at cons, and he thought it was the other way around. But I really think he was stalking me. So.
Well,
shout out to Goldsmith, though.
I'm gonna say my 18-year-old daughter is in the next room and working on her art, and she wants to break into anime. And I'm going to show her this interview and the interview before to inspire her. So thank you.
Oh, that's so nice.
Oh, okay. Before we go, Rachel, that's it right then and there. David kind of hit on the nose before we end because you are an inspiring person. What would you say to every young female out there that's wanting to break into this space right now?
Just you can do it. It doesn't feel like there is space for you, but there is. You just need to make a little bit of space sometimes.
Make it happen.
Yeah, your work just has to be really, really good.
Yep.
If it is, then I believe in you. Yeah, believe in yourself. You can do this.
And if you don't believe in yourself, fake it till you make it. That's my motto.
Just start calling yourself an artist, and then people will think you are. It's amazing what people think when you tell them.
Right, exactly. Just don't ask me to draw anything. I'm an artist, but don't ask me to draw. Awesome, Rachel. Thank you again so much for your time for charity, and investing your time and donating that. I really do appreciate it. Thank you for inspiring a lot of people here because your journey has been amazing. You do so much, and I can't wait to see what else you do.
Thank you.
Yo, what? You're gonna blow up, girl. I can't wait to say that we had a future legend here. You know what I mean? I love it. So
hey, give the Howard household more best.
Okay. I promise.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Rachel. So everybody, this is Rachel. Where can they follow you to keep up on what you do?
My Twitter is Rachel, spelled RACHAEL _, or everything's at rachelsmith.org.
Excellent. There you go, folks. Make sure to follow, give a like, support, promote. You know what I mean? She's part of the future, man. She's making things happen. I love it. So with thank you so much, Rachel.
Thank you. Do I need to do an awkward leaving thing, or do you do that?
No, we'll take care of that.
I'll take care of it. Thank you so much. Have a great night. Bye.
Bye.
That was great. Listen, we've had some great female creators here. It's been very inspiring, again, because even for my daughter, she's in the digital art space. You know what I mean? So it's just like David. I want to be like, yo, mama, you got to check these joints out right here because these ladies, look at what they do and they conquering. You know what I mean?
Fandom is not a male-female thing. It's not
It's
a
not.
white thing, a racial thing. Fandom is for everybody, and that's what we're about here at Comic Crusaders and UCPN. So
absolutely.
And you know what I love about our discussion, when I was asking about the Doctor Who stuff, she said she didn't know Doctor Who from Dr. Seuss, but she put in the work, right?
Yep.
She put in the work to do the research, and next thing you know, she was a great writer. She went on for 3 years writing some great stuff for Titan Comics. So I love that. So even if you're not qualified, put in the work and you will be eventually.
Yeah.
And I love that about her.
Passion is powerful.
And I have to say, as a guy that used to be single, nothing that a nerd finds sexier than a female that knows her nerd culture, which is why I've got my 15-year-old daughter under lock and key because that girl knows her Teen Titans and everything else. So it's like, I got to keep her away from the comic shop. Otherwise,
I hear you, man. I'll be pulling out my belt and hitting people with the Evilla. You know what I mean? The tip of the belt, not the belt and stuff. Better get away from my little girl because just like you, Dave, my daughter is very well versed in pop culture, and I mean very.
Well, she lives with you.
No, but listen, it's not just comics. It's music, and she elevates on music in a level that kills me. I'm like, wow. I'm not good with names. Like I know music, I know tracks, but she comes up with names, composes. I'm like, wow. In her room, you be hearing death metal like out of nowhere. So yeah, we go.
Yeah.
That's what she does. So with that, everybody, you got to put our mics on mute because we got to continue this awesome interview.
Yep. So what we'll do, because I'm going to preface this, because I know that there are some people who've stuck with us the whole day, and to each and every one of you, thank you. Thank you so much. For those of you who are just tuning in, this is a special interview that was recorded previously with my sisters to kind of, again, bring it back to the purpose of the virtual con, why we're doing this. So sit back, grab some Kleenex because you're definitely going to need it. I'm going to need it too, again and again. But yeah, just enjoy it. And yeah,
man, real conversation, very emotional. Get ready.
All right,
I'm out.
Welcome everyone to a very special Outside the Panels. As always, I am your host, Johnny the Machine Hughes, and we are so far outside the panels, it is beyond belief. On today, it's the Comic Crusaders Virtual Con 2 in memory of Lisa Einfalt. And here to join me in this conversation in a celebration, remembrance, and basically a discussion of the things that happened prior at that time, and give a little bit of insight into the thing that is leukemia and lymphoma. We have three lovely people who are going to kind of help us do this. First off, we have Josh Einfalt. Josh, how's it going?
It's going, Johnny. How are you?
I'm very well. And we're joined by Josh's sisters, the lovely Ashley Mayer. Ashley, how are you?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you for asking. And the equally lovely Melissa Mendez.
Good afternoon or morning, afternoon.
Evening. It is.
Morning, good evening, and good night. One of them.
It is dark out. So it's 1 o'clock.
Perfect.
So, it seems to me, with all the TV shows that I see a lot of, the Grey's Anatomies, the New Amsterdams and stuff like that, people get these massive serious diseases and illnesses, and 44 minutes later, bingo. That's not real life, though, is it? Nope. So, you guys lost someone massively important to you through leukemia and lymphoma. Josh, tell us about your mum, Lisa.
Being the established podcast host, I should keep my shit in check.
Yeah, good. She was mom. Mom. Excellent. That one word, that one word, mom, mum, there's so much. Ashley, tell me a little bit about your mom.
Oh gosh. I mean, like Josh said, she was mom, she was best friend, she was, cook, she helped us. She'd give you the shirt off her back.
Okay. Cool.
She would drop what she was doing and she'd help anyone and everyone, she's just always a great smile.
Okay.
I
Excellent.
feel like everyone who knew her would always say, she had a great smile.
Cool. That's really nice. So, cook, Melissa, what was your favorite meal that your mum made?
Oh, she made a lot of really good things. Probably my favorite might have been tamales. She would get together with church friends and they would make tamales, canned salsa.
Oh God!
Yeah, I mean, there
Even
wasn't
her homemade
much.
salsa was good.
Yeah, there wasn't much that went wrong. I remember teriyaki chicken being a very particular staple in the house. She had a very unique electric skillet that looked probably from the 50s, and it was probably a small pipe bomb for all we know.
It was a fire hazard.
It made the best teriyaki chicken ever. And,
Brilliant.
so she was creative. She was kind and giving, and, funny. So it's, that, yeah.
She had a great
that wraps
sense of
her up.
humor.
Yeah. Does Josh share that same sense of humor?
Depends on the moment.
Let's be honest. We all know I'm the funniest of them all.
I will have to throw that there. As Melissa's the quick and the wittiest with her replies. I have to think about him. By the time I've got one, Melissa's already said 5.
All right. Okay. Cool.
Yep.
Excellent.
I
Good
just
shout.
sit and I laugh.
Very good. Best way to do it.
Yeah.
So, talk me a little bit about the day you found out. Obviously, the diagnosis is a massive thing. How were you informed? Talk about your feelings. And what did you know about leukemia at that stage? Was it just a scary big word, or did you have some sort of knowledge? We'll pick on Ashley first, I think, for this one.
Well, I was actually living at home at this time. So with her, so the day that we found out, she was in school to be, I think, medical billing, if I remember right, and she had been just kind of off. I remember, and my dad had said, like, okay, I think you need to go to the doctor. So I remember I had worked just a little bit that morning, so she went to the doctor's, and she's like, well, we'll catch up and get lunch afterwards. And she left about 10:30, and it was 1:30, and I had just gotten off, and I'm like, that seemed like a really long appointment. And I was like, okay, well, doctor's appointments, you know how they run. And
tell me
it was
about
2 o'clock. It was about 2 o'clock, and she called. She was like, hey, I'm in the ER. Dad's coming. And I was like, well, I'm heading straight to the emergency room. They put her in the emergency room, and luckily the hospital she was at was not very far. So I drove straight there. I sat with her in the ER until my dad got there. And then Dad's like, hey, you know what? Go home, take care of the dogs. We'll call you. And so I did. And I went to, at the time, my boyfriend, I went to his house and hung out with his family. And I had gotten a call like 6:30 or somewhere. And he's like, I need you to come to the hospital. And I was like, okay. He's like, but bring this for your mom. They're going to keep her overnight. And I said, okay. And so probably an hour later, got what she needed, got to the hospital, and going up the elevator, I was just like, okay, it'll be fine. Everything's fine. Better her stay here and be watched and monitored. And I walked in, and seeing my dad the way he was, just slumped over in the corner on the chair by her bed, I knew something was wrong. And so he's like, I need you to come sit down. And I sat on my mom's bed, and she, not a tear in her eye. She kind of had a slight smile, and he's like, your mom has leukemia. And at first I was like, what? What? And he's like, Mom has cancer. I don't remember a whole lot after that.
Okay.
And then he's like, I've called your siblings. I've called your sister. I don't really, like I said, kind of just is a blank.
Mhm.
And so I was like, I gave my mom a hug and I said, I need to go get some air. And he's like,
Yeah.
that's fine. The bishop for my mom's church was coming later that night. And so I said, okay. So I went downstairs and went outside and it just kind of hit.
Mhm.
I fell to the floor. A lot of people looked at me who were outside.
Yeah.
Like, you okay? And so that's how I found out.
Okay. So, Melissa, did you find out after Ashley?
I did. I got a call later that evening. I knew she was at the doctor's. I knew that she hadn't been feeling well, and she was going to go get something checked on her leg, is what she had told me. And when I came, I think I probably came to the hospital 8:30, 9 o'clock. I think it was late. And I remember walking into the room and seeing them and sitting next to Mom. And I mean, it was, I have cancer. And, you know, you're kind of like, okay, well, what kind? I had questions. And, you know, it was all very, we don't know much. This is what it is. This is kind of the next step. And I think at that time, the bishop of their ward at the time had arrived. And he advised me not to Google anything, which, I mean, I didn't listen to anyway. So I was like, oh, well, hold on. Let me look at something. Like,
well, he was a doctor, by the way.
Yeah, he's an
ear, nose, and throat.
He's an ear, nose, and throat doctor. But I remember him telling me not to Google, not to look. It's the fear of the unknown, the fear of what is about to happen. But I remember seeing my dad visibly upset. I remember my mom being upset, but it was all very, for me, very calming in a sense, reassuring that it's okay. We're gonna handle it. We're gonna take care of it. And I remember driving home that night, and in all honesty, I don't remember crying. Now, I mean, that was 10 and a half years ago. Right. And at the time, you know, I went home to my family, and my husband at the time, he's a chemist. He's a science-minded person. So we researched, we talked. I feel probably out of the three of us, I'm probably the most calm when it came to that type of news.
Okay, that's fine. That's great. I mean, people react to different news in different ways. You know, some people are very emotional from the outset. Some people need to take that breath and take a moment to reflect and digest. Some people can just kind of compartmentalize. There's no set way that anyone can say, right, you should feel this or you should feel that. You know, you feel what you feel, and that's as genuine as it gets. Right? So that's absolutely totally fine. Josh, I know your day job, you work in medical circles. So when you got the news, how did, with your expertise from what you do on a day-to-day basis, how did you've got like other things? Obviously it's your mum and your family, but you've got that analytical side that kind of thinks, well, I spoke to a person who had this last time, and so on and so forth. How did those two factions, I guess, sort of coalesce?
So I was not working in the medical field at the time. I was actually, funny enough, working in the food industry. But what made my experience different, I was living with my grandparents, who were my mom's parents at the time. And I was actually at a church activity that night, and my phone started blowing up, coincidentally enough, during the closing prayer. So my dad's calling, Melissa and Ashley were all calling me, and I'm like, okay, I'll answer, you know, I'll call back when this is done. So I call my dad, and he says, where are you? And I said, well, I'm at a church activity. He said, okay, I need you to go home to your grandparents. Your mom has leukemia. and I dropped because I'd stepped out into the garage at the house that I was at, and it was just one of those moments that if you were to watch it in a movie, there's no music, no sound. It's just everything was just kind of a blur. I then have to drive 20 minutes to go home to be with my grandparents to have that talk with them. And that was an interesting night at that house. My grandpa didn't say anything.
Take your time, man.
Grandpa said it would be okay.
Is that what granddads and grandmas are supposed to say, though?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're the rules. They're the rules.
Yeah, it was just between the call and having the conversation with them was what I remember the most. And then we drove down the next day to the hospital. And I remember Dad was very uneasy. Mom, not so much. Mom was taking it like a boss.
Cool.
Yeah, her biggest thing was, you know what? It is what it is. There's nothing I can do about it, but we have to deal with it. Looking back on it now, knowing what I know of the medical field, to have the oncologist go from the diagnosis to we need to start chemo right now. That's knowing what I know now, that states the level of severity of the leukemia.
Right.
And I remember Mom telling me that, a couple days before she was having what she described a Charlie horse from hell in her leg. And
she would wake up at night, like middle of the night screaming. I'd hear it from my room. And my dad would try to massage it out, and we were kind of confused on why.
So for the doctor to say, we need to start this now. Oncologists don't do that unless they understand the severity of it. And that's where she was at, to the point that even afterwards, I think it was Mom who told me that had she not gone in, I can't remember if it was Mom or Dad, but they had said that had she not gone in, she would have been dead 2 days later.
Right.
They were outside her room that night. I remember literally holding their stuff ready to start chemo. And she's like, I need to tell my family first. So after I think Melissa and I left, I think, they were just on it.
I believe I was there when they gave her her first dose. Because it came in pill form. The first round, it was done in pill. And then once they put in the stent, then it's the continuous.
So
I remember her saying, though, don't pity me. Don't. Just be there for me.
Yeah. So she's shown that resilience, that fight from the get-go.
I
don't know how this woman did it.
It was that way every day.
Well, just to lighten the mood a little bit, she put up with you three, so
Us 3 at 5 a.m.
I was the easy child. I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't think any of us are easy. No, she through this whole thing. I remember because I worked at Cost Cutters in Broomfield, so I was less than 10 minutes away. I might have had a really bad day, and I came. I'd go and visit her every day, and I'd walk in, and here's this woman, got all this stuff attached to her, and she's like, well, how was your day? And I'm like, I'm not gonna bitch to you about my bad day. And she's like, no. She's like, we're gonna live life as normal.
Yeah.
And I mean, I remember she's like, well, I want you to shave my head. And I was like, you want me to do what? Yeah. Like, what? She's like, I don't want to wake up with hair in my hand. And I'm like, all right. And I remember I bought all my stuff, and my dad's like, ooh, can I do the first buzz? And I let him do it.
Cool. Excellent.
And we called it the number 2 club, because my dad was a number 2 all over. So she joined in, and my aunt made just a cool scrapbook and saying different activities here at, what was it, hotel, whatever the hospital name was. Yeah. And she took pictures of my mom pretending to pole dance on my mom's little pole with her chemo, and coloring books, and just people from the ward were so generous to help. And
so let me ask you, because obviously when you say the word leukemia, it's a huge thing. It's a huge word. It comes with a massive amount of connotations. All of them, pretty dire. Listening to you tell the events as they unfold. When they say the word chemo, we all know what chemo is. Melissa, when you hear that word chemo, kind of, where was your head when you kind of because leukemia is kind of like, it's that's something that other people get.
Yeah,
like other people get, not mom, but when someone says chemo, you're like, oh my god, that's radiation. Everybody knows what that is. So
when your first thought, at least it was for me, for chemo was radiation of, well, how are you going to radiate your blood? Like, how does that work? Are they going to filter it out? Are they going to put new? So I had a lot of questions of what type are they going to use? Not that I knew what it was, but I wanted to know. What was her life going to be like over the next couple of weeks as she began to really truly feel the effects of chemo? I mean, it is breaking down everything in part, and you are so open to other infections, and I mean, you feel like garbage, and we didn't know how she was going to react to it. So the first couple of days, you knew that, okay, I'm taking chemo, and everything seemed fine. It seemed like it was no big. It sounds weird to say, but it was no big deal because she was the same person. But it was after that first week where the chemo really starts to set in, and the nausea, the vomiting, the bloody noses. The bloody noses were something no one could ever prepare you for. And to see her so tired. I mean, chemo, how somebody can be so optimistic and remain upbeat when they feel like their insides are falling out of them. I mean, that's a special human being.
Great, totally. So, Melissa, I think we alluded to a little bit, like some of the fun things that you kind of do to like the haircut club and the coloring books and stuff. How important is it to try and find some, not positivity is the wrong word, but to find humor or to find joy, that's the word I'm looking for, just to get some sort of normalcy in that situation? How important is it? Because I mean, it's hard enough.
It's everything to create your life changes. It evolves. You have to create a sense of normalcy amongst the chaos. So you've got to find humor in the little things, humor in farting, right? I mean, farting is funny anyways, but I just, you have to find humor when you're in this situation. You find the funny in everything. Because it can be a slippery slope downward. And if she's going to remain healthy and strong, not only physically, she has to be mentally healthy and strong. So you've got to find humor, you've got to find joy. And we have a very strong family. Aunt came down, spent lots of time, grandparents. And so she was constantly surrounded by people who would not let her down, who would not allow her to get deep into a hole. Yes, we could be there for her when she wasn't feeling good, and let her process this, but you have to, you know, you had to bring joy. And I mean, we found it in everything. The TV, the weather outside, you know, and I had my daughter at the time was 4.5. You know, things that she did. So I mean, you have to. You got to find the humor, or else it just makes it harder. And I mean, our life in general was very surrounded by humor.
So you've got to think about, so the leukemia led to the lymphoma, which eventually she wasn't able to recover from.
She had open heart surgery to remove fluid around her heart. I was with my dad in the hospital. The sac around her heart had filled with fluid, and so her heart was not able to pump. So they had to go in and drain it, and they found lymphoma behind her heart. So they were like, we can remove it, but, you know, and I remember her looking at me, looking at my dad, and said, I'm not dying here. I'm going home. And I remember Melissa flew in the next day. So I think she was living in Georgia at that point. And I remember Melissa flew in.
I had just returned. Yeah, I had just returned to Georgia. I spent the summer in Colorado with the 2 kids, so that we were scheduled to come out for a visit, and I remember thinking, I need to stay here. I need to stay here and be with them and be with my kids, and we need to be here. So me and my 2 kids bunked up in the house, and I stayed through June, through July. I had gotten back to Georgia, and I think maybe 2 weeks later, you know, Dad called and said, he was like, that's it. You know, she's coming home. And I was like, all right, I'll buy my tickets. And I bought one ways. I didn't even buy the return flight. I wasn't, you know, you don't know how long that process is going to be.
We stayed like 2 weeks after the funeral and helped me and Dad get things back to normal.
Yeah, I was there when they brought her home in the ambulance. They got her set up in the living room. And then at that point, you schedule people to come see her. And I hope to never do it again, but I hope to never schedule visits to have somebody come and say goodbye to somebody.
She posted on Facebook, I'm home, come say goodbye, hopefully not too many tears. It was if you had no idea what was going on, you were like, what? But if you knew what had been going on with our life, we had people like, what do you guys need? We had people bringing us food. Melissa slept many nights in that chair by her side, helping her. You know, our hospice nurses were great. I remember the night she passed, I fell asleep, and I remember Dad came in. It was 2:04 when she passed, because Dad was up with her, and I remember Dad telling me, he's like, I remember he told me, you can go. I'm okay. You can go. And he said he went down the hall to get something from the bedroom. And when he was walking back up the hallway,
he went to get
said her patriarchal blessing.
Yeah.
And the nurse came around the corner and said, she's gone. And I believe that she waited for him to walk away to take her last breath, because I don't think she wanted him to be there for that.
So, thinking about, Ashley, you mentioned that towards the end, your mum was a vessel. The feelings that you have when someone passes, the confusion, the conflicted. Seeing your mum in so much pain and so much discomfort. Was there a sense of relief? Was there a sense of guilt from you all? We'll start with Josh. Ashley.
I'm sorry. I live with the guilt that there were times I could have gone and had lunch with her, and I chose something else. You know, because at the time when this was happening, you know, she was fine, she was okay, she was home, you know, living normal life. And I'd be like, oh, hey, like, you know, I'm actually out doing this right now, but I'll get dinner with you. And looking back, I'm like, no, I should have dropped what I was doing with those people, and I should have spent time with her. So I do live with that guilt. But
okay, that's an honest answer, Josh. Was there a sense of relief that your mum was no longer in pain?
Yeah. You know, when I look back on all of that, you know, she still got to live her life. You know, she still got to do things that she wanted to do. You know, her final words to me was, I love you and I'm proud of you. And I'll see you soon.
Excellent. Melissa, how about yourself? That your mum, a sense of relief, a sense of she's at peace, or a sense of huge loss?
It was definitely a bit of a release, release, kind of the same. To see what she went through with radiation, chemotherapy, the bone marrow transplant.
Yeah, she had a bone marrow transplant on April 1st.
And the reaction that can cause, her mouth was swollen shut. And when Josh talks about how closed that hospital was, if you were under the age of 16, you could not even get on the elevator to go to that floor. So all of what she went through, the stack of medical bills, right? We're talking
binders.
about
We have binders.
Binders. You know, the pain, all of it. Yes, it was a relief. And I was relieved for her, relieved that she didn't have to go through that anymore.
So you've all had this massive loss. How are you with each other now? Has a sense of loss brought you together? I know you've all got very separate lives. Do you feel going through that has made you closer? Do you see different things in each other now than you did before? Maybe aspects of your mum. You mentioned Melissa's the crafty one, and she looks like your mum, and you know, that's not just one aspect of your mum. You all share aspects. You know, so from that journey, how's that affected your relationship now? Who can I pick? Who shall pick on first? Who wants to be nice and who wants to be bad? Let's
well, I'll be bad. Let's be honest. Okay, I'll do it.
I'll do one first. Melissa, go on.
I think honestly, we're kind of the same.
I'd agree with that.
We have lives that come together that we agree on in certain situations. But at the same time, we're still the same. The only thing that we can't do is, you know, knock a few rounds, throw some hands, you know, because we're all too old for that. I will probably break a hip. But I think
how low y'all punches?
I don't think anything has changed per se. You know, Josh has experienced things that have impacted his life. Ashley has experienced things that have impacted her life. I've experienced things, and they all just kind of roll along right next to each other. I live in a different state. Josh lives in a different state. Ashley lives in a different state. So I think it didn't tear us apart, but I don't also think it brought us.
We're not like best
close
friends,
together.
like,
Yeah,
huggy wuggy.
Yeah,
well,
I
mean, that's a good thing. I mean, the fact that you go through this, you know, and you've stayed true to who you are is a massive. It's a massive positive. It's not.
Yeah, we've all grown.
It means that that aspect that
we've all grown.
loss hasn't defined you. It's you yourselves. You know where everybody is. You know where each other is.
Yeah, it's a part of you. It's a part of each of us. But because we processed the whole situation differently, the outcome is different for each of us. I think probably it may have encouraged us to do things that are more along our goals, our aspirations, rather than, holding back, because you never know. You never know when, the man upstairs, right, is going to say, oh, your time's up. So I think we've all kind of gone down our route of what makes us happy. And I mean, like I said, we're not the best of friends, but we're siblings. I mean, what are we supposed to do? Like,
we're very siblings, but we can still, like, we had a group chat where, we'll put in, Josh might send us something funny, or Melissa might say, like, hey, I got this for my kid, or, oh, hey, look what I found, or I'll, put in stuff. So, I think we communicate a little more now than what we used to, which I greatly appreciate. But I mean, it's, like Melissa said, we're still we're living our own lives, but I feel that we are a little more connected. Josh keeps us updated on what's going on with his life. Melissa lets us know. So it's definitely like one of those, I'm grateful that, technology, that we can have a group chat so I can, stay updated with everybody. Like, unfortunately, our cousin had passed away a couple weeks ago, and Melissa was able to go to that memorial service. But it was nice for Melissa to keep us updated. So I'm sounds bad, but like, of course, losing my mom was the worst thing in my life, but yet also it kind of brought our family closer together, because now I probably talk to my dad a little more now. I talk to my siblings more. It makes me appreciate my family more. Because, and also I know I can go to them and say, here's what I'm feeling. Like, or they understand why on September 11th, why people are like, why are you so weird about this day? And I'm like, it's not just, that's a bad day for the world, United States, but it's everyone seems to understand. On her birthday, which is next Saturday. No, it's Saturday.
Yeah.
And on September 11th, and even January, why I'm so weird. Because those days just bring up memories and feelings that I'm like, oh God. So, I mean, out of this whole situation, I'm grateful that I'm still very connected to my siblings.
Cool. Josh, we've had one bad, one good. Melissa,
think about your answer. Think about your answer.
I feel like Josh will be Switzerland. He'll be neutral.
Yeah, Josh is like, yeah, I know them.
I'm the best.
I will neither confirm nor deny or answer that
Melissa's
question.
like, come to the dock.
I just laughed when Ashley said you're funny. I was like, what? Obviously a different Josh.
Funny.
Yeah, there's the Melissa comment right there.
We both said it. There's the things. We both said
man, they own you.
Gotta be quicker than that. Gotta be quicker than that. Gotta be quicker than that.
So
internet lag.
All right, guys. We're gonna move forward on this. Just because it is late for Monty, we want to make sure that he's able to join in the fun, all of that, and it's also really late into the night, so we definitely appreciate him coming on. So I'm gonna go ahead and head backstage and hand it off to Al. Although, Al, we can't hear you. Monty, are you able to hear us okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine, man.
Okay, there you are. So I'm backstage, folks, so you can see, this is what it looks like backstage over here with the multiple screens and me monitoring what's going on and everything. Monty, dude, you are the man. Death sentence, dude, I have preached this book to everybody in their choir. And he disappeared on me. I guess he don't like this sentence. All right, I guess we'll bring him back in a moment. There he goes. Monty. I don't hear you, Nemesis. You. There we are. Monty's back again. Do you hear me, Nero?
Yeah, there's too much awesomeness in one room.
Yeah. There's too much testosterone in here, yo. It's the sausage fest of the century. So as I was saying, bro, because Death Sentence is one of my favorite indie comics, man. When you came out with that joint, bro, I was preaching this like the gospel. Like, yeah, everybody gotta check this out. This is so sick. I love it. I love the sickness behind it. You are so demented. Love you, bro, for that.
Sweet, thank you.
Yeah, man. Guys, are you aware of Drunken Chat? Are you aware of frenemies? Are you aware of any of this greatness that Montenegro has brought on to the world over here, bro?
No, man, freaking it's interesting, man. And I'm looking at the stuff right now, man, and the cover art definitely catches the eye, man. Freaking how have I not heard about this before? I've seen the other stuff he was associated with, the X-Men Gold, God War. I was down with that stuff, but this is the first time I'm seeing the Death Sentence, and my goodness, Monty, tell me about the covers for Death Sentence. They come in little black bags when they went to the comic book stores. What is going on?
Yeah, they were the first things I did on the series. I used to work as a character designer, and I spent ages painting the characters. Painted Verity first, and then Weasel, and then Monty, and ended up putting those on the covers because obviously, if you're making an indie comic, it's very cheap to put your own artwork on the cover. You save a bit of money that way. So I'm glad you like them. They've certainly served me well over the years.
Over the years, are we gonna get more Death Sentence? Because I need more of that in my life right now. And Nem, I saw your lips moving, but you're on mute, so so unmute yourself so you could talk. But are we gonna get more Death Sentence, Monty?
Yeah, I'm doing Frenemies at the moment. So I've got the current Kickstarter for Frenemies: The Lost Planet, and then I'll be shipping that in. I'm gonna ship everything that I do now inside.
You mean this Frenemies right now? This one? Oh my gosh! Look at this.
Yeah. That's the one. So I've got like a warehouse in America now where I keep all my stock, so I can ship stuff very quickly to America, and then the same in the UK. And then hopefully we'll get one in Europe soon as well. So
I'm loving this man right here. He thinks about the SSL.
Well, I have to say I'm one of the convertees to Death Sentence. I love it. I've got a Verity picture on my phone as my wallpaper. She's absolutely fantastic. Oh, we lost Monty. Oh, wow. Sweet. That's awesome, Al. I try and explain, before Monty comes back, for people that don't know Death Sentence, I try and explain Death Sentence to people who haven't seen it before, my friends who are familiar with comic books. I think it's X-Men, but more mature. Hey, Monty, I was saying that I'm a big fan of Death Sentence as well. I'm one of the people that Al converted. I've got Verity as a wallpaper on my phone. And I try and explain Death Sentence to people that don't know about it. And to me, it's a more adult, hardcore version of the X-Men. Yeah. And I got to ask the obvious question because your work with X-Men and then Death Sentence came out, roughly around the same time, the first Death Sentence and then X-Men.
Yeah. I think the only UK person we can connect to is the Machine. The Machine is hogging the bandwidth.
Yeah. They don't want
Death Sentence nor Frenemies, The Lost Planet 1 and 2. My man has this project, right? He's looking for 5218. I've never seen a number like that being requested. However, he's already over that with 6993.
Yeah. It's
Monty, I don't know what's going on. The UK doesn't love the Comic Crusaders apparently, other than Johnny Hughes. But
Yeah,
we're talking
what was
about
the obvious question about the X-Men and the death sentence?
Well, I was going to say, yeah, since your work with X-Men and the first death sentence were around the same time, which came first in your head? Did X-Men?
This is insane. We keep losing. This is hilarious. So you know what? I'm gonna keep pitching frenemies for him. So check this out, right? 69.93 out of 52.18, 217 backers, 19 days to go. Monty's kicking ass. I know we're talking about death sentence, but this is his current project. This is what I want you to get behind because this is an amazing creator. My man here knows how to write a story. And again, we're preaching the gospel of death sentence, but the gospel of frenemies is also on another plane of existence as well. Because Montenegro is a really talented writer. Monty, so sorry that you keep disconnecting. If you're on Wi-Fi, that may be a problem. Anything with video, I always suggest as a tech nerd, go wired. You know what I mean? Lay down that wire. That's what she said.
Yeah.
So I do find interesting. I'm looking at death sentence Liberty number 3.
Yeah.
Or actually number 2 rather, and it's got a cover by Ben Oliver. He's got some amazing stuff, man.
Monty began some talent, Lucas. I can't believe. Were you not aware of this book beforehand? Because
Never heard of it.
The concept behind this is imagine people getting a disease like AIDS, but instead of it being AIDS, what it does is it gives you superpowers for X amount of time, and you don't know what superpower you're gonna get. This is why the government got to get rid of you because there's fucking psychos out there. In the book, there's a protagonist, for example. This is the one that blew my mind, right? He has Professor X level power, but he uses it for sexual reasons. He is a sicko. He loves orgies. So,
and then Monty, in later volumes of Death Sentence, brings in like espionage and
crazy.
And he brought in like political overtones with Brexit and UK.
Yeah.
It's just amazing.
But I want to talk about this particular scene because I want people to understand how sick Monty is, but sick in a good way for comics. Because, dude, this guy sends out a telekinetic message to a U.S. army. That's about to attack them. Like, yo, you too powerful. They're staying there distant. They're trying to do this shock and awe shit, right? Bro, but when my man releases his power and these dudes are miles out, you see, the shit may start, again, this is the Navy. This is all dudes, bro. The next thing you know, it's a full-fledged porno. He convinced him. He had people doing things because he's sick in his mind. Like, yo, I don't give a crap. I'm going to play y'all and embarrass y'all. And just the characterization there. And again, even with Verity, the character, if you guys are fans of Tattoo Man, right? Dave Nem from DC, how he uses his tattoos and they become. Her is different. Her, it's not just tattoo, it's art in general that she could bring to life. She can draw anything and bring it to life. So can you imagine that? Not
only that, I definitely want to talk about this book, Frenemies, as well, because I'm looking forward to this. But in a later issue, he brought forward someone who is basically like Poison Ivy, but a mutant, like that mutant level ability, just amazing work. So,
right. Yeah. And for anybody that wants a free preview of it, they can go to montenero.com /frenemies, and there's a great freaking preview right there that gives you an indication of what it's all about. And it's got some great interior art.
But even better, now that he's back, and I hope he's listening and hearing, and he doesn't get disconnected. Frenemies, The Lost Planet 1 and 2 is his newest Kickstarter. Like I said, this man has a brain that definitely delves into escapism while touching upon some obviously topics like David said, but it's in a way that again makes you feel like you're not here. You're going into the Montyverse, baby. So. Or the Neroverse. Talk about the Neroverse, if you will.
Yeah, well, what I'm doing with Frenemies is I'm kind of updating the classic sci-fi pulp kind of vibe and making it very sort of forward-thinking and modern and putting just the normal stuff I put in my comics, like a lot of adult material and very real characters and very real situations, but also getting that sort of classic sci-fi kind of Flash Gordon vibe. So that's quite a tricky mix because I think everybody loves the old science fiction sort of serials and the pulp fiction and that, but it's a matter of finding a way to make it fresh. So we do that with like introducing just 7 really wild characters that are all competing to find this missing planet that's going to destroy the solar system unless they get there. So the interplay between the 7 characters, I like writing dialogue. So that's really where all the sort of fresh sort of modern take comes from.
Outstanding.
I love it, Monty. Go ahead, David.
Just real quick, hopefully my question doesn't cut you out again. Looking at your first Death Sentence work and then your work on X-Men, that kind of came out around the same time. Which came first in your head? Did one inspire the other, or did you want to do your stuff on X-Men because you had Death Sentence in the back of your head?
It was Death Sentence all the way. It was got into doing comics because it seemed to me there was like the comics industry had changed and you could do this kind of weird personal stuff and you could find an audience. And that never used to be the case with comics. So that's one of the great things about making comics these days. You can just do stuff you're very passionate about and that you love and sort of says something to you and about your life. And you find people like yourselves, on the other side of the world that feel the same way. So you sort of share this enthusiasm for the things you love, comics or sci-fi, whatever it is. So that's all I was trying to do. And it was a real surprise to me when I just got a phone call. It was an email first, then a phone call. Just got contacted by Marvel and they said like they'd read the comic and they loved the comic and would I like to write some X-Men? So yeah, that was a good phone call.
I can't imagine Marvel calling you. Hello, Mr. Nero. This is Marvel. Hello.
It's pretty wild.
I tell everyone, when I'm preaching Death Sentence to my friends that haven't heard of it, I say, take X-Men and make it more adult, more interesting, with a concept that really is just topical and will blow you away, and that's Death Sentence. So I can't say enough about this book, and I
love it.
Honored to talk to you.
Yeah, this is why, Monty, I haven't had the opportunity to speak with you. And I see Death Sentence as being able to be a film or something for TV. Is that something that's been in the back of your mind for that particular product?
Yeah, ever since it came out, like within about a month, I had film companies getting in touch with me and stuff, some pretty big ones as well. So it's always been rumbling on in the background. And then, of course, with the virus, the pandemic, which is it's really tragic how similar a lot of the situations that I describe in the comic with the virus and the pandemic spreading around the world and the lockdowns and the incompetence of the government and all this kind of.
He said government, and the government here said nope.
They cut him off. Hey, I got a question for Lucas real quick before Monty comes back. You were talking about the covers. From a speculator standpoint, how important is a great cover for a book for speculation?
It's everything. It's everything. We got people that are speculating on the first print, second print, third print, fourth prints, and on all the other stuff. The artists, when we're talking about great artists like Ben Oliver on there, once you start getting those artists on your books, people are going to definitely at least we can crack open the book to see what's going on with it, right? For instance, people were about, well, I don't really want to do a Kickstarter. I'm going to go straight to Diamond. No, it doesn't really matter. As long as you got great material and you got a great artist, at least make it visually, because here's what's going to happen. I might get drunk. I might freaking go ahead and spend money on this Kickstarter, right?
He said might.
Right? Let's put it out there. Some of our listeners are going to freaking go ahead and they're freaking going to spend money on this Kickstarter, right? But what's going to happen is a year from now they're going to forget all about it, right? If there's no other news about it, and they're going to pull it out of their freaking long box and they're going to, why the heck did I freaking buy this? But if it's a great cover, they're not going to ask that many questions. They're going to, let's ask you a pretty good cover. I kind of remember that. You're gonna put it in until whatever. I mean, and once again, you guys are talking about. I forget the name of the. Excuse me. I forget the name of the what you guys were talking about. The other joint, the other, the secret, was it Secret Girls, whatever it was called. But you know, people are waiting to see what other news you got. Do we have a TV series about it? Do we have a movie series? It's kind of saucy, but guess what? That's what speculators are always hopping to wait on.
And you know what? They always go looking for these Kickstarter books after it's been picked up by a major publisher. So if this Kickstarter, you know, does eventually get reprinted in another place, those will be a reprint, and this will be the hot ticket. Mm-hmm.
Exactly,
Sorry,
man. So
I supported Death Sentence from early. I have all the first prints. I got the Titan run. I got the Kickstarter stuff because I really love this book.
And that's true support, man. That's true fandom right there. And the fact that you have all those still, you know, good stuff.
Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying, because he does good stuff. That's what Fandom is about. So before you get cut off again, Monty, and everybody, don't you love technology? You know what I'm saying? It's just sometimes it's not going to be a perfect melt. But us here in the States apparently have solid internet. You know, blame the Queen for that one.
They're limiting his bandwidth.
Yeah, they don't want us up to Crusaders. They say Crusaders and the English don't mix. You know, out there in the UK. Yeah. And Monty, I think the Queen is limiting your bandwidth to talk to the Crusaders just because of our name. I don't know. Are they afraid of us? What's going on here?
Yeah.
You know what? Maybe we were thighs.
Job of selling it than I ever could.
You know, Jesus Christ. Maybe we have to be KFC so the prince could look at us for a minute and allow us to. I promise you some thighs, bro, por favor. All right? So, Monty, before we could, again, Jesus, I cannot say those words. All right, guys. If I say, I'm going to try those words and something else and see if that shit disappears.
Well, real quick before Monty comes back, I just have to say, I think the next thing that we need to work on here in the U.S., at least in smaller shops, is I look for a lot of these books in my shop, which isn't big. Man, I want to see Titan in the books in the shop. I want to see 2000 AD, and I'm going to shut up now.
No, but I see Titan in the shop. Well, at least when I was in Mass. Here, not so much in Florida, to be honest. You're right. But in Mass, I was going to shops where I was privileged enough where they sold everything. So that's a shout out to Rubber Chicken Comics and to Friendly Neighborhood Comics. Both of them within minutes of one another, and not even far from me. So I always had a choice to where I wanted to go. But they both offer such a wide selection and really do support the community.
Well, I have to say, out here in California, that stuff doesn't matriculate out here. We don't get 2000 AD. We don't get Titan. You know, it's hard to find it unless I trek into LA.
Oh, really? All right. You know what? How much does 2000 AD cost? Cover price right now? Like $7.99? Some shit.
Yeah, something like that.
All right. So if you guys want them in Cali, I'll charge you $20 a pop. All right. How you like that?
Look at him speculating on his own right there.
Yeah, let's do it, man. This is Lucas's and Ultra Maximus' fault. They're making me into this guy that just wants to sell everything.
Monty,
right. Look, and Monty's back. So I just want you to talk about frenemies real quick. Hopefully this time you don't cut off. Damn, Monty.
Yeah.
I'm going to have you back if this is not working. But all right, I want you to try. Just talk about frenemies real quick.
Okay. So frenemies is really focusing, like I say, on these 7 crazy characters.
Oh,
you know what? I think we're gonna have to give up on this one and then just I know with Josh we're gonna do the Pepper Pack podcast shortly. But while we have us guys here, let's talk some speculation. While I have 6 minutes of beer,
Ultra.
I got 6 beers. I've had 6 beers already. Look at this.
Ultra had some breaking stuff that he wanted we could talk about. Go ahead, man.
Oh, I got breaking news on a release for.
What do you mean?
Okay, so this is going to be some people who are probably going to be calling their LCS tomorrow and being like, hey, I know you haven't got your shipment yet, but I want you to be on the lookout for this book. And the stores are going to ask you how the hell you found out about this. And then what they're going to say is, this dude named Ultra Maximus told me, and I saw him on some podcast on Comic Crusaders doing some live breaking news, and that's basically what we got here. Is we got some live breaking news. So, are any of you guys reading Department of Truth by Image?
I've heard Department of Truth, but I have not yet read it.
Yeah,
Okay.
I read the first issue.
I read the first one as well, because we've actually only got one issue released.
Right,
Now,
and number 2 is supposed to be coming out this week.
Number 2 is coming out this week.
Right.
It is coming out in 4 days, and we actually have a very controversial 1 in 25 variant for that book. But the first issue had a secret variant that was salted in there, and everybody didn't know about it. So on the first issue, of course, the cover art has JFK on it,